Chapter 1. The Transaction. Young master, we shall enter the viscount's territory after dawn. We should arrive in Nafachang by tomorrow afternoon. An elderly but well-dressed butler, with a scruffy white beard, peered into the carriage. Claire Griffin nodded. I understand, Reagan. Then please rest well, said Reagan, before withdrawing. Claire had been in this world for nearly half a month, and like many Glitch D storylines, he had crossed over from another realm. Initially, he had intended to accept his fate after several days, as the identity of his original self was rather respectable. His father was a viscount, and he was the sole heir. However, mere days later, his adoptive father passed away, leaving him with no inheritance whatsoever. The assets that were supposed to be in the royal capital were claimed by creditors, forcing him to sell off some real estate to repay the debts. Fortunately, since noble territories could not be sold, Claire was left with a city, Nafachang. The glory of the Griffin family had originated from this very city, not due to any illustrious ancestors, but rather from the discovery of a magical mine during the time of the previous Viscount Griffin, Claire's grandfather. According to noble law, anything found within a noble's territory belonged to that lord. Thus, from that generation onwards, the Griffin family prospered, eventually relocating to the royal capital, leaving behind some subordinates to manage their lands. However, all mines eventually run dry. The magical mine had sustained operations for roughly 50 years, and by the time of Claire's father's generation, it was completely excavated. The transition from frugality to extravagance is easy, but from extravagance to frugality is a daunting challenge. Hence, after his father's demise, an influx of creditors came knocking. Fortunately, after liquidating the assets in the royal capital, the Griffin family was no longer in debt. Claire felt a flicker of anticipation towards the approaching Nafachang. The viscountcy was the largest in the kingdom due to its location on the border, surpassing even some earldoms in land area. Nafachang? Nafachang, Claire murmured to himself, a city with a very auspicious name. Claire closed his eyes for a couple of hours, and at midnight, he suddenly opened them wide. He muttered, "It's time." With a flicker of thought, a translucent panel appeared before him, a data interface visible only to him, his golden finger. The panel was woefully simplistic, adorned with a single button that read, Start Transaction, devoid of any other functions. His gaze drifted to the upper right corner of the panel. Available transaction attempts. 1. Indeed. As I suspected, these cross-realm transactions refresh weekly, Claire mused internally. He silently intoned, Start Transaction. Instantly, a swirling ripple emerged on the previously barren panel, and Claire sensed an otherworldly aura emanating from it. Glancing again at the upper right corner, he noted that one transaction point had been deducted. The whirlpool continued to spin, and Claire, unhurried, understood this was his second transaction, seeking individuals from other worlds. After several seconds, the whirlpool abruptly halted, parting like murky water, revealing the visage of an individual on the panel. Claire squinted at the matched trader, a middle-aged man, dusty and sweat-stained, donned in a loose-knit shirt and a cowboy hat. Claire thought to himself, a Western cowboy? His eyes scanned the man's attire, noting the dark red stains on his leather jacket, indicating he had blood on his hands. The man raised a hand in greeting. Hello, my name is Monroe, and what do you go by? Antonio, Claire replied, providing a false name, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned trader. We have only 5 minutes for this transaction, so let us make it quick. What do you have that might pique my interest? Monroe chuckled awkwardly. Since this isn't our first transaction, let us be candid. He then produced a yellowed glass cup from his pocket, presenting it with a flourish. This exquisite piece hails from the distant east. A priceless treasure. What do you think? Claire's eyelid twitched. What an absurd attempt to deceive him. Not only was he a traveler from another world, but he also resided in a realm of swords and sorcery, where even novice mages possessed glassware far superior to this. If he were to trade for such a trinket, his weekly opportunity would be squandered. Seeing Claire's silence, Monroe's expression turned awkward. He had successfully bamboozled numerous other traders with these glass cups, but it seemed he had finally encountered someone knowledgeable. Yet he persisted. Look at how crystal clear it is. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Claire glanced at the time. Nearly a minute had passed, and he could no longer contain himself. Show me what you have at your waist. Monroe hesitated, then pulled out a revolver, displaying it before Claire. Are you interested in this? I spent a fortune acquiring this weapon. It can take a life with a single shot. Claire raised a hand to halt Monroe's self-promotion. Enough. A Colt revolver, single action, typically with 5 to 6 chambers. It can fire 1 bullet at a time. After a brief introduction, Claire scrutinized Monroe. Do I need to elaborate further? Monroe's expression grew even more uncomfortable. Most of what you said is correct. But who is Colt? This gun is a Duvon revolver. Claire's eyes narrowed. It appeared this world differed from the one he had previously inhabited. Otherwise, Monroe should have recognized the Colt revolver. I encountered a trader during a previous transaction who was an arms dealer. I didn't purchase it then. And now you offer it. Aside from this, I doubt you have anything else that would interest me. So, do you wish to trade? Claire fabricated the story effortlessly. Trade, of course. Monroe's face lit up with a grin. But what treasures can you offer in exchange? Claire's eyes shimmered momentarily as he withdrew 3 transparent vials containing a blue liquid from his pocket. Monroe's smile faltered. It seemed his counterpart already possessed glassware, contradicting his earlier claims. However, Monroe quickly regained his composure, dismissing any embarrassment. "What is this?" he inquired. Without a word, Claire drew a dagger from his waist. One of the few possessions that had not been pawned. The hilt was adorned with gemstones. He then made a deep cut on his forearm, allowing blood to flow down towards his elbow. Monroe's eyes widened. What was this man doing? Was he self-harming over a trivial matter? Yet Claire swiftly poured a fraction of the blue liquid from one vial onto the freshly made wound. It stung slightly, but Claire maintained an emotionless facade. After approximately 5 seconds, he withdrew his hand to reveal that the wound had completely healed, leaving no scar. He recorked the vial and stated coolly, "This is something you should find useful." Yes. Monroe's eyes were now wide with astonishment. Magic was non-existent in his world. What Claire had just demonstrated was nothing short of miraculous. He lamented the fraction of the blue liquid he had wasted. Yet, for Claire, this was merely a basic healing potion, easily concocted by any ordinary apprentice mage, costing no more than 3 silver coins. "Are you certain you wish to trade such a treasure?" Monroe stammered. His mind in disarray. Such remarks were not to be uttered during a transaction. Yet, it was understandable. In his world, this was a life-saving elixir in past duels. If one were shot, the only recourse was to pray for divine mercy to prevent the wound from worsening. Now, with this potion, one could treat the injury and retaliate with renewed vigor. Even if he chose not to use it, selling a single vial would fetch thousands of gold coins, transforming him into a wealthy man. Certainly. But it is not merely for your revolver. Please, do tell. Monroe was now using honorifics in his eagerness. "How many bullets do you have on you?" "I have over 300 at home," Monroe replied hastily. "Very well. 1 vial of potion for 1 revolver, and the remaining vial for 300 bullets, Claire stated coolly. "Deal," Monroe exclaimed, nearly slapping the table in excitement. Although these items constituted nearly all his possessions, with the potion in hand, he believed he would recover his losses manifold, perhaps even becoming wealthy enough in the future that he wouldn't need to handle a gun at all. Monroe indulged in his musings. A radiant smile illuminated his face, prompting him to hastily rummage through his room for the pistol and ammunition. Claire, too, was not idle. She placed the test tubes in the trading space, awaiting the moment when her counterpart would deposit all their items. The previously rudimentary interface then displayed several lines detailing the revolver and its ammunition. This weapon hails from the world of Albert, a revolver with considerable power. After a cursory glance, Claire lifted her gaze towards Monroe, who nodded in acknowledgement, signaling that he was ready to proceed with the review. Both parties simultaneously accessed the trading items, causing the 3 vials of potions in Claire's trading space to transform into 2 revolvers and a large bag brimming with gleaming bullets. Chapter 2. Captain of the Knights. Following the completion of the transaction, a little over a minute remained. Monroe's eyes sparkled with delight as he cradled the 3 vials of blue liquid like precious treasures, quickly seeking out cloth to protect them from any potential mishaps. "By the way," he exclaimed, slapping his forehead as if struck by a sudden revelation, "would you like to be friends?" Monroe flashed a charming smile. "Friends," Claire replied, her expression tinged with confusion. "Indeed, if we each contribute 1 trading point, we can become fixed friends, allowing us to specify matches next time. This is what a previous trader informed me." Unbeknownst to Claire, she had no surplus trading points during the exchange, thus rendering the option for fixed friendship unavailable. "I'm afraid I don't have any spare trading points left." A look of disappointment washed over Monroe's face. He genuinely wished to maintain a partnership with a trader of Claire's caliber. Though Claire had made her statement, even if she possessed extra trading points, she would not engage in such an exchange, primarily because Monroe's world level was far too low to warrant the expenditure of any trading points for friendship. Claire was well aware of the original owner's memories regarding this world. By the time warriors reached the Golden Knight level, The bullet she recalled had little effect on them, unless one were to employ an RPG rocket launcher, which would yield a different outcome. Moreover, it was evident that this era lacked RPG missiles altogether. As the 5-minute countdown concluded, the cross-dimensional high-definition call automatically severed. Claire retrieved the weapons and ammunition from the trading space, which became unusable post-transaction. After leaving one revolver and a single bullet behind, she stowed the remainder in her spatial ring. In this world, spatial rings had long been developed by the truth-seeking mages, and mass production was possible. The ring Claire possessed boasted a volume of 10 cubic meters and was valued at 100,000 gold coins, a luxury purchased during her ancestors' prosperous days, one that she could no longer afford. Each time she utilized this spatial ring, she felt a pang of gratitude that her frugal father had not pawned it off. Once she extracted the revolver's cylinder, Claire inserted the bullet and, after a moment's contemplation, retrieved a dagger from her spatial ring, etching a white mark on the chamber where the bullet had been placed. Both the dagger and the 3 vials of basic healing potions had been discreetly drawn from her spatial ring during the trade to maintain an air of secrecy. After marking the cylinder, Claire snapped it back into the revolver, her excitement palpable. Having lived in a prosperous and stable socialist nation throughout her 20s, she had never had the opportunity to handle a real firearm. After admiring the revolver for a brief spell, Claire became captivated by the weapon, realizing that firearms were indeed a man's toy, quickly succumbing to its allure. As the saying goes, a gun is swift from 7 paces away. However, Claire refrained from impulsively firing the weapon, knowing there would be ample opportunities in the future. She did not want to startle the butler, Reagan, outside the carriage. Reagan had served as the Griffin family's steward long before her father's fall from grace, and despite her current misfortunes, he willingly returned with her to this remote coastal town, demonstrating both loyalty and competence. In the Knights' territory of Nefus City, the Knights were inebriated, sprawled across the ground, and tables in disarray. "Captain, it seems our lord the Viscount has returned," the vice-captain, Hunter, reported respectfully. "What are you afraid of, you coward?" Dean, the captain of the Knights in Nefus City, expressed his dissatisfaction. His family had thrived under the previous Viscount, but now with this new heir returning, he feared for the continuity of his comfortable life. Hunter, seeking to appease, replied, "After all, he is a Viscount. They have sent word to notify us we should at least go to greet him." With a resounding slap, Dean struck Hunter across the face, his frustration boiling over. "When did it become your place to speak? Who's the captain here? You or I? You are merely a subordinate, and you think to ride over me." Dean stood, berating Hunter, who could only cower in a corner, too intimidated to respond. "Humph," Dean scoffed. "Tomorrow, I shall show our lord who truly commands Nefus City. I've heard that the Viscount is only 16 years old. It is only natural for me to assist in regency," Dean said, his eyes gleaming with ambition, as if envisioning himself wielding authority over the realm. Noticing that his men remained silent, Dean cast a cold glance at them. "What is this? Do you no longer wish to follow me?" The knights quickly chimed in. "Captain, you are right. You have lived in Nefus City for so long, and the new lord is still young. It is only fitting for you to assist in his regency." "Indeed, he should be grateful to you," they echoed, though a flicker of trepidation for the impending lord lingered in their hearts, as the fear of commoners towards nobles was ingrained in their very blood. Yet, Dean's intimidating presence loomed larger in their minds, and as a silver knight, he was unmatched. Even collectively, they could not contend with him. Cowering in the corner, Vice-Captain Hunter sighed softly, reflecting on how, since the Viscount's family relocated to the royal capital 50 years ago, Nefus City had become a plaything for Dean and his ilk. While he had benefited from their rule, he still maintained a semblance of moral integrity compared to Dean. Now, all he could do was wish the new lord good fortune. After a bumpy journey in the carriage, Claire awoke from a drowsy slumber that lasted nearly 4 to 5 hours. "Ah," she yawned, stretching her limbs. Traveling by carriage is truly not conducive to sleep. Rubbing her bleary eyes, she called out, "Reagan." Moments later, Reagan, dressed in his butler's attire, pulled back the carriage curtain, revealing his square-jawed face adorned with graying hair and beard, exuding an aura of reliability. Claire inquired, "Have we entered the Viscount's territory?" "Yes, my lady, we have entered your viscountcy. We should arrive in Nefus City within a few hours," Reagan replied respectfully. Claire did not express dissatisfaction with this pace, despite having liquidated much of her estate. She still retained a significant amount of less valuable furniture. At Reagan's suggestion, They were transporting these items back to Nefus City, as such furnishings could only be found in the royal capital. Given the considerable load, their speed was understandably slow, compounded by the use of ordinary horses. Had they employed magical beasts worth several hundred gold coins, their journey would have been swifter. However, both Claire and Reagan were reluctant to spend money on such creatures, as they could hardly afford to nourish them properly. "What village is this?" Claire inquired. "This is the closest village to Nefus City, primarily dedicated to wheat cultivation and the rearing of horses, cattle, and sheep," Reagan explained. He added, "All the land here belongs to you, my lady." "Really?" Claire's interest piqued. "That sounds akin to the dreaded landlord class." After stretching her body once more in the carriage, Claire yawned again, having sat in this carriage for so long. "I feel fatigued. Let us stop here for a moment. I wish to disembark and survey my territory." Reagan appeared anxious. "My lady, this area is inhabited by those despicable commoners. Perhaps we should return to Nefus City instead." Claire paused, taken aback by Reagan's reference to the commoners as despicable. Standing, she approached Reagan and gently patted his shoulder, speaking softly. "They are not despicable. They are my subjects, and I intend to ensure that they live better than anywhere else in the world. Let us proceed. I wish to inspect my lands." Claire's tone seemed to harbor an undeniable command, causing Reagan to instinctively withdraw. Claire then emerged from the carriage, taking a deep breath of the fresh air outside. With a single leap, Carlyle jumped down from the carriage and moved to the side to stretch his limbs, having sat for so long that his body felt stiff, upon witnessing his young master disembark. Reagan commanded the others to rest in place, though during the pause, he couldn't help but glance over at Claire. It appeared that his young master had changed, exuding much more confidence than before, and his words stirred a sense of fervor, truly befitting a scion of the Griffin family. His aspirations were extraordinary and remarkably lofty. Reagan found himself caught up in self-adoration, while Carlyle began to wander about, brimming with curiosity about this new territory that he had always lived and studied in the South. Although he had seen rice paddies, this was his first encounter with wheat. The gentle breeze carried the faint, pleasant fragrance of the grain. As he strolled, Claire's attention was suddenly drawn to a small, dark shadow. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be a little sheep, its once snow-white wool now soiled from rolling around in the field. Chapter 3. Mary. Just as Claire cast a fleeting glance, he noticed a little girl rushing over from somewhere, scooping the sheep into her arms while warily regarding him. She was a 6 or 7-year-old girl with brown hair and a somewhat sallow complexion. Appearing slightly malnourished, however, her lively eyes and delicate features suggested she would undoubtedly grow into a beauty. Yet, Claire was not one to harbor inappropriate thoughts towards a young girl. "Hello there," Claire said with a friendly smile, waving to greet her. However, the girl, timid and hesitant, did not dare to respond, instead gazing at him with her bright eyes, her wariness lessening as she concluded that this older boy did not seem like one who would steal her sheep. Noticing her silence, Claire maintained his charming smile. "My name is Claire. May I ask what yours is?" The girl glanced down at the sheep in her arms, then back at Claire, before lowering her head and whispering, "Mary." Her voice was so soft that Claire would have missed it had he not been listening intently. Nonetheless, the fact that she was willing to share her name indicated a flicker of fondness towards him. After all, Claire's appearance was quite appealing, and combined with his affable smile, it was only natural for a young girl to take a liking to him. Taking a few tentative steps closer, and seeing that she did not flee, Claire felt relieved and approached Mary. He crouched down, retrieving a piece of colorful candy wrapped in paper from his pocket, and offered it to her. "Would you like to have this candy?" Mary instinctively swallowed hard. Although she had eaten candy before, it had only been dark, unappealing black sugar. She had never encountered such vibrant candy. And given that she rarely got to enjoy black sugar, she imagined this colorful treat must be infinitely more delicious. Though her mind hesitated, her small hand reached out, her eager eyes filled with longing. "Mary, don't you take that?" A shout suddenly rang out as a boy taller than Claire came sprinting from a distance, swiftly pulling Mary away from Claire and knocking the colorful candy from Claire's hand to the ground. The boy yanked his sister several meters away, shielding her behind him while casting a vigilant glare at Claire. Claire shook his sore wrist. The force of the boy's slap had indeed stung. However, he paid it little mind, recognizing this as merely a protective older brother. "Mary, didn't I tell you not to accept anything from strangers?" The boy admonished his sister, though Mary seemed oblivious to his warning. Her gaze fixated on the colorful candy now lying on the ground, licking her lips. After all, it had been several months since she had had any candy, even the black kind. Noticing Mary's longing gaze, Claire picked up the discarded candy, which was still wrapped and thus unharmed by its fall. Without hesitation, he unwrapped the candy and popped it into his mouth. That moment, even the boy couldn't help but swallow hard. And Mary's mouth nearly watered at the sight. "See, the candy I gave her is perfectly fine," Claire explained. "How old are you?" he inquired, curious about the boy's towering stature coupled with his youthful face. Making it difficult for Claire to discern his age, he also wished to establish a friendly rapport. Though still on guard, the boy responded, "I'm 16. Claire nodded slightly, surprised that he was the same age but towered over him. And the boy had clearly exhibited considerable strength. Yet, this was to be expected. He was a novice magician and had no desire to compare height and muscle with warriors. "Are you a knight?" Claire continued to inquire. "No. I am still far from even being a squire." The boy shook his head, yet his eyes sparkled with hope. "But I will definitely become a great knight one day." "Oh." Claire expressed curiosity at his words and asked, "Why is that?" "Because if I become a knight, my family will have enough to eat, and our circumstances will improve." The boy's earnest wish caused his face to flush with embarrassment, but it was indeed his aspiration, one he had tirelessly worked towards. At that moment, Claire realized that even this tall, robust brother bore a pallid complexion, much like his sister, indicating both were suffering from malnutrition. After a moment of silence, Claire offered a gentle smile. "Your aspiration is indeed noble. It will surely come to fruition." "Really?" The boy's excitement bubbled forth at this encouragement. "Yes. While I cannot say whether you will become a knight, I can assure you that having enough to eat is certainly achievable." Claire spoke softly, recalling a saying from his past life. The most vital concern in life is to have enough to eat. Since he had become the lord of this territory, it was his duty to ensure his subjects were well fed. "And what about my dream? Is it also great?" The boy pressed, having previously faced ridicule whenever he shared his dreams. Yet, this time, it seemed that Claire was different. "I find it quite admirable. Is it not the most significant task to protect your family?" "Yes." The boy nodded vigorously in agreement. Claire then, as if conjuring magic, produced 2 more pieces of colorful candy from his pocket, smiling as he asked, "Would you like some candy now?" The boy hesitated, still wary despite Claire's seemingly benign demeanor, recalling his mother's warning against accepting gifts from strangers. Claire found the situation amusing. How had he come to resemble a child snatcher? "Clan Mary, where are you?" A voice suddenly echoed across the wheat fields. "Mother, we're over here," Mary exclaimed, jumping up and waving. Shortly after, a woman rushed over, embracing Mary and positioning herself protectively behind Clan, her gaze sharply scrutinizing Claire. Claire hesitated, unsure why offering candy had become such a challenge. First came the sister, then the brother. And now the mother. Was the father next? Before Claire could speak, the woman firmly grasped her children's hands and began to retreat, her eyes fixed on Claire to prevent any unexpected actions. Clearly, she was wary of outsiders. At that moment, Reagan also arrived. "Young master, where are you?" "It's time to set out," he called loudly. But before Claire could respond, Reagan spotted the trio. He quickly approached, standing respectfully behind Claire, intending to advise him. But then noticed the mother and children. Reagan instinctively furrowed his brow. "Young master, why are you here with these commoners?" he began, but midway through his sentence, he recalled Claire's earlier words and swiftly amended his tone. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Upon seeing Reagan, the woman grew even more vigilant, picking up a stone from the ground to aim at them. Enraged, Reagan pointed at the trio and shouted, "Do you know who he is? This is Lord Griffin, the sole heir of the Griffin family. How dare you threaten him with a stone?" Reagan had intended to continue, but Claire gestured for him to stop. Claire observed that upon Reagan revealing his identity, the woman's expression shifted dramatically from caution to fear, the terror palpable on her face. Thud. The woman immediately dropped the stone in her hand, kneeling down with her son and daughter, her face a picture of abject humility. Claire instinctively stepped aside, pulling Reagan with him. In his hometown, being bowed to without cause could shorten one's life, and he had yet to acclimate to the status of nobility here. "Noble lord, we are just a little short on our taxes this month. I beseech you to grant us a few more days," the woman pleaded desperately, her earlier fierceness in protecting her children utterly vanished. This display of utter degradation made Claire feel a sense of discomfort and unease as he looked at the 2 children who had knelt beside their mother. Their once normal expressions had transformed into one of fear upon realizing he was a noble viscount. The little girl curled closer to her mother, losing the lively spark she had shown when first interacting with Claire, replaced only by an overwhelming dread. The mother did not dare lift her head, remaining on the ground as she cried out again, "Please, do not impose any more taxes, otherwise, our family will not survive." Claire's heart trembled slightly at the sight of the mother and her children, but his expression quickly turned cold. He could hardly bear to witness such a pitiful and degrading scene. After a moment of silence, he turned away and left, unwilling to endure such a sight. Nor did he wish for the three to continue bowing before him. "Reagan, give them 10 silver coins." Although Reagan was puzzled, he took out the coins from his pocket and tossed them onto the ground after seeing his master walk away. "This is a gift from the young master. Hurry and express your gratitude." "Thank you. Thank you," the woman exclaimed repeatedly. Only after Claire had distanced himself did she take her children's hands and rise to her feet. Chapter 4. A shot from 7 paces. Upon returning to the carriage, Claire inquired as he stepped inside, "Isn't it customary for our viscountcy to collect taxes every 6 months?" Reagan paused for a moment. As the steward of the Griffin family, he was expected to have a comprehensive understanding of matters here before arriving at the viscountcy. "Indeed, our viscountcy does collect taxes every 6 months. Have all the taxes been submitted? How much in total?" Reagan recalled, "They have all been paid on time, and the annual tax revenue over the past 5 years has been approximately 15 to 20,000 gold coins. However, when the viscountcy was still extracting magical ore, the annual income had reached several million gold coins, so the Griffin viscount had not been particularly concerned about amounts in the tens of thousands." "Oh," Claire replied softly, his tone neither warm nor cold. Nonetheless, Reagan sensed his master's displeasure from his tone, feeling quite unhappy himself. Indeed, after the viscount had left the territory, those subordinates had revealed their predatory fangs, daring to embezzle the viscount's property. In the wheat field, the woman picked up the 10 silver coins that had been discarded on the ground, a flicker of happiness appearing on her face. These coins would allow her family of 4 to eat well for the month. However, she quickly suppressed her smile, hastily leading her children away from the spot. Her younger daughter, Melly, looked up at her mother and asked, "Is that brother a bad person?" Clan murmured beside her, "I think he is quite nice. He even gave us money." The woman's expression immediately hardened. "Just because he gave you a little favor, you think he is a good person? Don't forget what I've told you. Those nobles are heartless devils. Even if that person gave us money, he is merely a relatively better devil." However, Melly did not comprehend what her mother meant by a relatively better devil, and instead gazed longingly at the silver coins in her mother's hand, swallowing hard as she asked, "Mommy, can we buy candy now that we have money?" "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating," the mother chided, poking her daughter's forehead with her finger. "We must save this money to prevent those nobles from devising new ways to increase taxes. Otherwise, we may find ourselves unable to afford even a meal." Melly covered her head where her mother had poked her, a wave of grievance swelling within her, tears streaming down her face as she angrily shook off her mother's hand and ran away. "Humph, Mommy is the real bad person. That big brother was willing to give me candy, and now that we have money, you want to even buy me black sugar. You're the worst. I want to be nice to you anymore." The woman watched her daughter run away, her eyes flickering as she opened her mouth, but could not bring herself to scold her. Clan immediately comforted, "Mom, don't be upset. Melly is still young. I'll go after her. You should head home first." The woman nodded, and Clan dashed off in the direction his sister had fled, after roughly an hour's journey in the carriage. Claire finally caught sight of the outline of Nefus City. It was a city enclosed by towering walls made of sturdy stone blocks, although it appeared quite new and imposing from the outside. Surpassing many cities and earldoms, Claire could still sense an air of decay. There was an eerie lack of life as they approached the city gate. Nefus City had flourished during the extraction of magical ore, but after the resources were depleted, it fell into rapid decline, with many residents relocating elsewhere. Thus, it was no wonder Claire sensed a feeling of desolation at the city gate. Reagan exclaimed angrily, "What? Your captain cannot come? This is the return of the noble viscount. What could possibly be more important?" The vice-captain, Hunt, could only smile apologetically, inwardly cursing. It was precisely because the viscount had arrived that the captain had chosen not to come. Reagan angrily pointed at the knights across from him, berating them until he had vented most of his frustration, before turning back to the carriage to explain. "Young master, their captain seems unable to come for some reason. The sun is nearly setting. Shall we return to the viscount's estate?" Claire wore a playful smile and replied, "It's not that he has business. He clearly intends to assert his authority over us." Reagan paused, realizing he had not considered that angle until Claire pointed it out. That a surge of anger welled up within him, and just as he was about to turn back and berate them further, Claire stopped him. Stepping out of the carriage, Claire looked down from his elevated position at the 50 or so knights before him. Upon seeing Claire, the knights instinctively lowered their heads, respectfully calling out, "Viscount." Claire nodded, turning his gaze to Hunt, who stood before the knights, and said coolly, "Have someone inform your captain that he can continue his business. I have all the time in the world to wait for him." Hunt lifted his head to meet Claire's gaze. Stunned by his striking appearance and commanding presence, it took him a few moments to recover, after which he sent someone to inform the captain that I in the military camp. "What? He expects me to go greet him?" Dean slammed his fist on the table in furious anger. He had been comfortably feasting in the camp, intending to assert his dominance over the new lord, but he hadn't anticipated the young viscount being so resolute, insisting on waiting for him. "Tell him I'm busy and that he can come in by himself. I want to greet him." The knight who delivered the message retreated with a grimace, knowing that in the clash between these two powerful figures, it was he who would bear the brunt. After more than 10 minutes, the knight returned. "Captain, the viscount says he has all the time in the world and will wait for you." "That infuriates me," Dean shouted, smashing his cup of wine. "Let him wait. I don't believe he can wait indefinitely." 1 or 2 hours later, as the sun began to set, the walls of the city were bathed in the glow of dusk. The knight returned once more. "Captain, the viscount is still waiting for you." "This is driving me mad," Dean exclaimed as he stood up. "Let us go. He's just a little brat. I want to see what he intends to do." The knight who had delivered the message finally breathed a sigh of relief. If this standoff continued, they might not even have dinner. Claire reclined in the carriage, lifting the curtain to gaze at the city gate, his mind adrift in thought. "Young master, the knight captain is approaching," Reagan whispered. Claire finally snapped out of his reverie. Leaping from the carriage and squinting at the approaching knight captain, Dean's imposing presence was formidable. As a silver knight, he could intimidate even fierce beasts with his mere aura. Yet this little brat seemed unaffected by his presence. "I apologize, Viscount. I was delayed due to pressing matters. Please forgive me." Though Captain Dean spoke with apparent respect, his tone lacked any genuine reverence, instead exuding a sense of provocation. "I deliberately arrived late. What can you do about it?" "No problem," Claire replied with a smile. Dean felt disdain in his heart, recognizing the youth's immaturity. Clearly, a little intimidation had caused him to back down. However, the words that Claire uttered in the next moment left him utterly astonished. "Since you are so busy, perhaps the position of knight captain should be temporarily relinquished, for it would be unwise to delay your important duties, would it not?" Claire spoke with an air of indifference. Dean's eyes widened immediately. He was not one to cultivate restraint, and upon hearing this proclamation, he was propelled into a fit of rage, leaping up and pointing an accusatory finger at Claire, exclaiming, "By what authority do you dismiss me from my post? The title of knight is conferred by the nobility. As a knight of the Griffin family, it is entirely within my rights to rescind your position. Furthermore, given your demeanor today, it is evident that you are ill-suited for the role of knight captain. How could you, a lord's vassal, keep me waiting? Is that behavior befitting a knight captain?" Claire spoke the truth. The rights and responsibilities of a knight were granted by the aristocracy, and the appointment or dismissal could be enacted with a mere utterance. "You cannot do this. You cannot strip me of my title." Dean was beside himself with fury. Ever since the previous viscount departed for the capital, the position of knight, which was not hereditary, had passed down to him from his grandfather. The sudden loss of this title was a blow he could scarcely bear. "I never retract my words. Your title has been revoked. Now, begone." Claire's gaze turned icy. "By what right do you dismiss me? I was born to be the successor of the knight captain, now and forever." Dean's aura surged. "I said depart." Claire's eyes glinted with a hint of lethal intent on his first day in Nafa City. He would not allow any unexpected occurrences to transpire. "It is you who should leave. Nafa City is my domain," Dean bellowed, drawing a great sword from his waist, crimson energy surging from within him. Enveloping his entire form, the aura coiled around the sword, rendering him a beast driven mad by fury. Dean charged at Claire, sword raised high. From the sidelines, Vice Captain Hunter witnessed the scene, his own faint red aura erupting as he rushed after Dean. "Captain, stop! You cannot lay a hand on the viscount." If a viscount were to perish on his territory, especially at the hands of one of his knights, their lives would be forfeit. The other nobles would undoubtedly see to it that these rebellious knights were hung publicly at the city gates. Dean closed in, quickly within 7 paces of Claire, who stood frozen, seemingly in a daze. Bang! A deafening roar echoed as Dean, once poised to strike with his sword, suddenly collapsed to his knees before Claire, the great sword slipping from his grasp. As the saying goes, a gun is swift beyond 7 paces, yet within 7 paces, it is both swift and precise, Claire remarked, lightly blowing on the barrel of his firearm. Chapter 5. Those who have money shall earn, my lord. Vice Captain Hunter knelt before Claire in reverence. The mere silver knight had just met his demise before him, the shock of Claire's marksmanship overwhelming. Following Hunter's lead, the 50 or so knights present also knelt before Claire. This time, Claire did not shy away, but regarded them with an expression of dispassionate authority. An aura of unspoken power emanated from him, compelling the knights to bow their heads in humility, silently pleading for the viscount's mercy. Claire pointed at Hunter. "From now on, you shall be the knight captain." Hunter, incredulous, lifted his gaze, incredulity etched upon his features. "Viscount, are you referring to me?" "Indeed." After casting a brief glance at the corpse at his feet, Claire added, "Dispose of this." He then instructed Regan to lead the carriage as they passed through the ranks of knights and entered the city gates. Hunter immediately rose, calling out to Claire, "Viscount, how shall we handle this?" "Sever his head and hang it at the entrance of your encampment." Claire replied loudly. At this proclamation, a heavy silence fell over the assembly of knights, the sound of swallowed breaths palpable as fear flickered in their eyes. This viscount was remarkably ruthless, exhibiting a level of brutality uncharacteristic of a mere 16-year-old. After walking a distance, Regan could no longer contain his curiosity. Whispering, "Young master, why take such measures?" Claire chuckled softly. "Let them awaken each day to behold the severed head of the former knight captain. Let that be a lesson on the consequences of opposing me." Regan's mind churned with tumult. When had his master acquired such a ruthless disposition? Yet, this was indeed the conduct of a true noble. The Griffin family had produced a remarkable individual. Surely, the late lord could find solace in this, though it was Claire's first act of taking a life. He felt little turmoil within. After all, it was the other party who sought to eliminate him. He merely acted in self-defense, albeit with a bit more force than intended. The deceased would likely harbor no grievances. The Viscount's residence was positioned at the heart of Nafa City, the finest structure within the city. Upon entering, one could immediately behold the towering castle, a testament to the Griffin family's former affluence. Much like the city itself, the Viscount's estate was constructed during a time of wealth, thus it appeared both new and splendid. However, accustomed to the towering edifices and diverse architectural forms of his previous life, Claire felt little astonishment. Upon entering the Viscount's estate, Claire abstained from entering first, instead directing Regan and the accompanying knights to conduct a thorough cleaning within, moving in furniture and heavy items. By the time they concluded, the moon hung high in the night sky. Claire spent half an hour in the pavilion, gazing at the moon, until Regan finally returned with the tidied estate, after dismissing the accompanying knights. Only Regan and Claire remained in the now empty Viscount's residence. "Young master, it is ready. Shall we go inside?" Claire nodded faintly and stepped into the castle, which boasted 6 floors and a basement, totaling 7 levels. There were over 50 rooms of various sizes, accompanied by a lawn nearly the size of a football field, complete with a pavilion, far more lavish than the villas of his past life. Claire perused the castle he would soon inhabit. Regan followed closely, quietly expressing his apologies. "Young master, this is all we can manage for now. Tomorrow at dawn, I shall recruit some maids." Claire grunted affirmatively. "Maidens are not permitted in the basement or the topmost floor," Claire commanded, intending to utilize the basement for experiments, as he was an apprentice mage, while reserving the uppermost floor for the storage of items acquired through trade. "Understood. What are the terms for recruitment?" "Room and board included, with a stipend of 200 copper coins per month." Given the current purchasing power, 2 or 3 copper coins could buy enough food to satisfy hunger, rendering the 200 copper coins seemingly modest. However, it was crucial to note that many within the Griffin Viscountcy struggled to afford even a meal. making the offer of room and board a substantial benefit, were it not for the desire to uphold the Griffin family's reputation. Regan would hesitate to part with those 200 coins. Double it to 400 copper coins, Claire suggested softly. After calculating in his mind, Claire estimated that the castle could accommodate no more than 15 maids, and the total annual expenses would not even reach 10 gold coins. The cost of a single experiment would surpass their entire annual expenditure, making this sum inconsequential. Regan blinked in surprise before exclaiming, "You are truly a benevolent lord. Your subjects will surely sing your praises for your kindness." Claire inquired further, "How much money do we have left?" "Approximately 7,000 gold coins." For a noble, this sum was relatively insignificant. The dagger Claire had previously held was valued at several thousand gold coins. The 7,000 gold coins would merely sustain them for a period of dignified noble living. And without income, it could be depleted within a few months. 7,000 is sufficient for a while. Tomorrow, summon the administrative officer. "Yes, young master, do you intend to raise taxes?" Regan asked tentatively. "Not at all. I plan to lower them." "That is utterly inadvisable, young master," Regan responded urgently. "We have just arrived in the viscountcy. Funds are already scarce. If you lower taxes—" He did not finish his thought, but the implication was clear. They would be unable to maintain their noble lifestyle and would invite ridicule from other lords. Claire placed a reassuring hand on Regan's shoulder. "Do you remember the mother and her 3 children we encountered?" "What of them, young master?" "Their tax burden has been reduced to once a month. After so many years, there is no more fat to squeeze, and no matter how much we raise taxes, our income will not increase. If we do not extract from the commoners, then from whom shall we extract? Whoever has the means shall be taxed, and the yield from them will undoubtedly be richer and more substantial than that of the common folk." Regan was momentarily taken aback, finding a semblance of sense in what his young master had proclaimed. However, a lingering question troubled his mind. If the nobility refrained from siphoning the resources of the common folk, whom else could they exploit? Suddenly, Claire's eyes gleamed with a cold spark as a thought struck her. "Oh, by the way, also look into this official's dealings to ascertain how many gold coins he has embezzled that rightfully belong to us." There was no need to investigate whether he had indeed been corrupt. It was imperative to uncover the extent of his thievery. Claire could hardly believe that without the backing of an official, such oppressive taxation could drive people to the brink of despair. "Master," Regan's expression bore an air of discomfort. Yet, Claire had anticipated this predicament long ago. "It's fine. There's no rush. Just make a note of it. We can investigate further later." After all, the viscountcy currently consisted solely of Claire and Regan, with no additional hands to assist them. Even if Regan were to conduct the inquiry, he would be at a loss on where to begin. As for hiring maids, that can wait until the tax reduction decree is announced, and we can unveil it all at once. "Understood. The hour grows late. You should retire for the night." "Very well. Master, rest well." On the rooftop of the 6th floor, Claire gazed through the transparent window at the moon outside. The moon here was markedly different from the one on Earth, larger and radiating a ghostly blue luminescence. Sigh. Claire reclined on the lounge chair, stroking his chin. "I wonder if this world possesses the concept of a moon orbiting the Earth." As he lay there, lost in thought, Claire drifted into slumber without realizing it. Chapter 6. Praise for the Viscount. Barely awake the following day, Claire heard a knock at the door. Regan had long mastered Claire's daily routine, knowing precisely when he would rouse. After descending with Regan, it wasn't long before Regan returned with a beautifully arranged breakfast. However, the taste was rather mediocre, likely due to Claire's unfamiliarity with the local cuisine or perhaps the stark contrast from the culinary delights of his homeland, since the hiring of maids had yet to occur. Regan had personally prepared the meal, showcasing his proficiency in the various skills required to manage life within the castle. "Has the official arrived?" "My lord, I instructed him to wait in the drawing room as soon as I arrived this morning. You may meet him after your meal." "No need. Have him come in now." Claire tossed a piece of sliced meat into his mouth. "As you command." Before long, Regan ushered in a middle-aged man whose attire was far from neat, and even somewhat soiled. However, upon glancing at the man's fingers, Claire scoffed softly, noticing that not a speck of dirt marred his nails. Just because his clothing was dirty did not indicate diligence. Could it signify poverty? Frank, hearing Claire's derisive chuckle, felt a tightening in his chest. Thought he had heard of the events from the previous day. This newly appointed viscount had dispatched the captain of the knights on his very first day. A silver-ranked knight no less. Frank himself was merely an ordinary man without even the ability to harness fighting spirit. Terrified, he immediately knelt on one knee and, trembling, greeted, "Good day, my Lord Viscount. My name is Frank. I have been managing the taxation of the viscountcy for these past years. You may inquire about anything you wish." Claire remained silent, slowly consuming his breakfast, yet instilling boundless dread in Frank. The uncertainty was utterly terrifying. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Claire had nearly finished his meal. While Frank remained kneeling, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from fear. "Let us proceed to the conference hall to discuss this," Claire declared as he exited the dining room. Reagan followed closely behind. While Frank finally dared to rise, if he had initially harbored thoughts of concealing certain matters, those notions were swiftly dispelled. This Viscount, barely in his teens, was far from easily deceived. Claire took his seat at the head of the table, listening to Frank's report. Although his demeanor remained cheerful, inwardly he was seething with frustration that it was outrageous enough that entering the city required a fee, but now marriage and childbirth were also taxed? Was this an otherworldly version of population control? Furthermore, the originally biannual tax collection had been transformed into a monthly obligation, and the amount had not been reduced but rather multiplied sixfold, accompanied by an array of bizarre taxes and incessant exploitation of the common folk. Once Frank had concluded his summary, he was drenched in sweat, yet he did not forget to defend himself. "My lord, these are merely the decrees established by the previous 2 officials. I bear no responsibility." Claire took a moment to compose himself before gesturing dismissively. "You may leave now. Abolish those miscellaneous taxes and retain only the essential levies. Change the biannual collection to an annual one." Frank trembled as he exited the Viscount's residence, lacking even the courage to glance back. By the time he realized it, he found his back soaked in perspiration. "My lord, do you not possess a formidable magical weapon? Why not use it to—" Reagan made a cutting motion across his throat with his hand. Reagan would not for a moment believe that the official was innocent of corruption, after all. The previous 2 officials were none other than Frank's father and grandfather. How could he claim no connection? Claire leaned back against the soft sofa, gazing at the ceiling, and murmured, "There is no need for that. It can wait. By the way, during this recruitment, we must hire a scribe proficient in reading and arithmetic." "Understood." Reagan bowed. Claire's orders were swiftly executed, thanks to the sacrifice of Dean, who had given his life just the day before. Otherwise, it was likely that the official would have continued to procrastinate under the guise of compliance, becoming the first martyr for the Viscountcy at the city gates. A throng of commoners gathered, their eyes fixed upon 2 newly posted notices. What do these say? Surely it isn't yet another tax increase. If they raise taxes again, our family won't even be able to afford food. Quickly, find someone literate to read it. The taxes have already become unbearable. If it's truly an increase, we may have to leave this place where our ancestors lived. Who could argue with that? These nobles are nothing short of voracious. My poor sister perished from starvation during the last tax hike. Someone exclaimed indignantly. The crowd surged with murmurs of discontent, condemning the transgressions of the nobility. "Here he comes." Ive brought Uncle Robin. He has been in the big city and can read. A 13 or 14-year-old boy tugged at a middle-aged man with rolled-up sleeves, pushing his way into the crowd. The onlookers parted to make way for Uncle Robin, a figure they respected deeply for his ability to read, and who did not flaunt his literacy to elevate himself above others, with a wry smile. Robin approached the notices affixed to the city wall, having been pulled from his chores at home. "Uncle Robin, quickly, take a look. Are we facing another tax increase?" Upon hearing the words, tax increase, Robin's expression turned serious. "Hold on. Let me put on my glasses." After retrieving his spectacles from his pocket, he squinted at the notices. His face then morphed into one of exaggerated shock, mouth agape, eyes wide, as if he had seen a ghost. "We're doomed. Even Uncle Robin is terrified by this tax hike. What shall we do? Our family is already out of food, and my mother is ill. Our income has dwindled, and now with the tax increase, we cannot survive." A young girl collapsed to the ground in tears, too inexperienced to find work in the local shops. "Alas, poor Una. Curse these wretched nobles. I am utterly disillusioned with Nefus City." The crowd lamented, and many began contemplating leaving Nefus City for other noble territories in search of a livelihood, hoping to at least survive elsewhere. "Uncle Robin, what does it say up there?" A small boy tugged at Robin's sleeve. Only then did Robin emerge from his daze, slowly turning to face the crowd, taking a deep breath. The contents of the notices were unlike anything he had ever encountered in his lifetime. "What I am about to say, do not be afraid. We have already endured numerous tax increases. We will not be frightened. Just tell us, Uncle Robin. They ve reduce taxes. Isn't that just a reduction? What is the big deal? Uncle Robin, say that again, what? Taxes have been reduced. The viscount has returned from the royal capital and has alleviated most of our tax burdens. Robin raised his arms in triumph, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Such a reduction in taxes was something he had never witnessed, nor even heard of in his lifetime. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Is this true? The Lord has returned and intends to reduce our taxes? The common folk who have lived here for decades have scarcely laid eyes upon their Lord. It is only when the elder generation recounts tales of him that they are reminded of the noble residing in the capital. This is indeed true, Robin exclaimed passionately, meticulously detailing the tax reforms promulgated by Claire to the gathered crowd. Instantly, a wave of elation swept over them, with joyous cheers erupting, and some even breaking into spontaneous dance in the streets. Wonderful! We shall no longer pay to enter the city. No fees for marrying either. And wheat will grow tall without taxation. I must return to the village and share this splendid news with everyone. Yes, I shall inform my father who is laboring in the fields. Everyone, hold on a moment, Robin called out, momentarily halting the jubilant crowd. What is it? They turned, assuming Robin had overlooked something. There is one more announcement I have yet to mention. It pertains to the viscount's recruitment of maids and clerks. When you return to the village, do spread the word. The throng, which had begun to disperse, quickly reassembled. Robin, could you elaborate on the conditions and benefits of this recruitment? Robin, in high spirits, proceeded to relay the details of the announcement. Room and board are provided, along with a salary of 400 copper coins. If I weren't male, I would consider applying myself. If you could read and do arithmetic, you could certainly apply. In that case, I shall pass. Those scribbles look like demonic scrawls. Who could possibly decipher them? The previously sobbing Eunice suddenly cried out, covering her nose as tears streamed down her face. Uncle Robin, may I apply to be a maid at the viscount's estate? Robin approached her, gently stroking Eunice's head. This poor girl was his neighbor, one he had watched grow up, and her distress tugged at his heart. Softly reassuring her, he said, You are of the appropriate age. You may indeed try for the position. Really? Can I? Eunice's tear-streaked face appeared pitifully hopeful. Of course. The viscount has a kind heart, and you are inherently diligent. You shall surely succeed. The crowd encouraged her in unison that moment. Someone suddenly shouted, Praise the viscount. The others quickly joined in, chanting, Praise the viscount. May the Lord forever bless you. You are our beacon in the night. Your benevolence shall echo across the seas. Chapter 7. Recruitment of Maids. Mother. Clan burst through the door in a flurry. At that moment, the woman Claire had encountered earlier was tenderly arranging Mary's hair. Seeing her usually quiet son so agitated, she inquired, What is the matter? Why the rush? Clan panted heavily, articulating each word with care lest he be misunderstood. They've reduced taxes. The Lord has returned from the capital and waived most of the tax burdens. What? The woman stood up in excitement. Is that truly so? Indeed, Clan replied, equally exhilarated. Brother Alan rushed back from Nafa City upon hearing the news to share this wonderful tidings with us. Tears welled in the woman's eyes as she clasped her hands in prayer. Thank you, Lord, for bestowing these blessings upon us. Were Claire present, he would have rolled his eyes. After all, it was he who had reduced the taxes, yet they offered their gratitude to the Lord instead. The three of them were brimming with joy, the woman momentarily forgetting to finish styling her daughter's hair as she declared, I must tell your father this splendid news. Oh, and there's another announcement. The woman paused at the door. What more is there? The viscount is seeking to hire 15 maids, offering room and board along with a monthly salary of 400 copper coins. While the woman did not exhibit a significant reaction, Mary leaped up. Brother, can I be a maid? I am very diligent. Then I can earn money to buy sweets. Clan gently patted her little head. They require maids to be at least 16 years old. You are only 6, so you have 10 more years to wait. Mary's face fell. But soon a bright idea struck her. Then can I apply for the maid position in 10 years? I can use my earnings to buy you sweets. The mother playfully poked her daughter's forehead. Smiling, you only think of food. When your brother goes to town in a few days, I'll have him bring you back some candy. Mary, who had been pouting, suddenly brightened at this prospect, exclaiming, I love you. Mama, let us go tell Papa this good news together. She took her mother's hand and dashed out, with the woman following suit, chuckling as the news of the tax reduction spread. A wave of joy surged forth from Nafa City. In the grassy area before the viscount's estate, Many young women had gathered, eager to apply for the positions, with more arriving continuously. Form a line, one at a time. Reagan shouted from the steps of the viscount's residence. The young women quickly organized themselves into a long queue, stretching out the door, with those at the back tiptoeing to catch a glimpse of what was happening ahead. Claire glanced at the weather. It was midday, and the sun bore down oppressively. Yet the 15- and 16-year-old girls stood resolutely in line, enduring the heat. Reagan, let them inside for the recruitment. But, young master, Reagan was clearly reluctant to allow these rustic folk into the castle. No buts, if the floor gets dirty. The maids can clean it. To Claire, humanity always held precedence over material concerns. As you wish, you are indeed a benevolent lord, Reagan praised. Ignoring Reagan's occasional flattery, Claire stepped into the castle. The girls behind whispered, "What is going on? Why are they moving?" "The viscount has permitted us entry for the recruitment." "How wonderful. Was that boy, who looked to be about our age, the viscount? He is quite handsome, resembling a true noble." The girls giggled shyly. "Indeed. And the viscount is so kind. Working in his castle must be a delight." One girl sighed, glancing at the throng. "But with so many applicants, my hopes seem slim." "Stop talking. It's our turn to go in." Once inside, the applicants were arranged in the hall to wait, while Reagan and Claire proceeded to the meeting room, resembling a recruitment event from a past life. In the hall, the young women fidgeted restlessly, despite the lavish sofas. None dared to sit, and the opulence around them only heightened their feelings of inferiority, making them even more anxious. The recruitment commenced, with each girl called into the meeting room one by one. Claire remained seated, entrusting the recruitment process to Reagan, who had decades of experience. Professional tasks were best left to professionals. "What skills do you possess?" I am very diligent. I can do anything." "Be specific. Can you cook? Clean? Do laundry?" Reagan's barrage of questions left the girls bewildered, and many exited the meeting room without even comprehending their own responses. "What skills do you possess?" "I have none, but I am eager to learn." Reagan's expression darkened. Swiftly dismissing her, he sought capable maids, not students in need of instruction. Claire, however, smiled at the display of bravery. The courage to apply despite lacking experience was commendable. "What skills do you possess?" "I am the eldest daughter. I can cook, do laundry, and feed pigs." "What dishes can you prepare?" "Roast meat, bread, broth." The girl struggled to recall. "Is that all?" "That's what we eat at home." Reagan waved her away. "You may leave." "So am I hired?" The girl's eyes sparkled with hope. Reagan sighed. "Pending." Once the girl exited, Reagan turned to Claire, wearing a troubled expression. "Young master, the quality of the maids here is exceedingly poor. If this continues, we should consider purchasing some from another noble house." "I think they are quite good," Claire replied with a smile. "As long as they can maintain the daily operations of the castle, they will have time to learn and improve. I worry they may not serve you well. I do not require anyone to serve me. I only need the castle to be well managed." Sigh. Reagan sighed again. "Fear not. You are here." "Are you not? I have unwavering faith in your ability to teach them well," Claire encouraged, gently patting Reagan on the shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Reagan's spirit visibly revived, bolstered by the encouragement of her master. "Rest assured, I shall not betray your trust." Next, at that moment, a slender girl with black hair and brown eyes timidly entered the room and took a seat across from Claire and Reagan, appearing somewhat anxious. Reagan's brow furrowed, not only due to the girl's evident nervousness, but also because the other applicants were either significantly taller or seemed more capable, possessing both an admirable physique and appearance that would not bring shame to the viscount. Although this girl had a pleasant face, her dark hair was a rarity in this vicinity, not aligning with his image of a suitable maid. "Good afternoon, my lords. I am Una." After a brief self-introduction, the girl fell silent, adopting a demeanor of submission. Reagan initially intended to dismiss her with a wave, but Claire intervened. Despite her Euro-American features, the combination of black hair and brown eyes evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity and warmth within him. "Is that your natural hair color?" "Yes." Una nodded vigorously. But after a moment, she felt her response was too brief and perhaps disrespectful to the viscount, so she added, "My mother says my black hair is quite beautiful." Claire chuckled softly. "Indeed, it is. What skills do you possess?" "I can sweep, cook, and do laundry." As she spoke, Una shrank back slightly and hurriedly added, "Even if I don't know how, I can learn quickly." Observing the girl's flushed face, Claire seemed to find amusement reminiscent of teasing a junior in school. What advantages do you have over the others? They appear to be taller, stronger, and undoubtedly more capable. Why should I choose you? Yuna's cheeks flushed once more. She had never encountered such direct scrutiny. I can accept a lower wage and work longer hours. But could it please not be below 100 copper coins? Yuna gazed at Claire with her big, pleading eyes. Why is that? Yuna, fiddling with her clothing, lowered her head and replied, My mother is ill, and I need to save money for medicine. Claire spoke softly. All right, I understand. You may leave for now. As Yuna stood and slowly walked to the door, though timid, she felt a pang of reluctance and mustered the courage to ask, Am I eliminated? Pending. Once outside, Yuna took a deep breath, her little face contorted with distress. If the viscount was so difficult, she surely would not pass. Master, are we hiring this maid? Reagan inquired, as this was the first girl to pique his master's interest. Although she fell short in various aspects, if the master liked her, she was bound to be hired. Let us hire her, just like the others, without special treatment. And, of course, she shall receive the same 400 copper coins in remuneration. Understood. As the morning progressed, the maid recruitment concluded. Seeing the 15 maids neatly lined up in their uniforms before him, Claire finally grasped the true corruption of the noble class. After completing the hiring process, Claire retreated to his chamber, confident that Reagan would manage the experienced maids well. However, it seemed that in the days to come, Reagan would be quite busy teaching the new maids how to fulfill their roles effectively, which was no simple task. Yet, being busy was preferable to idleness. When one becomes idle, they become worthless. Claire found himself in such a state, reclining in his chair, staring at the ceiling, pondering when the next week would arrive. For only then could he engage in the next transaction. Chapter 8. The nobility. By noon, the maids had begun their tasks, and Claire awoke from his afternoon nap. Upon descending the stairs, Reagan approached him immediately. Master, no one has come to apply for the clerical position you wish to fill. Is the remuneration insufficient? Haven't we already offered 50 silver coins? Not quite. The compensation you offer is quite generous among the nobility. But it seems there are no literate individuals in Nafa City. Otherwise, they would have already come to apply. Claire pondered for a moment, realizing the state of education here was more backward than he had anticipated. It appeared that his plan to establish a primary school would need to be postponed. No matter, there's no rush. If we cannot find anyone here, we can recruit from other noble estates. As you command. Following Claire down the stairs, Reagan had already instructed the maids to prepare lunch. The meal was crafted under Reagan's guidance, for he dared not present the dishes prepared by the newly hired maids to his master. Seated at the dining table, Claire regarded the substantial portion of roasted meat before him. Though his appetite was not particularly strong, he cut a piece with his knife and fork and placed it in his mouth. Quite tasty, Claire praised, acknowledging that while it could not compare to the delicacies he had enjoyed in a past life, it was certainly an improvement over his previous meal. Yuna stepped forward, her face flushed, and shyly exclaimed, Thank you, master. Claire turned his attention to Yuna, recalling the black-haired girl from the interview. Did you prepare this? Yes, it was Reagan the butler who taught me how to make it, Yuna replied in a voice barely above a whisper. Well done, Claire smiled. However, Reagan's expression turned stern, and he admonished, Who permitted you to interrupt while the master is dining? Leave at once. Yuna flinched like a startled deer, trembling slightly before hastily exiting the dining room. Claire sighed with a wry smile. There's no need to be so harsh on them. There are rules of hierarchy that must be upheld. Claire chose not to press the matter further. This was Reagan's responsibility, and he preferred not to interfere. The food she prepared was commendable. Let her take charge of the kitchen from now on. I concur, Reagan bowed in compliance. Meanwhile, Yuna, having dashed outside, gasped for breath, internally lamenting, Reagan the butler is so cruel. This marks the 7th time I have been scolded, and I was berated for being clumsy while cooking. Yet the master is quite kind. He was not nearly as difficult during the interview. And he spoke so gently just now. With those thoughts in mind, a smile crept onto Yuna's face. Working at the viscount's estate was truly a blessing. Master, there is something to discuss. Speak. The minor nobles and some prominent merchants in the city intend to host a welcome banquet for you this evening. The minor nobles of Nafa City were landless, having been granted a substantial sum by the then Viscount Griffin upon the discovery of the magical mine, allowing him to reclaim all the land within his territory. For who could predict whether any of the plots occupied by these minor nobles would yield a magical mine? Claire chuckled lightly, Why not hold the banquet on the night of our return? Why wait until after I have dealt with the captain of the knights to remember such a gathering? Regan, somewhat indignant, replied, Then let us cancel the banquet. I shall tell them to leave. No. Claire waved his hand. We should proceed with it. Why turn down gifts from those who come bearing offerings? The nobles and merchants were undoubtedly eager to curry favor with him now that he had dispatched the captain of the knights. However, it would be remiss not to bring some gifts to such an event. Welcome, Lord Wilbur. He presents a gift to the viscount valued at 500 gold coins, a frostblade. Regan announced from the doorway. Lifting the grand sword for the assembly of minor nobles outside to hear, the gathered nobles were astonished, glancing at the modest gifts they held, which were merely worth 100 coins at most, hardly comparable to Lord Wilbur's generous offering. Moreover, the butler's loud proclamation meant that if their gifts were of lesser value, how could they ever hold their heads high before their peers again? Not only were they astonished, but even Lord Wilbur, who had just presented his gift, appeared taken aback. He was well aware of the value of the sword he had given. At most, it was worth 50 or 60 coins, and no more. Surely this viscount's butler had made an error. Following closely, Baron Eugene also presented his gift, though his expression appeared less relaxed. Upon receiving the gift box, Regan grinned. Welcome, Baron Eugene. He presents a gift to the viscount valued at 100 gold coins, a nightweave robe, and a ruby-encrusted ring worth 450 gold coins. Baron Eugene's expression was somewhat awkward, attempting to conceal his right thumb, which bore the mark of a hastily removed ring. Subsequently, 6 or 7 more nobles, along with several prominent merchants from Nafa City, entered, each offering gifts valued no less than 500 gold coins. Even the bureaucrat who had pretended to be impoverished previously presented a bracelet worth over 700 coins. The first to present a gift, Lord Wilbur, soon found himself feeling apprehensive. After all the nobles had entered, he discreetly approached Regan and contributed a gift worth over 400 gold coins, which finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, as Regan accepted the gifts, a smile crept across his lips. And he thought to himself, had it not been for the young master's guidance on this matter, I would likely have received less than 1,000 gold coins in total. Now, however, the sum has exceeded 5,000 gold coins. The banquet was held in the grand hall, where the tables were laden with an array of sumptuous delicacies hastily prepared by Regan and a group of maids. Although these nobles were not particularly welcome, the Griffin family's reputation had to be upheld. Once the nobles and merchants entered, they were greeted by Claire, seated at the head of the table. Greetings, your lordship. Greetings, your lordship. Please, take your seats. Claire gestured dismissively without rising from his chair. The faces of the nobles momentarily stiffened. But being seasoned veterans in such matters, they quickly masked their discomfort with forced smiles and found places to sit. Claire remained silent, listening to their greetings, their flattery regarding his achievements in Nafa City, and their feigned delight at his return. It was clear to anyone with a discerning mind that these nobles were perhaps the least enthusiastic about Claire's return, as long as he was absent. They were the de facto rulers of Nafa City. After the exchange of pleasantries, all the nobles and merchants exchanged glances before falling silent and turning their attention to Baron Eugene. Such a conspicuous action could hardly escape Claire's notice, prompting a faint chuckle within him as he mused, Are they attempting a coup? Ahem. Baron Eugene cleared his throat and straightened his posture to address Claire. Your lordship, I believe that abolishing so many taxes is not a prudent course of action. It should be noted that prior to Claire's return, the excess taxes had been shared among these very individuals, and now, with such a drastic reduction, their annual income would be slashed by more than half. Does Baron Eugene have a particular viewpoint? Claire inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Baron Eugene replied, The operation and development of a city certainly require tax revenue. A significant reduction in taxes, your lordship, could hinder the city's progress. Claire could hardly suppress a laugh. These nobles had the audacity to discuss the city's development when he had initially mistaken Nafa City for a long-abandoned settlement. Noticing Claire's lack of response, Eugene ventured further. If your lordship were to maintain the previous tax rates, we would be willing to contribute additional taxes to restore revenue to its original levels, perhaps 4 to 5 times the current amount. The other nobles eagerly chimed in. Indeed, indeed. Baron Eugene makes a valid point. To them, it was merely a matter of having one more individual to share the peasants' wealth. A slight reduction in their own share mattered little, as it was a profit without investment. Claire narrowed his eyes. The audacity to bribe me with my own money is commendable, indeed. However, the decision to reduce taxes was proposed by Frank, who has served as the administrator here for over a decade. I believe his counsel holds considerable merit. Claire's gaze shifted to Frank, the once tattered official now adorned in fine garments. Chapter 9. Russian roulette. As soon as Claire spoke, the eyes of all present turned to the official. Frank, who appeared utterly bewildered, scanning the room in confusion. What do you mean I suggested that? I never uttered such a thing. And wasn't it you who instructed me to handle the tax reductions? If it weren't for the vigor of my youth, I might have thought my memory was failing me. When Frank caught Claire's gaze, he realized what was unfolding. Claire had cleverly shifted the blame onto him, seeking to internalize the conflict. However, the solution was simple. If he denied the claim now, the matter would be resolved. But therein lay the problem. He was afraid. Claire's smile, coupled with the memory of the night Captain Dean's demise, made Frank feel that denying would lead to a fate no better than Dean's. Is this true, Administrator Frank? Baron Eugene's voice bore an oppressive tone. Beads of sweat formed on Frank's forehead as he glanced at the menacing Baron Eugene and his companions. Then at the smiling Lord Claire, he swallowed hard, feeling the tension rise. After weighing the pros and cons, Frank steeled himself and replied, "Yes, your lordship, upon your return to the territory, I believe that reducing taxes could foster goodwill among the local populace towards you, which I deemed a sound strategy." Baron Eugene scoffed. He clearly did not believe such nonsense, as he had personally profited from the tax revenues. The other nobles wore displeased expressions, glaring at the administrator who had betrayed them. Ahem. Although Frank has served as an administrator for many years, everyone makes mistakes. We believe that the tax reductions are ill-advised, your lordship. Baron Eugene deftly redirected the focus away from Frank. Do you all share this sentiment? Claire inquired, his eyes wide with feigned curiosity. Indeed, the other nobles eagerly nodded in agreement. However, my decree has already been issued. Retracting it might tarnish my reputation. Sensing Claire's wavering resolve, Baron Eugene quickly interjected, "Rest assured, your lordship, we have devised a strategy for you. You can simply claim that you wish to hold a coming-of-age ceremony for those turning 16, but due to insufficient funds, a tax increase is necessary." "Oh," Claire exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "How considerate of you. It is merely our duty," Baron Eugene replied with a smile. "Yet, I still find it somewhat questionable." Claire mused, stroking his chin. "Perhaps we should leave the decision to the divine." "What do you mean by that?" Claire retrieved a revolver from his spatial ring and slammed it onto the table. "This is a magical weapon. The very one I used to eliminate Dean yesterday. Now, let us engage in a game." Although the crowd was puzzled, they inquired, "What game?" Claire revealed a mysterious smile. "Russian roulette." "Russian roulette?" The others echoed. "Yes, allow me to demonstrate the rules." Claire retrieved a bullet from his spatial ring, loaded it into the chamber, and with a click, closed it. Aiming at a large decorative suit of armor positioned at the entrance of the hall, he pulled the trigger. The resounding bang startled the nobles, who leaped from their seats in shock. Once they regained their composure and beheld the suit of armor, they were astonished to find it had been struck, leaving a massive hole where the bullet had penetrated. Though a mere decoration, it was forged from iron. The audience gasped in disbelief at the weapon's tremendous power, realizing how it had been sufficient to dispatch Dean. Frank, in particular, felt a surge of relief, grateful that he had not contradicted the Lord's wishes. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Satisfied with the intimidation factor, Claire spun the chamber again, loaded another bullet, and with a swift flick of his wrist, inserted it into the revolver. There are 6 chambers total, and I have loaded 1 bullet, which means there is a 1 in 6 chance. With that, Claire pushed the revolver towards Baron Eugene, stating, "Let fate be determined by the divine. If you fire a shot at your own head and it does not go off, I shall rescind the tax reduction decree." Baron Eugene stared at the revolver before him, instinctively shrinking back into his seat, fear evident in his eyes. Though the odds were 1 in 6, as a noble, how could he gamble his life on such a game? "A 1 in 6 chance is still quite significant," Claire urged. "Your lordship, I suddenly recall unfinished matters at home. I must take my leave," Baron Eugene stammered, rising hastily, his legs trembling. The other nobles and merchants quickly followed suit. "Your lordship, I too remember pressing matters at home. I shall take my leave as well." The dozen or so individuals jostled toward the exit. Eager to escape this terrifying atmosphere, Claire remained seated, his voice laced with nonchalance. "Farewell, no need for formalities." Once the bothersome nobles had exited, Claire finally stood up, and Reagan approached him. "Young master, how could you have entrusted such a significant matter to them? What if they conspire against you?" Reagan's expression was filled with concern. Claire deftly retrieved the revolver from the table with a backhanded motion, casting a fleeting glance at the cylinder. The white mark she had etched earlier indicated the chamber meant for the bullet. And there were still 3 chambers left before it. Should her adversary wish to wield it against her, she would simply draw another revolver filled with ammunition from her spatial ring, turning them into a veritable sieve the moment the first shot was fired. "It's nothing. Did you not see how terrified they are? They wouldn't even dare to touch a gun," she remarked, her brow furrowing as she gazed at the sofa where the nobles had previously sat, waving her hand dismissively at the tip of her nose. "Get rid of that sofa. I can't fathom which noble lord wet himself in fear." Reagan looked over and, indeed, spotted a damp stain on the sofa, his brow furrowing in response. Hastily instructing a maid to remove it, Claire gradually approached the tall building, with Reagan closely following. "Young master, why do you not consider collaborating with them? Their tone suggests they are willing to share some wealth with you." "Why should I share with them? That wealth rightfully belongs to me. They have been covertly siphoning it away, now that my master has returned. They wish to use my own money to placate me," Claire replied, bemused. Reagan's brow knitted tighter, feeling unworthy of being the steward of the Griffin family, as even such matters seemed to require the young master's insight. "Do you recall what I mentioned to you earlier?" Reagan's eyes brightened. "You mean, whoever has the means should seize their own? Are you suggesting we take action against these nobles?" But soon, he expressed concern. "After all, they have resided in Notha City for so long, and we have only just returned to the viscount's territory. Would this not be a bit too hasty? I fear they might influence your plans." At that moment, Claire reached the balcony on the 5th floor, affording her a view of the nobles exiting the estate below, who, upon noticing her, respectfully removed their hats and bowed in deference. "Good day, my lord viscount." Claire leaned against the balcony, smiling as she waved back. She softly replied, "Just a bunch of inept individuals, incapable of stirring any real trouble." Chapter 10, The Barracks Hunt. Having been appointed as captain following the death of Knight Captain Dean, had become considerably more spirited. Even his efficiency in tasks had improved. "Good morning, Captain." "Good morning, Captain." Hunt could not help but beam with a knowing smile, nodding continuously at the knights beside him. The feeling of being Knight Captain was indeed delightful. It felt as if he had regained a decade of youth. Hunt waved his hand in greeting, but his gaze was inadvertently drawn to a dark shadow flickering at the edge of his vision. The head of the former Knight Captain Dean hung ominously at the entrance of the barracks. Just a mere glimpse of it soured Hunt's mood. Although he and Dean had never seen eye to eye, the sight of that head suspended there was unsettling, as if it foretold his own fate. Every time he saw it, he felt an urge to smash it to pieces, to rid himself of its incessant torment. That moment, Hunt was distracted by the idle chatter of his comrades. "Did you hear about yesterday's events? You mean the game called Russian roulette that the Lord Viscount played with those nobles? I heard one noble was so frightened he wet himself. Ha ha ha, what a disgrace, to not even dare to take a 1 in 6 chance. If it were me, I would certainly give it a try." The knights, serving the Lord, had little regard for the local nobles, thus felt free to mock them without restraint. "The Lord Viscount has arrived," someone suddenly shouted. Hunt glanced towards the entrance of the barracks, spotting the Viscount's carriage parked outside, one he distinctly remembered from before. Immediately, he rushed forward, kneeling on one knee before the carriage. "My Lord Viscount, welcome to inspect our knight regiment." Claire leapt from the carriage, waving her hand, signaling him to rise. Hunt quickly approached. "My Lord Viscount, had you informed me of your arrival in advance, I assure you there would have been a grand welcoming ceremony prepared. I decided to come on a whim. There's no need for you to be so anxious." Claire strode into the barracks, where only a little over 10 knights from the 50 present were in attendance. The rest were nowhere to be found. Hunt's heart sank as he immediately declared, "My Lord Viscount, give me 5 minutes, and I will ensure that rabble is assembled here." Claire waved her hand. "Go ahead. I have ample time." Hunt felt a twinge of unease. It seemed the late Knight Captain Dean had uttered similar words before his demise. He hurried into the barracks, instructing the few knights present to mount their horses and fetch those residing at home. Instantly, chaos ensued in the barracks, a flurry of disarray. Claire leaned against a flagpole, observing the pandemonium with a calm demeanor, lost in thought. 13 minutes elapsed before the 50 knights finally gathered, most of them poorly attired, with some even showing up in their nightclothes. The captain. Hunt felt a surge of shame. He had promised the Viscount completion within 5 minutes, yet it had taken 13, and he could hardly bear the sight of those disheveled rascals, wishing he could stab them with a spear. Nevertheless, he stepped forward. "My Lord Viscount, Your 54 knights are now assembled. Claire rubbed her nose. Let them introduce themselves. I have yet to learn all their names. Hunt felt a wave of relief. It appeared the Viscount had no intention of holding him accountable. He called out first, Knight Captain Hunt. Power level, Peak Bronze Knight. Knight Member Mark. Power level, Apprentice Knight. Knight Member Byron. Power level, Untrained in Combat Energy. The 54 knights sequentially declared their names and abilities. And Claire's brow furrowed deeper with each introduction. Casting a sidelong glance at Hunt, she softly remarked, You are the Knight Captain. You shall summarize. Hunt surveyed his team, bracing himself. Your knights total 54. With 1 Bronze Knight, 3 Apprentice Knights, and the remaining 50 knights have yet to learn any combat energy. Upon hearing this, even Reagan, who accompanied them, could no longer contain himself, exclaiming in outrage, as knights of the Viscount's territory. How can you not even cultivate combat energy? Failing to reach the level of Apprentice Knight, what right do you have to call yourselves knights? Hunt could only lower his head in shame. It was utterly disgraceful. He lacked the courage to retort, considering that every other knight in the Viscount's territory had attained at least the Bronze Knight level, while they had 50 who had not learned combat energy at all. Claire waved her hand, and Reagan immediately handed over a small booklet he had been holding. It contained military management strategies Claire had meticulously compiled the previous night, having been an avid military enthusiast in his previous life. He possessed considerable knowledge in this area, enabling him to articulate the intricate details of the Colt revolver during transactions. Claire addressed the 50-plus knights, proclaiming, I am giving you 3 more days if you do not advance to the level of Apprentice Knight within this period. You will automatically resign from the Knight Regiment. He then slapped the booklet against Hunt's chest and whispered, From today onwards, train them according to the methods outlined herein. The knights widened their eyes in disbelief. This was nothing short of a trial by fire. They had inherited their knight titles from their forebears and had never needed to cultivate any combat energy. Now, demanding they practice was akin to demanding their lives, before they could voice their protests. Claire added, Reagan, yes, young master, whatever you command. Post a recruitment notice for knights. Some should not think that just because they leave, operations here will cease. Understood. Reagan responded enthusiastically, his expression brimming with excitement in that moment. He felt as though he too had become a knight, unconsciously raising his voice and puffing out his chest. His youthful dream had always been to serve as a knight under the previous Viscount. But the former Viscount had been too enamored with women to consider forming a knight regiment, which led him to become the steward of the Griffin family instead. Claire patted Hunt on the shoulder. Do you know what to do? Hunt's pupils contracted as he intensely turned to Claire. Seeking an answer etched upon her face, he truly had no idea what to do. I shall take my leave. I will return in 3 days. By then, I hope to see more apprentice knights among you. Claire boarded the carriage, heading towards the Viscount's estate, while Hunt remained gazing after its retreating figure, still perplexed by the meaning of Claire's earlier words. Captain, what was that book he gave you? The other knights clustered around him. Hunt finally snapped back to reality, hastily opening the small booklet to display it before them. In less than 2 minutes, the crowd furrowed their brows in dismay. No way. Do we really have to train like that? Won't that exhaust us to death? Indeed, the training intensity during my father's generation was never this severe. For my grandfather's generation, it might have been feasible. After all, he was also a bronze-level knight. Whose grandfather isn't a bronze-level knight? Otherwise, how could they have become knights in the first place? My grandfather was a silver-level knight, and now he has also fallen in with you lot. Let's not dwell on that. We should focus on how to advance to apprentice knights instead. The group scratched their heads. Only 3 days left. I haven't practiced my fighting spirit in ages. 3 days is simply insufficient that I suspect the Viscount is attempting to eliminate us all. Impossible. There are so many of us. Where would he find new knights? Didn't he say so? He'll post a notice. Huffed. Our ancestors were all knights. Who in Nafacheng has conditions as favorable as ours? They can barely afford to eat, let alone train. Then why not train? Why bother? Let's go enjoy ourselves instead. Hooray. Chapter 11. Epiphany during these 3 days. Not everyone neglected their training. Some practiced for a day and then gave up, while others trained for 3 consecutive days without breaking through to become apprentice knights. The 3 days swiftly passed, and Claire returned to the military camp. Since he had previously indicated the time of his visit, this time it appeared to be far more organized than the first. At least Claire did not have to wait for the knights to assemble. However, they still maintained a lackadaisical posture, exuding an air of indifference. Claire raised an eyebrow, finding it somewhat amusing. Approaching Hant, he inquired, "Has anyone made a breakthrough?" Hant shook his head. No. He too was curious to see how the Viscount would handle the situation. Sharing the same sentiment as the others, doubting Claire would expel everyone. Oh. Claire pursed his lips. Then please ask those knights who have not advanced to lay down their belongings and exit the barracks. Upon hearing this, the knight's eyes widened in shock. What? How can this be? My ancestors have served as knights in Nafetching for generations. My lord, you cannot do this. Yes, we are loyal knights to you. The crowd of knights erupted in fervent protest. Their voices raised in anger. Had it not been for their consideration of Claire's Viscount status, they might have charged forth by now. Claire casually flicked his wrist, revealing a revolver in his right hand. The next moment, the previously clamorous crowd fell into a stunned silence. They recognized the revolver as the very weapon that had taken down the former captain of the knightly order, and they knew they could not withstand it. You have 10 minutes. If you do not leave, you shall bear the consequences. The knights were instantly intimidated, exchanging glances, ultimately placing their hopes on Captain Hant. Captain, please help us. Plead with the Viscount. Indeed, 3 days is far too short. If only we had a bit more time, we could surely cultivate our fighting spirit. Captain Hant, we have worked together for over a decade. Please, intercede on our behalf with the Viscount. The knights who had not yet advanced to apprentice status surrounded Hant, pleading with him instead of complying with Claire's orders. Hant appeared somewhat flustered and wavering. Captain Hant, as our leader, your words carry far more weight. Please beseech the Viscount. Yes, Captain, you are the only bronze-level knight in the Viscount's territory. Even the Viscount would surely respect your standing. Absolutely. Your strength is undeniable. The Viscount will certainly consider your request. Hant felt increasingly conflicted. Yes, he was now the captain of the knights and the strongest knight in the Viscount's territory. Surely, the Viscount would need his assistance in the future. It would be reasonable to make such a small request. Moreover, if he did not dare to speak up, what would the others think of him behind his back? Thus, steeling himself, Hant approached Claire to plead for his men. However, as he took a step forward, his body froze. With a swift motion, Claire spun the revolver's chamber, extracting 5 bullets. After a full rotation, he snapped it back into place, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at Hant. Thud. Hant's legs buckled, and he knelt, realizing that his dignity was far less important than his life. Did you follow the training regimen I provided 3 days ago? Claire asked softly. No, Hant stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow, for he had witnessed the previous captain's demise firsthand. Very well, since you have failed to complete the task I assigned, you must face the consequences. There is 1 bullet in the chamber. You have a 1 in 6 chance of death. Will you accept this punishment? Claire's voice was quiet yet firm. Hant squeezed his eyes shut, trembling as he nodded. I accept, my lord. Excellent. Claire stepped closer, pressing the barrel against Hant's forehead. In that instant, Hant's body quivered, his eyes refusing to open, muttering prayers under his breath. What is it that a knight cannot be without? Claire questioned. Hant opened his mouth, his voice quaking. Courage, louder. Courage. Good. Now open your eyes wide. Understood, my lord. Hant shouted, his eyes wide open, adopting a stance of defiance against death. Click. Claire pulled the trigger. The chamber rotated, yet no terrifying explosion followed. Hant's body collapsed like a limp rag doll, his complexion ashen, utterly drained from the harrowing experience of confronting the unknown and the specter of death. Claire waved the revolver again. Hant, is it? Yes, my lord. Hant scrambled to his feet, bowing respectfully. Do you know why you became the captain of the knights? Hant shook his head, quickly nodding to avoid revealing his ignorance. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively ventured, because I was the only one who charged forward at the time? Claire shook his head. Hant's heart sank, and he continued to ponder, was it because I was the strongest knight present? His tone was laced with uncertainty. Claire again shook his head. Hant, at a loss for further explanations, buried his head deeper in despair. I beg you, my lord, please enlighten me. Claire looked down at him, speaking softly. Because I appointed you, you became the captain of the knights. Hant's body trembled, and in a place unseen, his spirit soared, as though he had finally grasped a profound truth. Indeed, his ascent to the position of captain was not solely due to his strength or actions, while these factors played a role. The crux lay in the Viscount's appointment. It was the Viscount who had granted him the title, bestowing the authority of captain upon him. Thus, he was not irreplaceable. Anyone could become the captain, provided they received the Viscount's endorsement. In that moment, Hant seemed to perceive the essence of existence, his blood igniting with fervor. It seems you are a clever man, Capable of understanding what I mean, Claire remarked with a light chuckle, which was why he enjoyed conversing with intelligent individuals. No need for superfluous words. Click. Claire's finger once again rested on the trigger, inquiring, given that you were swayed by those individuals to plead on their behalf, do you think you should face another punishment? Hant's eyelids fluttered, yet he no longer exhibited the same fear and disarray as before. With a resolute tone, he declared, please punish me, my lord. Claire smiled, shifting the gun's aim away from Hant, and instead targeting a severed head hanging at the entrance of the barracks. Bang! The fire erupted from the revolver, the loud report echoing once more. The head, suspended in the distance, was struck, swaying before plummeting to the ground. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Even Reagan, who had been following Claire, was taken aback by the sound, still not fully accustomed to the chaos. Considering this is your first offense, I shall let this shot go, Claire stated softly. Having already discerned from the markings that the gun was loaded, Hant lowered his head heavily, tears involuntarily streaming down his face, though he could not quite comprehend the reason behind them, perhaps to celebrate his narrow escape, or perhaps for another reason entirely. Thank you, my lord. Chapter 12, Truth and Justice. Now do you know what to do? Claire whispered. Understood, my lord. Hunter responded loudly. He then rose to his feet and turned to face the comrades who had previously urged him on. His expression was now steely, a transformation that set him apart from the hunter of old. Captain, one of the team members called softly. Now, you have 3 minutes to vacate the barracks, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. A faint crimson aura enveloped Hunter, an invisible pressure bearing down on those who had yet to cultivate their own fighting spirit. The team members were taken aback, bewildered by the dramatic change in their captain within such a brief span of time. Some attempted to reason with him. Captain, we've worked together for over a decade. Silence. From this moment on, I am no longer your captain. You are no longer knights of the Viscount Griffin. If you wish to reclaim that status, then first ascend to the rank of squire and await recruitment, Hunter declared sternly. Noticing the group remained immobile, Hunter brandished his great sword, unleashing a wave of crimson energy that cleaved the ground before him, creating a massive fissure. Boom. The onlookers gasped, hastily retreating, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief as they regarded Hunter. You have 2 minutes left. Fail to depart, and I shall not hold back, Hunter reiterated. The expressions of the remaining team members froze. They had never anticipated that the former vice-captain could be so ruthless. Yet, despite their thoughts, their actions did not waver, and they hastily returned to their quarters to gather their valuables. Upon emerging, one particularly disgruntled member shouted at Hunter, after all these years of camaraderie, I can't believe you would treat us this way for the sake of a title. Humph. I wonder how long your pride will last. You are merely a dog for the Lord. Before Hunter could respond, the man fled the barracks in a panic. He excelled at empty threats but knew he stood no chance against Hunter in a confrontation. So he made a swift exit to avoid retribution. Hunter paid no heed to the taunts, standing resolute with his sword, waiting for the dismissed members to leave before he knelt on one knee. My lord. As per your command, they have all departed. Observing Hunter's demeanor, Claire nodded in satisfaction, recognizing him as a valuable asset within the Viscounty. How is the recruitment of new knights progressing? Claire inquired. Those wishing to enlist have already been gathered in the hall. My lord, please follow me, Hunter replied, leading Claire to a building within the barracks, the hall used for nightly meetings. Though it had seen no use in quite some time, Claire frowned as he entered the somewhat dilapidated hall, his expression growing more severe upon seeing the meager turnout of fewer than 20 applicants, many of whom lacked physical prowess. He even spotted a portly individual among them. After scanning the room, he realized he did not see the youth named Kron, a robust 16-year-old over 6 feet tall who had expressed his desire to become a knight. This is the best talent in Napa City, Claire asked incredulously. Hunter, sensing Claire's discontent, quickly explained. Indeed, these are the most qualified individuals in Napa City. Others wishing to enlist are even less capable. Napa City. Claire seized upon the key phrase. Why not recruit from the nearby villages as well? Hunter looked somewhat troubled but pressed on. My lord, the youths in those villages lack the means to sustain themselves as knights. The training is arduous, requiring substantial nourishment, and the families in those villages are generally impoverished, unable to support the dietary needs necessary for knightly training. Claire was perplexed. Are we truly asking them to provide their own sustenance to join the military? I recall knights receive a fixed salary, quite generous, with several gold coins each month. That is accurate, but until they attain the status of noble knights, All expenses must be covered by themselves. Hunter clarified. Claire clicked his tongue. This is the insidious nature of the aristocracy. Unwilling to invest in the initial training of knights, merely seeking to exploit them. He waved his hand. Send them away. Hunter's eyes widened in surprise, but he complied with Claire's directive and dismissed the applicants. Issue a new recruitment announcement targeting all eligible youths within the viscounty. And remove the requirement for them to provide their own food. I shall supply free provisions, along with a monthly stipend of 500 copper coins. Hunter's jaw dropped in astonishment, and he exclaimed, Yes, my lord. He understood the potential this revision could bring to the barracks in terms of promising knights. Claire patted Hunter's shoulder. You shall be responsible for selecting those with potential. Do not let my 500 copper coins and the cost of provisions go to waste. I assure you, I will complete the task, my lord. I shall cultivate the strongest knightly order for you. Hunter declared with fervor. Claire turned to leave, murmuring, This hall is in dire need of repairs, and the training equipment is also in disrepair. Remember to seek out Butler Reagan for funds. We must economize where we can, but do not skimp on necessary expenditures. Hunter shuddered, sensing Claire's ambition and vision for the viscounty was unlike that of any other noble. His own fervor ignited, he vowed. I will not let you down, my lord. Claire glanced back at the eager Hunter. I shall return the day after tomorrow. Hunter stepped forward, intending to escort Claire back to the viscount's estate. But Claire halted him. No need for an escort, just attend to the tasks I have assigned you. As you command. Upon exiting the barracks, Reagan trailed behind Claire, hesitating to speak. Claire noted his indecision. Speak your mind. Do not hold back. Young master. This will incur significant expenses, Reagan lamented. Isn't money meant to be spent? I previously mentioned we must economize where possible, but not to the extent of withholding necessary funds. You think I dismissed those untrained knights for no reason? Because they were too weak? Reagan ventured. Claire chuckled softly. No, it is because they have lingered in the viscounty for so long. Despite their lack of connections to the noble merchants, they would not fully trust me, the new lord. I require a knightly order that will heed my commands. Thus, I need to reorganize the barracks to reflect my authority. Reagan nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Claire halted and turned to Reagan, asking, Do you know what truth and justice are? Reagan was taken aback. What are truth and justice? Claire smiled gently. The fist is truth. The victor is justice. And what of Hunter? Can he be trusted? Reagan inquired. Claire merely smiled subtly, climbed into the carriage, and offered no reply. Let us return. Reagan urged the carriage back to the viscounty, contemplating the need to recruit a coachman, as the steward of the viscounty found himself performing the duties of a mere driver. Chapter 13. Thank you, Lord. Hunter stood at the barracks entrance alongside 3 other squires, watching as Claire's carriage receded into the distance. Nick, go retrieve Dean's head, Hunter commanded. Though puzzled, Nick complied and brought back the head of Dean, which had been struck off by Claire's spear. Dean's head was now a desiccated skull, with only a thin layer of skin remaining. Hunter took it without hesitation, disregarding the bloodstains, and reattached it with a rope before tossing it up, hanging it at the entrance of the barracks. Captain, what are you doing? Nick asked, astonished. Hunter licked his lips. A reminder for myself. He gazed up at the suspended head, knowing now how Dean had met his demise and how he had ascended to the position of the new captain. Someone had once called him a dog to the Lord, and he embraced that notion. After all, a dog at least gets to eat, does it not? But to become an enemy of the Lord would lead to consequences akin to that severed head. Some would wish to be dogs yet would fail to achieve even that. He chuckled softly. Captain, Nick turned to Hunter, what shall we do next? The remaining 2 squires surveyed the empty barracks, feeling a profound sense of loss from the original 50 knights. Only the 4 of them remained, leaving them with an overwhelming sense of solitude. Hunter called out, Now, mount your steeds, spread the word regarding the recent amendment made by our esteemed lord. It is imperative that every eligible youth within the territory of the Viscount is informed before nightfall. The knights of the Griffin Viscountcy shall undoubtedly make their mark upon the world under the illustrious guidance of our lord. Upon hearing their captain's fervent declaration, the hearts of the 3 knights ignited with passion, and they swiftly set off to retrieve their steeds, mounting them without delay. With a thunderous gallop, clouds of dust billowed as they charged forth from the barracks, racing in 4 different directions, in a humble village to the north of Nafu City. The May family of 4 was gathered around a modest meal, illuminated by the flickering glow of a single candle, casting a soft light upon their small abode. Unlike the grand homes of the nobility, which boasted magical lamps that could illuminate entire structures. The villagers relied solely on this fragile flame for their illumination. "Melee, this is the candy I purchased for you after selling our grain in the city today," declared Clan, extending his hand to present a piece of black sugar to Melee. Her bright eyes sparkled with excitement as she accepted the treat and began to lick it. "Thank you, brother. You are the best," she exclaimed. However, as she savored the candy, her thoughts drifted to the older boy who had gifted her rainbow-colored sweets just days prior. Surely, those must be far sweeter than this black sugar, but Melee quickly shook her head, resolutely thinking, "The black sugar my brother bought is the sweetest. My brother is the greatest. Even though mother wouldn't buy it for me before, this is with her money, so mother is wonderful too." Seeing his sister so delighted with the black sugar, Clan couldn't help but smile, though soon after, a shadow of concern crossed his face. The woman cast a worried glance at Clan, then turned towards her husband, silently urging him to intervene. The man sighed deeply, his large hand patting Clan's shoulder reassuringly. "It's all right, BY next year. When we have enough grain saved up and the Viscount recruits knights again, you will surely have the opportunity to become an excellent knight." The woman quickly chimed in, "Yes. Yes, with the Viscount having waived so many taxes, we will have plenty of grain and coin next year, and then you can go to Nefu City to become a knight, Clan." Clan's eyes flickered with mixed emotions, and after a moment, he forced a smile. "All right, it's fine. Let us eat." Yet, deep down, he understood that even with the tax relief, a child from a humble farming family had little hope of becoming a knight. Training could not be sustained solely on wheat bread. One would require special potions and an ample supply of meat to stand a chance of cultivating fighting spirit and advancing to become a squire. Moreover, knightly recruitment was not an annual affair. In most territories, it occurred only once every decade. By the time the next opportunity arose, he would be past the prime age for knighthood, and the order would not have need of him. Of course, one could resort to desperate measures to become a knight, but such actions would leave his family in dire straits, and his inherent sense of pride forbade him from considering such a path. Melee, licking her candy, glanced up at her brother, sensing a hint of melancholy in him that seemed at odds with his outward expression. "Brother," she said, reaching out her small hand to grasp Clan's thumb. Clan's attention was drawn to her, and with a smile, he asked, "Is the black sugar delicious?" Melee gripped his hand tighter, her other hand forming a fist in a gesture of encouragement as she declared firmly, "Brother, you must persevere." Clan was taken aback. She had always encouraged him like this when he practiced with his wooden sword in the courtyard. Yet now, her words struck an emotional chord within him. Tears welled in his eyes, but he quickly shut them tight, rubbing Melee's little head with his hand. Unable to articulate his feelings, the couple watched their son with downcast eyes, their hearts heavy. Clan's lifelong dream had been to become a true knight, and now, with a rare opportunity within reach, he found himself forced to relinquish it due to familial circumstances. "Father, tomorrow morning, I will accompany you to harvest the wheat." Clan's voice was thick with emotion. The man was surprised, replying, "Isn't that the time you usually train and practice your swordplay? You need not come. I can manage alone. Help me once you finish your practice." Clan shook his head, lifting his gaze to meet his parents, who now noticed the redness in his eyes. "I won't practice anymore. Being a knight isn't all that great." The couple stared at each other in disbelief. They both knew that becoming a knight had been Clan's dream since childhood. To give it up so easily, Clan had come to a realization. During his encounter with that older boy, he had said that becoming a knight was to protect his family and ensure they had enough to eat. Now that the Viscount had reduced the taxes, having enough food should no longer be a concern, making his knighthood aspirations seem irrelevant. Furthermore, such lofty ambitions were not meant for a child from an ordinary family. One should stick to what their station allowed. The couple exchanged glances, mouths agape, wanting to offer words of comfort, but unsure of what to say. "Let us eat. Remember to call me when you go to harvest the wheat tomorrow," Clan said with a smile. "All right," the man replied slowly. Clan nodded, chewing silently on the black bread in his hand. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the door, and a boy of similar age to Clan, panting heavily, appeared with an excited expression. "Ike, what brings you here?" Clan exclaimed, rushing over to greet him. Ike, his peer from the same village, was a year older, which was why Clan referred to him as brother. "Huff, huff. Great news. Tremendous news, Clan." "What is it?" Clan asked, puzzled, recalling how Ike had not been this animated during the last tax relief announcement. "The Viscount has issued another decree. Knight recruitment is back on." Clan's eyes brightened momentarily, but then dimmed again. realizing that the outcome would likely be the same. This time is different. I grasped Clan's hand excitedly. The Viscount has modified a regulation. Training at the barracks will be free of charge. All expenses waived. Clan's jaw dropped in disbelief, and he quickly inquired, "Is that true?" "Absolutely. Come with me. A knight has even ridden into our village personally to deliver the news. This can't be a lie." As he spoke, I pulled Clan along with him. "Mr. Gary, Mrs. Jessica, Clan and I are heading out to sea." Clan cast a hopeful glance at his parents, who quickly waved him off with encouragement. Once Clan departed, the household felt markedly lighter. The absence of one person bringing an unexpected cheerfulness. The couple wore smiles as Mei Li, though unaware of the details, felt the uplifting atmosphere and ate with renewed vigor. "The Viscount is truly a benevolent man," the husband mused. Realizing that his son's dream was finally within reach, the wife quickly concurred, "The Viscount is the finest noble I have ever encountered. When I go to the church to pray next week, I shall certainly ask the Lord to grant him good health and safety." Upon this, they clasped their hands together. "Thank you, Lord, for our sustenance." Mei Li mimicked their actions. "Thank you, Lord, for our sustenance." Then, peeking through one eye to observe her parents still engrossed in prayer, she murmured softly, "Lord, if you could grant me candy to eat every day, you would be the best." Chapter 14. Proud Mei Li as the 4 knights conveyed the news to every village. The eligible boys commenced their journeys towards Nefu City. Under the cover of night, sparks of firelight could be seen converging upon the city, a multitude of youths traveling tirelessly. Those closest to Nefu City walked through the night, while youths from further afield shared carts to make the journey together. This was an opportunity too rare to miss, with training at the barracks free of charge and even stipends offered. Many youths who previously had no desire to become knights now felt drawn to the idea. Working at home would yield less than 500 copper coins a month, and going to the barracks would alleviate the family's grain burden. It was a win-win scenario, prompting any youth who met the recruitment criteria to aspire to become a knight of the Viscount side. By dawn the next day, Nefu City was bustling with the influx of eager youths from all corners, far surpassing the turnout during the last recruitment of maids. Claire did not personally oversee the selection process, delegating the responsibility entirely to the captain of the knights. She merely glanced from the castle at the throngs below before retreating to the basement to continue her experiments. "In just 2 days, I shall be able to conduct the next transaction," Claire mused. Distracted for a moment, his skilled hands swiftly produced a blue potion from the flask, a basic healing potion he had previously traded. Such a rudimentary concoction was easy for Claire to create, even in a moment of distraction. His current endeavor was to devise the optimal configuration for this basic healing potion, hoping to discover a method for mass production. Generally, magical potions could only be crafted by skilled mages, but if he could achieve mass production, the coins within the Viscount's domain would surely be plentiful, with a cost of less than 3 silver coins per vial. It could fetch nearly 3 gold coins in a magical shop, a staggering profit margin that truly piqued his interest. However, contrary to his expectations, despite having reached a level where he could produce potions with his eyes closed, the process of potion making did not lend itself easily to mass production. Often, when adding magical ingredients, various reactions would occur, and without sufficient experience to balance the potion's fluctuations, the entire vial could become ineffective. Thus, it appeared that achieving mass production would require a considerable amount of time. Claire was not in haste. He placed the potion he had just crafted into his spatial ring and resumed his research. The recruitment of knights had concluded by sunset, and Captain Hunt wore a broad smile as he reflected on the promising candidates he had discovered. Most of them were merely the sons of common villagers and appeared somewhat frail. But once they entered the barracks and received adequate nutrition, their chances of becoming knights would substantially increase. This recruitment had yielded a total of 57 young men, joining the original 4, bringing the total to 61. Those who were not selected returned to their villages with disappointment, but the fairness of the recruitment process left them with no resentment. The selected youths were escorted back to the barracks by Hunt, who distributed knightly attire and informed them of the knightly code. The youths' faces radiated excitement, even finding joy in the mundane regulations. "Congratulations, you are now candidates for knighthood. However, to truly become knights, you must rely on your own efforts. If you do not strive, you may meet the same fate as the last group, who were dismissed by the Viscount. Is that clear?" Hunt bellowed. "Understood," the youths chorused, their faces flushed with enthusiasm. Hunt nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Now, I have good news for you. Tomorrow, the Viscount will personally come to review you. Make sure to perform well. Understood?" The youths were filled with exhilaration at this news. although they had never met the viscount. They had heard of his deeds, such as tax reductions and his striking appearance. Understood, inspired by the youth's fervor, Hunt felt transported back to his own youth, when his father trained him, and a smile of happiness graced his face. All right, now rest well. You must rise promptly at 5:30 tomorrow. After surveying the eager youths, he noted that none voiced any objections. Had his previous team been present, they would likely have protested against such an early wake-up call. However, for these youths, rising at 5:30 was not particularly burdensome. They often rose even earlier to assist with farm work, especially for the prospect of training and earning money. Hunt continued. Upon rising, run 30 laps around the training ground. Then return to tidy your bedding and have breakfast. We will commence actual training at 8 o'clock. Understood, Captain, the youths shouted in unison. Hunt smiled subtly and exchanged glances with his 3 comrades. This was what a true barracks looked like. A stark contrast to the disorderly environment he had previously endured. Now, sleep well, and make sure you rise on time tomorrow. Hunt's voice softened as he departed. After Hunt and his companions left, the youths remained awake, brimming with excitement. Although they lay in bed, their minds buzzed with chatter and greetings among one another. Overcome with exhilaration, they struggled to fall asleep, but eventually, they drifted off, their faces adorned with blissful smiles. In the early morning, a carriage rolled out from the viscount's estate. This time, the driver was not Reagan. During yesterday's night recruitment, he had scouted a youth who had been eliminated due to lack of riding skills to serve as the driver. As the steward of the viscount's estate, he was finally relieved of the burden of driving the carriage himself. The newly appointed driver was quite pleased, although 400 copper coins a month paled in comparison to the earnings of a recruited knight. It was still a substantial amount, and he would not have to endure the rigors of daily training. As the carriage passed through the market, pedestrians instinctively stepped aside upon recognizing the viscount's carriage, allowing Claire to proceed unobstructed. After the carriage had traveled a distance, those behind continued to crane their necks to catch a glimpse. It had been nearly a week since the viscount had arrived, and they had yet to see him. The distance between the barracks and the viscount's estate was not great, and they arrived in mere minutes. Suddenly, Claire caught sight of a familiar figure and called out, "Stop!" Well, the carriage screeched to a halt, leaving a long trail of white marks in its wake. "What is it, young master?" Reagan asked anxiously. "It's nothing serious." Claire waved his hand dismissively. "I just ran into an acquaintance." An acquaintance? Reagan was puzzled. Did the young master truly have acquaintances in Nafa City? Mary, balancing a bamboo basket atop her head, was hopping toward the barracks with her chubby little hands supporting the basket. Suddenly, she felt the weight on her head lighten and stopped. Looking up, a familiar face came into view. Though from this angle, she couldn't quite identify who it was. Mary turned around and took a few steps back, her eyes lighting up with joy as she recognized Claire. "Big brother, you've come to Nafa City too." "Indeed," Claire said, lifting the bamboo basket Mary had been carrying, noting its weight. "What brings you here?" "I came to find my brother." Mary puffed out her chest proudly. "He has a knight now. His dream has come true. Just like he told you." In that moment, she seemed to embody the fulfillment of that dream herself. "Oh," Claire feigned surprise. "That is impressive." "Of course." Mary beamed, nearly tipping her head back in pride. The innocence and sincerity of her pride were endearing, prompting Claire to ruffle her hair affectionately. "Hiki," Mary giggled. "Big brother, where are you going?" "That is not important right now. Although your home isn't very close to Nafa City, did you come here all by yourself?" Claire squinted at her. Mary suddenly looked tense. Well, did you sneak away from your parents?" Claire pressed further. Mary's cheeks flushed red, as if caught in a lie, but in her panic, she quickly devised a plausible excuse. "I came to bring food for my brother." "Yes, that's it. Even though the viscount provides meals, I was worried my brother wouldn't like it, so I brought some of our home-cooked treats. Just look." In truth, Mary had not seen her brother all day and had suddenly missed him, prompting her to run out from home. Fortunately, she encountered kind-hearted people along the way who directed her to the barracks. Otherwise, she would still be wandering around Nafa City. Claire lifted the cloth covering the basket, revealing some wheat bread and a chunk of dark roasted meat, causing his mouth to twitch slightly. Meanwhile, the youths in the barracks gazed in astonishment at the sizable meat chunk and the fragrant bread before them. Having never seen such food even during significant festivals, the youths stood frozen, none daring to take the first bite, staring blankly at one another. "Eat up. Food is meant to be eaten. How can you train effectively if you're not full?" Hunt shouted. After his booming command, the youths finally grabbed their utensils and began devouring the food before them. Watching the ravenous youths, Hunt felt his appetite surge as well, and he joined in the feast. This breakfast must have cost at least 2 gold coins, he mused. But it also underscored the viscount's strong determination to support the barracks. Chapter 15. Hooray, let us go, Claire said, taking Mary's small hand in his. Mary stared up at him with wide eyes. Where are we going, big brother? To find your brother. Are you going to the barracks too? Mary's face lit up with joy as she ran ahead. Pulling Claire along, Claire sighed. Her trust in strangers was too naive. Thankfully, they hadn't encountered any ill-intentioned individuals along the way. Otherwise, she might have been led astray. He gently pulled Mary back and guided her toward the carriage. We want to walk. We'll take the carriage. Yay, Mary exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. This is my first time riding in a carriage. Reagan was somewhat taken aback when he saw Claire leading a little girl back, but upon realizing it was Mary, he said nothing further and instead helped her into the carriage. As the carriage resumed its journey, Mary leaned against the window, her wide eyes eagerly surveying the scenery outside. Wow, so this is what it feels like to ride in a carriage. It's so relaxing. I don't even have to walk. Her eyes sparkled with a sense of longing. By the way, do you still want some candy? Claire playfully waved a rainbow candy in front of Mary. Slurp. Mary wiped the drool from her mouth, exclaiming, I want some. Claire placed the candy in Mary's hands and inquired, do you know how to unwrap the candy wrapper? Mary nodded vigorously. Yes, I saw you unwrap it last time, big brother. Furrowing her little brows. Mary struggled several times before finally managing to peel off the wrapper, muttering, everything is great, but why does it have to be wrapped in rainbow paper? Brown sugar, isn't. After popping the candy into her mouth, a blissful smile illuminated Mary's face. It's sweet and sour, so much better than brown sugar. This thought suddenly enveloped her in guilt. She had previously believed that the brown sugar her brother bought was the best. And here she was, so easily betraying that belief. Oh, right. Brother. Mary seemed to recall something, turning to Claire and asking, big brother, can you give me another piece of candy? Just one, since brother hasn't had any yet. I want him to try it too. Claire chuckled softly and produced 2 more pieces of rainbow-wrapped candy, placing them in Mary's hands. Here are 2 for you to share with your brother later. Yay, Mary exclaimed, excitedly waving her hands to eye in the military camp. The 57 young boys were already dressed in their training attire, standing in neat formation. What are we doing? One boy whispered. Didn't we say yesterday that the viscount would be coming? I suppose we're waiting for him. Another boy responded quietly. Oh, I almost forgot. But will the viscount really come? I've never seen him before, the first boy exclaimed excitedly. Me neither. Just as the boy was about to reply, he was interrupted by Hant, who pointed at the 2 and shouted, What are you 2 whispering about? Have you forgotten the rules I told you yesterday? No talking during formation. Now do 100 push-ups. Yes, Captain, the 2 boys replied in unison. This startled the other boys into straightening their backs and staring ahead, afraid to move an inch. Clan stood in the front row. Although slightly frail, he was favored by the captain, who had praised him multiple times during recruitment. Now, he held the most standard posture. Clan felt a sense of anticipation for the approaching viscount. What would the kind viscount, who had done so many good deeds, look like? According to the girls who had failed their interviews, the viscount was not an old man, but quite handsome instead. Lost in thought, a carriage drove into the camp. Clan dared not turn his head to look, but stole a glance from the corner of his eye. 3 figures descended from the carriage. The one in front was presumably the viscount, while the one behind was likely Reagan, the viscount's steward. But who was the short figure that stood less than a meter tall? Clan was puzzled and thought the figure looked familiar, but he could not identify it due to only catching it peripherally. Claire entered the camp, leading Mary, who curiously gazed around with wide eyes. This was her first time in a night training camp. Having only heard about it from her brother before, Claire approached Hant, who immediately stood at attention and saluted, proclaiming loudly, Salute to the viscount. Yes, everyone shouted in unison, mimicking Hant's salute towards Claire. Suddenly, Clan froze, because Claire was approaching. He finally recognized the familiar figure, his sister, Mary. How could she be here? Why was she following the viscount? Wait, the viscount. Clan quickly shifted his gaze back to Claire, exclaiming in astonishment. Ah. Hant felt a pang of annoyance and frowned at Clan. He had held a good impression of the boy. But now he had caused a blunder at such a crucial moment. Claire smiled and waved at Clan, greeting him. It seems your dream has come true. Clan was taken aback. He wanted to speak, but quickly closed his mouth. Remembering they were in the camp, and nodded vigorously. His heart was tumultuous. The big brother he had seen earlier was actually the viscount, and he had even spoken to them and given them candy. Of course, he couldn't be a bad person. Mother had said he was merely a relatively good bad person. Moreover, the viscount's promises had all come true. First, he said they would have enough to eat. Then he encouraged Clan that he could become a knight, and now it was all happening. The territory had been gradually improving since the viscount's return. He was indeed a great man. As Clan mused over this, his heart surged with excitement, his blood boiling. He never imagined he would serve as a knight under such a remarkable viscount. Hant glanced at Clan in surprise. He did not expect Clan to know the Lord, which eased his irritation and elevated Clan's importance in his mind. Even Mary, who had been holding Claire's hand, widened her eyes in astonishment, gazing at Claire with a dazed expression. She had no idea that this big brother, who had been chatting with her, was actually the viscount. What's wrong? Claire chuckled, gently ruffling Mary's hair. Is big brother really the viscount? Mary asked, still in disbelief. Yes, isn't it impressive? Claire replied with a smile. Wow, amazing, so amazing. Mary still hadn't come back to her senses from the shock. Hant surveyed the boys and tentatively asked, Lord, would you like to observe our training? Claire nodded lightly. The previous day, Hant had procured a significant amount of money from Reagan to upgrade the training facilities. While repairs to the buildings were postponed for later, at Hant's command, the 57 boys immediately turned around, first running 2 laps around a 2-kilometer track, followed by obstacle courses, crawling through mud pits, and climbing with weights. Various training methods were employed. Soon, the boys began to separate into 3 groups, 5 or 6 at the front, the largest group in the middle, and a few pale boys at the back, all recruited from Nafa City. With physical abilities inferior to those who had worked on farms since childhood, Clan found himself in the leading group, executing every jump and movement with precision. Hant caught Claire's eye and remarked quietly, That boy is one of my top picks. He is the most likely to be the first to cultivate fighting spirit. If they continue training like this, how soon do you think they can become apprentice knights? Claire inquired, furrowing his brows. Hant pondered for a moment before responding. 2 years, my lord. If you grant me 2 years, I assure you that most of them will be able to advance to apprentice knights. 2 years. Claire murmured, pressing his lips together, somewhat dissatisfied. Hant quickly sensed this and replied eagerly. 1.5 years. Give me 1.5 years, and I guarantee I can accomplish the task. Claire waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Just train them as you see fit. No need to rush. Hant sighed in relief. Typically, it took 4 to 5 years to train an apprentice knight. His earlier 2-year estimate had only been possible due to the excellent food provided by the Lord. Compared to others, 2 years was already considered fast. Even noble offspring who had never trained in fighting spirit would hesitate to claim they could advance to apprentice knights within that time frame. Nonetheless, Claire was somewhat displeased. 2 years exceeded his expectations, and he did not wish to wait that long to reorganize the entire Nafa city. However, hastening the process could be detrimental, weighing the pros and cons. He had no choice but to compromise. Chapter 16. New transactions. 5 to 6 minutes later, Clan was the first to reach the finish line, leaning on his legs and gasping for breath. Followed closely by his village mate, Yak. Mary furrowed her brows in concern, her small hands nearly tearing at the hem of her clothing. Let us take a break, Claire gently suggested. Hant immediately ordered the boys who had reached the finish line to rest. Claire softly nudged Mary, whispering, Go find your brother. Oh. Mary, a bit slow to realize, ran over, opening her small hands to embrace Clan, but he gently pressed her little head down. No hugs. I'm all muddy right now. Humph. Bad brother. You won't let Mary hug you. Mary pouted, hands on her hips in discontent. Clan poked her forehead. What are you doing here? And why are you with the viscount? At this, Mary's eyes lit up, and she excitedly grabbed Clan's hand, saying, I didn't know big brother was the viscount. He brought me here on the way. Clan poked Mary's head again, saying, You haven't explained how you got here yet. Mary closed her mouth and lowered her head to gaze at her heels. Remaining silent. Did you sneak out of the house? Did you not tell your mother? Mary, flustered, exclaimed, I came to bring delicious food for my brother. As she spoke, she opened her bamboo basket and revealed the wheat bread and dark roasted meat inside. Clan glanced at it, smiled, and picked up a piece to put in his mouth. Although it didn't compare to the gourmet delights he had enjoyed in the morning, it was indeed a treat for his family. After taking a few bites of the bread, Clan returned the food to the basket and said, "Your brother has plenty of food here. Don't bring anything in the future, all right?" But Mary misses her brother. Mary was on the verge of tears, feeling as though she might perish after just one day without seeing him. Clan patted Mary's head and comforted her. "Your brother can return home twice a month. Just be a good girl and wait for him. When he comes back, I'll buy you some candy." Oh. Upon hearing the mention of candy, Mary suddenly remembered something. She pulled out 2 rainbow candies that Claire had given her earlier and handed one to Clan, saying, "Here, this is the candy Mary asked for from Big Brother. This one is for you." Clan accepted the candy from Mary's hand and noticed that she placed the other one back into her pocket. "Curious," he asked, "aren't you going to eat it?" Mary continued to hide the candy deeper, saying, "Mary has already eaten one. This one is for Mother. Mary thinks candy is so delicious, but Mother always says it isn't good and that the black sugar she buys is for Mary to eat. She never tries it, but this time, this candy will surely change her mind." As she spoke, Mary's eyes sparkled with the memory of the previous candy's delight, and she excitedly urged Clan, "Brother, you must eat it quickly. It's sour and sweet and so delicious. Even better than black sugar." Clan was taken aback, glancing at the candy in his hand. Just as he was about to speak, Mary added, "Hurry up and eat, or Mary will get angry. It's really delicious." Clan tucked the candy into his pocket and gently patted her little head, saying, "Brother just finished training and cannot eat now. Let us save it for dinner." Mary's little face fell, but she quickly regained her composure and insisted, "You must eat it, okay?" The two chatted a little longer. But rest time was always fleeting. "You little rascals, get up. You've rested long enough." Hunter's authoritative voice rang out. At that moment, Claire approached, took Mary's hand, and assured Clan, "Don't worry, I will ensure she gets home safely." Clan immediately stood up and performed a knightly salute. "Thank you, my lord." Claire nodded gently and led Mary to the carriage. Mary obediently followed Claire, understanding that her presence could disrupt her brother's training. Upon reaching the viscount's estate, Claire told Mary, "You can play here freely. I need to conduct an experiment. After lunch, I will send you home." Mary gazed around the vast castle, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, as even the smallest room was infinitely more spacious and luxurious than her own home. However, after Claire left, Mary settled onto a sofa and, after secretly indulging in several pieces of fruit, felt less anxious, especially since one of the maids was a sister from her village, which made her feel more at ease. Moreover, as a guest invited by Claire, even though Reagan still looked down on her as a commoner, he did not treat her with the same severity as he did the maids, and merely informed her not to go to the basement or the 6th floor, allowing her to frolic freely within the Viscount's estate. Wandering around the estate, Mary followed the delightful aroma into the kitchen, where she met Una, who was preparing lunch. They chatted and quickly became good friends. As night fell and the moon hung high, Claire finally emerged from the laboratory in the basement. After shaking off the blood from his hands and washing them at the sink, Claire's brow remained furrowed. It seems that developing a potion to rapidly cultivate fighting spirit is no simple task. "I've already killed dozens of experimental mice without making any progress," Claire sighed. He glanced at the books he had brought back from the capital, carefully studying those on fighting spirit. While there were potions for restoring fighting spirit and unlocking potential, those specifically for cultivating fighting spirit were woefully scarce, limited to a few supplementary potions that could slightly shorten the time required to cultivate fighting spirit. However, these potions had long been utilized in the military camp, and without new methods, he would likely have to wait another 2 years. Upon seeing his young master emerge, Reagan immediately approached. "Young master, dinner is ready. Would you like to dine?" Claire suddenly realized it was already evening and inquired, "Did Mary make it home?" After inviting Miss Mary to finish her lunch, "I had the coachman take her home safely." Claire nodded and walked towards the dining room. Shortly after sitting at the table, a honey-glazed meat dish was placed before him. Picking up his knife and fork, he casually cut a piece of meat, glancing at Una beside him, contemplating that if he had a moment one day, he should teach her how to prepare some Chinese dishes. Otherwise, with such meals every day, he would inevitably succumb to depression. Noticing Claire looking at her, Una blushed and lowered her head, lost in her own thoughts. Dinner soon concluded, and after wiping his mouth with a napkin, Claire asked, "What time is it now?" In response to the young master, "It is 10:30. Claire stood up and headed for the stairs, instructing, "Don't let anyone go to the 6th floor." Today marked a trading opportunity he had awaited for a week. He had initially pondered whether to wait and use it to make friends during the next trading session. but it seemed wiser to use it now. Understood. Reagan did not follow him upstairs but stayed below to direct the maids in cleaning the dining room. The moon hung perfectly atop the highest tower, and through the large transparent glass, Claire could see its complete visage as he paused his reading, thinking, "It's midnight." With a flicker of his mind, a rudimentary data panel appeared within his line of sight. And upon glancing at the upper right corner, he saw that the trading points had indeed changed to 1. Without hesitation, Claire declared, "Commence trading." The familiar swirling vortex reappeared, exuding a mysterious aura, even now, with a complete grasp of the original owner's magical knowledge. Claire could not fathom how this cross-world trading was accomplished. His gaze remained fixed on the vortex, patiently awaiting. "I hope this time I can match with a more favorable trader." Chapter 17. Trading unsuccessful. Staring at the vortex for 3 to 4 minutes. It finally began to shift. Just like before, it suddenly halted, and then, as if stirred from murky water, the image gradually came into focus. Claire focused intently. An ancient era? He mused inwardly. The man before him appeared to be in his 30s. Dressed in attire reminiscent of ancient times, his garments seemingly long overdue for a wash, and even from the screen, one could almost smell the foul odor emanating from him, his face equally disheveled. Claire's brow furrowed slightly. If this were merely a typical ancient world, there was little of interest for him. "Hello, young brother." "Hello, my name is Antonio. What do I call you?" Claire continued to use his alias out of habit. "You can call me Chinhan." "Let us get straight to the point. What do you have to trade?" Claire feigned disinterest, resting his chin on his hand as he asked, "What do you want?" "I have divine medicine for treating external injuries." "What do you have on your end?" "Divine medicine for treating external injuries?" Chinhan repeated, seemingly unimpressed. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed, and he smiled apologetically at Claire, saying, "Sorry, please wait a moment. I need to shake off the pursuers behind me." "Huh?" Claire expressed his confusion as he watched Chinhan leap into the air, lightly landing on a protruding rock, and in mere seconds, he ascended to a rocky outcrop several dozen meters high. Claire's eyes widened in surprise, his mind racing. A martial arts world. As Chinhan lay flat on the ground, a group of several dozen horse-riding martial artists chased after him, shouting angrily, "We must catch that little thief. He dares to steal our sect's ultimate technique, the 5 elements breathing technique. This is not the first time he has pulled such a stunt. The 5 elements sect, have been robbed 4 times already. If it weren't for his exceptional agility, he would have been killed by other sects long ago. If we can't catch him this time, we'll unite with the other 4 sects and issue a bounty on him. Let us see where he can hide." "Exactly. Chinhan's subordinate is doing such things. Doesn't he fear being struck by lightning when he goes outside?" As the scornful voices gradually faded away, Chinhan scratched his head, revealing an embarrassed smile. "I apologize for the disturbance. Let us continue our discussion regarding the transaction. What have you done to warrant so many people pursuing you?" "It's nothing more than having stolen their town's signature martial arts technique." "How petty they are. It's no wonder they can't become prosperous in the 5 elements sect. However, it's not a big issue. With my agility, they would need another 30 years of training to catch up with me," Chinhan remarked with a smirk. "What is the purpose of their martial arts technique?" Claire inquired. "It seems to enhance physical constitution. There are plenty of such techniques around, but to speak of their 5 elements breathing technique, it does have its unique merits. It is far more efficient than other techniques. However, it is fundamentally just a foundational technique. I wonder if it could even be exchanged for 100 taels of gold." Foundational techniques. Claire seized upon this key term, pondering. When it comes to the development of the human body, the martial arts world is undoubtedly at the forefront. Moreover, this is precisely a foundational technique, which might prove useful for advancing to a novice knight. Claire's heart leaped at this thought, and he directly asked, "I am quite interested in your martial arts techniques. Can we use them for trade?" "Of course. That is no problem. I originally stole this technique with the intention of selling it. Trading with anyone is the same. It all depends on whether you can present something that piques my interest. If it's just those miraculous healing potions you mentioned earlier, then that's a different story. We have no shortage of such items here." Indeed, as Chinhan mentioned, the martial arts world is not lacking in healing potions for external injuries. Furthermore, he wouldn't even need them. Generally, his enemies could never catch up to him, let alone inflict any injuries. The only injury he sustained in over a decade of adventuring was from being bitten by a mad dog while sleeping in a dilapidated temple. Claire licked his lips thoughtfully, realizing he faced a dilemma. The other party clearly did not value his rudimentary healing potions. What else could he offer that would capture the other's interest? Suddenly, Claire remembered, Oh right, he had just mentioned wanting to exchange martial arts techniques for gold. He needed money, so this trade could not be overlooked. Please wait a moment. I will fetch a treasure, Claire said as he stood up. Aligning the transaction screen to focus on the chaise lounge he occupied to prevent the other party from seeing the ensuing display. Return quickly. Time is nearly half gone, Chen Han urged. After rising, Claire approached the desk, reaching for the glass cup resting atop it before turning back. After a few steps, he paused, turned around, rummaged through the cabinet, and retrieved one of the gifts previously bestowed upon him by the nobles. Carelessly tossing a golden cup onto the floor, he then placed the glass cup inside, closed the lid, and thus a splendid crystal glass emerged. The golden cup rolled across the marble floor, eventually coming to rest at Claire's feet. Bang! A swift kick sent the golden cup flying several meters away. With that, Claire returned to his seat with the repackaged glass cup in hand. What treasure have you brought? Chen Han inquired, fixated on the gift box in Claire's hands. The box's exterior exuded an air of sophistication, suggesting that whatever treasures lay within matched its esteemed appearance. Claire cautiously opened the gift box, revealing the glass cup inside as he scrutinized Chen Han's expression. Indeed, the moment the glass cup appeared, Chen Han's eyelids twitched slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure, not allowing himself to react too extravagantly. It seems that glass has yet to be invented in the world across from him. Claire began his persuasion. This is a treasure from the kingdom of the merfolk in the far eastern seas, a crystal glass. I believe your world has some form of glass, but such a clear and transparent variety must be exceedingly rare. Chen Han's gaze was fixated on the glass cup in Claire's hand, his throat involuntarily swallowing as he marveled. He had never even heard of such a thing. Typically, glass is yellow or green, but where could one find a cup so transparent? Even the multicolored varieties are worth a fortune. If he could trade for this crystal glass, it would be a stroke of fortune indeed. Claire continued to embellish. This was crafted from crystals found in the depths of the abyss. Only the royal family of the merfolk can possess it. I paid a handsome price to acquire it. Stop right there. I am indeed very interested in this item. Let us proceed with the trade, Chen Han urged hastily, for the countdown timer in the upper right corner was nearing 1 minute. Any delay would result in the trade portal closing. No rush, Claire replied with a smile, closing the gift box and tucking it away. Chen Han's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. How could there be no rush at a time like this? I also possess a small circulatory technique I pilfered from Wugong Mountain, which can enhance one's mental strength. It is said that with advanced practice, one can cultivate an ethereal spirit, freeing oneself from the constraints of the physical body. Claire merely smiled in silence. Chen Han glanced at the countdown timer again, growing anxious. The techniques I previously stole have all been sold. This is all I have left. You must also include the set of agility techniques you just showcased, Claire softly suggested. Chen Han's eyes widened in disbelief. This is a technique passed down through my family. Is that a deal? No. There must be additional compensation. Agreed. Claire retrieved an empty vial for potions from his spatial ring. Chen Han's eyes sparkled once more. Agreed. Chapter 18. Advancement. With the trade concluded, Claire found 3 ancient books added to his transaction space and turned his gaze back to Chen Han, who was now beaming with joy, holding the glass cup and vial. Claire couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The cowboy's trick used against him had proven quite effective, despite possessing the ability to conduct cross-dimensional transactions. He was still fixated on such mundane matters as money. How utterly pedestrian. Chen Han carefully tucked the traded glass cup into his cloak, and with a bit of time remaining, he engaged Claire in casual conversation. Do you have any fixed trading friends? Claire asked, pondering whether he should reserve some trading points to establish a friendship. What is a fixed trading friend? Chen Han scratched his head. Can one even have fixed trading? Claire repeated the information the cowboy had shared with him earlier. Is that so? So having a trading point allows for a fixed friendship? Chen Han contemplated, but ultimately shook his head. Forget it. We can only trade once a year. I lack the patience to wait 2 years. Claire's eyelid twitched. However, before he could inquire further, the high-definition cross-dimensional call automatically disconnected as time ran out. Only able to trade once a year, the trading intervals in his world differ from mine. Claire wondered if it was due to the differing worlds or perhaps individual systems. Hidden conditions he was unaware of that could reduce trading intervals, or was it the disparity in world flow, allowing him to accumulate trading points weekly while the other could only manage 1 point annually? After much contemplation, Claire shook his head, abandoning further speculation. There was too little information to draw any useful conclusions. He retrieved the 3 ancient books from the trading space, and the moment they emerged, a brilliant light enveloped them. Claire stepped back in astonishment, watching as the books appeared to be turned by some unseen force. Flipping rapidly until they reached the end, the light vanishing into the void, leaving the books devoid of their previous mystique, resting on the table. After observing for a few minutes and confirming there was no danger, Claire approached, gently lifting one book's cover. Suddenly, it dawned on him that was a translation of the text. With relief, Claire took hold of the book, the words now transformed into the language of this world, evidently modified by the divine light he had just received. Upon glancing through, Claire murmured, or rather, this allows items from another world to adapt to the rules of this one. The text in the book was not the archaic script he had imagined, but rather particularly straightforward. Even the specialized terms for martial arts cultivation had been replaced with those pertaining to knights, and Claire's attention shifted to the other 2 books on the table, the mage's mental energy technique. This corresponds to the previous small circulatory technique, right? As he picked up the ancient tome, initially intending to skim through it, he soon found himself fully immersed. The mental energy cultivation method depicted within diverged significantly from the practices of the mages in this world. Yet upon finishing, Claire felt a surge of excitement. This seems feasible. Although the cultivation methods differ, they ultimately lead to the same goal of enhancing mental energy. After finishing the book, Claire turned to peruse the remaining ancient tome on body techniques. However, after flipping through a few pages, he set it aside, as it contained no insights into the training methods of sorcerers, much like the first book, which focused solely on knightly techniques. Yet, it seemed that this world did not acknowledge the concept of techniques. Ignoring the fact that it was already midnight, Claire picked up the book on mental strength training once more, studying it intently, contemplating and gradually following its guidance in his practice. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the tallest structure in Alpha City, the spire of the viscount's estate. Reagan, as per his usual routine, skillfully made his way to the 6th floor, approaching the room where the young master rested, preparing to knock on the door to awaken Claire for breakfast. However, before his knuckles could make contact with the door, it swung open from within. "Good morning, Reagan," Claire emerged, stretching lazily before descending the staircase. Young master, good morning." Reagan stood frozen, not due to Claire's early rising, but rather a peculiar sensation. The young master seemed somewhat different today, more spirited than usual. After a brief wash, Claire settled onto the sofa in the living room. Assessing his condition, the invisible waves of mental energy were radiating outward, which explained Reagan's earlier impression of something amiss. Through a night's practice guided by the book, Claire had astonishingly advanced from a novice mage to an intermediate mage. Typically, such a progression would require 2 to 3 years of accumulation. Yet this tome had propelled Claire's mental strength to a level sufficient for his promotion in a single night. Of course, such drastic increases were unlikely to recur, but maintaining a steady acceleration of mental energy could indeed support his ascension to the rank of a high mage. However, Claire surmised that the training methods within this book would become less effective upon reaching high mage status. Further advancement would necessitate personal endeavor or the discovery of alternative techniques. With a snap of his fingers, a flame materialized before him, radiating an intense heat palpable to the naked eye. Claire then conjured a magical hand, lifting a glass from the table, a minor spell frequently employed during experiments. Gently pressing the glass, it softened in less than 5 seconds, stretching under gravity to form a slender filament. Claire's eyes brightened. The temperature of the flame has exceeded 600 degrees. Otherwise, it would not have softened the glass. It appears that the power of an intermediate mage can indeed contend with that of a silver-tier knight. While it was true that early-stage mages were generally at a disadvantage in combat against knights, this ability was nonetheless capable of inflicting significant damage upon a silver-tier knight. Claire reveled in his achievement for a moment, but his smile soon faltered. Merely a week ago, he had dispatched a silver knight with a firearm. It seemed that his prowess as an intermediate mage was still inferior to that of a gun. Thus, there was little to celebrate. After all, his elation over the promotion dwindled as he contemplated the necessity of advancing to high mage as soon as possible. As he understood it, ordinary firearms were ineffective against gold-tier knights, let alone high mages. Upon reaching high mage status, one would be considered mid-tier among sorcerers, and the disparity between them and knights would become pronounced. Typically, 3 gold-tier knights would be required to restrain a single high mage. After a simple breakfast, Claire instructed Reagan to prepare the carriage. intending to visit the military camp once more. If the mental strength training method he acquired proved beneficial, the other 2 tomes on knightly techniques should also yield their worth. Upon entering the hall, Claire spotted a familiar figure sprawled on the floor, hands clutching a small cloth, legs kicking vigorously as she scrubbed the floor clean. Surprised, Claire looked at Reagan, who had yet to inquire, but the maid, Mei Li, greeted him enthusiastically. "Good morning, big brother. Good morning, Grandpa Reagan." Claire glanced at Reagan, astonished. Had this stout fellow betrayed the revolution? He distinctly remembered that Reagan had been particularly disdainful towards commoners like Mei Li. Chapter 19. The little maid. Time rewinds to 2 hours prior, where Reagan, as usual, arose early to oversee the maid's duties. After a brief inspection, he noted that the maids were diligently attending to their tasks. Prompting a nod of satisfaction, it seemed he was not failing in his role as the steward of the Griffin family. However, Reagan soon noticed a small head peeking intermittently at the entrance of the viscount's estate. Curious, he approached, only to realize it was the little girl, Mei Li, whom the young master had brought home the previous day. Reagan pondered. "Didn't we send her home yesterday? Why is she back today? What brings you here?" Reagan inquired, frowning. Although the girl was the young master's guest, he couldn't shake the feeling that commoners like her were unworthy of such proximity. Mei Li, feeling intimidated, shrank back slightly, for the old man with the white beard appeared anything but friendly. "Are you here to see the young master?" Mei Li shook her head vigorously. "No. Mei Li has come to find Una to play." As the steward of the viscount's estate, Reagan was well acquainted with the names of the 15 maids, including Una, the black-haired cook whose culinary creations the young master particularly enjoyed. "Una? She's still working and cannot play with you." Reagan attempted to dissuade Mei Li from lingering at the entrance. "Oh," Mei Li nodded, then inquired, "When will she finish her work?" Reagan rubbed his temples, explaining, "Even when she finishes. She won't have time to play with you." "Why not?" "Yesterday, Una played with Mei Li for a long time after she finished working." Mei Li's wide eyes sparkled with curiosity. This child was quite bothersome. Reagan lamented, massaging his head. "She is very busy and has no time to play with you." "Oh." Mei Li's spirits visibly drooped. Reagan thought she might finally give up, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Mei Li asked, "Can Mei Li wait here?" "Do as you like." Reagan waved dismissively and departed. Upon returning to the viscount's estate, Reagan began checking on various tasks to ensure the young master could enjoy a peaceful breakfast. Yet, he couldn't shake thoughts of the little girl waiting at the entrance, and soon found his mind in disarray. Surely, she wouldn't still be there. A child of her kind would have left by now. Intrigued, Reagan stealthily approached the entrance, carefully peering out. Before the viscount's estate, Mei Li stared at the small stones at her feet, kicking them with her foot as she stood with her hands behind her back. After a while, she squatted down, drawing odd patterns on the ground with her fingers, occasionally glancing into the estate, hoping to see some change. Reagan observed her for about 10 minutes, noting that she showed no signs of leaving. With a sigh, he approached and asked, "Why are you still here?" This time, his tone was considerably gentler. Mei Li recoiled slightly, feeling some trepidation towards the old man, and replied softly, "Didn't you say I could wait here?" Reagan touched his face, realizing he couldn't be that frightening. Could he? "What I meant was, why aren't you at home?" "There's no one at home to play with, Mei Li. My brother went to the military camp for training, and my parents won't let me help in the fields, so I came to find Una to play." "What about the other children in your village?" "They're all older than Mei Li and don't want to play with me. My brother used to play with me, but now Una is the only one who wants to play." Hearing Mei Li's words tugged at Reagan's heartstrings, causing him to hesitate over whether to let her in. However, without the young master's permission, he was technically not allowed to admit anyone into the viscount's estate. Yet, she was a guest invited by the young master just yesterday. It seemed reasonable to allow her entry. As Reagan deliberated, Mei Li suddenly asked, "Grandpa, what do you do in the viscount's estate?" At this, Reagan unconsciously straightened his posture. "I am the steward of the viscount's estate." "Steward?" Mei Li tilted her head. "What does that entail?" Reagan gritted his teeth, contemplating how to explain, ultimately stating, "It means I am quite important. I recruited Una." "Really? Wow." Mei Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That sounds impressive." Being praised so candidly brought a smile to Reagan's face. Rarely did anyone afford him such compliments, and the genuine admiration of a child made him feel even more exhilarated. "Indeed it is." Reagan stood proudly, nearly raising his head to the heavens. Becoming the steward of the Griffin family was the greatest honor of his life. Meanwhile, Mei Li, bouncing about in front of Reagan, captured his attention. With her tiny hands, she pointed at herself with her index fingers, exclaiming, "Steward Grandpa, look at Mei Li. Can I be a maid in the viscount's manor?" As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with anticipation, her large eyes fixed intently on Reagan. This. Reagan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Initially, he had harbored prejudices against Mei Li, the mud-legged girl, but as their conversation unfolded, those biases gradually faded away. Although Claire's usual conduct had influenced him, Mei Li's demeanor was endearing, and it was difficult for Reagan to feel any aversion. After all, who could dislike a sweet and charming little girl? Mei Li pouted. "Earlier, when I said I wanted to apply for the maid position, my brother said I was too small and certainly couldn't do it, since you're in charge of hiring maids. Could you consider Mei Li for the position?" Reagan stroked his white beard thoughtfully. After all, it was just a few words that could bring joy to this little girl. Why not? Thus, he replied, "Of course. I believe that when you grow up, you will certainly become an excellent maid." "Yay!" Mei Li exclaimed, jumping for joy. Reagan couldn't help but smile at her infectious enthusiasm. Perhaps this child wasn't so bothersome after all. "Here, have a candy." Mei Li excitedly pulled out a rainbow candy from her pocket and placed it in Reagan's hand, her expression tinged with reluctance. "This was meant for my mother, but she said she didn't like it, so I should eat it myself." "But why did you give it to me?" Reagan asked, staring at the candy in his hand, bewildered. "I wanted to eat it, but then I thought that Yuna might not have tried it. So I wanted to bring it for her to taste, but I can't go in, and Yuna can't come out. Just now, you, Steward Grandpa, said I could be a maid, so I'll give this candy to you as a reward." "Reward?" Reagan echoed, having not heard those words directed at him in quite some time. "Yes, whenever I behave well, my mother buys black sugar as a reward for me. Now that I have candy, I'll reward it to you." Steward Grandpa. Gazing at the innocent and radiant little girl, Reagan found himself gripping the candy tightly, a smile once again gracing his face. Mei Li looked up at the sky. The sun had yet to rise, but the dawn was breaking. She then patted her somewhat dirty clothes. "What are you going to do?" Reagan inquired. "Mei Li is going back," she replied as she adjusted her attire. "Aren't you going to wait?" Reagan felt an inexplicable urgency. Mei Li looked up at him, her gaze akin to that of someone questioning the obvious. "Didn't you say that no matter how long I wait, you know when T come out to play with me? I've given you the candy, so naturally, I must return, or my mother will worry and scold me." But, as Mei Li finished tidying her clothes, she turned to leave. "Wait," Reagan suddenly called out to her. Mei Li turned back, puzzled. "I only have that one piece of candy left." "No, I mean, would you like to come inside?" Reagan gestured towards the Viscount's manor. Mei Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Can I go in?" "Yes, it's just a chance to experience being a maid." "A little maid." "You could say that, but there won't be any salary. However, meals will be provided." "Yay. Thank you, Steward Grandpa. My name is Reagan." "Thank you, Grandpa Reagan." Reagan straightened his face, adopting a serious demeanor as he would with the maids, and stepped into the Viscount's manor first. "Don't just stand there, come in." "Yay, yay, yay." Mei Li followed behind, excitedly waving her arms. Meanwhile, Reagan, concealed from Mei Li's view, wore a blissful smile. If he had a granddaughter, she would probably be about this age. Chapter 20. Breakthrough. Claire reached down to ruffle Mei Li's hair. "What are you doing here working?" "Steward Grandpa said Mei Li could be a little maid and would give me food," Mei Li replied earnestly. Claire glanced back at Reagan, who appeared somewhat flustered. "Young master, is it permissible for her to work in the Viscount's manor?" Mei Li gazed at Claire with wide, hopeful eyes. "Big brother." Claire found the situation amusing. Did they think him so unkind? "It's no trouble for a meal. Mei Li doesn't have to work. She can come and play whenever she likes." "No." Mei Li shook her head vigorously. "Mother said not to accept favors without reason. Mei Li can be self-sufficient. Look how clean I've made this floor." "All right then." Claire pursed his lips and quietly advised Reagan, "Let her do less work. Just a token effort will suffice." Reagan nodded repeatedly. Mei Li raised her tiny hand. "What is it? After I finish my work, can I go find Yuna to play?" "Of course," Claire replied. "Have you told your parents where you are?" "Not yet." Mei Li's voice was barely a whisper. "Reagan, please go tell her parents that she is here, so they won't worry. And while you're at it, could you bring Captain Hand over?" Claire decided against making the trip to the military camp himself. It was perfectly reasonable for a Viscount to have one of his subordinates come over. "Understood." Reagan placed his right hand over his heart and gave a slight bow. After Reagan departed, Claire patted Mei Li's head. "Go find Yuna to play." "But I haven't finished my work yet, Maylie protested, clutching the cleaning cloth and eyeing the unfinished floor. It's fine. You can come back to clean it up after playing, Claire assured her. Not one to exploit child labor. Maylie hesitated, but Claire added, Don't worry. I'll keep it a secret from Reagan to go have fun. No, Maylie resolutely shook her head. I'll play after I finish my work. She did not want to betray Steward Grandpa's trust. It was a rare opportunity to be a maid in the Viscount's manor, and she couldn't leave a bad impression. Claire was taken aback but did not press the issue. Then do your best. Once you finish this area, you can go find Una to play. Okay. Maylie encouraged herself. Hant was puzzled as he rode over, wondering why he had been summoned by the Lord during training. Nevertheless, he promptly assigned his training tasks to 3 apprentice knights before hastily making his way over. Upon entering the parlor, he spotted a little girl scrubbing the floor. Her tiny bottom in the air. A closer look revealed that she was Claire's sister, who had visited the military camp with the Lord the previous day. Are you here to find Big Brother? Maylie asked. Her large eyes widened with curiosity. Yes, Lord Claire summoned me, Hant replied. Big Brother is in the conference room. Thank you. Hant responded and was about to move forward when Maylie called out to him. Could you walk on tiptoe over there? That spot is where Maylie worked hard to clean. Maylie pleaded. Hant glanced at the shiny, clean floor and scratched his head, opting to take off his shoes and carry them as he walked. Maylie sighed in relief. Had he walked across, she would have to scrub it again, and who knew when she could play with Una. Arriving at the conference room door, Hant nervously adjusted his attire, once satisfied. He knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Claire's voice called from within. Hant cautiously pushed the conference room door open and immediately spotted Claire seated at the head of the table. Today, the Lord seemed somewhat different from yesterday. Emanating a deeper, more unfathomable aura, Hant was unaware that Claire had advanced to the rank of intermediate mage. Greetings, Lord. Hant saluted with a knight's bow. Have a seat. Claire gestured to a chair beside him. Hant's heart leapt with joy. Being invited to sit indicated his significance in Lord Claire's eyes. Claire wasted no time, sliding a book across the table toward Hant. Hant's eyes darted to the title on the book, Breath of Battle Chi Techniques. What is this? Hant wondered, a faint sense of anticipation rising within him. This is something I researched yesterday. See if it's of any use, Claire stated, attributing the origins of the technique to himself, as there was no other way to explain where the book came from. He envisioned a future filled with various strange phenomena and preferred to cultivate an image of himself as an all-capable genius. Hant took the book in hand, contemplating what to say next to avoid embarrassing Lord Claire. After all, the phenomenon of fighting spirit has been thoroughly researched since its inception. Even a master swordsman might struggle to propose any groundbreaking suggestions, let alone a lord who has never cultivated fighting spirit. However, as the loyal servant of the Lord, one must find a way to extol even the most nonsensical writing. With this thought in mind, Hant opened the book's cover, appreciating the fine texture of the cover as his fingers glided over it. Initially intending to merely skim through the content, Hant quickly turned 3 or 4 pages, only to suddenly shudder as if struck by some revelation. He flipped back to the first page and began to observe it closely. As he delved deeper into the reading, the astonishment he felt grew exponentially, causing his breath to become audible. This is an entirely new path. Previously, cultivating fighting spirit required one to continuously squeeze out their potential, awakening it only when reaching their limits in conjunction with specific cultivation methods. Yet this book seemed to offer an alternative route. First, one must sense the faint fighting spirit within themselves, and then guide it according to the teachings within to gradually nurture its emergence. Moreover, even after achieving fighting spirit, one could continue to operate according to the prescribed trajectories, expanding their capacity for fighting spirit and accelerating its recovery. This was the most extraordinary aspect. One could enhance their fighting spirit and physical constitution without the need for grueling training. I enhance understanding. Such a method of cultivating fighting spirit was entirely unprecedented. Unbeknownst to him, Hant became wholly absorbed in the cultivation methods described in the book, even beginning to guide his own fighting spirit within his body, as if oblivious to his surroundings. Claire took a sip from the drink on the table, realizing that the foundational technique he had acquired was proving to be immensely valuable, as Hant could not help but begin his cultivation on the spot. However, he held no reservations. After all, he had been in a similar state when he first encountered the mental cultivation technique the previous night. As Hant practiced the methods outlined, an astonishing aura gradually emanated from him. With each page he turned, his aura intensified, to the point that even Claire's drink on the table began to tremble, ripples forming on its surface. Upon finishing the last page, Hant closed his eyes. attempting to circulate his fighting spirit within his body. 1 circulation, 2 circulations, 3 circulations. Hant's presence grew ever more formidable, and suddenly he opened his eyes wide, unleashing his fighting spirit like crashing waves, shattering the chair he sat upon into splinters that scattered in all directions. Claire's gaze flickered, yet he remained reclined on the sofa, making minimal movements, simply waving his hand lightly to conjure a transparent wind shield before him, blocking the debris from reaching him. Hant gazed in disbelief at his own body, feeling the exhilarating aura within him, his voice brimming with excitement. I have broken through to Silver Knight. Chapter 21. Cultivation Technique. After the exhilaration subsided, Hant composed himself and knelt on one knee before Claire. Thank you, my lord. His lowered head was filled with shame. He had just doubted his lord, thinking the book he presented was of no use. Now, it was evident that he had underestimated Claire, while he had previously regarded himself as the Lord's loyal servant. That was merely complete fealty to Claire. However, after this event, Hant's loyalty to Claire escalated to a level of faith. My lord is omnipotent. Rise, Claire gestured with a wave of his hand. Once Hant stood, he realized that the shockwave from his breakthrough had reduced the chair to mere splinters, causing him to feel even more embarrassed, yet he could only feign ignorance of the incident. With this cultivation technique, how long until those youths become apprentice knights? Claire inquired, for this was the question of utmost importance to him. Hant pondered, and the more he thought, the more exhilarated he became, exclaiming, if this technique is combined with our viscount's fighting spirit cultivation method, I am confident that within half a month, the majority of the knights will cultivate their fighting spirit. After speaking, Hant felt a twinge of impropriety and added, for exceptional knights like Clan, it is entirely possible for them to advance to apprentice knight status within 2 to 3 days. Oh, Claire's eyes lit up, realizing that his armed forces would soon be put to use. Good, then I shall leave this matter in your hands. Remember, do not let this information leak. Understood, my lord. There is also a technique for physical movement. Take this book as well and teach it to them. Claire retrieved another book from his spatial ring. With excitement coursing through him, Hant accepted the book with trembling hands. Having already witnessed the miraculous qualities of the previous book on fighting spirit, he was certain this one on physical movement would be equally remarkable. That will be all. You may return to instruct them. I hope to see results soon, Claire said. Understood. Hant performed a knightly bow and then exited the room. After Hant departed, Claire propped his chin on one hand. Reclining on the sofa, he was acutely aware of the technique's potential. It could rapidly cultivate fighting spirit. Should other lords discover it, they would likely apply pressure to him, forcing him to divulge it. However, he held a great deal of trust in those youths, most of whom hailed from impoverished villages. Although they may not have seen much of the world, their character was genuine, and he felt confident they would not leak the technique. Ultimately, my strength is still insufficient. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to worry about such matters, Claire sighed. While this technique could quickly cultivate fighting spirit, it was not something capable of changing the world. Fighting spirit had existed for tens of thousands of years, with countless miraculous cultivation methods having emerged over time. Take, for instance, the Golden Lion family from the royal capital. Their golden fighting spirit cultivation method, once awakened, allows one to skip directly from apprentice to bronze and silver stages, entering the realm of golden knights. Such a method far surpasses his own rapid awakening technique in value. After all, no matter how many apprentice knights one has, they are still insignificant compared to a single golden knight wielding a sword. What good is rapid advancement if one merely becomes cannon fodder? Moreover, this was merely a foundational technique. Hant's ascension to Silver Knight was primarily due to his prior accumulation, and the technique merely played a supportive role. In truth, the speed of this breathing technique's cultivation was not even superior to the fighting spirit cultivation method passed down from the viscount. However, the two methods were not mutually exclusive. They could be practiced in tandem, significantly increasing the overall speed of cultivation. The name of the Golden Lion family itself derived from that fighting spirit cultivation method. Generally, upon reaching adulthood, members of this family possess the strength of golden knights. Yet, despite the potency of their cultivation method, other nobles dare not covet it. The Golden Lion family is a legacy of military merit. Any who dare to covet their techniques, even with the faintest hint of intention, would receive a stern lesson in humility. Thus, the ultimate conclusion is that one remains too weak. Some valuable treasures must be concealed. Now holding 2 books, Hant was exceptionally exhilarated. He could almost envision the glory of the Griffin viscount territory illuminating the entire kingdom. His face flushed with excitement as he clutched the books tightly to his chest, Fearful of losing them at any moment, he hastily exited the viscount's mansion, only to suddenly realize he might have forgotten something. Yet, since he could not recall it, it must not be important. The priority now was to return to the military camp and impart these techniques to those young rascals. La 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 la. Melly hummed a cheerful tune, bouncing back to the living room with a clean cloth in hand. La la la, once I wipe the floor clean again, Melly's work will be done, and then I can go play with Yuna. The thought brought a smile to her face. However, upon reaching the living room, the cloth slipped from her grasp, and Melly's face was filled with surprise, tears welling in her eyes. With her mouth pouting in distress, she wiped at the corners of her eyes and cried, "Woo! Who left such large footprints? Woo! They are all muddy, and now Melly has to clean again. When can I go play with Yuna? Woo!" As she sobbed in grievance, Melly crouched down to pick up the cloth and continued wiping the floor. At that moment, Reagan also returned to the Viscount's mansion in a carriage, curiously glancing at the crying Melly. "What's wrong? Who made you cry?" Melly wiped her tears with her arm, forcing a smile. "It's nothing. Melly is just doing her work." Seeing her tear-streaked face, Reagan felt a tinge of confusion but decided to first report to the young master that he had completed the tasks assigned to him. "Well then, keep up the good work. I've already spoken with your parents. You can stay here without worry." With that, Reagan hurried past the living room, leaving a muddy footprint on the floor. Melly, witnessing her hard-earned clean floor becoming dirty again, felt her previously restrained tears begin to flow once more. Alas, when will this ever be finished? Reagan sought out Claire, recounting the general proceedings. Claire nodded thoughtfully and finally instructed, "Please tidy up the conference room and replace the chairs. One was just broken by hand." "At your command." "I shall send the maids to attend to it shortly," Reagan replied. "I believe I just heard someone crying. Do you know what that is about?" Claire inquired, her brow furrowed. Reagan was momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly couldn't say it was Melly who was crying. So he offered an excuse. "I will go take a look." "Go ahead." As noon approached, Melly had finally cleaned the living room floor to perfection, standing with her hands on her hips, admiring her achievements. She couldn't help but chuckle at her own success. Melly is truly amazing. She managed to finish such a hard task. However, it was also the busiest time for Yuna, who was preparing Claire's lunch, so Melly could only follow her and chat. Yet even so, she was sufficiently happy, trailing behind Yuna with a cheerful demeanor. She had shed the previous look of grievance. Chapter 22. A display of culinary skills. "Young master, it is time for lunch," Reagan reminded. Claire was pulled from his reverie with the spellbook. The magic of this world was indeed wondrous and fascinating, allowing him to delve into his studies without the agony he had experienced in his previous education. Often, he found himself so engrossed that he lost track of time, feeling a sense of disorientation akin to being lost in the mountains. Claire set down his book, nodded, and followed Reagan into the dining room, where 5 or 6 exquisite dishes were already laid out on the table, with maids standing by to serve tea the end of the line. Claire spotted Melly peering curiously at the dining room's decor, her eyes filled with wonder and envy, having come with Yuna. However, the dishes were still the same old Western fare, which Claire found difficult to acclimate to. He beckoned Melly over, saying, "Come, let us dine together." Perhaps having someone beside him would stimulate his appetite. Melly shook her head like a rattle. "Melly has already eaten. You go ahead, big brother." Glancing at Reagan behind Claire, she added, and Reagan nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging her adherence to etiquette. Claire was aware that the meals consumed by the maids were separate from his. Even Reagan had dined before him. "Then I shall forego it," Claire said. Picking up his knife and fork, disinterestedly slicing into the meat before him, he thought to himself, "Sigh, another day of meat. Eating it once or twice is fine, but having it every day is becoming monotonous." As he pondered, he continued cutting the meat, slowly bringing a piece to his mouth. After only a few chews, Claire slammed his knife and fork onto the table with a resounding bang. Yuna was startled. All this food had been prepared by her, and she had tasted it beforehand, finding no fault in the flavor. Why had the noble suddenly lost his temper? "This is unacceptable. I cannot eat this," Claire declared, rising to his feet. Eating this way for a day or two was bearable. But if he were to endure such fare for the rest of his life, he would surely perish. Surely. The noble had found the cuisine unsatisfactory. His fate was sealed, and he feared he might be dismissed. Yuna stepped forward, trembling. "My lord, what seems to be displeasing to your palate? I shall prepare another dish." Claire was taken aback, unsure how he had frightened this young maid, and and quickly smiled. No worries, you cook very well. I simply have a sudden craving for a different flavor. Then please tell me. And I will make you a new one. Una responded swiftly. Claire chuckled softly, confidence lacing his tone. What I desire, you cannot prepare. I will do my utmost. Please, do not hesitate to share, Una insisted, striving to ensure her position. You can learn. I shall teach you. Una, huh? Reagan, huh? Melly glanced at Una. Then at Reagan, echoing, huh? I will demonstrate once, and you may observe and learn. Claire reiterated. He was indeed somewhat proficient in the art of cooking, thanks to his upbringing in his previous life, where his parents did not indulge him, ensuring he was not pampered. While peers of his age were still calling for their mothers to cook chicken legs at 12, he had already ventured to the market with a few coins. Haggling with the vendors, when adults were preoccupied, he often took it upon himself to cook. After beginning to live independently, he had to cook daily, thus honing his culinary skills. Perhaps this was a primary reason for his distaste for the local cuisine. If I had never known brightness, I might have endured the darkness. My lord, Reagan interjected, attempting to halt him. Claire raised his hand to silence the lengthy discourse. No need to persuade me. I have made my decision. Outside the kitchen, all the maids of the Viscount's estate had gathered, pressing their faces against the glass windows to watch Claire inside, chattering excitedly. Reagan, Una, Melly, and others entered the kitchen. As the butler, Reagan naturally followed, while Una intended to learn the craft. And Melly, well, no one stopped her, so she trailed behind Una into the kitchen. Claire first opened the various spice jars, sampling each to determine the properties of the seasonings in this world, seeking compatible alternatives. Fortunately, while some spices differed, most could still be matched. Although modern flavor enhancers like MSG and chicken essence were absent, basic ingredients such as salt, sugar, vinegar, and chili were available, albeit not frequently used, with most jars remaining full, salt and sugar being the most utilized. After becoming familiar with the kitchen utensils, Claire commenced his preparations. Reagan stood by with a look of concern. He had watched the young master grow up but had never seen him cook. Una was also not entirely reassured by Claire's actions. She believed nobles typically lacked the skill to prepare food, hoping the Viscount would not injure himself. Melly had no such concept but was skeptical that Claire could produce delicious dishes. After all, only adults like mothers could cook well, and how could a young man accomplish such a feat? Garlic, garlic, Claire murmured softly, searching among the ingredients until he found the garlic, knowing that without it, his prowess would be halved. With a deft motion, he crushed the garlic, feeling a sense of nostalgia wash over him as if returning to his previous life. He seared the meat, placed it in a pot to simmer, then set it aside after it had cooked. Cutting it into small pieces, he poured oil into the pan. Once it began to bubble, he added the chopped meat, which sizzled as it cooked. After removing the meat when it reached medium doneness, he retained the oil to salt the remaining ingredients, adding sugar to caramelize, combining it with the meat and water, allowing it to simmer gently. Reagan could hardly believe his eyes as he watched the young master cook with such skill, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Una stood on tiptoe, carefully observing Claire's movements, committing every step to memory. His adeptness dispelled her previous underestimation. As the braised meat required further cooking, Claire began preparing the next dish. He skillfully chopped, diced, and sliced, not forgetting to toss the ingredients in the pan. The aroma of the food wafted through the kitchen, causing the maids outside to salivate uncontrollably. Melly, inside, watched the finished dishes with wide eyes, unaware that drool had dripped onto her clothes. Done, Claire announced as he plated the final braised meat. In total, there were 5 dishes and 1 soup: braised meat, sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried beef with green peppers, steamed fish, braised beef brisket, and a seaweed egg drop soup. Thankfully, the Viscount's territory was near the coast, allowing for the availability of seaweed. Otherwise, Claire would have been at a loss for what to prepare. Please, sample it, Claire invited the astonished onlookers. The 5 dishes were a feast for the senses, and Reagan, merely gazing at them, felt his mouth watering, though he maintained a semblance of decorum. Melly wants to try, Melly exclaimed, jumping up and down, fearing her small stature would cause Claire to overlook her. All right, Melly can go first, Claire said, handing her a spoon. Melly stood on her chair, tiptoeing to reach the table, scooping up a spoonful of soup, which she slurped down eagerly, her eyes lighting up, immediately reaching for the other dishes. Yummy! After each dish, her eyes seemed to sparkle, and she exclaimed, yummy, before moving on to the next. Reagan, watching from the side, furrowed his brows in concern. He wished she would express her delight verbally. In less than 10 seconds, Melly had sampled 2 dishes, prompting Regan to set aside his propriety and grab a spoon. "My lord, I too wish to taste." A piece of braised meat met his mouth, and he couldn't help but echo Melly's enthusiasm with a yummy. Una glanced at Claire and joined Regan and Melly in the tasting. Outside, the maids pressed their faces against the glass, their expressions contorted with envy. "You all needn't stand outside. Come in and join us for a meal," Claire invited. As soon as those words were uttered, a swarm of maids rushed in from outside. Observing this, Melly immediately stuffed a large piece of red braised meat into her mouth, fearing she might be outmatched by those elder sisters later. "Don't rush. It should be enjoyed with rice, or perhaps with bread," she said. Nonetheless, Claire would never dare to indulge in such unorthodox combinations that in this world. Rice was still present, albeit not as widely cultivated as wheat. However, as a member of a viscount's household, some was still available. The dishes were soon devoured by the 10 or so individuals present, prompting Claire to refrain from preparing more and instead stand aside to guide Una. The other maids were also cheering her on, encouraging, "You must master this skill, so we can enjoy it too." In the ensuing days, Claire was able to savor the flavors of her homeland, although Una's culinary skills were still somewhat unrefined. The dishes she created were already a significant improvement over those previously served. Both Claire and the maids residing in the castle experienced a noticeable uplift in happiness. Claire routinely had the maids set out loungers for him to relax in the shade of the small courtyard outside the castle. Engrossed in several substantial tomes on magic, studying magic was indeed intoxicating. In this world, wizards resembled the scientists of a bygone era, mastering spells that could be quite addictive, while simultaneously captivating those who sought to uncover the truth. As Claire perused one of the books, he became inadvertently absorbed in its contents. However, before long, his attention was drawn to two figures in his peripheral vision that on one side of the Viscount's estate. Regan and Una stood facing each other, with Una bowing her head as if being reprimanded. "It is human nature to be curious," and Claire promptly perked up his ears, as they were close enough for him to catch snippets of their conversation. Regan, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "What? You wish to pay a year's salary in advance? Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Una, with her head lowered, seemed reluctant to respond, embodying a figure of vulnerability. Observing her demeanor, Regan's tone softened. "Why do you need to pay a year's salary in advance?" Since Mei Li's arrival, Regan had noticeably felt his temper mellowing. Had this request been made previously, he would have promptly dismissed her. Una continued to keep her head down, her voice barely above a whisper. "My mother's condition has worsened. I want to pay a year's salary in advance to take her for treatment. I beg you, I will work diligently and will not slack off." A flicker of sympathy crossed Regan's eyes as he sighed. Una had mentioned during her interview that one of her primary reasons for seeking employment was to gather funds for her mother's medical expenses. "How much is your mother's medical bill?" Regan inquired. 6 silver coins. Even if you pay a year's salary, that amounts to only 4 silver coins and 800 copper coins. It's still insufficient. I have some savings at home. It should be enough combined." Una replied softly. "Sigh." Regan sighed again and retreated into the castle, leaving Una standing there, bewildered. "What are you dawdling for? Are you waiting for me to bring you money?" Regan snapped. "I will give you 6 silver coins directly, but if you do not take your work seriously, there are plenty of others who can do it, understand?" Una froze, tears welling in her eyes as she deeply bowed to Regan. "Thank you, esteemed steward. Stop your blubbering. It would be most unbecoming if the young master witnessed this. Follow me." Regan strode into the castle, and Una quickly followed behind. After they disappeared, Claire chuckled softly. Though Regan appeared stern, he was, at his core, a good person. He shook his head and returned to his reading. As dinner time arrived, Claire took his seat and gazed eagerly at the home-style dishes before him. Indeed, the title of culinary powerhouse was well-deserved. Even the simplest fare was infinitely superior to what he had previously consumed. As he chewed on pieces of meat, Claire's gaze wandered curiously to Una, who appeared lost in thought and devoid of energy, her expression clouded with melancholy. She had maintained this state ever since Claire entered the dining hall. "Una," Claire called softly. Una remained oblivious, lost in her reverie and failing to hear his call. Regan, noticing her daze, frowned and raised his voice. "Una, the young master is calling you." Startled, Una returned to reality, finally registering Regan's words. "Ah, is there something wrong with the dishes?" "My lord, I can make another batch," she exclaimed, hastily reaching for the dishes on the table. Claire stopped her, saying, "No, everything is fine with the food. But what is troubling you? You seem distracted. Have you not rested well? At the mention of her weariness, Yuna's expression darkened further, yet she mustered a smile. It's nothing. Thank you for your concern. My lord. I'm fine. If something is amiss, do tell. As a maid of the viscount's household, you are one of us, and we will assist you with what we can, Claire gently encouraged. Although she had managed to hold back her emotions until now, Claire's inquiry shattered the facade of her strength. She collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Woo-woo. My mother is going to die. I don't want her to go. Tears streamed down her face. Quickly soaking her sleeves, Meili stood beside her, speechless, shocked that Yuna's distress was so grave. Despite having sensed her unease earlier, in her bewilderment, Meili reached out, gently stroking Yuna's dark hair. Claire looked at Reagan in astonishment, who also wore a puzzled expression. Did I not give you money this morning and grant you 3 hours off to take your mother to the doctor? Reagan asked. Yuna buried her face in her hands, crying. The doctor said there is no cure. I truly do not know what to do. A glimmer of sorrow flickered in Reagan's eyes as he opened his mouth. May you find peace in your sorrow. Upon hearing Reagan's words, Yuna's sobs intensified, her body trembling. Claire shot Reagan a disapproving glare. Was that truly how one comforts another? He approached Yuna, crouching down beside her, and reassured her. It's all right. Tell me the symptoms, and perhaps I can help. Yuna's body quivered as she slowly lifted her head to meet Claire's gaze, much like a drowning person grasping for a lifeline. Really? Her voice brimmed with desperation, willing to believe even the slightest glimmer of hope. Indeed. I am a wizard, and there may be ailments the doctor cannot cure that I can, Claire replied, offering a comforting smile. First, tell me your mother's symptoms so I can assess the situation. Okay, Yuna nodded vigorously, recounting her mother's symptoms in great detail. Fever, feeling cold. It sounds a lot like sepsis, Claire murmured. Is it treatable? Yuna asked urgently. If it aligns with my suspicion, then it should be manageable, Claire affirmed as he took Yuna's hand and stood. Lead me to your mother. Yes. Yuna quickly rose, her eyes red-rimmed. My mother is still at the clinic in the city. Please follow me, my lord. Young master, I'll prepare the carriage, Reagan promptly offered. No need. It's just a short walk. Besides, I have yet to explore Nafa City, Claire replied. Yuna grasped Claire's hand, moving swiftly ahead, eager to bring him to her mother's side. Claire kept pace with her, but upon exiting the viscount's estate, he was met with an indescribable stench. The streets were littered with refuse and excrement, making him quite uncomfortable. However, such was the state of cities in this century, lacking proper sewage systems or dedicated sanitation workers. Claire grimaced as he followed Yuna, navigating several turns before they finally stopped before a clinic. Upon arrival, Claire's frown deepened. The exterior of the clinic resembled a dump, with various items haphazardly strewn about, creating a scene of utter disarray, accompanied by an odor even more pungent than that of the streets. What kind of environment is this? It can hardly be called a hospital. It would be a miracle if anyone were healed here, Claire thought to himself. Chapter 24, Quack Doctor. While Claire was still pinching his nose, a gaunt, unkempt man wearing a tattered black robe and sporting a scruffy beard approached them. Are you here for medical attention? I am the doctor here, Moses, he said cheerfully. Claire scrutinized the man's appearance, and his brows knitted tighter. He looked far from a physician, resembling instead a sewer cleaner, and he emitted a faint but distinct odor. No, I am here to find my mother, Yuna replied. She is still inside the clinic. You previously mentioned that her condition was untreatable, so I wish to bring her home. At this, Dr. Moses's expression shifted to one of disdain as he caught sight of Yuna, swatting at her as if she were a bothersome fly. We had agreed beforehand that even if you managed to retrieve the money, it would not be refunded. If the treatment fails, it is solely due to your mother's frail condition. Others have been cured. Why is it that she cannot be healed? Initially, Yuna's warm demeanor towards Claire stemmed from the belief that the latter was there to bestow financial aid, coupled with the opulence of her attire, which certainly warranted some flattery. However, it has now become evident that this girl, accompanying Claire, is not of high stature either. Yuna appeared startled by the tone of the speaker and softly replied, I understand. I won't ask for the money back, even if that amount represented her entire annual salary. Such is the nature of Nafachang, where there exists but a single clinic, and the doctor holds considerable authority. Unless one can guarantee they will never fall ill again, very few would dare to offend a physician. Yuna led Claire into the clinic, and upon entering, Claire felt a wave of dizziness. The scent inside was even more pungent than outside. Dr. Moses closely followed behind, wary that Claire and her companion might pilfer his medical instruments. His small eyes fixated on them like a hawk watching for thieves. Inside, Claire discerned the architectural layout, which starkly contrasted with the hospitals of her past life. This place resembled a decrepit inn rather than a medical facility. Although not outright filthy, it exuded an uncomfortable atmosphere after prolonged exposure. Yuna hurried to a bed where a woman, nearing 50, lay with pale lips and dazed eyes, barely able to recognize her daughter. "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at work?" the woman inquired. "Mom, it's all right. I've brought someone who can help you," Yuna replied, tears welling up at the sight of her mother. Claire, still with a frown, noticed that the sheets and blankets on the bed had turned yellow and had not been changed. "Is this truly a hospital?" Dr. Moses, overhearing their conversation, finally grasped the situation. This well-dressed individual was not a patient, but rather someone intent on treating her own patient, clearly vying for his clientele and profits. "What does this mean?" Moses slammed his hand on the table, angrily admonishing, "Do you not trust my medical skills? You brought someone from outside to treat her." Claire, unyielding, retorted, "What do you mean by that? If you cannot heal her, are we not allowed to seek help elsewhere?" "What kind of doctor are you?" "Huh? Who in Nafacheng doesn't know that I'm the only doctor around? Are you new here, thinking you can be a physician based solely on skill?" Moses attempted to poke Claire's chest with his finger, but she deftly sidestepped. Claire scoffed, "What an audacious toad you are." "Humph. Regardless, you cannot take the patient." Moses blocked the exit, declaring, "Otherwise, if she dies after you take her, the blame will fall on me." Claire's gaze turned icy. "Let me say this once more. Step aside. Can you bear the responsibility if this patient dies under your care?" Moses, unfazed, replied, "Let the poor die. They can't even afford the church's holy healing. I'm the only doctor in Nafacheng if I can't cure her. It's merely bad luck. Others have recovered. Why can't she? It is her fate, ordained by the Lord." Claire's anger boiled over. This was the first time she encountered such arrogance. Her voice turned frigid. "I will say this for the last time. Move aside." As she spoke, Claire released her mental energy, exerting a palpable pressure that made Moses stagger backward. You. Moses stammered, pointing at Claire, desperately trying to formulate a retort, yet sensing that refusal could cost him dearly. Claire's expression remained stern as she coldly addressed Moses. "Yuna, help your mother. We are leaving." "Understood," Yuna replied, feeling a profound sense of security in Claire's presence. As she lifted the blanket covering her mother, Yuna hesitated, glancing at Moses. "Doctor, could you please remove these IVs from my mother?" "Humph." Moses scoffed but approached nonetheless, reluctant for this troublesome woman to commandeer his medical equipment. Claire, still oblivious as her back was turned to Yuna, muttered, "For?" Turning her head, she finally noticed a needle inserted into Yuna's mother's arm, not delivering fluids as she had imagined, but rather, blood was flowing from the needle into a metal bucket at the foot of the bed. Claire was taken aback by the sight. What kind of treatment was this? In an instant, the needle was removed, and Moses retrieved a foul-smelling, yellowish substance from a small jar, preparing to apply it to the wound. Claire swiftly kicked Moses' hand away and demanded, "What are you doing? What is that in your hand? What do you know? This is bloodletting therapy. I now question whether you are even a doctor, as you seem utterly ignorant." Moses retorted angrily, raising the yellowish substance. "This is cow dung, meant to be applied to wounds. If you don't understand, just step aside." He advanced again, intent on smearing the dung onto the wound. Claire finally comprehended the source of the foul stench permeating the room. Fury surged within her. How could someone be so cluelessly malicious? Initially, she thought Moses was merely a greedy quack, but now she realized he was a foolhardy menace to life. Bloodletting was already outrageous enough, but applying cow dung to a wound. Was he intent on accelerating the infection? A deafening bang echoed through the clinic, followed by a slender figure being flung out of the doorway. Moses clutched his injured chest, attempting to rise, but Claire pressed her foot firmly on him, forcing him back down. "What do you intend to do?" Moses growled. "You dare to lay a hand on me? You must be tired of living." "Hush. Silence." Claire gestured for quiet. "I have a question for you. How many years have you practiced medicine in Nafacheng?" "I have been a doctor for over 20 years. Now remove your foot, or you will regret it." "Over 20 years, how many have perished under your care?" Claire squinted, her tone laced with a subtle menace. "What are you implying?" Moses began to feel fear creeping in. "Do you know why there is only my clinic in Nafacheng? Do you know who backs me? Release me at once. You cannot afford to provoke me." "Is there anyone in Nafacheng I cannot afford to provoke?" "Yes, I should have anticipated it. If you had no connections, how could this wretched clinic continue to operate?" In this world, where mages pursue truth and medical practices have progressed, Claire recalled that even in the royal capital, there were esteemed physicians, far surpassing the standards of this time. Thus, Moses was no genuine doctor, but a charlatan. Claire drew her revolver, not aiming at the prostrate Moses, but instead pointing it skyward. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots, a foul liquid oozed from between Moses's legs, and in terror, he stammered, "You cannot kill me. I am backed by Baron Eugene." Claire stepped back in disgust from the puddle of urine. "Baron Eugene. Is it? Rest assured, I will not kill you. Not at this moment." With a deft flick of her wrist, Claire unleashed a rudimentary spell, and verdant vines lashed out, sending Moses sprawling several meters away. As he lay on the ground, racked with pain, he emitted a mournful wail. Witnessing this, Hunter, though perplexed by the unfolding events, clearly understood the objective and commanded, "Bind that scoundrel." 2 knights stepped forward, effortlessly seizing Moses as if he were a mere chick. Claire nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Subdue him. I shall attend to him after I conclude my affairs." "At your command." Just as Hunter was about to instruct the knights to escort Moses away, an incongruous voice interrupted. A stout, chubby man with a pair of small mustaches hurriedly approached, panting, "My lord, the viscount, please wait." Claire's lips curled into a slight smile. "Baron Eugene." Baron Eugene halted 2 meters in front of Claire, producing a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Gasping for breath, this short distance felt like half a month's worth of exertion to him. Had he not heard commotion from his clinic and seen the knights approaching, he would not have run all this way. "What brings you here?" "Baron Eugene." Claire feigned ignorance. May we speak privately?" Eugene glanced around. Noting the throngs of onlookers who had gathered, Claire followed him to a corner, as if to engage in some clandestine transaction. "My lord, this clinic is my property. Might you, for my sake, spare him? I could offer you a sum," Eugene suggested nonchalantly, believing that even if Claire disregarded his reputation, he would still consider the monetary incentive to release Moses. "What?" Claire recoiled several steps, exclaiming, "You want me to let this charlatan go? Are you aware of how many lives he has claimed?" The surrounding crowd stirred with excitement, eager for the spectacle. Claire continued to raise his voice. "Do you realize that his methods can lead to the tragic demise of patients? Individuals who were not severely ill have been left half dead due to his treatment. I have spent time in the capital, where physicians do not practice in such a manner." Claire spoke loudly, ensuring that the gathered populace could hear every word, while Eugene's face turned crimson with embarrassment, gesturing for Claire to lower his voice. "My lord, please, keep your voice down," Eugene urged softly. Claire chuckled internally, pressing on, "Baron Eugene. Are you suggesting that I let him go because you tacitly approved of his actions, sacrificing lives for profit?" At that moment, beads of sweat trickled down Eugene's forehead more profusely than they had during his earlier sprint, and he felt as though the surrounding crowd might swallow him whole. No, it is not as you say," Eugene hastily disclaimed. "I haven't visited the clinic in ages. I was completely unaware of his practices. Thank goodness you recognized him as a quack, or I might have remained oblivious." Upon hearing this, Moses's face drained of color. If even Baron Eugene had forsaken him, who could possibly come to his aid? "My lord, I stand with you. Swiftly subdue this charlatan," Eugene implored, fearful that Moses might implicate him. After all, once Moses was taken away, he could simply hire another doctor. The question of their skill was secondary. As there was only one clinic in the entire city of Nefu, the impoverished populace could not afford to seek the church's priests for healing, leaving them with no choice but to come to his clinic. "I knew Baron Eugene could not be of such character. It seems I misjudged you earlier," Claire smiled, appreciatively patting Eugene on the shoulder. Eugene forced a smile in return, internally cursing Claire numerous times. He was not a fool and recognized Claire's deliberate maneuvering, with a wave of his hand. Claire instructed Captain Hunter to seal off the fraudulent clinic. That Eugene's anxiety surged. "My lord, what are you doing?" "Sealing it, for it does not conform to the standards of a proper medical facility, and all the ill-gotten gains amassed by that quack must be confiscated," Claire replied with a smile. "Is there a problem?" "Baron Eugene." Eugene's teeth clenched in frustration. This clinic constituted a significant portion of his wealth, and the thought of losing it was intolerable. Moreover, he had yet to collect this month's payments, which would amount to over 1,000 gold coins. Monopolies were indeed lucrative. However, glancing at the surrounding knights, he could only swallow his pride and reply, "No issue here." "Very well," Claire turned to address the crowd. "From this day forth, any new medical establishments must report to the Viscount's manor. Without sufficient medical expertise, no licenses will be granted. Otherwise, how shall we handle charlatans like this one who endanger lives? Long live the Viscount! Long live the Viscount!" The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Yet, to Eugene, Those words felt like a personal affront. While he could still establish a clinic in another part of Nafu, Claire's decree effectively blocked off his avenues for profit. After sealing the clinic, Claire left a few knights to guard it against vandalism. He mounted his horse and instructed Regan, who had just arrived, to escort Una and her mother to the carriage. "Let us return to the Viscount's manor," Claire called out, casting a glance at the tightly clenched fists of Baron Eugene, which betrayed his animosity. Yet, Claire remained unfazed. Had he not been concerned about provoking a collective backlash from all the nobles and merchants in Nafu, which could disrupt the city's stability, he would have had Eugene arrested today. The task of purging the nobility was not urgent. It required a gradual approach. Like boiling frogs in warm water, he would eliminate their minions without their realization, and when the time was ripe, he could act against them. After assisting Una's mother into a guest room, Claire turned and descended into the basement. The initial treatment for her condition could not be managed with basic potions for internal ailments. The optimal remedy would be the holy light healing arts of the Church of Light, as their livelihood depended on it, followed by various other healing magics. However, for a simple case of septicemia, it was unnecessary to involve the priests. Claire, as a proponent of communism, could not abide their incessant prayers of trust in the Lord. Upon entering the basement, Una anxiously awaited above, occasionally darting to the basement exit to check on Claire, then rushing back to her mother's bedside. After half an hour, Claire emerged with a vial of clear liquid, penicillin, a substance renowned in his previous life. If you are unfamiliar, it is also known by the more famous name, penicillin, frequently referenced in wartime films. It is an antibiotic that directly disrupts bacterial cell walls and is highly effective against septicemia. Although there is a slight risk of allergic reactions without skin testing, the probability is exceedingly low. A drawback of its widespread use is the potential for bacteria to develop resistance, a hard lesson learned in the past. However, Claire did not intend to use it on a large scale. His only goal was to heal Una's mother. After administering the potion, Claire granted Una a half-day respite to care for her mother. "Hunter, how many apprentice knights are currently at the barracks?" Claire inquired. Hunter replied excitedly, "Reporting to my lord, there are now 7 apprentice knights. And additionally, 2 knights have been promoted from their previous apprentice status. Your knightly retinue now comprises 1 silver, 2 bronze, and 7 apprentices." Claire nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, his cadre of knights would soon be ready for action. Take them back for training. At once. As evening approached, Claire revisited the guest room to assess the effects of the penicillin. In a non-magical world, producing such a remedy would take several weeks. However, in this magical realm, where mages excelled in potion making, Claire managed to concoct it in just half an hour. "How is she?" Claire asked Una, who had been attending to her mother. "Thank you, my lord." Una bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. "Mother is already feeling much better. She will fully recover in a few days." "That is good to hear," Claire replied, nodding and adding, "Extend your hand." "Huh." Una looked puzzled but obediently extended her palm. With a clink, 6 silver coins fell into Una's hand. "This is the money that charlatan swindled from you. Take it back now." Una's face was filled with astonishment as she covered her small mouth, unable to fathom that her 6 silver coins could be returned. "My lord, it's all right. Take it. It rightfully belongs to you," Claire said softly. "Take good care of your mother. I shall not intrude any longer." Una bowed once more to Claire's retreating figure, saying, "Thank you, my lord." Claire halted his steps and turned to say, "In the future, call me young master like Regan does. My lord sounds rather distant." A mysterious blush crept onto Una's face. "Certainly, young master." After stepping outside, Claire summoned Regan. "Tomorrow morning, put up another notice on the city wall." Upon finishing, Claire glanced at the brightly lit city of Nafu and murmured, "It is time for my subjects to recognize their lord." "At your command, young master." Early in the dawn, several individuals entering and exiting the gates of Nafu discovered a new notice placed beside the original 2. They quickly gathered around, chattering incessantly about the text. "What does it say?" "You can't read. Yet you're pushing to the front." "You were in front of me. Can you read?" "Let us not argue. Although I can't read, I can infer." "Then tell me what it says." "I don't know." "Let us wait for someone who can read." After 3 or 4 minutes, Robin finally arrived. Previously, he had been brought along by others, but since the arrival of the new lord, his perception of him had improved significantly, prompting him to come on his own. "Make way. I can read. Let me see." "Uncle Robin is here. Everyone, clear a path," someone shouted from the crowd. Robin quickly squeezed to the front of the wall, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and put on his glasses to read the newly issued notice. "Uncle Robin, what does it say?" Robin organized his thoughts. The Lord has summoned us to wait at the city gate this afternoon. He intends to execute a criminal here. Who is it? Someone asked. Confused. I know. Yesterday, the Lord arrested that doctor, Moses, from the west side of the city. He must be the one to be executed. Concern arose in the crowd. Why? Why execute a doctor? What will we do if there are no doctors in Nafu? Robin quickly clarified. Everyone. Don T. panic. The notice states that this doctor is incompetent, which is the reason the Lord intends to execute him. Is that true? I went to him for bloodletting before. That is shocking. Dr. Moses can't even heal. Thanks to Claire's previous tax reduction decree, the populace's favor towards him had significantly increased, leading them to trust the words on the notice. We'll find out this afternoon. I'll come back to see. I will come too. Before the afternoon arrived. Around noon, more than 10 knights came to set up a wooden platform at the city gate. Upon seeing this, the crowd gathered around, as there were few entertainment options in Nafu, and even the slightest event drew attention. Especially one announced by the Lord himself. Even before the designated time, the crowd swelled to a sea of people before the platform, with more arriving from various directions. Robin had also arrived early. Eagerly waiting with the throng below, when the time indicated on the notice arrived, a splendid carriage slowly emerged from the city gates, stopping beside the wooden platform, and the knights surrounded it. The crowd recognized the arrival of their lord. After nearly half a month since his arrival, they had yet to see what he looked like. Everyone stood on tiptoe, eager to catch a glimpse of their lord's appearance, hoping he would be as striking and distinguished as the rumors suggested. How many people have come? Claire asked from the carriage. Young master. Most of the citizens in Nafu have gathered, along with villagers from nearby settlements. Claire lifted the curtain to peer outside, where a dense crowd resembled a concert scene from a past life. Has Moses been brought? The captain of the knights. Hunt has already brought him. Good. Claire nodded gently and stepped out of the carriage. The citizens finally beheld their lord's visage and erupted in excitement. So the Lord is merely in his teens. He doesn't even seem older than my son. That does not diminish the image of the Lord in my heart. Long live the Lord. Indeed, the Lord has reduced our taxes so much that my family can finally eat their fill. Long live the Lord. Long live the Lord. As Claire stepped onto the wooden platform, he was taken aback. While he anticipated a warm reception, he did not expect such fervor from the crowd, who exhibited traits reminiscent of fervent fans from a past life. Claire raised his hand to signal for quiet. And once the noise subsided, he cast a basic amplification spell upon himself so that all could hear his words. Ahem, I am your newly appointed lord. As Claire began to speak, the crowd grew agitated once more. Long live the Lord. Long live the Lord. May your name resonate across the continent. And may your benevolence be known to all. May the Lord forever shield you. Claire chuckled wryly, once again signaling for silence. I have gathered you here today for an important matter. Please remain quiet for a moment. With a wave of his hand, the knights brought the doctor, Moses, forward, his hands and feet bound, rendering him completely immobile. His face was ashen, devoid of the arrogance and pride he once possessed. I have summoned you today primarily to judge this individual. At this, Claire paused, gauging the crowd's reaction. Isn't that Moses, the doctor from the west side? I've seen him. He is the only doctor in Nafu. What could have led to his detention by the Lord? I don't know. But the Lord said he is a quack, so he must be. This was the sentiment of one of Claire's young admirers. But he is the only doctor in Nafu. Everyone goes to him when they fall ill. Some remained perplexed. Stop your chatter and listen to the Lord. Once the murmurs of the crowd subsided, Claire cleared his throat. Many of you may not understand why I have summoned you here today. But you surely recognize this man shackled in chains. He is the only doctor in Nafu. No, he cannot even be deemed a doctor. I have come from the capital and have encountered many esteemed physicians. Though they may not wield the holy light healing magic of the church, their medical expertise can alleviate ailments and restore health. Claire pointed at Moses's head. Yet he, quite simply, possesses no medical skills. How is it that such an individual became the sole doctor in Nafu? Do you know what his method of treatment is? Bloodletting. While there is some scientific basis for it, he erroneously believes it to be a cure for all ailments. Each patient visiting his clinic is first charged 6 silver coins, only to undergo bloodletting. At this, the crowd began to murmur. That is true. My mother experienced the same when she went. Indeed, my brother lost a lot of blood during his visit. Returned home weak, and ultimately didn't he recover, Claire continued. Bloodletting is merely a rudimentary treatment. If you can afford more, he will further deceive you into undergoing subsequent treatments. Enemas with feces, branding with hot irons on the scalp, inducing vomiting, amputations, and more, even applying excrement to your wounds. Know that this can lead to bacterial infections and exacerbate injuries. He is certainly aware of this. But if the injuries do not worsen, how can he proceed to the next treatment and collect more fees? The result of such practices often leads to the death of patients. Suddenly, Claire's tone grew impassioned. In all of Nafu, he is the sole physician, yet his methods only worsen patients' conditions. Perhaps some robust youths have managed to survive. But I ask you, how many lives have been lost at his hands over the years? Claire's outrage was genuine. If one were truly a doctor, exorbitant profits might be understandable, but to possess no medical knowledge and instead worsen patients' conditions leading to their demise was an atrocity deserving of execution, even if condemned twice over. Is this true? A young boy suddenly fell to his knees, disbelief etched across his face as he wept into his hands. I painstakingly gathered the money to send my mother to the doctor, only to realize that I had unwittingly pushed her into the abyss. So did I. My brother merely suffered from slight dizziness, yet after returning from the clinic, his wound worsened and became infected, leading to his untimely demise. That I thought it was merely bad luck. Little did I know. Another individual lamented in despair, cradling his head. After Claire unveiled the truth, an increasing number of people began to awaken to the grim reality. It seemed that their loved ones, after visiting the clinic, had succumbed to death shortly thereafter. They had previously believed it was merely unfortunate circumstances, a terminal illness they could not escape, but now it became evident that the blame lay squarely with that charlatan doctor. Meanwhile, those fortunate enough to survive the visit to the clinic felt an immense sense of relief, grateful that fate had spared them from the incompetent hands of the quack, the bereaved citizens. However, had reddened eyes, glaring with murderous intent at Moses, who knelt upon the platform, their gazes filled with wrath. This is your fault. If it weren't for you, my brother would still be alive. I will kill you. I will slay you. You murderer. A boy, weeping and weakened, could not rise to his feet, instead pounding the ground with all his might, his voice hoarse with anguish. Return my mother to me. You killer. I will end his life. That wretched scoundrel. People surged forward, desperately attempting to reach the trembling Moses on the wooden platform, the man responsible for their loved one's tragic fates. For years, Moses had basked in a position of arrogance, never having witnessed such a scene. Those who had once pleaded for his healing now seemed poised to rend him limb from limb. The mere sound of their voices made Moses tremble uncontrollably. Bang! A thunderous explosion erupted. The crowd halted their advance, staring in shock as Moses, now with a gaping wound in his chest, collapsed forward, his final moments filled with terror and regret, not for his misdeeds, but for the fear of death itself. Claire surveyed the scene below and spoke softly, "Do not worry. Everyone. I brought him here for judgment. Thank you, my lord the viscount." A woman sobbed, sinking to her knees, having lost her husband to Moses's negligence. "Thank you, my lord the viscount, for avenging us." One by one, the crowd knelt. Many stifling sobs, their emotions overwhelming as they realized their loved ones, whom they had believed to have died of natural causes, had been murdered. This emotional upheaval was beyond what any ordinary person could endure. Unlike the last time, Claire did not shy away. This time, he felt utterly deserving of the moment. Observing the crowd kneeling in reverence, he pressed his lips together, feeling the weight of responsibility deepen. A burden he was more than willing to bear. He stepped closer to the edge of the wooden platform, now only a few strides away from the crowd, creating a sense of intimacy between the viscount and his people. Reaching the edge, Claire took a seat, as if sharing a casual conversation with a neighbor. "You all know that I have just returned from the capital to the viscountcy. Many of you may not recognize me, or perhaps my absence has made you forget that you have a lord, but I am back. However, upon my return, I found this place to be utterly transformed from my memories. You do not live in the peaceful and prosperous territory I envisioned. Instead, you suffer under oppressive taxes, unable to afford food, with starvation occurring even. Witnessing this pains my heart. My subjects should not endure such hardship. They deserve to live freely and prosperously. Therefore, I have abolished those burdensome taxes." As Claire spoke, the crowd fell silent, their breaths audible, yet their hearts surged with a fervor akin to a wildfire igniting within them. They sensed that the viscount's words held the power to shape their futures, to alter their very destinies. Claire's voice, though soft, was invigorating. "Yet, this is not enough. I do not wish for you merely to have enough food to eat and clothing to wear. I desire for you to become prosperous. For your children to learn to read and receive a complete education. I hope you will no longer worry about tomorrow's meals, and that you will no longer be treated like mere servants. I want you to live happier and prouder than the people of any other territory. When others ask where you are from, you can proudly declare, I am a citizen of the Griffin Viscountcy. Our Viscountcy is the happiest place in the nation, in the world. The people living in the Griffin Viscountcy are the happiest people on earth. But this cannot be achieved by my efforts alone. Claire extended his arms toward the crowd. I hope you will join me in building our homeland together, will you? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a profound silence, only the sound of racing hearts echoing in the air. Suddenly, a thunderous chorus erupted, shaking the heavens. We are willing to die for our Lord the Viscount. We are eager to help our Lord the Viscount build our homeland. The crowd's faces flushed with excitement as they waved their arms and shouted fervently, their voices resonating throughout the city of Nafer. This was the most exhilarating day of their lives. Claire beamed at the crowd, joy radiating from him. His words were not mere formalities, they were heartfelt declarations. Perhaps in the past, he had lacked a clear goal upon arriving in this world, but from this day forth, he had one, to develop the Viscountcy and ensure a prosperous life for those who believed in him. Chapter 28. The tax officer of the Viscountcy. While Claire delivered his impassioned speech, Robin listened intently from below, raising his fist in solidarity with the crowd. After the speech concluded, Robin returned home, feeling restless, as though a surge of fervor coursed through him, ignited by Claire's words. What is it? You've been acting strangely since you returned, his wife, Linda, noted, sensing his unease. Robin glanced at his beautiful wife, gently taking her hands in his, replying tenderly, Nothing, perhaps it's just the heat of the day that has me feeling restless. Am I not familiar with you? Linda tightened her grip on his hands. Whatever you decide to do, I will support you. Are you considering serving our Lord the Viscount? I think he seems quite admirable. Enough. We agreed not to serve the nobility anymore. Robin interrupted her. Linda paused before responding, All right. I will respect whatever decision you make. That night, Robin felt an insatiable fire burning within his heart, as if it sought to burst forth from his chest. Before sleep overcame him, he recalled Claire's words. But this cannot be achieved by my efforts alone. I hope you will join me in building our homeland together, will you? Suddenly jolted awake from a dream he could not recall, Robin vaguely discerned the figure of the Viscount in his slumber. At that moment, he felt compelled to take action. He turned over. Is something wrong? Linda stirred awake. Robin remained silent for a moment before finally speaking, I am going to visit the Viscount's estate. With that, he rose from bed, donned his finest attire, and stepped out the door. It's only 4 o'clock. You could sleep a bit longer, Linda called after him. However, having exited the house, Robin was already beyond hearing her words. Even if he had, the fervor within him could not be contained. At that moment, he felt that this would be the most correct decision he had ever made. Without exception, young master, someone has come to apply for the clerical position. As Claire descended from the 6th floor, he heard Reagan's announcement. Bring them over to see, and prepare breakfast for them as well. We can conduct the interview in the dining room. With that, Claire proceeded to freshen up, to eye in the dining room. Robin sat at the table, feeling somewhat apprehensive in front of the sumptuous spread. Although he was worldly, he had never encountered such exquisite food, and the enticing aroma wafted toward him, making it difficult to resist salivating. Yet, as Claire had yet to arrive, he felt too awkward to start eating. He merely watched the feast before him, swallowing hard. Tap, tap, tap. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, Robin looked up, and upon seeing Claire, immediately stood. My Lord the Viscount. Greetings. Claire responded with a warm smile. Please, sit down. Once they were seated, Claire noticed the dark circles under Robin's eyes and asked, You don't look well, my friend? Robin awkwardly scratched his head. He had been waiting at the gate of the Viscount for a good 2 to 3 hours for Reagan to awaken. Thank you for your concern. My lord, he said, but it's nothing. Your speech yesterday was so exhilarating that I couldn't sleep, which led to my current pallor. Oh, I see. Claire nodded. Let's eat first and chat while we do so. All right. Sure. Robin appeared somewhat nervous but still picked up his cutlery to tackle the food before him. The moment the succulent morsel entered his mouth, he was astounded by the exquisite flavor, far surpassing any delicacies he had previously tasted. After hastily consuming several pieces of meat, Robin finally recalled the purpose of his visit. Straightening himself, he spoke with earnestness. My lord, I am here to apply for the clerical position mentioned in your earlier announcement. Do you meet the qualifications outlined? Claire inquired. Of course, I can read and write. and not only am I adept at arithmetic, but I have also worked as an accountant before, which should suffice for your clerical needs. My lord, accountant, Claire's interest was piqued. He had not anticipated such a talent existing within Naffa City. However, instead of hastily agreeing, he countered, if you meet the clerical qualifications, why did you not come for an interview when I first announced the position? Robin fell silent for a moment, reluctant to answer. It's all right. I'm merely asking out of curiosity. It's fine if you choose not to speak, Claire reassured him. No, it's just a bit difficult to articulate, Robin explained. I was once an accountant in the territory of Count Regan. To be honest, we lived quite well back then. Though not lavishly, it was certainly better than most. However, Count Regan issued decrees demanding exorbitant taxes, causing much suffering among the people of the territory. I couldn't bear it. So I resigned from my position and wandered here. It was from that moment that I vowed never to serve any noble again, even if it meant starving. So what made you change your mind all of a sudden? I, too, am a noble in your eyes, Claire remarked. You are different, my lord. Robin's eyes sparkled with conviction. The very first action upon your return was to reduce taxes, which moved me deeply. However, recalling my earlier vow, I hesitated to come. Yet your speech yesterday resonated with me profoundly. You stated that relying solely on yourself is unrealistic and that you need our assistance, even asking if we were willing to help you. After much contemplation, I realized that you were right. Carrying this burden alone is indeed arduous. Thus, I am willing to be your support, as you said yesterday, to collectively build our homeland. Are you not afraid that I might merely be a deceitful noble? Claire smirked. Narrowing his eyes, Robin became animated, exclaiming, Not at all. Those lofty nobles can hardly be bothered to lie to the common folk. But you are different. After your return to the viscountcy, life has genuinely improved for everyone. I am a neighbor of Una, and just before you arrived, she told me how you helped heal her mother. All these actions demonstrate that you are a genuine lord who cares for his people. Claire smiled, rising to approach Robin, extending his right hand. Robin, momentarily taken aback, instinctively reached out his own right hand, shaking Claire's. Claire spoke softly. Then, welcome aboard. I hereby appoint you as the tax officer for the Griffin viscountcy. Upon hearing this, Robin was filled with excitement. He had merely wished to provide assistance to Claire, yet here he was, unexpectedly becoming a tax officer. Though startled, he instinctively knelt partially, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Claire chuckled, turning to Regan and saying, With this, our manpower is sufficient. I leave him in your hands. It's time to investigate that bureaucrat. As he spoke, a glimmer of red sparkled in Claire's eyes. Find out just how much money he has embezzled. Night fell. It had been 5 days since the last transaction, and Claire lay in his usual spot on the rooftop lounge chair, gazing through the glass window at the ethereal blue moon outside. Habitually, he opened the trading panel, akin to a past life, where he would check his phone for messages despite there being none. However, unlike before, this time the trading panel exhibited a change. The trading points, which had previously taken a week to appear, had miraculously manifested. Claire sat up in astonishment. The time interval has shortened. What could be the reason? His mind raced. The only change during this period is that I have advanced to an intermediate mage, significantly boosting my mental capacity. Could it be that mental strength is the key to generating trading points? When I traded techniques with Chin Han, he mentioned that he could only trade once a year, possibly due to insufficient mental power, hence the long intervals. After pondering, Claire found it difficult to assert whether his theory was correct, for the information at hand was scant. Nevertheless, a shorter interval for acquiring trading points was undoubtedly beneficial. Claire chose not to engage in a transaction immediately. After all, the time had shortened, and there was no pressing need for a trade at the moment. He decided to wait for the next opportunity, accumulating 2 trading points, so that should something worthy of a fixed trade arise, he could add a friend. Chapter 29. Even the mightiest lion must rest. Quick, let us go. They're coming back. A child called to his companions. Have those knights returned already? It has only been half an hour. Have they really circled Naffa City? Enough chatter. Hurry up. If we're slow, we'll miss them. The child tugged at his friend, racing towards the city gates. Other idling adults followed suit, having been awakened not by their household clocks but by the thundering footsteps of knights outside the city. Every morning around 5 or 6, synchronized shouts echoed from beyond the gates. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. Outside the gates, a troop of heavily armored knights marched in an unusual rhythm. Though their steps were peculiar, their speed was remarkable, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Behind them, the captain of the knights, Hunt, clad in massive and cumbersome armor, wielded a whip as he pursued them. Pick up the pace. If you fall behind, you'll feel the sting of my whip. With that command, the group of young trainees quickened their pace. And Hunt wore a satisfied grin. This technique was the very one bestowed upon him by the Lord. While aware of its significance, he had not anticipated such impressive results. These youths, burdened with nearly 100 pounds of armor, could rival the speed of a galloping horse. Without their armor, they would likely surpass even professional assassins in swiftness, and not only in speed, but their agility was equally formidable. Hunt licked his lips, observing the earnest efforts of the youth, and suddenly accelerated to catch up. With a crack of his whip, he left a few painful but harmless welts on the backs of those trailing behind. Then, retreating while advancing, he dashed to the front of the line, bellowing, "Watch closely. I can run backwards faster than you can run forwards, so keep pushing yourselves." The youths responded in unison, "Yes." Hunt nodded in satisfaction, inwardly reflecting, "Thank goodness I've been burning the midnight oil practicing this technique, or I wouldn't be able to keep up with you little rascals." The youths, driven by Hunt's whip, bore no resentment. Most hailed from villages, unlike the pampered children of the wealthy, and this was their dream. They eagerly pursued it, having no room for disdain. Moreover, their captain had informed them that the two training methods they practiced were specifically developed by the Lord for their training. Such techniques, which allowed for rapid cultivation of fighting spirit and enhanced speed and agility, filled them with immense pride and honor. Ha! What do you have? We possess two training methods personally devised by the Lord, enabling us to quickly cultivate fighting spirit and boost our speed. Your humble territories surely lacked such miraculous techniques. With this mindset, their pride and sense of belonging to the viscountcy gradually increased. Although their loyalty to Claire remained unchanged, as recruitment into the Knight Order had nearly reached its zenith. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of the knights' footsteps gradually faded, their figures disappearing from the view of the onlookers. Alas, they run past again. They're so fast, even in such heavy armor. One child suddenly lost his excitement. "I envy them so much. I want to become a knight like them in the future." "Huh. You can't. I'm the one who will become a knight like them." "I can. You can't. Clearly, I am capable. You are not. Then let us duel. Bring it on." The two children brandished wooden sticks and engaged in a playful scuffle, but were soon interrupted by their approaching mothers, who swiftly brought the two young knights to tears. "Whoa, just wait. Once my mom is gone, we shall duel again. It's a promise, whoa." The other child wiped away his tears. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. Smack. A loud sound echoed as Baron Eugene furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "How bothersome. Did these knights not tire from their daily training?" "Humph. It seems to me he is issuing a warning," Lord Wilbur remarked coldly. "This is more than just a warning. Small actions have begun to unfold," chimed in a nobleman seated on the opposite sofa. The room was filled with all the nobles of Nafa City and some prominent merchants, including officials previously under Claire's command. Indeed, did not Baron Eugene's clinic get sealed by him? Who in Nafa City does not know that clinic belongs to Baron Eugene? He sealed it without a shred of consideration, even refunding the money to those commoners, noted Claire, who collected the medical fees not to enrich his own coffers, but handed them to the tax officer, Robin, to manage, returning the gold coins to those who had sought treatment at the clinic. Humph. Baron Eugene let out a cold snort, his agitation palpable as he slammed the table. What kind of viscount is he? He doesn't even know how to act like a noble, choosing to side with those commoners instead. Just days ago, I heard he delivered some speech at the city gate. Absurd. Nobles are nobles. How could they associate with commoners? Baron Eugene speaks wisely. What sort of worthless viscount cannot even fulfill his noble duties? If he returns, we would not be unwilling to share some wealth with him, so why must he confront us? And he even appointed a commoner as a tax officer. What could possibly be going through his mind? In recent days, these nobles had their shops and entertainment venues thoroughly inspected by Robin and his men, who insisted they rectify any missed tax payments. Watching their gold coins flow into another's pockets, these petty nobles would have gladly swallowed Claire whole. "Let us not dwell on this matter," interjected official Frank. "That tax officer has scrutinized my affairs as well. I issued the earlier tax decrees, and the revenues have been shared amongst us all that he has taken the ledgers, and it won't be long before he uncovers how many gold coins we have misappropriated. So, what shall we do? You alone enacted those decrees. Do not attempt to shift the blame onto us," Lord Wilbur immediately retorted. The other nobles fell silent, eager to distance themselves from the matter, thinking, "The decrees were your doing, not something we compelled you to enact. As for the money, how would I know it came from those commoners? If you give it to me, I shall accept it." The increased tax revenue is no concern of mine. You, official Frank angrily pointed a finger at the other, shouting, "Did you not take that money? Now that trouble arises, you want me to bear the brunt alone, to hell with you." Lord Wilbur was about to retort but was stopped by Baron Eugene. "Enough. Will this bickering yield any results?" "Frank is correct. We all pocketed the money, and if trouble arises, he surely will not spare us." Wilbur, wearing a grimace, asked, "Then what do you suggest we do?" A glint of coldness flashed in Eugene's eyes as he coldly replied, "Since we cannot resolve the problem, we shall eliminate the one who discovered it." The nobles present were taken aback, asking, "Are you suggesting we dispose of that new tax officer?" "Indeed. Precisely." The assembled nobles exchanged glances, a trace of smiles emerging on their faces. Frank suddenly interjected, "No, this will only delay the issue. If we truly wish to resolve this matter, we must." As he trailed off, the rest understood what he was hinting at. Eugene squinted. "Are you aware he possesses that magical weapon? Even the mightiest lion must rest." "Yes," Frank replied with a smile. "Ha, that is true." In an instant, the room was filled with a jovial atmosphere, as if they were transported back to their previous lives of happiness. Chapter 30. I do not accept other surrender. The night had deepened, and the vast majority of Nafa City's inhabitants had succumbed to slumber. Claire returned the spell book to the shelf and retired to his chamber. Outside the Viscount's residence, a pair of eyes fixated intently on Claire's room. Nearly an hour after the lights had extinguished, the figure finally made a move, skillfully scaling the walls of the Viscount's estate. Slipping along the castle's outer wall, the figure climbed stealthily from the ground floor to the 6th floor. Right outside Claire's bedroom window, however, instead of hastily opening the window, they pressed an ear against it, confirming the sound of rhythmic breathing before using a toothpick to unlock the window, slipping into Claire's chamber as silently as a cat. Crouching beside the bed, upon confirming that Claire was indeed asleep, the assailant slowly drew a dagger from their cloak, quietly unsheathing it. Observing the slumbering Claire, the assassin chuckled internally, thinking, "This 500 gold coins will be so easily acquired." Swish! The dagger sliced through the air, aimed swiftly at Claire's head. Crack! A dull sound rang out. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief as their wrist was unexpectedly seized by Claire. Looking at the intruder, Claire chuckled lightly. "Did you not inquire about my abilities before attempting to assassinate me?" "As a mage, and a mid-level one at that." Claire's mental acuity would extend even in slumber, allowing him to sense the intruder's presence the moment they entered his room. "Die!" the assassin shouted, using their free hand to reinforce the grip on the dagger, attempting to drive it into Claire's eye with sheer force. However, the dagger remained immobile, showing no sign of advance. "How is this possible?" the assassin exclaimed. Incredulous, he knew his target was a mage. Yet how could a mage possess strength surpassing that of an assassin trained in martial arts? "There is nothing strange about it," Claire replied, his other hand striking the bed, propelling his body into the air. While airborne, he twisted his body and delivered a kick to the assassin's neck, forcing the intruder back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Claire sprang to his feet, a gleam of light flashing in his hand as a dagger encrusted with jewels materialized. The assassin rubbed their neck, undeterred, rushing forward, muttering, "I refuse to believe your strength could surpass mine." "Let us test that," Claire countered, advancing first and channeling his mental energy to carefully observe the assassin's movements, responding instantly the moment the assassin made a move. The assassin failed to land any blows on Claire, instead suffering several cuts from Claire's strikes. "This cannot be," the assassin shouted frantically, realizing that his 10 years of training had been bested by someone who had never practiced martial arts. Claire merely smiled, not offering an explanation. "I could tell you that I recently acquired a strength-enhancing potion that could increase my power tenfold," he teased, beckoning the assassin closer. "Just wait," the assassin roared, their bodies surging with a faint crimson energy, their aura doubling in intensity. "Bronze level," Claire mused, acknowledging that the ability to project energy indicated a bronze-level assassin. Thus, he relaxed his combat stance. With the assassin now enhanced by their energy, Claire knew he would not match the assassin in a physical confrontation, despite being a mage. "Die!" the assassin shouted, hurling the dagger with force. Its sharp tip aimed directly at Claire's forehead. As they charged closer, Claire, aware of the assassin's knowledge of his magical weapon, stood resolute, reciting a complex incantation swiftly. Windshield. A transparent, mysterious barrier appeared before Claire, deflecting the dagger to the ground with a sharp clatter. The assassin's eyes widened in surprise, but they quickly produced another dagger from their cloak, leaping high to strike at Claire. "Windwall." Claire waved his hand, conjuring a turbulent, transparent wall of wind that surged forward, propelling the airborne assassin violently against the wall. Claire flexed her wrist, pondering the absurdity of the situation. As a mid-level mage, facing a silver-tier assassin would have been a more fitting challenge. What did it signify that a bronze-tier assassin had been dispatched to eliminate her? Did they truly underestimate her capabilities? Ugh! The assassin let out a muffled groan as he felt a searing pain emanating from his back, forcing himself to rise despite the agony. Windblade! Another sharp gust rushed towards him, and in the next moment, he felt a jolt of excruciating pain in his right wrist, causing him to instinctively drop his dagger. Stop! I surrender, he pleaded, yet his left hand stealthily reached behind him, seeking to deliver a fatal blow when Claire lowered her guard. True to form, Claire paused her actions, and the assassin's heart surged with hope. This tactic had worked for him before, claiming many lives. However, the next moment, Claire stated, I'm afraid I do not accept surrender, especially from someone capable of fighting back like you. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Claire, who was less than 10 meters away. Could such a declaration truly emanate from a mere child? Claire met his gaze and returned a friendly smile. Earth spike. Shatter. Sharp earth spikes erupted from the ground, impaling the assassin's feet, leaving them a gruesome mess as blood poured from his legs onto the floor. The assassin, who had just managed to stand, collapsed to his knees. Hurricane. Wait. The assassin weakly protested, extending a hand toward Claire in desperation. But Claire had already conjured her spell, slapping the air with an open palm, summoning a hurricane that swept the kneeling assassin into the air, only to slam him violently against the wall. Thud! The assassin crumpled to the ground, barely clinging to life. Seeing that his opponent was now incapacitated, Claire slowly approached and apologized. I'm sorry, but the wind was too loud. I didn't hear you. Please, continue. The assassin nearly choked on his frustration. Spare me, and I will reveal who sent me. Oh. Claire feigned surprise. Isn't it customary in your line of work for client information to be more valuable than your own life? Cough, cough. I have no organization. Leaking information one team matter, the assassin weakly replied. When the official Frank sought an assassin, he did not look for those with a notorious reputation. After all, to assassinate someone of Claire's status, despite the decline of his territory, would start at no less than 3,000 gold coins. Outside, Reagan's anxious voice called out, Young master, are you all right? Claire's altercation with the assassin, while feeling prolonged, had lasted no more than a minute, so Reagan's arrival was not excessively late. As Reagan pushed the door open and beheld the room transformed into a storage space, his heart nearly leapt from his chest. Fortunately, he quickly spotted his master still standing, while an unfamiliar figure lay motionless on the floor, allowing his anxious heart to settle. Yet, a wave of dread washed over him. His master, the heir of the Griffin family, had been attacked within his own viscountcy. The mastermind behind this plot would surely face the most brutal consequences. I'm fine, Claire replied. The fallen assassin continued to beseech Claire. Truly, if you spare me, I will divulge the identity of my employer. Claire simply laughed. Even without your confession, I already know who orchestrated this. The assassin paused, bewildered. So, what now? Bang! The sound of a gunshot resonated through the room. Blood splattered across Claire, who then approached the window and fired 5 shots into the sky. Bang! 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 After emptying the chamber, Claire turned, the ethereal blue moonlight casting a stark contrast against his blood-stained form, particularly highlighting the unsettling smile upon his face, which mixed with the fresh blood, creating a profound visual impact. Reagan stood by, utterly mesmerized. He had never witnessed such an imposing presence from his master before. Reagan, Claire called, snapping Reagan from his trance. Young master, issue a public announcement. I was attacked by an assassin last night, but sustained no injuries. However, the assassin escaped, and I urge the citizens of Nafaching to remain vigilant. Reagan glanced at the lifeless body sprawled on the floor, refraining from further inquiries, and promptly responded, Yes, young master. Claire waved his hand. There is nothing more. So please return and rest. As you command, young master. Reagan, a competent steward, knew when to speak and when to remain silent. Once Reagan departed, Claire gently touched his cheek, rubbing the blood between his fingers before turning his gaze toward the city of Nafachang. He murmured, I intended to take my time, but it seems I misjudged. You are far more eager than I anticipated. If you are so fearless, then come forth. Chapter 31. Drinking fine wine with a maid that night. The nobles of Nafaching found themselves unable to sleep, the 5 gunshots reverberating like a heartbeat in their chests, leaving them in a state of restless anxiety. only on the following morning, upon the posting of an announcement outside the city, did they finally exhale in relief. The assassin had escaped, indicating that they had not been exposed. Thank goodness. Run far away, never to return. Worthless fools, unable to even successfully assassinate someone. Upon realizing they remained undiscovered, the nobles finally relaxed, instructing their servants to prepare gifts to console the viscount who had been attacked the previous day. However, their primary motive was to gauge the situation and ascertain whether Claire suspected them. Viscount, this is my gift to you, a token of my concern. It is truly alarming that an assassin infiltrated your residence. Baron Eugene feigned shock as he presented the gift. Claire glanced at the offering. Worth several hundred gold coins. If not for their guilty conscience, who would bestow such an extravagant gift as consolation? The last time he had tricked them out of 500 gold coins, they had reacted as if mourning a family member. Now they were so forthcoming. Other nobles soon followed suit, presenting their gifts until the table overflowed. Alas, Claire sighed dramatically, I never anticipated such an event to unfold. Did the Viscount sustain any injuries? After hearing the gunshots last night, we were all worried. Your subjects were concerned as well. Eugene continued his probing. Claire shook his head. I was unharmed. I hadn't even fallen asleep when he entered. And I drove him off with my gun. He had effectively divulged the information they sought. The assembled nobles felt a surge of relief. It seemed the encounter had merely been a brief exchange. Ensuring their anonymity, Claire continued, there is no need for concern. Starting tonight, knights will patrol near the Viscount's residence each night to prevent such incidents from recurring. Eugene's smile faltered momentarily before quickly returning. For this action would effectively thwart their future assassination plans. Does the Viscount have any suspects in mind? Lord Wilbur leaned forward to inquire cautiously. These nobles were exceedingly timid. They needed to be assured of their complete detachment from suspicion to sleep soundly. Claire narrowed his eyes. His earlier assessment of them as useless indeed held true. With such a question, even if he had not initially suspected them, he would now be wary. Nonetheless, he feigned ignorance, resting his chin in thought before replying. I am uncertain. My time in the Viscountcy has been brief, and I can't recall offending anyone. Who do you think would be most likely to attempt my assassination? Claire tossed the question back to them, leaving the group momentarily dumbfounded as they exchanged glances. Bandits. Baron Eugene was the first to respond. Yes, it must be those bandits outside the city. The others chimed in. Seeing the Viscount return, they must have aimed to kidnap him for ransom. Indeed. Those bandits are merciless. They've robbed us multiple times in the past. Absolutely. The Viscount must remain vigilant against those bandits. Claire chuckled lightly. Is that so? Eugene attempted to speak further, but footsteps echoed from outside. It was Captain Hant of the Knights, who appeared significantly more robust compared to when Claire had last seen him, exuding a commanding presence that surpassed that of the previous, deceased captain. My lord. Claire surveyed the gathered nobles seated on the sofa, and they all nodded in understanding. Viscount, please continue with your affairs. We shall take our leave now that we see you are unharmed. Indeed, they would depart, blissfully unaware that the assassins had been dispatched by them, casting blame onto others. Your Excellency the Viscount, I take my leave. Safe travels, no need for formalities. Claire offered a warm smile and waved goodbye. Once he confirmed that the others had departed, Claire led Hant into the conference hall and took a seat, inquiring, how many apprentice knights are currently stationed in the barracks? Reporting to your Excellency, there are 31 apprentice knights, 3 bronze knights, and 1 silver knight, myself, within the camp. Claire nodded. While this strength did not yet match the military capabilities expected of a Viscount's domain, it was sufficient for the time being. How has Clan been training lately? Upon hearing Claire mention Clan, a hint of admiration flickered in Hant's eyes. He trains diligently each time. He should be the next to advance to Bronze Knight. The last time Claire encountered Clan, the latter was already an apprentice knight, but he had not anticipated Hant's high regard for him. Claire rubbed his nose and continued, to what level can the Viscount's martial arts cultivation manual allow you to train? This was left by the previous Viscount, and it is sufficient for us to cultivate to the level of a great knight. Claire pondered for a moment. Generally speaking, a few golden knights could uphold the dignity of a Viscount's territory, and great knights above them would be more than adequate. However, Claire's ambitions extended far beyond that. For now, let's make do with it. In the future, I will find a way to procure a manual that allows for training to greater heights. Claire currently lacked the financial means. The manual that permitted cultivation to the level of a great knight had been acquired during the Griffin family's wealthiest period. costing over 600,000 gold coins. Now, even if he sold himself, he could not afford a higher-level cultivation manual. Thank you, Your Excellency. Hant felt a surge of excitement within. His thoughts were indeed correct. The viscount intended to revive the entire territory. How goes the matter I tasked you with? At this, Hant's expression turned serious. Reporting to Your Excellency, everything is prepared. Good. Claire responded softly. The two then engaged in a thorough discussion within the conference hall. Meanwhile, within Nafa City, the populace was incensed upon seeing the posted announcement, nearly boiling over with rage. What? After such a long time, a wonderful viscount had arrived, exempting us from numerous taxes and leading us towards a better life, yet someone dared to plot his assassination. And this occurred within the viscount's own residence. This is intolerable. Shortly after the announcement was posted, the citizens spontaneously formed an organization, patrolling inside and outside Nafa City, determined to uncover the assassin who sought to harm the viscount. However, by midday, new news spread rapidly that bandits from outside the city had sent individuals to assassinate the viscount. This information circulated at an astonishing speed, redirecting the public's hatred for the assassin towards the external bandits. The citizens cursed vehemently, venting their fury on those damned bandits. The nobles, having orchestrated these events, finally felt at ease, shifting the public's scrutiny to the external bandits, leaving no one to suspect them. This was not the first time they had engaged in such tactics. They were well versed in the art. A little expenditure to enlist the aid of minor factions to disseminate the news could swiftly redirect public opinion towards others. Meanwhile, they reveled in their estates, enjoying fine wine and the company of maidens. Chapter 32. Rewards. The following day, Claire enjoyed breakfast within the viscount's estate. Shortly thereafter, Reagan entered from outside. Young master, Hant wishes to see you. Claire took a sip of his drink and replied gently, Bring him in. Moments later, Hant appeared, following closely behind Reagan, and upon seeing Claire, he excitedly knelt halfway. My lord, I have completed the tasks you assigned to me. Claire nodded slowly. Were there any casualties? None, thanks to the magical weapon you provided. I was able to eliminate the lone silver knight at the onset. The rest posed no challenge to us, and we scattered their ranks in just one round. With that, Hant respectfully produced a revolver from his bosom and placed it on the dining table before Claire. Well done. Claire beamed with satisfaction. Were yesterday's activities discovered? No. I selected only those above the rank of apprentice knight. We left the city using the movement techniques you taught us, making hardly any noise, and no one noticed. Excellent work, Claire praised. Hant, buoyed by the commendation, appeared slightly exhilarated. This is merely my duty to Your Excellency. Join me for a meal. Claire gestured towards the table laden with dishes. Hant, drawn by the enticing aroma, swallowed hard but declined. No, I have already eaten breakfast. I must return to continue training those young rascals, striving to elevate them all to apprentice knights. Then allow me to reward you, Claire said, retrieving a large sword from his spatial ring and handing it over, one of the gifts received from the nobles the previous day. No, this is merely my duty, Hant hastily refused. With his discerning eye, he could see the sword's worth was several hundred gold coins, and that it could enhance his martial prowess significantly. Having performed so admirably, you must be rewarded. Accept it, Claire insisted. This is but a trifle. In the future, there will be even more precious rewards. Hant's expression was one of sheer exhilaration as he lowered his head further, accepting the large sword from Claire with both hands. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Yes, return now, and be sure to collect some gold coins from Reagan to reward the knights who accompanied you last night. Hant was even more thrilled, exclaiming, Understood. Undertaking such tasks was their knightly duty, and for the lord to grant them a reward was truly commendable. Henceforth, he must execute his assignments with utmost diligence to honor the viscount. Claire smiled slightly. If one desires a horse to run, one must provide it with fodder. Money held little significance for him. Rewarding his subordinates could enhance their loyalty and efficiency, which was a win-win situation, in stark contrast to Claire's calm demeanor. The nobles were in a frenzy, akin to ants on a hot stove. What? Our goods have been robbed. You can't be serious. How could this happen? Our cargo consists of contributions from over a dozen nobles. The goods of other nobles were also stolen. Even the knights we hired were eliminated, not a single one spared. They even severed the head of the Silver Knight. How brutal. Because the target was the head. To avoid detection of the bullets, Hant had decapitated it. Quick, prepare the horses. I must discuss this matter with Baron Eugene. In the same room as before, the nobles were now visibly anxious. How could this happen? Our goods have not faced issues for several years. The last incident occurred 6 years ago. Indeed, it was precisely because of the last robbery that we united to transport goods together, pooling resources to hire a silver knight. Upon hearing of the robbery, their first instinct was not to suspect Claire, but rather the bandits outside the city, for their goods had often been pilfered before Claire's arrival. Previously, they had sourced their goods through their own shops in Nafa City, utilizing their own supply channels. But due to the ease of theft, they had opted to collectively dispatch a convoy and hire mercenaries for protection, which had proven effective. However, after several years, their goods had still been compromised. The administrative officer, however, was unperturbed. Unlike these nobles, he had no stake in the goods being transported. He then suggested, "What if our viscount dispatched someone to carry out the robbery?" Though he said this, he himself did not believe it. Eugene furrowed his brow, contemplating before speaking. "That seems unlikely. I was busy until late last night and heard no sounds of hoes leaving the city gates." "Exactly. He has only just arrived. So it is impossible for him to know the trajectory of our caravan's goods. Furthermore, I saw the night squad training this morning," Lord Wilbur added. The two swiftly eliminated Claire as the true culprit. They had indeed harbored suspicions about Claire, but his actions would yield no benefit to him and would only serve to offend them. Why would he do such a thing? Most importantly, even if Hant had ridden out, it would have been impossible for him to make the round trip in such a short time. They had seen him training outside the city gates that morning. If he had been on foot, it would have been even more improbable. They had witnessed Hant and his companions running training exercises, and their speed was slower than that of a horse. Little did they realize that if they shed their heavy armor, the combination of martial techniques and the cultivation of martial energy would allow them to move faster than a horse. The administrative officer, Frank, lifted a cup of wine from the table and took a sip, chuckling. "I was merely speculating. Please continue your discussions." However, his remark did indeed awaken those nobles. "Claire now has a considerable number of knights at her disposal. Perhaps we can devise a solution from this." Cough. Cough, Frank. Baron Eugene cleared his throat twice. "As the administrative officer of the Viscounty, you are, in a sense, one of the Viscount's subordinates, unlike us. You should speak to him, urging him to dispatch a knightly force to assist us in reclaiming our goods." Frank curled his lip. He was acutely aware of the nature of his relationship with Claire, not to mention suggesting anything. Even the sight of Claire made his legs tremble uncontrollably. Moreover, why should you all not take the initiative and instead use me as a shield? Such sentiments were not easily articulated, so he could only decline, saying, "I'll see what I can do." The other nobles, recognizing his predicament, did not press him further, understanding full well that Frank would likely have little to say to Claire. They resumed their discussions, contemplating alternative strategies. Not long after the gathering began, Frank grew bored and left alone. After all, the stolen goods did not belong to him, and he had no desire to witness these individuals suffer. However, upon returning home, he encountered an unexpected turn of events. Claire had sent someone to summon him to the Viscount's residence. Recalling his previous solitary visit, Frank felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Chapter 33. Integrity and Valor. Observing the smiling Claire seated before him, Frank, the administrative officer, felt a slight tremor in his legs. He was not like those foolish nobles. He understood deeply that Claire was far from the childlike demeanor she projected. She was, in essence, a demon clad in human skin. Had it not been so, he would not have suggested hiring an assassin to eliminate Claire, for he sensed that as long as Claire remained in the Viscounty, he would inevitably meet the same fate as the former captain of the Knights. "Administrative Officer Frank," Claire spoke softly. Frank immediately responded, "Yes, my Lord Viscount." He then glanced to Claire's side, where a new face was present, Robin, the newly appointed tax officer. Frank's heart sank. He had long been aware that Robin had taken possession of the tax documents from the Viscounty over the years, and he feared something would be uncovered. But he did not expect it to happen so swiftly. Frank closed his eyes and silently prayed. Admitting to anything at this stage was out of the question, so he could only hope Robin was incompetent and had discovered nothing. Claire, noting Frank's reaction, chuckled inwardly and continued, "Frank, your family has managed the Viscounty for 3 generations, and you have never once submitted your taxes late. I must commend your diligence." Frank dared not interject, knowing full well that the next words would be entirely different. Indeed, Claire's tone shifted to one of severity, reprimanding. "However, upon my tax officer's investigation, it was revealed that the annual tax revenue for the Viscounty has remained around 100,000, yet you have only remitted approximately 10,000 gold coins. Where, pray tell, has the remaining 90,000 gold coins gone? Frank's body trembled at Claire's admonition, and he instinctively began to protest. My Lord Viscount, please allow me to explain. These tax rates were established by the previous 2 administrative officers and have nothing to do with me. The previous administrative officers were your grandfather and father, correct? And this does not concern you. Claire laughed. Frank, without hesitation, retorted, if the Viscount wishes to apprehend them, I am willing to testify. What a grand display of filial piety. Claire waved his hand. Robin immediately stepped forward, perusing the documents in his hands, and recited, the decree stating that wheat exceeding 70 centimeters must be taxed was issued during your tenure. The childbirth tax was also mandated during your time. The tax law for coming-of-age ceremonies was likewise enacted by you. Frank's complexion grew increasingly pale as he listened, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Robin continued, during your 13-year term, you have embezzled a total of 963,780 gold coins from the Viscount. Claire smiled faintly at Frank and inquired, do you have any objections? My Lord Viscount, it is not as it appears. Frank immediately knelt and crawled forward, panic-stricken. I did not take all this money myself. Baron Eugene and the others also had their share. I only took a small portion, not even reaching 10,000 gold coins. With a snap of his fingers, Claire conjured a gust of wind that sent Frank flying backward. You claim not to have even reached 10,000? Your entire estate combined does not amount to 2,000. How dare you utter such words? Frank, having been knocked down, quickly scrambled to his feet, rushing towards Claire with tears streaming down his face. Begging for forgiveness. I am truly sorry, my Lord Viscount. I realize my mistake. I should not have been greedy. I will return all the money I have. Please spare me. Claire placed his index finger to his lips and said, Show. Do not cry. It is rather unbecoming of you, considering you are still the administrative officer of the Viscount. All right, I shall not cry. Frank quickly wiped away his tears. I summoned you here for a reason. And I shall indeed offer you a chance at redemption. Otherwise, our meeting would likely have taken place within a prison cell. Indeed, indeed. Frank nodded vigorously in agreement. You claim you are willing to return all the money you have. Claire squinted and asked, I am willing. Frank replied hastily, fearful of being too late. How much do you still possess? 30,000 gold coins. I am willing to hand it all over to you. Claire cursed inwardly, thinking, how is it possible that I, a Viscount, have less money than he does? I need you to perform a task for me. Once completed, you shall earn your freedom, though your role as administrative officer will be no more. No problem. My Lord Viscount, please state your request. I shall certainly fulfill it. Frank, the sort of person who would betray even his own father and grandfather to save his own skin, would surely commit any act to preserve his life. Excellent. I enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals like you. Only your life matters. Everything else is inconsequential. You speak rightly, my lord. The matter I wish to entrust to you is, Frank exited the Viscount's residence. Feeling an icy chill run down his spine as he glanced back at the Viscount's estate, he saw Claire leaning over the balcony, waving at him with a smile, as though greeting an old friend. Frank managed to muster a faint smile before hastening away from the Viscount's residence. After Frank departed, Robin, who had been following Claire, hesitated. My Lord Viscount, do you truly intend to let him go? Claire smiled slightly. What do you think? Frank did not return home, but hurried back to the room where the nobles were previously discussing matters. They were still present. Creak. The sound of the door drew the attention of the nobles within. Baron Eugene inquired, Frank, why have you returned? You appear somewhat unwell. Is that so? Frank quickly patted his pockets, searching for a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow, but after several frantic attempts, he found nothing. A nobleman eventually handed him a handkerchief. Thank you. Taking the handkerchief, Frank hurriedly dabbed at his face. What on earth is the matter? The nobles questioned. Nothing. It's just a bit warm outside. Frank made his way to his seat. Sinking into the soft embrace of the sofa, finally feeling a semblance of normalcy return. As soon as Frank sat down, he declared, I just came from the Viscount's residence. The attention of all present nobles was suddenly captured. The Viscount has agreed to consider dispatching troops. We are to go tomorrow to discuss the matter further. Frank did not even realize that he had changed the way he referred to Claire previously. He had always referred to her as her. So your earlier outing was to the Viscount's residence. I thought you had returned home. Baron Eugene immediately raised his glass. Let us toast to our upright and valiant administrative officer. Frank. The other nobles beamed, raising their glasses in a cheer for Frank. However, Lord Wilbur interjected. Did he not impose any conditions? It seems unlikely he would assist us without recompense. You have never been on good terms with him. So why would you approach him now? Moreover, your expression upon returning. Smash. Frank abruptly smashed his glass to the ground, splattering wine across the gathered nobles. He had already endured enough humiliation at Claire's hands. His nerves were taut. And now Wilbur dared to press him for answers. Why don't you ask him yourself tomorrow? It's South, not my place to speak for him. Whatever conditions he has are his concern. I am merely a messenger. Damn it. In that moment, Frank resembled a deranged individual, kicking over the wine bottle on the table, shattering it, before turning and storming out, leaving behind only a parting remark. That's the situation. You may choose to go or not. After Frank's departure, the nobles exchanged bewildered glances. Has he lost his mind? How dare he speak to us in such a manner? Humph. A mere civil servant, not even a noble, dares to lose his temper before us. Indeed, even if his ancestors were all civil servants, lacking noble lineage means he can never ascend to that status. He is inherently inferior to us. Let us not waste time on him. Instead, let us deliberate whether we should visit the viscount's estate tomorrow, Eugene stated. We must go. How else can we reclaim our goods? Those are cargo worth over 10,000 gold coins. Well said. Chapter 34. The division of profits early in the morning. The entrance of the viscount's estate was thronged with all the nobles of Nava City. Good day, my lord viscount. Good day, my lord viscount. Claire, wearing a smile, joined in the greetings. Good morning to you all. Please take a seat. Once seated, the maids brought forth fruits and desserts. Yet these were mere decorations. Aside from young Mary, none paid them much heed. Their primary purpose for gathering was the words conveyed by the civil servant Frank the previous day. Baron Eugene cut straight to the chase. My lord viscount, I have heard from Frank that you are willing to assist us in dispatching troops to deal with those bandits. Is this true? Certainly, Claire replied. They had previously sent assassins to kill me. And now they have stolen your goods, clearly underestimating us in Nava City. Upon hearing this, the nobles nodded in agreement, having almost forgotten that the rumors of the assassination attempt on Claire had originated from them. If Claire were to offer help without reason, they might suspect a trap, but knowing it was connected to their own attempted assassination put their minds at ease. Indeed. Just 2 days ago, the Viscount was nearly slain. And our goods were taken. Those bandits are brazenly disregarding us. The Viscount must take action to eradicate them. Of course, I am willing to send troops, but I do require some form of remuneration. Claire finally revealed his true intention. That is only natural, Eugene assured. Pounding his chest, if Claire were to refuse their money, he would feel uneasy. Whatever sum the Viscount desires, we shall provide. As long as it is within our capacity, we will certainly support you. Baron Eugene was a shrewd man, having stated he would pay any amount. He quickly added a caveat to ensure they had an excuse to refuse if Claire's demands were excessive. Claire narrowed his eyes and stated, I do not seek your money. The assembled nobles were taken aback. You do not want our money? Yet you claim to require compensation. Claire gazed up at the ceiling, a look of enlightenment gracing his face. Since the last time I was nearly killed by an assassin, I have tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest, contemplating the fragility of life. He then addressed the nobles present. Surely one cannot spend their life without having experienced anything worthwhile before passing away. The nobles nodded in agreement. That is certainly true. Thus, that night I came to a realization. One must enjoy life to the fullest. The opinions and judgments of others are of no consequence. Previously, I was too naive, believing that as the heir of the Griffin family, I must restore the former glory of the Viscounty. However, after that night, my mindset has transformed. Life is fraught with unexpected turns. I cannot leave this world without having savored its pleasures. There are countless beautiful things to enjoy: fine wine, women, and wealth. As he spoke, tears welled in Claire's eyes, as if he were grasping profound truths. Thus, I owe you all an apology. I was overly innocent, unable to distinguish between myself and the common folk, viewing you as adversaries. Now, I simply wish to relish life, to possess abundant wealth, and indulge in the finest wines this world has to offer. Eugene's eyes glinted with admiration. This fellow had finally come to understand the situation. He was a noble. Why should he associate with the common rabble? Claire placed a hand on Baron Eugene's shoulder. You may continue to operate your clinic. Just share a portion of the profits with me. Baron Eugene sprang to his feet, raising his glass of wine. Thank you, my lord Viscount. As for sharing profits, it was certainly better than receiving nothing at all. The other nobles also revealed joyful smiles, clearly pleased that their Viscount had finally seen the light. Meanwhile, civil servant Frank observed from the sidelines with a cold, disdainful sneer. Humph, a bunch of fools, all duped by his theatrics. That smiling man is the true devil. Lord Wilbur interjected. After all this talk, where will the Viscount's funds come from? The crowd turned their curious gazes toward him, eager to learn the source of Claire's promised compensation. Claire smiled gently, naturally, as before. It will come from the hands of those commoners. Oh, taxes. The nobles now believed even more firmly in Claire's awakening. No, as a lord, one must act with propriety. It just so happens that those bandits attempted to assassinate me and stole your goods. This provides an excellent excuse. What do you mean? We will cleverly utilize the pretext of sending troops to demand contributions. What if they refuse to contribute? You all must contribute first. Only after you donate can they follow suit. The more you contribute, the more they will feel compelled to give. And after the donations, I will return your contributions in full, and we shall split the funds they provide with a ratio of 30 to 70. Who receives the 30 and who gets the 70? I will take 30, and you shall receive 70. What if we refuse to donate? Of course, you may refuse, but then you will receive nothing from the 70. The more you donate, the larger your share becomes, and thus the more you shall receive. The nobles present suddenly understood. It seemed their viscount was even more ruthless than they had anticipated. Very well. No problem. Eugene agreed. So, how much do you all wish to contribute? Claire leaned forward slightly. Lord Wilbur raised his hand. I shall donate 1,000 gold coins. Claire smirked. This was far below his expectations. His gaze inadvertently flickered toward the silent civil servant Frank. That fleeting glance. Frank felt a chill run down his spine. I will contribute 30,000 gold coins. The other nobles were taken aback. Had he lost his mind? They believed that a few thousand gold coins would suffice for such donations, but 30,000? Have you gone mad? Lord Wilbur exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Frank. This was humiliating. I offer 1,000. And you leap to 30,000, a 30-fold difference. What do you mean by that? Frank remained aloof. What I choose to donate is my own business. You contribute your 1,000 and keep quiet. Regardless, I will receive my full amount back. The less you contribute, the more I will receive. At this moment, the nobles recalled the significance of Claire's earlier words, in full return. This implied it was a matter of capital. Nevertheless, they still harbored reservations. After all, this was not merely a matter of thousands of gold coins. Losing tens of thousands would indeed be a significant blow. Observing their hesitance, Claire deemed it time to speak up. No need to worry. My friends, even a donation of a few hundred to 1,000 gold coins would suffice. I do not wish to pressure you. 30,000 should be more than adequate for this venture. Yet, Claire's nonchalance only heightened the nobles' urgency. Had Claire been pleading for their contributions, they might have hesitated, but his demeanor suggested he did not need their money, thus inciting their eagerness. This was an opportunity without risk. A guaranteed profit. Reflecting on Claire's earlier words, Eugene slammed the table decisively. I will donate 50,000 gold coins. Now that is bold, Claire praised, but did not forget to stoke the fire further. 80,000 would be sufficient. The rest can be mere symbolic contributions. No way. It is our honor to assist the Viscount. How can we contribute less? I will also donate 30,000 gold coins. The other nobles, seeing one step forward, quickly followed suit with their offerings. I will contribute 40,000. I shall also donate 30,000. I will provide 30,000. I will give 20,000. In the end, nearly all the nobles had contributed the bulk of their fortunes, except for Lord Wilbur, who remained steadfast at 1,000 gold coins. All right, let us conclude this matter. Claire clapped his hands and stood. Wait. My Lord Viscount. Lord Wilbur exclaimed in a panic. I will also donate 50,000 gold coins. Claire bestowed a friendly smile upon him. Lord Wilbur, you are truly magnanimous. Chapter 35. Bandits must always be eradicated early in the morning. Everyone noticed a new notice posted on the city wall. However, unlike previous notices, this one required no literate individual to read it aloud. Robin had been standing beneath the announcement since it was posted, explaining its contents to passersby. In less than a morning, the citizens both inside and outside of Nafachang had learned that their lord was to hold yet another speech. By noon, a wooden platform, reminiscent of previous occasions, had been erected, and the crowd gradually began to gather. As the afternoon approached, the nobles arrived in their carriages, yet Claire deliberately refrained from setting up any seats. They were obliged to stand alongside the common folk, occasionally pulling out handkerchiefs to wipe the perspiration from their brows. After enduring this for nearly an hour or two, just as the sun was beginning to set, Claire finally made his entrance. Even before he appeared, the nobles could hear an uproar of enthusiastic cheers and applause from behind. Claire was far more popular than they had anticipated. "Good afternoon, everyone," Claire beamed from the platform. "Greetings, my lord the Viscount," wishing the Viscountess' name resound throughout the world. The crowd waved their hands in greeting. Since Claire's last address, the majority had become his ardent admirers. Claire raised his hand, prompting the crowd to quiet down. "I have called you all here primarily to discuss the eradication of bandits. The brigands outside our city have long been a blight upon Nafetching, even daring to attempt my assassination and plunder our goods." The citizens watched Claire intently, fully aware that the bandits' misdeeds extended far beyond what had been mentioned. During times of famine, they would invade villages to seize food and abduct women, fueling deep-seated hatred among the populace. Bah! Bandits must be eradicated at all costs. Just imagine, when you're at home enjoying fine wine with your maid, and suddenly you receive word that your goods have been stolen by bandits. Thus, a life without bandits is a good life. The crowd, uncertain at first, soon began to chant in agreement. Yes, however, the nobles, listening intently, felt a slight discomfort, sensing that Claire's words held a pointed significance. "Nevertheless, as I have only just returned to my territory and have allocated funds to train our knights, coupled with significant tax reductions, we currently lack sufficient finances to pursue the bandits. Therefore, I hope to gather your support in contributing some funds. Of course, any amount, great or small, is appreciated." Baron Eugene, sensing the peculiarity in Claire's earlier remarks but lacking the time for contemplation, recognized it was his moment to step forward. "The Viscount speaks well. A life devoid of bandits is indeed a good life. I, Baron Eugene, shall contribute 50,000 gold coins to the cause." With a wave of his hand, his attendants promptly unloaded several large chests of gold coins onto the platform, revealing a dazzling display that nearly blinded the onlookers. "Goodness, I have never seen so much money in my life. I never even dared to dream of such a sum." The crowd gazed in astonishment. They rarely encountered even a single gold coin, let alone such a grand spectacle. "My Lord's administrative officer shall also donate 30,000 gold coins," Frank announced as he rose, though his demeanor betrayed a sense of pain at the sight of the coins being presented. Unlike the other nobles, he understood that his contribution would likely never be reimbursed. After a couple of leaders had set the precedent, the remaining nobles stood up to declare their own donations. The citizens, witnessing the towering piles of gold coins accumulating on the platform, were momentarily at a loss for words, their expressions frozen in shock. Yet, once the initial surprise wore off, they hastily rummaged through their pockets, bringing forth whatever funds they could spare. "Though my donation may be modest, I hope it will aid the Viscount." One citizen shouted. "Yes, I have no money on me now, but I will return home to fetch some. I too shall retrieve my savings. The Viscount is a good man, and I wish to contribute." "Me as well. We all believe in the Viscount." The citizens eagerly placed their contributions upon the growing mound of coins, with copper and silver coins quickly forming a small hill, as more individuals returned from their homes with their savings. The nobles grinned broadly, their teeth gleaming as they reveled in the navet of the commoners who willingly offered their money. Meanwhile, Claire felt a twinge of guilt, although it was merely a temporary deception. He couldn't help but feel somewhat remorseful. However, he recognized that without such tactics, convincing the nobles would have been impossible. The fundraising event continued until sunset, culminating in over 20,000 gold coins contributed by the citizens, not just from the impoverished, but also from some middle-class families. Ultimately, nearly every individual contributed more than 10 silver coins. The knights were tasked with transporting the gold coins to the carriages, which would then be taken back to the Viscountess' residence. Tax Officer Robin was inside the carriage, diligently calculating the total amount collected. "Tomorrow at dawn, the Knight Brigade shall set off to eradicate the bandits," Claire declared just as the last rays of sunlight faded. Before the sun had risen the following morning, the main street of Nafetching was thronged with people, each holding fruits and flowers, eagerly awaiting the event. Clop, clop, clop. The rhythmic sound of hooves approached, drawing the attention of the crowd. The knight captain, Hunter, led the procession on horseback, clad in shining silver armor that glimmered in the morning light. Over 60 knights advanced like a steel tide, their presence awe-inspiring. The onlookers were momentarily struck dumb. They had never witnessed such a formidable display of knights, especially ones belonging to their Viscount, who were setting out to confront the bandits. A swell of pride surged within them. The horses carried the knights along the main thoroughfare to the city gates, with the citizens following in TOW.AT the gates. Claire awaited their arrival. "Dismount, Hunter commanded. And the 60 knights dismounted in perfect unison. Hunter approached Claire, kneeling before him and proclaiming, "My lord, your knight brigade is assembled and ready." The other knights followed suit, kneeling in solidarity. Claire accepted the flowers offered by the citizens, handing them to Hunter, who remained kneeling. "Rise." "Indeed, my lord." The knights sprang to their feet, the clanking of their armor resonating like music rather than noise, as the spectators felt an overwhelming sense of admiration, wishing they could don such armor themselves. Claire glanced at the excited citizens nearby and waved, prompting them to rush forward and present their prepared gifts to the knights. The young knights stood bewildered, unsure how to respond. A sentiment echoed in Hunter, who had never encountered such a display of gratitude before. In his earlier days as a knight, the common folk had feared them. Receiving gifts was unheard of, and even a mere spit behind their backs was considered a compliment. "Take these gifts. They represent the goodwill of the people. Do not feel embarrassed. You fight not just for me, but for them." Claire reassured them. In truth, while their mission was not solely aimed at combating bandits, they were indeed undertaking actions that benefited the populace. Yes, the young knights, holding the fruits and flowers, felt a rush of excitement. To receive the support of the citizens was a profound honor. Claire unsheathed his sword, tapping it lightly on Hunter's shoulders and head, completing the ceremonial gesture. He then pointed the sword toward the city gates, calling out, "Let us depart." The knights swiftly mounted their steeds, offering Claire a salute before galloping forth. Chapter 36. The unforgiving justice of the wheels of fate. As night fell, Claire stood on the balcony of his study, resting his chin on his hand, surveying the entirety of Nafachang. Creak. The door swung open as Reagan entered, carrying a platter of fruit. My lord, here are the fruits gifted by the citizens this morning. Do taste them." Claire did not turn but continued gazing at the scenery outside. Understood. What is the master pondering? Reagan inquired curiously. This. Claire finally turned, stepping inside to grab a piece of fruit from the table. Do you not think Nafachang appears somewhat antiquated? Reagan was uncertain how to respond, ultimately stating, "Well, after several decades, it is not uncommon for urban areas to age." "Indeed." Claire nodded and inquired, "What time is it now?" "It is past 11. Then it is about time." Claire turned his gaze back toward the city gates. "Our administrative officer should also be preparing to leave the city." Time rewound one day. That time, it was evening within the conference hall of the Viscount's estate, where only Claire and Hunt were present. "Tomorrow night, the administrative officer of our Viscount's domain will be departing. As far as I know, he is likely to choose the cover of night for his departure. Do you understand what to do?" A glimmer of coldness flickered in Hunt's eyes. "Understood, my lord." Claire continued, "Anyone taller than the wheel shall be executed without mercy." Hunt quickly praised, "My lord, your mercy knows no bounds. Those who do not reach the height of the wheel should have stones placed beneath their feet." "What did you just say?" Hunt, covering his mouth, realized he had spoken too hastily, and his mind raced as he replied, "You are truly a wise lord." As midnight approached, 3 heavily laden carts, escorted by a band of mercenaries, rolled out of the city of Nafu, heading towards the northern city. Taking advantage of the night, Frank glanced back at the city he had governed for 13 years, realizing that acquiring wealth would no longer be as simple. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted by the screams of the mercenaries outside the window. "What is happening?" Frank exclaimed, drawing a small knife from within his cloak and rushing outside. What met his gaze was the gleaming silver armor under the moonlight, along with a familiar figure leading the charge. "Hunt." Frank gasped in shock. "It is I. The Viscount commanded me to let you go. What is this all about?" "Indeed, did I not allow you to leave? We are already miles away from Nafu." Hunt replied with a smile, wielding a great sword. During their conversation, the mercenaries were swiftly dispatched by the knights under Hunt's command. The two sides were simply not on the same level. "Claire, I had a pact with you, and you dare to go back on your word, you scoundrel." Frank could only shout in impotent rage. Uft! Hunt's great sword plunged into his chest. To dare show disrespect to the Lord is a grave sin. "Claire, you wretch, demon, I curse you to join me in hell." "Enough noise. My lord instructed me to convey a message to you." Hunt withdrew his sword to Frank's face, turned even paler as blood gushed from his wound. Speaking had become a monumental effort. Yet he still managed to lift his head, eager to hear what Claire had to say. "The Lord says, you shall not be alone on your journey." Frank was momentarily taken aback, seemingly struck by a realization, and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, cough, ha ha ha." His life ebbed away amidst his wild laughter. The 60 knights quickly cleaned up the scene, leaving no trace behind. Reassemble. We must return to Nafa before dawn. Yes. The youthful voices echoed across the plains. As dawn broke, the nightly procession, reeking of blood, re-entered the city of Nafu. The townsfolk gathered to witness the spectacle. Wow, is that blood on them? It's quite pungent, but they look magnificent. Indeed, a suit of armor ought to be adorned with the evidence of battle. At that moment, Claire had already arrived at the city gates to greet them. Upon seeing the knights, he exclaimed, "You have eradicated a malignant tumor from Nafu." The youths smiled knowingly. Their smiles held a shared understanding. Indeed, Claire was correct. They had indeed dealt with a significant issue plaguing Nafu. Approaching Hunt, Claire lowered his voice and inquired, "How much did he take with him?" Hunt responded quietly, "Approximately 20,000 gold coins." Claire's eyes flickered. What a revelation. For his entire fortune amounted to merely 30,000 gold coins, and now he learned that 20,000 were still hidden at home. "Let us return." "Yes, my lord." However, at that moment, the nobles approached with smiles plastered on their faces. "Congratulations, Captain Hunt, on your triumphant return." As they spoke, they leaned forward to catch a glimpse of what they were eager to see, but to no avail. Where are our goods?" Lord Wilbur directly inquired. "What goods?" Hunt feigned ignorance. Claire interjected with a chuckle. "Surely you mean the goods pilfered from these noble lords?" "Oh," Hunt pretended to have a sudden realization. "The bandits claimed that the goods were sold off." "Impossible," Lord Wilbur shouted. "In just a few days. Could those brigands have managed to sell off our goods worth tens of thousands?" Hunt shrugged. "That is what they said. If you do not believe me, go ask them yourself." "You," Lord Wilbur pointed an accusatory finger at Hunt, ready to unleash a tirade, but was halted by Baron Eugene at that moment. Baron Eugene was also wrestling with his rising fury. He had a foreboding sense, and quickly turned to Claire, tentatively asking, "My lord, when will our share be distributed?" "Distributed? What do you mean?" Claire stepped back a few paces, a smile breaking his face as he exclaimed, "Oh, you mean the donations." Baron Eugene recognized the familiar gesture Claire made. He had witnessed it before at the clinic. "I must thank you noble lords for your generous contributions. A staggering 430,000 gold coins. Truly magnanimous." As he spoke, Claire turned to point at the city gate. "I envision erecting a monument here to honor your selfless donations for future generations to remember." "Claire," Baron Eugene's teeth nearly ground to dust in his fury. Clang. The sound of swords being drawn echoed from the ranks of knights behind them, and the nobles turned to see the knights glaring at them, ready to respond to any sign of unrest with swift violence. Click. The sound of a loaded crossbow being readied rang out, and upon looking, they found the dark muzzles aimed directly at them. Terrified expressions crossed the faces of the nobles, and they hastily fled the scene. Chapter 37. Working overtime, I am furious, infuriated. "How dare that Claire humiliate us so?" Baron Eugene shouted, brandishing his sword as he violently struck the furniture in the room. The other nobles seated nearby wore expressions of indignation. At this point, how could they not realize they had been completely outmaneuvered by Claire? "I will kill him." Baron Eugene continued to lash out at the furnishings to vent his rage. Having suffered the greatest loss, 50,000 gold coins vanished, a significant portion of his wealth. "That scoundrel." Baron Eugene swung his sword a few more times before finally coming to a breathless halt, still muttering curses under his breath. "Where is that scoundrel, Frank? Why has he shown up?" Baron Eugene demanded, hands on his hips. Lord Wilbur scoffed. "He moved his entire family out of Nafa last night. Probably had a deal arranged with Claire to swindle our money and has run off with the spoils. Damn it." Upon hearing this news, Baron Eugene's anger surged further. "That wretched man. So he returned that day to conspire with Claire against us. I knew there was something off about his demeanor. Where did he go? Bring him back. Killing him would not be enough to quench my fury. He left last night. He is likely nearing another territory by now. And who knows which direction he headed." Enraged, Baron Eugene raised his sword again in a fit of fury, finally managing to calm himself down. "Let him go for now. The pressing matter at hand is how to reclaim our money." At the mention of their lost funds, the faces of the nobles fell, for the money they had donated constituted a significant portion of their wealth. Had it not been for that wretched Frank donating 30,000 gold coins all at once, they would not have felt compelled to contribute so much, and now it had all fallen into Claire's hands. Lord Wilbur's eyes darted about, and he whispered, "If all else fails, we could resort to the same tactic as last time." Gesturing to his throat with a finger, Baron Eugene paused for a moment, a hint of a smile creeping onto his face, but it was swiftly interrupted by the sound of hoofbeats outside. Clop. Clop, clop. The sharp, ringing sound of hooves echoed once more, disrupting Baron Eugene's plans. Since their return, knights had been patrolling outside their homes in relentless shifts, ostensibly to survey the city, but they all knew it was to keep a watchful eye on them. Damn it! Baron Eugene slammed his fist onto the table. With them watching us so closely, we have no opportunity. He had no doubt that the moment he made contact with the assassins, a horde of knights would burst in and bind him. The other nobles instinctively recoiled, fear etched on their faces. The scene of knights drawing their swords in front of them had left a lasting impression. A single charge would have spelled their doom. Forget it. We should avoid provoking him. Baron Eugene gritted his teeth as he uttered these words. The other nobles exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Indeed, they were no match for Claire in a direct confrontation. Do not tell me you have donated all your money, at the very least. Keep a portion for yourselves. Baron Eugene surveyed the room before continuing. Let us gather some funds and arrange for another shipment of goods. Nearly all the shops in Nafa City are under our control. If we were to go bankrupt, the entire city would follow suit. Claire would not dare to challenge us. As long as we can bring the goods back, Nafa City remains our domain. Indeed, the other nobles nodded in agreement, for the noble laws guaranteed the sanctity of their private property. And even though Claire held the title of viscount, he could not use force to compel them to relinquish their shops. Baron, urgent news. A servant burst through the door, his expression fraught with panic. Baron Eugene, incensed, rose from the sofa. We are in the midst of a meeting. Can this not wait until we are finished? The servant gasped for breath, wiping the sweat from his brow. It is truly dire news. Baron Eugene furrowed his brow. This servant was typically composed, and such disarray suggested something catastrophic had occurred. What is it? Speak quickly. The Viscount is distributing goods for free at the city gate, items that are sold in our shops. If this continues, no one will come to buy from us. Boom. Baron Eugene felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning, his strength evaporating as he collapsed back onto the sofa, murmuring to himself, how could this be? How is it possible? Where did they acquire the goods to distribute to those commoners? Suddenly, a revelation struck him, and he slapped his forehead, connecting all the dots. Trembling, he exclaimed, could it be that there are no bandits at all? With this thought, he sprang to his feet, grabbing the servant's sleeve. Quick, prepare the carriage. I must see for myself. Although the other nobles were unaware of the unfolding crisis, they followed Baron Eugene to the city gate. Upon arrival, the nobles were struck with clarity. The carts laden with goods were none other than their family's own. Claire had brazenly brought them forth. Not even bothering to remove the labels from the merchandise, Baron Eugene sank to the ground, dazed, watching the commoners receiving the items from the knights. Those goods rightfully belonged to them. Baron Eugene, are you well? A voice of concern broke through his stupor. Eugene turned his head, squinting against the glaring sunlight, which obscured the figure's features. Finally, he discerned the identity of the person before him. Claire, he ground out through clenched teeth. Claire crouched slightly, tugging at Eugene's collar before releasing it, saying, Baron Eugene seems to have fallen on hard times. And this is all you're doing? No, no, no. It is your own greed that has led to this. Claire replied with a smile. Have you come to witness our misfortune? Eugene stood, brushing the dust from his clothes. He would not allow himself to lose face as a noble. Not at all. Claire raised a finger. I have come to propose a deal. Do you think we would be foolish enough to trade with you as we did before? Lord Wilby interjected. Listen before you speak. Claire continued, hand over all your assets in Nafa City to me, and I shall provide you with a sum of money, allowing you to thrive in other cities. Impossible. Baron Eugene reacted vehemently. The industries he had painstakingly built in Nafa City were not easily traded away. Claire remained calm, smiling as he said, Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? How much longer can your finances sustain you in Nafa City? He gestured toward the caravan, distributing goods behind him. Most of your wealth is already in my hands. I can continue this free distribution for years. During that time, your shops will earn not a single copper coin. Are you willing to endure this? How long can your money sustain a decent life in Nafa City? Think carefully. Claire's words caused the noble's expressions to flicker with uncertainty as they pondered the truth of his claims. Indeed, if this continued, their downfall was inevitable. Their resources were dwindling, which is why they had sought to gather funds for another shipment. It would not take years. In just 2 or 3 months, they would be unable to hold out. Think it over. I shall take my leave. Claire turned to depart, but Baron Eugene stopped him. I will go, but the price must not be lessened. With one noble leading the way, the others quickly followed suit in agreement. Smart individuals, indeed. Claire clapped his hands in delight. signaling for the tax official, Robin, to step forward. You will negotiate with them. Robin, amidst the throng of nobles, moved to another area where the bargaining commenced, each noble hoping to secure enough funds to ensure their comfortable existence in a different city. Claire merely cast a cursory glance before heading to the area where goods were being distributed. The crowd of citizens knelt before him, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lord Viscount." Claire chuckled, waving his hand to encourage them to rise. Hunt emerged from the crowd of distributors. "My lord, what is the status? The more remote villages have already dispatched the carts. We expect to complete everything by this afternoon." "Good." Claire turned his gaze back to the crowd of nobles engaged in negotiation. And Hunt followed suit. Claire, not fully understanding, remarked, "Let us add a night shift." Hunt, quick-witted, grasped Claire's intent and flashed a broad smile. "Understood, my lord." Claire smiled in return. These nobles could perish, but they must not die within Notha City. The noble laws were not to be trifled with, for he had knights like Hunt who could easily eliminate Eugene and his peers without a trace. Why prolong the matter? Everyone knew that these nobles could meet their end at his hands. Yet it must remain unproven. Such matters were well understood among the grand nobles. Many lesser nobles had mysteriously perished under the shadows, and while everyone knew the implications, no one would pursue justice for the fallen, especially without evidence. Chapter 38. Labor in lieu of relief. At the break of dawn, Hunt entered the Viscount's manor clad in bloodstained armor. Upon encountering Claire, he knelt partially, "Reporting to you, my lord. I have fulfilled my duty." "Rise." Claire waved his hand. "What are the spoils?" "The total amount of gold coins they carried is 460,000. Hunt exclaimed excitedly. Claire nodded thoughtfully, glancing at the administrative officer, Robin. Robin, understanding Claire's intent, quickly interjected, "Yesterday, I negotiated a price of 300,000 coins with them, adding the 43,000 we recovered. Our treasury now exceeds 500,000. 500,000 coins, equivalent to a decade's worth of taxes from Notha City," Claire murmured to himself. He then turned to Reagan, speaking softly. "Frank is deceased. We are short one administrative officer in our territory." Reagan bowed slightly. "Young master, I will seek a qualified officer in another city." "No need." Claire shook his head gently. "Is there not a suitable candidate right here?" Reagan looked puzzled, glancing around, still failing to discern who Claire referred to. Robin was already the tax officer. Surely, Hunt would not be appointed as the administrative officer. "You," Claire pointed at Reagan, "from now on, you shall serve as the administrative officer of the Viscount's manor." Reagan, overwhelmed, quickly protested, "Young master, there is no need for further discussion. You are a competent steward of the Griffin family, and I believe you can also manage the duties of the Viscount's estate. Besides, this would alleviate some of my burdens." Reagan's eyes flickered. Ultimately, he bowed deeply. "Thank you, young master, for believing in this old man." Claire chuckled and replied, "While the nobles within the city have been purged, the common folk still suffer from scarcity and destitution. Thus, I plan to undertake the reconstruction of Notha City." Claire's declaration sparked a wave of dissent. Reagan was the first to raise an objection. "Young master, the reconstruction of Notha City will likely require substantial financial resources." As the steward of the Griffin family, he was particularly sensitive to wasteful expenditures. Although Robin remained silent, his expression conveyed a hint of dissent. To invest the hard-earned funds acquired from the nobility into seemingly futile construction projects was nothing short of a waste, especially when it bore no relation to the dire material shortages and impoverished conditions faced by the subjects. Claire shook her head with a mysterious smile. "Have you ever heard of using labor to alleviate hardship?" Reagan and Robin exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in unison, as they had never come across this term before. Only Hunter stood foolishly to the side, entirely clueless about such matters. "Reagan, do you remember what I told you before? Money is meant to be spent. It is not to be hoarded or stored away. Only when it flows can it generate value. The restoration of Notha City is merely one aspect. The primary purpose is to redistribute these funds to the common folk below. The prosperity of a territory does not hinge on the wealth of its lord, but rather on whether the populace is sufficiently affluent. A prosperous citizenry leads to a strong nation. Only when they are well off can they drive the development of the entire territory." Claire's explanation left both Reagan and Robin astonished. As they exchanged incredulous glances, recognizing a shared sense of shock, they had never encountered such reasoning before. Claire continued, "My previous words were not mere rhetoric. I aim to first restore Notha City. Setting aside other matters, we must address the sewers. The refuse and filth piling up on the streets is unbearable, and prolonged accumulation could easily lead to a plague. Indeed, Robin nodded repeatedly in full agreement. What I mentioned earlier was not empty talk either. Establishing schools and hospitals is imperative. In 20 years, we will have eradicated illiteracy within our entire viscountcy, and ailments will be treatable, preventing the recurrence of past incidents involving quack doctors. The populace will be able to live and work in peace, free from oppression, and the territory will flourish. Merely listening to Claire's vision stirred excitement among the gathered individuals. At this point, Claire turned her gaze to the three men before him. This task is entrusted to you. Are you capable of handling it? Absolutely. First, we need to clear a space from the nobles' estates to establish night schools, enabling some adults to learn to read. No problem, Robin replied, as he was responsible for receiving the properties from the nobles and certainly knew which areas could be repurposed for night classes. The teachers, however, will have to be recruited from other territories after some time, Claire expressed with a hint of regret. No need for that, my lord. Robin exclaimed eagerly. My wife is a teacher. She previously taught the children of nobles, so she should be able to teach literacy. As for primary school teachers, there's no rush. The school hasn't even been built yet, so we can take our time finding them. Claire's eyes lit up. Excellent. You shall be in charge of this matter. It seemed the establishment of the night school would not be delayed for long. At noon, Reagan personally carried a bundle of papers to the city gate to post them. A task typically reserved for the government officials. The first notice was an announcement from Claire appointing him as the government official of the Griffin viscountcy, followed by several notices regarding the recruitment of workers. As soon as passers-by noticed the postings, they gathered around, all eyes fixed on the announcements. Don't crowd. Didn't you say you can't read? Get out of the way. Who in Nafa City can read? I just want to get a closer look. Once a sufficient crowd had gathered, Reagan cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, I am now the government official of the Griffin viscountcy. The crowd looked on in bewilderment, murmuring among themselves. Who is he? I don't remember hearing about him. What happened to the previous official? I don't know. Why has there been a sudden change? Reagan interrupted their chatter, exclaiming, the previous official, who haphazardly imposed taxes, has been dismissed by the young viscount. I am the newly appointed official by the young viscount. Oh, the young viscount appointed him. Upon hearing Claire's name, the crowd erupted in excitement. The last official deserved to be hanged. But it's fortunate that the young viscount got rid of him. Long live the young viscount. Indeed, the young viscount's appointed official must be infinitely better than the last. Seeing the crowd's praises for the young lord, a smile crept onto Reagan's face. He then proceeded to explain the details of the subsequent announcements regarding the night school, the restoration of Nafa City, and the establishment of new hospitals and primary schools. After hearing Reagan's explanation, the crowd erupted once more in fervor. Really? Working for a month can earn 20 silver coins. And meals are included. The announcement from the young viscount must be true, another shouted excitedly. It's not the busy season for farming. We can definitely spare time to work. Exactly. Such generous compensation, even if it's hard work. So what? And the requirements are not stringent. Basically, any adult can apply. I need to rush back to the village to share this good news. Our good days are finally arriving. Long live the young viscount, someone shouted as they ran off. Within mere minutes, the entire Nafa City echoed with shouts of, Long live the young viscount. Chapter 39. Seeking skill over objects. The construction project had been progressing vigorously for several days. With the collective efforts of hundreds of individuals, some structures were beginning to take shape, soon to be put into use. At this moment, Claire stood in his attic, gazing out at the city of Nafa under the night sky. For some reason, he always found solace in overlooking the city that belonged to him. Glancing at his transaction panel, he noticed he had accumulated 2 transaction points, yet Claire was not in a rush to trade. Having spent the last 15 days engaged in a battle of wits with the nobles, he realized that after tonight, he would acquire another transaction point. There was no need to rush. He could simply wait until midnight to gather 3 transaction points before proceeding with the trade. It's almost time, Claire murmured to himself, then returned to his favorite recliner from the balcony. Leaning back, he began to count down while watching the clock on the wall. 3, 2, 1. Upon reaching 1, he opened the transaction panel, and indeed, the 2 transaction points had transformed into 3. Just as he had anticipated. Following his upgrade, the energy storage duration for transaction points had decreased from 7 days to 5 days. Suddenly, Claire's pupils dilated as he noticed a new button labeled Upgrade Transaction on the rudimentary transaction panel. What is this? Claire wondered, recalling that the individual who sold him the revolver had mentioned that upon reaching 2 transaction points, he could add fixed friends, but had not mentioned anything about having an upgrade transaction option upon reaching 3. After scanning the transaction panel several times, he found no other changes. After a moment's hesitation, Claire decided to press the Upgrade Transaction button. After all, an upgrade was preferable to remaining stagnant, in the next instant. The transaction panel that had been before him abruptly closed, leaving only a small spinning circle, reminiscent of the upgrade process on his mobile phone in his previous life, although there was no indication of when the upgrade would be completed. Claire had ample time, so he picked up a magic book nearby and began to read while patiently waiting. However, not long passed, within a mere 10 minutes, when Claire felt a sudden brightness before him, and the panel reappeared. Observing the new panel, Claire pressed his lips together. This was the true transaction panel. Had he been using a trial version before? The current transaction panel was vastly different from the previous one, exuding a high-end aesthetic, and several new buttons had appeared: Start Transaction, Personal Space, and Fixed Friends. Claire clicked on the Fixed Friends section, finding it completely empty, as he had not added any friends. However, it displayed the individuals he had previously transacted with. He could add them as friends for a small cost of transaction points. Glancing at the personal space, it resembled his spatial ring, allowing for direct storage of items obtained through transactions, unlike the previous time-limited transaction space. Claire then shifted his gaze to the upper right corner, and his eyes widened in surprise as he noticed that his originally 3 transaction points had now dwindled to 1. Did I use those 3 points to upgrade? Claire speculated. Nonetheless, since the points had already been spent, there was no use in lamenting. He clicked on Start Transaction to explore the changes in the upgraded transaction panel. A line of text that had never appeared before materialized in the center of the energy vortex. Matching you with a 1-star transaction user. Claire mused. So after the upgrade, it's a 1-star transaction? The quality of the matched users should be higher, so this upgrade doesn't seem like a loss. As the swirling vortex cleared like murky water, a delicate visage emerged before Claire. The person greeted him with a radiant smile, saying, "Hello there. My name is Lan Zhao. What is yours?" Claire was somewhat taken aback. It was his first encounter with a trader who exuded such genuine joy. Although he had met others who wore smiles, none had the sincerity of the individual before him. "Hello, I am Antonio." Claire instinctively introduced himself using his alias. Hello, Antonio." Lan Zhao continued to beam, and Claire found his spirits lifting in response to the other's infectious smile. As they conversed, Claire glanced at the upper right corner of the panel, where the countdown timer had vanished. This fleeting glance did not escape Lan Zhao's notice, who inquired with a smile, "Are you a newly upgraded 1-star trader?" "How so?" Lan Zhao scratched his head sheepishly, seemingly embarrassed for having read Claire's thoughts. Typically, time restrictions apply only at the 0 level. Once you reach 1 star, such limitations cease to exist. I deduced it from your habitual glance at the upper right corner. Claire readily admitted, "I indeed have just leveled up." "No worries. There's no rush in trading. Let me first introduce you to some intriguing items from our world that might pique your interest," Lan Zhao said. Turning to walk into the room, it wasn't long before he returned. Cradling a colorful array of items, Lan Zhao first presented a blue egg, the size of an ostrich egg, adorned with mysterious patterns. Speaking with pride, "This is a pet egg that I painstakingly brought out from the Anqing forest. Although I do not know what creature will hatch from it, it has been rated 3 stars. He placed the blue egg on the table and proceeded to unveil several similar eggs. Narrating with enthusiasm, "These are 1-star pet eggs. This one contains a slime, and this is an egg of a fire dragon beast, which, with proper nurturing, could evolve into a lord-level pet. Additionally, this is a water cloud beast's egg. And this one is our local specialty, the electric-tailed cat." While introducing these pet eggs, Lan Zhao maintained his dazzling smile, eagerly sharing information about the creatures from his realm. "A beast-taming dimension?" Claire mused internally. Could you demonstrate their abilities?" Claire inquired. "Of course." Lan Zhao readily replied. "Which one's abilities would you like to see? I run a pet shop, so I have all the pets that hatch from these eggs." "Let's start with the slime," Claire suggested, wanting to ascertain if their version resembled the slimes from his world. "Please hold on a moment. I'll be right back," Lan Zhao responded before dashing back into the room. In less than half a minute, he returned, clutching a gelatinous creature. "Ha ha ha, stop tickling me. It's so ticklish," Lan Zhao exclaimed as he set the slime down before Claire. Just like the slimes from his own world, Claire noted inwardly, though he wondered why this one was so amicable toward humans. Despite their slimes being weak, easily dispatched by an adult wielding a stick, this one approached Lan Zhao without trepidation, exhibiting an unusual friendliness. "Have you made your decision?" Lan Zhao asked, still attempting to shake off the slime's affectionate advances. Claire snapped back to reality and queried, "Can living creatures be traded across dimensions?" "Absolutely. I specialize in trading pets," Lan Zhao replied, grinning. "Have you settled on one? I recommend the electric-tailed cat. It has a gentle disposition and a decent attack power." Claire shook his head. Such peculiar beings were not uncommon in his own world, besides slimes. There were also 5-colored dragons, elves, merfolk, and other fantastical creatures. "I'm not particularly interested in these pets. I seek not tools but techniques. I desire." Chapter 40, Water Cloud Beast. I wish to acquire the means to establish a bond with pets. Claire stated directly. Their world was not lacking in magical beasts, yet few could tame the fiercely proud creatures. Unlike orcs, half-orcs, or the much-desired beast-eared maidens who possessed wisdom and order, mages could only enforce a master-servant relationship through contracts, which lacked the amicable nature evident between Lan Zhao and the slime. Thus, Claire concluded that there must be a unique method in their realm to communicate with pets, fostering a bond between them. Otherwise, how could slimes of the same species be so unmanageable in his world? Lan Zhao paused, surprised. "How did you know that our world possesses dedicated methods for establishing contracts with pets?" "Well, this isn't something worth concealing. If you seek it, it can indeed be traded. But are you truly not considering the electric-tailed cat? Its ordinary electric attack can pierce through 3 centimeters of iron." Lan Zhao continued to enthusiastically recommend the local electric-tailed cat, which he himself had contracted and cherished dearly. "No, I seek not tools but techniques. If the wisdom of your world is unattainable, then let us trade for the means to establish a bond with pets." "What do you have to offer in exchange?" Lan Zhao inquired. Claire pondered for a moment before presenting a spellbook that lay at hand, stating, "I will trade this book with you." "What is so special about this book?" Lan Zhao asked curiously. Claire smiled lightly. "You shall see shortly." With a snap of his fingers, a fireball the size of a human head manifested before him, but he snapped again, causing the fireball to split into 4 smaller orbs, now the size of fists, spinning rapidly as their speed increased. The rotating fireballs formed a fiery ring. Lan Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never witnessed a person wielding flames. Only fire-type pets could manage such feats. Claire was not yet finished with his demonstration, with a fist clenched. He extinguished the fiery ring, then muttered an incantation, summoning an arc of electricity into his hand. "Let us see if your electric-tailed cat's electric attack can rival this." After a moment's hesitation, Claire decided against sending Reagan back and pointed outside the window. In the next heartbeat, a bolt of blue lightning shot forth from Claire's fingertip, piercing the sky, leaving Lan Zhao utterly astonished, pleased with the reaction. Claire noted that the earlier lightning spell was a mid-level magic, representing the most powerful offensive spell he could cast at this stage. Once the display concluded, Claire held up the spellbook. "All the spells I just demonstrated are recorded within this book. What do you say? Can we exchange it for the means to establish a bond?" "Absolutely," Lan Zhao exclaimed with excitement. "If he could learn the spells contained within, he would be capable of taking down elite-level monsters even while unarmed. Now let me introduce you to the means of establishing a bond with pets in our realm." Lan Zhao eagerly began. "Generally, if a pet can be nurtured from an egg, its obedience is at its highest. However, often we must capture our own pets from the wild, which is where this method comes into play. It allows one to connect with the pet, conveying emotions back and forth, thus facilitating mutual understanding and simplifying the establishment of a contract." Claire nodded along, though he remained curious about how effective it would be in practice within this realm. "Let us commence the trade," Claire softly suggested, placing his spellbook into the trading space. "All right. However, please wait a moment. That book is considered a basic tutorial here, and I need to find a suitable exchange," Lan Zhao replied, noting that more advanced books focused on instructing how to command pets in battle. Lan Zhao rummaged through his room, taking several minutes to unearth a somewhat worn book from the bottom of a pile. This book is a bit damaged. How about I throw in a pet egg as well?" "Your spellbook is undoubtedly far more valuable than our basic tutorial," Lan Zhao offered generously. "Now, that is a true businessman," Claire thought to himself, feeling pleased. "Choose anyone except the 3-star egg," Lan Zhao said with a wave of his hand. "Then I shall take this aquamarine one," Claire replied casually, choosing a visually appealing option since he had little expectation for the pets. "The water cloud beast. I will place it in the trading space," Lan Zhao announced, placing the aquamarine egg into the designated area. After both parties confirmed their agreement, the trade commenced. A book and a cerulean egg materialized within Claire's trading space, and a delightful transaction was successfully completed. Once the trade concluded, a countdown timer appeared. Lan Zhao shared some essential tips on caring for the pet egg and discussed a few magical techniques with Claire before the trading portal closed. The other party had suggested adding each other as friends, which piqued Claire's interest, but she soon realized that she had no trading points left and would have to wait until she was more affluent to add them. The interface reverted to the original trading panel, and the items from the trading space transferred to her personal space. Habitually glancing at the top right corner, she noticed that the area previously displaying only trading points now revealed a countdown. 15 days until energy storage completion. Claire squinted, quickly grasping the underlying reason. The star-level cross-border trade matched her to a realm of a vastly different caliber than her previous matches, consuming 3 times the trading points. Thus, following the upgrade of the trading panel, the energy storage time had increased to threefold. However, half a month was a wait she could endure. Even 3 to 5 years would be manageable as a mid-level mage. Her lifespan greatly surpassed that of ordinary mortals. Provided no unforeseen events occurred, reaching 300 years was hardly an issue, especially since her abilities were still on the rise. That it was likely that upon advancing to a high-level mage, the energy storage time would be further reduced. She placed the slightly worn book out for observation, and as before, it was enveloped by a radiant glow upon appearing, adapting to the laws of this world, a phenomenon Claire had long since grown accustomed to. The cerulean egg, however, showed no remarkable reaction upon being released, likely due to the existence of magical beasts capable of wielding extraordinary powers in this realm. Setting the cerulean egg on a nearby table, Claire held no concern about it being accidentally damaged, as the 6th floor of the castle was generally off-limits to others. She then picked up the transformed book and began to delve into its contents, captivated by the profound knowledge hailing from another world. Chapter 41. The Slave Trader. The tutorial within the book was not particularly challenging, as it covered the most fundamental concepts. Claire grasped the basics within a couple of hours. Given the plethora of magical beasts in her world, their eventual application would undoubtedly prove significant, even if currently unutilized. For instance, the royal guard of a neighboring nation employed griffins as mounts, one of their nation's closely guarded secrets. With few kingdoms possessing the methods to control such creatures, Claire contemplated the necessity of acquiring a few dragons for her knightly order in the future. While purebred giants were out of the question, once matured, such dragons would be legendary beings of saintly caliber, capable of obliterating a mid-level mage like Claire with a mere breath. Obtaining dragonkin, such as 2-headed dragons, was certainly feasible. Early one morning, Claire rose quite early. Typically, mages required little sleep, as meditation sufficed. After having breakfast, she, under Reagan's guidance, ventured to the construction sites. Upon seeing Claire's arrival, the construction workers paused their tasks and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, my Lord Viscount." Claire offered a friendly smile, replying, "Please continue your work. I have merely come to observe." The city employed dedicated architects, alleviating Claire's concerns in that regard. She merely wished to check on the progress. The foundations were complete, and the next phase involved erecting the structures. Claire sought not the extravagant edifices of her previous life. Functionality sufficed. At this pace, it seemed the buildings would be completed within a week. While the timeline was not excessively rushed, the abundance of laborers contributed significantly. Upon hearing about the establishment of hospitals and schools, any idle citizens flocked to assist, with each project requiring hundreds of workers. Had it not been for the lack of sufficient lighting at night, they likely would have organized shifts. In contrast to the swift construction of hospitals and schools, the underground sewage system progressed at a much slower rate, primarily due to the lack of experience. Typically, waste was simply discarded outside without any organized sewage system. However, following Claire's announcement, the residents of Nafacheng began to spontaneously clean the streets, ensuring Claire could stroll through without encountering any foul odors. Under Claire's guidance and explanations, the architects, though perhaps not fully comprehending, seemed to grasp something, tirelessly excavating sewage pipes beneath Nafacheng, resulting in a system resembling Claire's expectations. Observing the gradual improvement of the city under her stewardship filled Claire with a sense of pride. However, before she could explore much further, Reagan reported a matter of concern beside her. "Young master, a slave trader has arrived outside the city." This world was not merely a feudal one. Beneath the Western Orc Empire lay numerous tribal regions inhabited by Orc clans. At the intersection of the 3 human kingdoms thrived the Luminary Empire, founded on religion. Thus, while slavery was prohibited in certain kingdoms, it remained entirely legal, and even commonplace, in the kingdom where Claire resided. with many nobles owning slaves for entertainment. Let us take a look, Claire replied, her curiosity piqued. Most slaves were typically captured from defeated nations, yet her kingdom, situated at the easternmost edge, did not share borders with particularly aggressive foreign kingdoms. Consequently, slave traders were a rare sight, appearing mainly in bustling capitals, making their presence in Claire's remote viscountcy even more unusual. Upon exiting the city gates, Claire spotted a long convoy of horse-drawn carts, laden with rows of iron cages. The cages were significantly larger than those she had imagined, and the prisoners within were not the humans she had envisaged, but towering, 2-meter-tall giants sporting bull horns. Their faces, while not particularly unattractive, were unmistakably different from humans, resembling bovine features. Bull-headed people, Claire murmured in confusion. The slave trader, noticing Claire's emergence alongside a crowd of followers, quickly discerned that this young man was the lord of the territory. With a forced smile, he approached. Such a distinguished young master must surely be the esteemed viscount. Indeed, Claire replied casually, her gaze still fixed on the bull-headed prisoners, creatures she had only encountered in animations. The slave trader, seemingly oblivious to Claire's indifference, drew her closer to the cages, exclaiming, "Are you interested in these bull-headed individuals, my lord? Just 6 gold coins will allow you to take one home. I have 23 in total, for a mere 120 gold coins. They're yours." Claire frowned slightly. The price was not exorbitant, yet purchasing these bull-headed beings left her perplexed. What purpose would they serve? Perhaps for tilling fields? Or to enhance the biodiversity within Nafachang? In her hesitation, a child among the crowd raised a hand, exclaiming, "Mister, don't you have any beast-eared maidens for sale?" Claire turned abruptly, astonished to discover a fur-loving individual among her subjects. Nevertheless, she shifted her focus back to the slave trader's face. Rather than spending over 100 coins on a group of bull-headed beings, she preferred to acquire some beast-eared maidens instead. The slave trader scratched his head awkwardly, explaining, "Those half-beasts were sold in the capital. Only these bull-headed individuals remain." His implication was clear. Had these bull-headed beings been marketable, he would not have traveled to such a remote area to sell them. Indeed, nobles typically sought wolf or cat warriors for their guards, as parading a group of bull-headed beings would invite ridicule from their peers. Noticing Claire's expression of indecision, the slave trader quickly added, "Do not fret. While there are no half-beasts, as you call them, I do have a half-elf. Would you care to take a look?" Intrigued by the mention of a half-elf, Claire replied, "Show me." The slave trader led Claire to a smaller cage covered with burlap. Compared to the cages holding the bull-headed individuals, this one appeared considerably smaller. As the trader lifted the burlap, it revealed a half-elf inside. Her fair skin, long pointed ears, and exquisite features mirroring those of elves Claire had encountered in her imagination. As sunlight streamed in, the half-elf shielded her eyes from the glare. Adopting a delicate posture, she glanced at the slave trader who had uncovered her cage, then at Claire standing nearby, before curling into a corner of the cage, seemingly indifferent to the outside world. Am I not correct? This half-elf resembles the elves from the elven forest, does she not? Are you interested? Logically, shouldn't half-elves like her have been sold in the capital already? How is it that you have arrived here? Claire inquired. Locking her gaze onto the slave trader's eyes, the slave trader wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. "It seems nothing escapes your keen observation, my lord the viscount. Do not be deceived by her delicate appearance. Her spirit is quite fierce, and she does not speak the common tongue, which is why the nobles of the royal capital chose not to purchase her. However, if you wish to buy her, I can offer you a 50% discount. She can be yours for just 50 gold coins." Claire regarded him with a puzzled expression. "If no one else desires her, what makes you think I would? Wait, I'll give you a 30% discount, just 30 gold coins. I cannot go any lower without incurring a loss," the slave trader pleaded. "Besides, she possesses many skills. She knows elven magic and is proficient in healing arts." At this, Claire's eyes flickered with interest, thinking to herself, "A healer? Just what I need for my viscountcy." Chapter 42. The Minotaur hammer. Noticing Claire had paused, the slave trader pressed on. 30 gold coins is a remarkable deal. Just look at how beautiful she is. Beauty is but a thorny rose. I would rather spend 30 gold coins to acquire 5 minotaurs. They possess immense strength, whereas this half-elf has little to offer, being unable to communicate effectively. The slave trader clicked his tongue, acknowledging her point. Otherwise, he would not have brought the half-elf and the minotaurs to this location. Very well. If you do not wish to purchase the half-elf, perhaps you would consider these minotaurs. They are worth several men each and are excellent laborers. Claire approached the minotaurs for a brief inspection but soon shook her head. I could buy them, but it is unnecessary. The slave trader's face fell. Claire's viscountcy was already in a remote area, and further south there was nothing but the sea. He could not possibly take these slaves back. With a pained expression, he implored, "Please reconsider. I can offer you another discount." Sighing, Claire replied, "I see you have traveled quite a distance, so here's the deal. I will give you 100 gold coins, and you can sell them all to me." Although Claire's wealth exceeded 500,000 gold coins, she still preferred to save where possible. After all, it was merely a few words wasted. As she had anticipated, the slave trader's expression twisted in conflict for a moment before he made a decisive stomp. "Deal. I meant that includes the half-elf," Claire reminded him. "Certainly, since I doubt I can sell her. Consider it a gift to you." Claire did not trouble Reagan. She simply retrieved a small pouch of coins from her spatial ring and tossed it to him. She still had 100 gold coins on hand. "I would like to inquire about something. Is the Orc Empire still at war with us humans?" Claire casually asked. The slave trader opened the pouch and began counting the coins without lifting his head. "Of course, these slaves are from that conflict. However, you need not worry. The war is happening several kingdoms away from here, so it will not reach this place." Claire smiled, for she was not truly concerned. She was merely making conversation. Once the slave trader finished counting, a joyful grin spread across his face. "Then these slaves are yours. When new stock arrives, I shall bring them to you for your consideration. Safe travels," Claire replied. After the slave trader had his men unload the iron cages containing the slaves, he departed with his caravan. Leaving a trail of dust in his wake, Claire waved her hand to disperse the settling dust and mused, "I had forgotten. It seems road construction must be prioritized. Otherwise, not only is transportation between the capital of Nafu and the various villages a challenge, but it is also difficult for other caravans to enter. To develop the entire viscountcy, it is insufficient to rely solely on internal resources. External wealth must be attracted as well." The iron cages were placed on the ground, and the minotaurs inside curiously surveyed the onlookers, their heads drooping in shyness. "Can you speak?" Claire approached the minotaur that appeared to be the leader. The creature lifted its massive head, gazing at her with its round eyes. A look of innocence paired with its large head making it appear particularly simple-hearted. Seeing it remain silent, Claire probed further. "Moo, I can speak the common tongue. If you buy us, do you become our master?" The minotaur replied. "That is good to hear." Claire settled cross-legged in front of him. "How were you captured?" "On the battlefield. We could not withstand your forces and were taken prisoner," it answered plainly. "How did you end up on the battlefield?" "I rarely see minotaurs inclined toward war, as you tend to live in tribes. Our village faced famine. We were starving and heard that the Orc Empire was recruiting soldiers with the promise of food. So we took to the battlefield." "Is that so?" The minotaur confirmed. "That is indeed the case." With a snap, Claire unlocked the iron cage. This action startled the gathered crowd, who quickly retreated several steps. After all, the minotaur towered over 2 meters tall, and a charge could easily turn a person to pulp. However, the minotaur inside did not rush out. Instead, it advised, "Perhaps you should lock the cage again. They seem quite afraid of me." Claire nearly laughed at this remark. Indeed, this minotaur was just as honest and friendly as depicted in books, unlikely to cause trouble. "What is your name?" "Iron Hammer." Claire smiled. "Iron Hammer, let us sign a contract." "A master-servant contract? We have already signed one." Iron Hammer glanced at the parchment in Claire's hands, which bore their previous agreement. These contracts were not mere written agreements, they were magical pacts, allowing Claire to determine their lives and deaths, which was why nobles could confidently purchase such slaves. "This is not a master-servant contract. It is a labor contract. You will assist me in constructing the city, and in return, I shall ensure you are well fed." "How does that sound?" Claire proposed, recognizing the minotaur's strength could significantly expedite construction. "Well fed, really?" Iron Hammer's eyes sparkled. They had risked their lives for food. How much more would they work for the chance to eat? Moreover, if you earn enough money in the future, you can buy back your master-servant contract and become free once more. What do you think of that proposal? "Yay," Iron Hammer exclaimed, though it was unclear whether he was more excited about regaining freedom or the prospect of a full belly. Claire then used the key to unlock the remaining 22 cages, and the crowd gasped as towering minotaurs emerged, filling the area. Observing the curiosity and surprise in the crowd's eyes, the minotaurs fidgeted awkwardly, standing still and scratching their heads. "What you said about working for food, is it true?" Iron Hammer inquired again. "Of course," Claire replied with a smile. At that moment, the minotaur's stomach growled loudly, causing the crowd to turn and look. while the embarrassed creature wished to vanish into the ground. "No worries. We can eat after we finish our work," Iron Hammer hastily assured, fearing Claire might think they were merely beggars seeking food. "Let us eat first. How can you work on an empty stomach?" Within Nafa City, there were hundreds of workers, so provisions were plentiful. Soon, someone brought out a large basket filled with bread and meat. Upon seeing the bread, a chorus of growling stomachs erupted, sounding like a drum roll, however, without Claire's prompting. The Minotaurs remained still, drooling but making no move. Satisfied with their behavior, Claire nodded approvingly. This group of Minotaurs seemed manageable. She then said, "Eat." The Minotaurs did not rush. Instead, they formed an orderly line, with Iron Hammer distributing the bread while the others queued patiently. After receiving their portions, they retreated to the side to eat. This orderly conduct reassured Claire. It indicated they could be managed well. And given the Minotaurs' naturally docile nature, they were unlikely to cause trouble in Nafa City. However, it soon became evident that the large basket of bread was rapidly depleting. Claire instructed her people to fetch several more baskets of bread and other food items. The additional provisions vanished at a visible pace, prompting onlookers to exclaim, "Can they really eat that much? I've been starving for 3 days and couldn't consume as much. Will the Viscount be bankrupted by their appetite?" Some began to worry for Claire's finances. The crowd grew increasingly accustomed to the presence of the Minotaurs, losing their initial fear. Claire had people run back and forth 5 or 6 times before the Minotaurs finally slowed their eating pace, consuming more than she had anticipated. Chapter 43. The Spiritual Connection. Burp. The hammer let out a resounding belch. Then, feeling a tad embarrassed, scratched its head and set down the basket of bread. Claire stepped forward and inquired, "Are you full?" The Minotaurs patted their round bellies, revealing their large white teeth. "We are full. It has been ages since we last ate so well. During the battles, we often finished one meal without knowing when the next would come." Initially, their former group had nearly been devoured by them, and Hammer now wondered if his capture by humans was due to their immense appetite, which led to their abandonment by the orcs on the battlefield. "If you're full, it's time to work," Claire joked. "If you don't do well, don't expect to eat so heartily in the future." "We will work diligently, Master," Hammer assured, thumping his chest. "Call me Lord or Your Grace," Claire replied, as he was not particularly fond of being addressed as Master. Even the maids at the Viscount's estate referred to him as Young Master or Your Grace. Although Hammer did not fully grasp the meanings of Young Master and Your Grace, he imitated Claire and instructed the Minotaurs behind him, who then echoed in unison, "We will work diligently, Your Grace." The thunderous roar nearly deafened Claire, who rubbed his ears and led the Minotaurs to the construction site. The workers still at work paused to gaze curiously at the 20-odd hulking figures. Claire surveyed the scene. It was clearly impractical to have these Minotaurs build walls, not to mention whether they had the skill. The bricks were no larger than their palms, appearing like toys in their hands, making it a genuine challenge to have them stack them one by one. But Claire's gaze finally landed on the larger construction materials. He pointed to the marble pillars intended for door frames and said, "Can you try to lift this?" "I'll do it." Hammer pushed aside a younger Minotaur and approached a large piece of marble. Claire looked on as the marble measured 3 or 4 meters in length and was about the size of a child's embrace, estimated to weigh over a ton if it were up to the workers. It would take 5 or 6 of them to lift it, and moving it would be quite cumbersome. Yet, Hammer effortlessly wedged it under his arm and lifted it with ease, his expression indicating no strain whatsoever. Claire's eyes lit up. It seemed his investment of 100 gold coins was proving to be exceptionally worthwhile. "Where should I move it, Your Grace?" Hammer turned his head. "Bring it over here and place it on top," shouted the architect nearby. Oh. Hammer strode over, each step echoing with a heavy thud. The other Minotaurs were not idle either, rushing to lift the larger, more unwieldy materials under the architect's direction, carefully placing them one by one. If they were found slacking off, they might not get a hearty meal again. Once things calmed down a bit, Claire called the architect over. With their help, how long until completion? The architect estimated in his mind before replying. For simple structures like the hospital, it could be finished in 3 to 4 days. However, buildings like schools that require more time will take longer, though we can still complete them within a week. Claire nodded, waved off the architect, and then summoned Reagan. "Make sure to prepare plenty of food." Claire glanced at the hard-working Minotaurs. If the provisions were insufficient, these honest beasts would go hungry. Reagan nodded and took notes. As the steward of the Viscount's domain, these responsibilities naturally fell to him. "You keep an eye here. I'll head back to the estate for now." Claire had not forgotten that among the slaves he purchased, there was a half-elf, which was his primary objective. "Take care, young master." Reagan said respectfully. Claire dared not open the half-elf's cage. The slave trader had warned him of her fiery temperament, unlike the docile minotaurs, so he had kept her locked away. He cast a levitation spell and effortlessly moved the heavy iron cage to the 6th floor. She remained quiet, not making a sound even as Claire transported her upstairs, merely curling up in a corner of the cage. Lowering her head in silence. It was now noon, and Claire instructed Una to prepare lunch, then went downstairs to bring both meals up. Once the lunch was inside the room, the half-elf finally reacted. Her beautiful eyes shifted from Claire to the food he held. Claire found a low table, set the food on it, and moved it beside the cage. He also brought over a reclining chair, intending to dine with her. Yet, amidst this sequence of actions, a thought suddenly struck Claire. Why do I feel like I am raising a hawk? Shaking his head, he dismissed the absurd notion and pointed to the food on the table, addressing the half-elf. It's time to eat. Can you understand me? It was unclear whether she comprehended Claire's words or was merely drawn by the aroma of the food. But the half-elf cautiously approached from the corner of the cage. Initially, she cast a wary glance at Claire, but ultimately could not resist the tantalizing scent of the food by the time she realized it. The oddly shaped food had already found its way into her mouth. The moment she tasted the braised pork, Claire distinctly noticed a flicker of light in her eyes, no longer bearing that indifferent demeanor of, everything is irrelevant to me. Claire smiled, choosing not to say anything further, and simply sat down to share the meal with her. Before long, the portion of meat was devoured, yet the bowl of rice remained untouched. You should eat like this, Claire demonstrated, pairing the meat with rice. However, the half-elf glanced at her empty plate, then at Claire, tilting her head as if to say, I'm out of meat here. Claire readily divided his remaining braised pork, sharing half with her. The half-elf then began to mimic Claire's actions, slowly savoring a spoonful of rice and half a piece of meat, chewing gently and swallowing at her own pace. Once the food was finished and Claire cleared the table, she did not retreat back to her corner but instead gazed at him with her striking, expressive eyes, clearly indicating that this meal had significantly narrowed the distance between them. After tidying up, Claire offered her a friendly smile. Hello. She tilted her head again, seemingly puzzled by Claire's gesture. Oh, I forgot you don't understand the common tongue. Claire then attempted to converse with her in the language of magic. But the response was still one of curiosity. You don't understand magical language either. Claire scratched his head, perplexed. Human magical language originated from elven and dragon incantations, which in turn derived from the tongues of the gods. Thus, Claire had assumed she would at least grasp the magical language, even if she did not comprehend the common tongue. Surely, I don't need to learn the elven language as well. That would make the cost of hiring a doctor excessively high. Claire settled back into the recliner, pondering further, when a casual glance fell upon the book he had acquired in the transaction, resting on the table from the previous night. His eyes lit up. Lan Zhao mentioned that this can establish a connection with pets, allowing for the transmission of emotions between them. Perhaps I can use this to communicate with the half-elf. It wouldn't hurt to try. With this thought in mind, Claire calmed his heart and approached her, slowly drawing forth a mental thread according to the instructions in the book. The thread gently floated towards the half-elf's forehead. She merely glanced curiously at the mental thread, but did not shy away. The thread successfully entered her body, and in that instant, Claire felt as though his mind had been unlocked, establishing a connection with her. Chapter 44. Rona, hello. Claire waved, conveying his friendly emotions. The half-elf tilted her head again, seemingly sensing the warmth of his goodwill, her previously listless gaze becoming slightly more animated. Hello. In the next moment, Claire's eyes widened. He heard a melodious yet somewhat delicate voice resonate in his mind. This spiritual connection could transcend language for communication. Was it a result of the book being transported to this world, causing such a phenomenon? Or was it that during his previous connections in Lan Zhao's realm, he had only linked with creatures lacking a concrete language system, thus not possessing this capability? Noticing Claire lost in thought, the half-elf waved her hand before his eyes, pulling him back to reality. Claire shook his head, casting aside those distracting thoughts, vowing to verify them when he had time. Hello, my name is Claire. What is your name? Claire smiled. Although the spiritual connection conveyed language, the emotional aspect remained intact. He could clearly sense that the half-elf was not particularly guarded against him, prompting him to showcase his friendliness. What is this thing? How wondrous it is. I can sense your lack of malice towards me. The half-elf then transmitted another message, before adding, my name is Rona. What a lovely name, Claire praised, employing a common tactic to forge connections with others. I can perceive that you do not genuinely feel that my name is beautiful, Rona remarked wistfully. Claire, momentarily forgetting their mental connection, offered an awkward smile. having little understanding of the aesthetic value of Western names. How were you captured? Claire shifted the topic. I forgot. I fell asleep in the forest and awoke to find myself captured. Claire felt perplexed. Typically, humans seldom ventured close to the gathering areas of elves. Even half-elves were rare in such places, for elves are naturally favored by magic, with an adult elf possessing the strength of a mage. While even half-elves wield considerable power akin to advanced sorcerers, fiercely protective of their kin, causing humans to tread lightly around them. Sensing Claire's confusion, Rona stated plainly, I wandered away. Claire immediately dismissed his previous thoughts. Realizing he had erred again to prevent further unwarranted speculation from surfacing, he bluntly inquired, Do you possess medical skills? Yes, she nodded. I learned it back in my village, but our practices differ. We primarily use herbal remedies. Claire nodded. Akin to traditional Chinese medicine. What is traditional Chinese medicine? Rona asked with curious eyes. It's nothing, Claire replied dismissively, struggling to control the errant thoughts swirling in his mind, eager to conclude this mental connection. I wish to employ you as a physician in Nafacheng. Would you be willing? My slave contract is in your possession. You may command me without regard for my willingness. I dislike coercing others. Unlike the dim-witted minotaurs, who would obediently work for food, Rona, as a half-elf, possessed medical expertise far surpassing that of human practitioners. Thus, Claire hoped she would willingly accept the role of physician in Nafacheng rather than feel compelled. Rona lifted her gaze to meet Claire's, noting his clear sincerity and the warmth of his emotions, a kindness she had never encountered before. The humans she previously met either regarded her with lustful greed or condescension. Never had anyone offered her such genuine friendliness. Moreover, his willingness to share food suggested he was no villain. Yet, Rona hesitated. I cannot speak your language, and your people may fear my appearance. Communication is unnecessary when patients arrive. You merely dispense medicine. The people in the viscount's territory are quite amiable, and by human standards, you are quite beautiful. They shall not fear you, Claire assured with a smile. Rona paused, realizing he spoke the truth. Very well. It's a deal. Your remuneration will be 10 gold coins a month. I do not require payment. Rona shook her head. Then keep it with me, should you wish to acquire something in the future. You may ask. Claire replied with a grin, subsequently retrieving their master-servant contract from his spatial ring and offering it to her. Rona gazed in surprise at the scroll in her hands. Now that you are the physician of the viscount's territory. How can you still be a slave? You are free now. Rona lifted her eyes to Claire, asking, You give me this without fear of my escape? Claire pointed to his head, stating, Your transmitted emotions assure me you will not flee. And I am confident in transforming Nafacheng into a city that all will yearn to remain in. Oh, right? Claire suddenly exclaimed, smacking his forehead. After speaking for so long, I nearly forgot you were still in that iron cage. With a clang, the cage opened, and Rona stepped out slowly. Upon exiting, Rona stood taller than Claire, her graceful figure accentuated by her elfin features and distinctive golden hair, exuding an air of nobility. Claire endeavored to control his thoughts. Striving to avoid any peculiar notions, he courteously suggested, You may wash up first. The bathing area is left at the door. I will have a maid bring you suitable clothing shortly. Rona accepted without protest, having spent most days confined within the cage. She could scarcely recall the last time she bathed. Moreover, as a half-elf, she inherited the elves' penchant for cleanliness, so the opportunity to wash was indeed most welcome. After Rona finished her ablutions, she gently pushed open the door to Claire's room. Claire, who had been engrossed in writing, glanced up momentarily before returning his focus to his work. After Rona's departure to bathe, he severed the mental connection, reverting to a state of linguistic disconnection. Rona did not disturb Claire, but instead surveyed the room's decor, lightly nudging a golden cup that leaned against the doorframe, left over from their third transaction and yet to be returned. After a few more steps, her gaze settled upon a sky-blue egg of a water cloud beast, which Claire had not put away, fearing it would not hatch. Rona approached the egg, gently tapping it. She could sense life within, a gift inherited from her elven lineage, endowing her with an innate connection to the mysteries of biology. Claire paid her no mind, while Rona entertained herself with the egg, closing one eye and squinting the other to peer closer, eager to discover what creature lay within, knocking around the shell to listen for responses. In the entire room, only this egg piqued her interest, and eventually, she cradled it and approached Claire. Claire halted his writing and observed her watching him intently, wishing to converse but hindered by the language barrier. Thus, he re-established the mental connection. Do not fret. The hospital will be completed in a few days, and it shall be yours to do as you wish. I am not in a hurry. I am merely curious about what you are writing, Rona replied. Her eyes fixed on the manuscript in Claire's hands. She could not even speak the common tongue, let alone comprehend the written word. This, Claire proudly lifted the manuscript from his desk. This is a textbook I have authored. It represented the culmination of all his knowledge from his previous life, extracted from the 9 years of compulsory education, transformed into an otherworldly elementary school curriculum. It aimed to impart essential knowledge, such as the necessity of boiling water to eliminate harmful bacteria that could cause illness. As Claire had noted that most residents within the Viscount's territory drank water directly from wells. Additionally, it covered information about the dangers of moldy food and other such knowledge. Future volumes would include fables intended to foster honesty, courage, and loyalty to the Viscount, but that was a matter for another time. For now, Claire focused on imparting fundamental knowledge. Rona stroked the egg she held and asked, "What is the maximum number of words you can write in a day?" 5,000. Writing a book is a daunting task. 5,000 words is already the limit for humans. Any more could lead to exhaustion. Chapter 45. The Mute Doctor. Time passed swiftly, and during these days, the Minotaurs toiled diligently, earning the goodwill of their human colleagues. The construction of public facilities progressed rapidly, with the hospital, though the smallest, being the first to be completed. However, the hospital was still empty, with Rona as its sole physician. Yet, Rona had not yet taken up her duties, as she had ventured outside the city to gather herbs. Though the Griffin viscountate was near the coast, it was quite expansive. Its western territories encompassed a range of mountains branching from the Beast Mountain Range, rich in various rare herbs and magical beasts, but located far from the villages and enriching, allowing for a peaceful coexistence. But Rona's herb-gathering destination lay within this mountain range. Claire harbored no fears of her escape during their mental connection. He sensed her intention to stay. Furthermore, Rona was a novice mage, so he allowed her to venture out alone. Elves are the favored children of nature, and as a half-elf, she was intimately familiar with the forest. Thus, Claire refrained from sending knights along, as they would likely lag behind Rona, and encountering magical beasts posed a risk for both parties. Meanwhile, some amusing events transpired. Claire's hard work in establishing a literacy night school led to the tax officer Robin bringing in another's wife as a teacher. Yet, the populace of the Viscountate showed little interest, with only a handful attending after the initial day's spectacle. This has truly vexed Reagan, now serving as the administrative officer of the Viscount's domain. He finds himself in a predicament. The evening school, instituted by the young master's decree and offered free of charge, remains unattended by the populace. Despite his contemplation, he struggles to devise a suitable solution and ultimately resorts to reporting the matter to Claire. Upon hearing this, Claire's spirits lifted instantly, for the resolution was quite straightforward. She promptly issued a new announcement. Any literate individual working for the Viscount would receive an additional 5 silver coins. And henceforth, many new positions in Nafachin would require literacy for application. As soon as this proclamation was made, the classrooms of the evening school were filled to capacity that very night, primarily with workers who toiled during the day. The prospect of earning an extra 5 silver coins, which represented a quarter of their monthly wages, could significantly improve their family circumstances. No longer would they need to explain to their children the need for restraint when it came to sweet treats. Not only workers, but also older adults and women flocked to learn reading and writing. Claire did not expect the entire populace of the Viscount's domain to become literate. However, if even a quarter of them could read and comprehend books, Nafachin would undergo a remarkable transformation. With the implementation of this otherworldly version of compulsory education, the literacy rate within the Viscount's domain was bound to rise gradually. In the ensuing days, Claire raised the salaries of the maids to 20 silver coins per month, a notable increase from the meager 4 coins they had previously received due to economic hardship. Now that finances were more stable, their wages could not be lower than those offered in external employment. A few days later, a new notice was affixed beside the previous one, drawing a throng of curious citizens. They had discerned a pattern. Ever since the return of the Viscount, every announcement heralded good news, with not a single unfavorable decree among them. "There you are again. Do refrain from pushing to the front if you cannot read," one person admonished. "What do you mean? I've enrolled in evening school. I can recognize a couple of 100 characters now. Soon, I'll be able to read the announcements myself." "Oh please, who isn't? I've memorized nearly 300. I was just teasing." I've memorized 400. I have 500. I know 1,000. Their banter continued, while those who could read began to interpret the new announcement aloud. What? Do we have a doctor in the viscount's domain now? I hope they aren't like that quack from before. Someone expressed concern. What nonsense. This is a doctor personally chosen by the viscount. How could they possibly be a quack? Ah, my mistake. But where is this hospital located? It's that newly constructed building. Surely you know. Is that so? I must go see. What business do you have there if you're not ill? Wait for me. I want to go too. Thus, the courtyard outside the hospital became crowded with onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. Inside, Rona remained largely unaffected, merely glancing outside before returning to her task of organizing the herbs she had gathered. Hey, isn't that the half-elf the Viscount purchased recently? Someone remarked in surprise. Oh, so the Viscount bought her because she possesses medical skills, I thought. The crowd continued to swell, their chatter growing louder, yet Rona remained unfazed, unable to comprehend their discussions. Her only worry was that Claire might appoint her as the doctor for Nafachang, fearing the populace's disapproval. However, the curious gazes she encountered did not reveal any signs of disdain, mostly reflecting intrigue, which eased her anxieties, allowing her to continue sorting her herbs. Excuse me, make way. A voice called from the throng. As a burly man supported a bloodied individual into the hospital. He injured his arm while working on the school. We heard the hospital had just opened, so we rushed here. The crowd parted, allowing them to proceed inside, prompting Rona to finally pause her work and observe. The man implored, his arm is injured. Please help. The injured man grimaced in pain, eyes shut tight, unable to bear the sight of his mangled limb. Gasping through clenched teeth, Rona said nothing. She approached, casting a diagnostic spell to assess the injury before returning to her previous task, selecting peculiar herbs and grinding them in a mortar, ultimately producing a viscous green paste. Throughout this process, she remained silent, causing the burly man and the injured man to unconsciously lower their voices, wary of disturbing her. Finally, as Rona applied the green paste to the gruesome wound, the man could no longer suppress a sound of discomfort mixed with relief, letting out a sharp, ah, but quickly silenced himself in embarrassment. After 3 to 4 minutes, the paste had solidified into a clot, and Rona gently removed the hardened green mass, revealing the once bloody arm now exhibiting skin as smooth and pale as that of an infant. Since the injury had not damaged any bones, the treatment proved straightforward. Even Claire's basic healing potion would suffice, though it would be costly, and he could not afford to spend all day in the hospital brewing potions. The man stared in astonishment at his healed arm, exclaiming, "This is incredible! Just moments ago, it was agonizing, and now it's completely well." After discarding the green residue into a waste bin, Rona returned to her previous spot to continue organizing her herbs. "Thank you, Doctor, thank you," the burly man exclaimed, bowing repeatedly, their gratitude palpable. They had no doubt that had it been the previous quack, the procedure would have likely escalated to amputation, with their chances of survival uncertain. Having witnessed darkness, they felt an even deeper appreciation for a physician like Rona. However, Rona did not acknowledge them. As Claire had advised, her focus remained solely on healing, with communication being of little consequence. Observing her silence, the two men quickly quieted, fearful of disturbing her further. Eventually, the burly man murmured, "Doctor, we'll let you be. We must take our leave." They retreated cautiously, but just as Rona furrowed her brow, recalling something, she rapped on the table, the crisp sound halting them in their tracks. Producing a copper coin from her pocket, she used magic to inscribe the number 30 in the air before placing the coin in a nearby collection box. Once she had completed this task, Rona sighed with relief. She nearly forgot Claire's instruction to collect payment. The two men hastily retrieved 30 copper coins from their pockets and deposited them into the collection box, expressing their thanks as they exited. Compared to the 6 silver coins charged by the previous quack, the fee from the new doctor was exceedingly reasonable. Following this event, word of Rona spread throughout Nafachang. A new, exceptionally conscientious healer had arrived, capable of curing any ailment that entered the hospital. However, it seemed she had not uttered a single word. She was a mute physician. Chapter 46. Drinking warm water goodbye. "Big brother, Melly is off to school." Melly waved at Claire, shouldering the backpack sewn by Yuna as she dashed out. Since the arrival of the 20 or so minotaurs at the construction site, the efficiency of the building process had soared, and the school was completed in no time. Those simple-minded minotaurs had nearly become professional workers, diligently tackling any task assigned to them. After finishing the school, They had moved on to excavating drainage systems, with a significant portion also dedicated to road repairs. Nafacheng was currently undergoing a grand construction phase, with no shortage of work for them. Claire planned to first construct a road leading to other territories, facilitating merchants' access to his viscount's domain. Without external investment, Nafacheng would stagnate, unable to flourish. Regarding the school, Claire initially erected several teaching buildings and subsequently constructed numerous dormitories, enabling children residing far from Nafacheng to board at the school, free of tuition fees. This was an otherworldly version of compulsory education. Although it might not strictly last 9 years, the essence of free education was certainly upheld. The children were only required to provide their own food to the school, which would prepare meals for them. Naturally, the food alone would not suffice, and Claire found himself supplementing the school with a considerable amount of funds each month. However, such investments were worthwhile. Children should never bear the burden of hardship, nor should education suffer due to financial constraints. The teachers at the school had been hired at great expense from other regions, each receiving 3 gold coins per month along with housing in Nafacheng, allowing them to bring their families to reside there. Claire had thoroughly vetted their character, ensuring no significant issues arose, and he spent several days explaining the curriculum he had developed, if they did not comprehend it. How could they effectively teach the children? After all that effort, the school finally opened its doors successfully. Claire has not employed any coercive measures, yet the inhabitants of her territory willingly send their children to school. Previously, they lacked the opportunity, but now, with the chance for their children to receive a free education, they are eager to comply. If the children excel, they might secure employment with the esteemed viscount, ensuring their family's honor and a worry-free future. As the school year commenced, the children, upon returning home, began to argue with their parents. "Mother, you must boil the water. Otherwise, there will be little bugs in it. Consuming it will make you ill. Spoiled you are. Drink it or not." "Who told you there are bugs in the water?" the mother retorted, believing it to be a jest from a neighbor. "The teacher told me. It's written in the book, authored by the viscount." The child stood defiantly, hands on hips, asserting himself in a way he would have never dared before, now emboldened by the support of the viscount. The mother hesitated, glancing at the well water she had drawn, ultimately deciding to boil it. However, differing scenarios unfolded. "Mother, you must boil the water, or I won't drink it." Smack. The mother swiftly removed her child's trousers and began to discipline him. "Who spoiled you? I've been drinking it for years without falling ill." "Wah. The teacher said so. Please don't hit me. I won't drink unboiled water anymore." Thus, a budding scientist faced an untimely downfall. Although such knowledge was imparted at school, some individuals still clung to the habit of drinking unboiled water. Not out of disrespect for Claire, but simply due to long-standing customs. In a previous life, significant time and effort had been invested in promoting the boiling of water. Upon discovering this issue, Claire resolved to visit the school personally to deliver a lecture on the matter. Fortunately, with the school now established, she no longer needed to rush to the city gates. The audience for her lecture would not only include students, but also their parents and evening school attendees. Anyone available in Nafa City was welcome to attend. Once the news spread, the populace within the viscount's domain buzzed with excitement. "We can see the viscount speak again. The last time was exhilarating. I wonder what this lecture will cover. We'll find out when we go." "Are you attending?" "Of course. I'm bored this afternoon anyway." Even before the designated time, crowds began to gather at the school, filling the playground as they craned their necks to catch a glimpse of Claire on the stage. When the hour struck, Claire ascended the platform, having prepared her materials early in the principal's office. The moment she appeared, thunderous applause erupted. "Viscount, I am here. Long live the viscount." Claire smiled, appreciating the warmth of the crowd, and raised her hand to signal for silence. Using a sound amplification spell, she addressed the assembly. "Greetings, everyone. The purpose of this gathering is to discuss matters of hygiene. I trust that the parents who sent their children to school have heard them mention the necessity of boiling water before consumption, lest one fall ill due to pathogens." Many nodding heads among the crowd indicated understanding. "The textbooks are authored by me, and they are indeed truthful, so your children are not misleading you. Are you all aware of the ongoing sewage project? It was a significant investment on my part, but do you understand why I undertook this endeavor?" A voice from the crowd chimed in. "To keep the streets free of garbage and filth, thereby eliminating unpleasant odors." Claire pointed at the speaker. "Correct, but you have not addressed the crux of the matter. While eliminating odors is one aspect, would you be content living in such an environment long-term? What impact would it have on your health?" The crowd grasped the concept, and the same individual responded, "We would fall ill." Exactly. Everyone knows that rotten food is inedible because it hosts maggots, and consuming it can lead to illness. If one resides in a perpetually foul environment, health issues will inevitably arise. While you all understand this, you struggle to comprehend the necessity of drinking boiled water. Some may argue, I've consumed unboiled water for years without issue. This line of thought is misguided. While you may live to 50, you could succumb at 40. The illnesses it introduces may not seem perilous at first, yet they insidiously undermine your health, leading to sudden ailments. Consider this. If water were contaminated with a decaying corpse, would you drink it? The crowd shook their heads. No. But if water that had soaked a corpse were placed before you, could you discern whether it was clean or contaminated? Again, heads shook. We cannot tell. Consuming spoiled food leads to illness due to the pathogens it contains. When such food contaminates water, those pathogens also infiltrate, and since we cannot see them, drinking unboiled water can indeed result in health problems. Claire endeavored to simplify her explanations, fearing that deeper concepts might elude the audience. This necessity for basic education is precisely why compulsory schooling is vital. She wished for her subjects to grasp even the simplest matters. Of course, pathogens are not exclusive to spoiled food. They can be found on many surfaces. And the most effective method for eliminating them is through high temperatures. So, do you all know what to do? The crowd raised their hands in unison, shouting, "Boil water, drink safe water." Hearing this, Claire beamed with satisfaction, relieved that her efforts had not been in vain. She planned to procure a microscope soon to demonstrate these concepts more vividly. If Antony van Leeuwenhoek could craft a microscope by hand, surely, as a mid-level mage, she could manage the task as well. That concludes today's discussion. You may return home. Claire nodded slightly before stepping down from the podium. Reagan immediately approached her. My lady, you have worked hard. Let's recruit more individuals to share these responsibilities. I cannot summon so many for every announcement, and the affairs of Nafa City will only increase that I cannot attend to every trivial matter myself. Understood. Reagan nodded, acknowledging that he had been overwhelmed managing the entire city single-handedly. As Claire departed, the crowd gradually dispersed. A small boy marched ahead, hands on hips, pouting in dissatisfaction. I told you it was taught at school, yet you still hit me. Now the viscount has confirmed it. Will you still drink unboiled water? What are you so smug about? If you could explain as clearly as the viscount, would I not listen to you? The mother scolded. Stop right there. Do you think you can escape? Mother, I was wrong. Please don't hit me. The boy sprinted away, cradling his head. Chapter 47. Pastor Omar, this is a small token of my devotion to the Lord. Please accept it. A woman produced 10 copper coins from her bosom and placed them in Omar's hand. The pastor's face brightened with a benevolent smile. The Lord shall bless you and your family. The woman's expression radiated joy as she added 5 more copper coins to his hand, saying, I wish to offer a bit more. Please ask the Lord to bless the viscount as well. Upon hearing the viscount's title, Pastor Omar's brow furrowed slightly, yet he maintained a serene demeanor, replying, If he believes in the Lord, then the Lord shall surely protect him. After a pause, he continued, However, he has yet to visit the church since returning to the viscountcy. The woman, momentarily taken aback, defended Claire. The viscount must be exceedingly busy. He will surely come by in the future. Pastor Omar smiled faintly, changing the subject. Why did your husband and child not accompany you today? This woman was notably devout, attending weekly services with her husband and child. Oh, my husband is working for the viscount now, so he is quite occupied. As for my son, he is attending the school established by the viscount. It is currently class time, which is why he couldn't join me. Pastor Omar furrowed his brow. Are these matters truly more significant than attending worship? If their hearts are not aligned, they shall face the punishment of damnation. Upon hearing this, the woman's countenance turned to one of panic as she protested. They are simply too busy. I assure you, I will bring them to pray another day. Satisfied, Pastor Omar nodded. The Lord shall bless you. Today was not a day for worship. And once the woman departed, the church fell silent once more, leaving Pastor Omar alone within its walls. He stepped to the entrance of the church, weighing the 15 copper coins in his hand. His gaze filled with sorrow as it drifted towards the iconic structure of NAF City, the Viscount's manor. Ever since Claire returned to the Viscount's estate, the congregation at his church had dwindled significantly. Today, fewer than 30 had come to pray, and the collection barely reached 5 silver coins. The Viscount seemed oblivious to the customs. The first thing he did upon returning was not to come to the church for baptism, despite Omar having waited for days without even a hint of his arrival. Moreover, the chaos he brought to NAF City had left the faithful with little time to pray. Individuals like him, who do not revere the Lord, are destined for hell. That it was said that he had summoned a physician at a mere cost of a few copper coins, effectively severing the church's primary source of income. After all, Omar charged no less than 30 silver coins for his healing light spells. Business had been scarce since the hospital opened. In fact, he had seen a significant decline in parishioners seeking the sanctity of the holy light. Oh, great and supreme Lord of Light, forgive me for my recent transgressions. Pastor Omar began to repent fervently. The most egregious offense was that school, which denied the children the freedom to come and pray. A grave sin indeed. If this continued, would the younger generation of NAF City not be doomed by his hand? If they became too influenced by that school and wavered in their faith, NAF City would descend into a realm devoid of belief. A playground for demons. The more Omar pondered, the more dire the situation appeared. He could not let NAF City perish under Claire's influence. He must rescue the children from the clutches of the school. In that moment, he embodied the very spirit of a savior. Fueled by a rising sense of mission, Omar tucked the coins into his pocket and strode purposefully towards the school. As Pastor Omar entered the campus, he found that most of the students had come to pray under the guidance of their parents and were somewhat familiar with him. Under his leadership, hundreds of students soon gathered, their eyes fixed upon Omar at the podium. He began with resolute words. "Children, I have come to save you. Your bodies are bound within this school, and your souls are ensnared here as well. Reflect upon how many days it has been since you last visited the church to pray. Your lack of reverence displeases the Lord. But fret not, for I have come to rescue you." A young boy, rubbing his sore backside, raised his hand and exclaimed, "No, we are eager to come. The teachers here are remarkable. They speak kindly, unlike my mother. And the knowledge they impart is fascinating. I love it here." The sore backside was a result of a spanking he had received from his mother the previous night for failing to run quickly enough. Pastor Omar shot the boy a disapproving glance. "Wisdom is a gift bestowed upon us by the Lord of Light. It is innate. What knowledge can you truly acquire here?" The boy opened his mouth. "Do you know why you shouldn't drink untreated water?" "What untreated water? What should not be drunk?" "Do you know what in the water can make one ill?" "Water is simply water, composed of water elements. What could possibly make one sick?" "Oh, the pastor doesn't know as much as I do. Let me tell you, some unclean water contains germs that can cause illness if consumed." The boy parroted back what Claire had taught him days earlier, blissfully unaware of the inappropriate nature of his challenge to the pastor. Omar's face flushed crimson, his eyebrows raised as he shouted, You speak nonsense. Illness is a trial sent by the Lord, as long as one faithfully serves him and receives the holy light's baptism at church. One shall be unharmed. There are no germs in the water." In a moment of desperation, the boy blurted out, "Then why can doctors cure diseases?" The instant he said it, he felt a surge of pride for having uncovered a flaw in the pastor's argument. Was this what the teachers meant by the importance of critical thinking? You, Omar stammered, pointing an accusatory finger at the boy. "Those who question the Lord shall never enter the kingdom of God." Ultimately, it was the remoteness of NAF City that hindered Pastor Omar. If he were in the capital, a cardinal would have easily justified such matters. Germs, after all, were merely tests of one's loyalty to the Lord. Only those who truly believed would survive. The existence of doctors was also an act of divine mercy. For the Lord could not bear to see his servants suffer. The number of pastors was woefully insufficient, hence the granting of healing abilities to physicians. Science requires falsifiability, while religion does not, which explains why it can justify anything. "What is your name?" Pastor Omar exclaimed in anger. Stepping down from the podium, just a few steps into his descent, a figure blocked his path. It was Reagan. Regarding the school's affairs with utmost seriousness, he often came to observe. Today, upon arriving, he sensed something amiss as students flocked to the podium. Initially, he thought Claire had returned. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Pastor Omar, who was spouting nonsense. Having mingled within the noble circles of the capital, Reagan had encountered more pastors than Omar likely ever would. He was well versed in their rhetoric, and, given that his own master had studied under a mage since childhood, he naturally held little regard for these church figures. "Pastor Omar, our students are about to commence their lessons. I kindly ask you to leave," Reagan said with a smile. An echo of Claire's demeanor now apparent in him. Pastor Omar, realizing his impulsiveness, calmed himself. With Reagan standing before him, he had no choice but to concede, and turned away, planning to return another time. However, as he exited the school, Reagan promptly summoned 2 knights from the barracks to serve as security, ensuring that no religious zealots would infiltrate the premises. Chapter 48. Unusual glances Pastor Omar, dejected after being ousted by the boy, returned to the church and began rummaging through the Bible. After a long afternoon of searching, he finally discovered a method to address the boy's question and, filled with renewed enthusiasm, set off towards the school once more with the heavy tome in hand. However, before he could enter the campus, he was intercepted by 2 knights stationed at the entrance. "You dare to block my path. Do you know who I am? I am the only pastor in NAF City," Omar exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Yet the knights showed no sign of yielding. Their loyalty lay with Claire, not the Church of Light, and they stood resolutely before him like 2 impassable walls. "Do you know that obstructing a pastor's mission is a sin that leads to hell?" Omar continued to rant at the entrance for several minutes. But as they remained steadfast in barring his entry, he could only stomp his feet in anger and depart from the school. After all his efforts to devise a response, he found himself unable to even enter the school's gates. Upon returning to the church, Omar fumed, pacing back and forth, feeling an unquenchable frustration within him. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Blast it! If I cannot go to the school, does that mean I cannot even go to the hospital?" With that thought, he hurriedly left the church, striding determinedly towards the hospital. Along the way, passers-by greeted him. "Good day, Pastor Omar." He smiled in return, "May the Lord bless you." As he nodded to acquaintances, his confidence swelled. It seemed that his reputation and respect within NAF City had endured despite the Viscount's recent arrival. What could he possibly have to challenge him? As soon as Omar arrived near the hospital, he sensed that something was amiss. The hospital was teeming with people, and the line stretched from the inside all the way to the entrance. This was merely the crowd seeking treatment, when combined with those gathered nearby to observe how Rona administered her care. The numbers swelled even further. Do not panic, Omar. The greater the crowd, the better, for it provides an opportunity to unveil her wicked facade to the masses. Omar encouraged himself inwardly. Upon noticing Omar, the onlookers' attention was drawn to him. Clearing his throat, Omar declared, "Ahem. What are you all doing gathered here?" "Reverend Omar, we are waiting for Dr. Rona to treat us," a patient in line replied candidly. Omar furrowed his brow and stepped into the hospital, just in time to see Rona extracting a fragrant herbal paste from a mortar and applying it to a patient's wound. His expression instantly shifted to one of horror as he pointed at Rona and shouted, "This is the devil's method of treatment. She is not a doctor, but a witch cloaked in human skin. Oh no, look at those pointed ears. She may not even be human." "Reverend Omar," someone in the crowd hesitated before speaking. "The Lord Viscount mentioned that those pointed ears are a characteristic of the half-elf lineage." "Ah," Omar scratched his head. For it was not his fault. The text in the clergy academy had not covered such knowledge. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Such details are irrelevant. Her methods of treatment are identical to those of wicked witches. Do not be deceived. If you are unwell, come to the church for the baptism of holy light, rather than succumbing to the temptations of this demon." The crowd hesitated, wondering if Omar's holy light could match the cost of treatment here. They would gladly seek the church's blessing if it were affordable. However, Omar's fees were 100 times that of Dr. Rona's. Although the Lord Viscount had recently increased their wages, such expenses were still untenable. "What are you all doing?" Omar's anger flared as he observed that the crowd showed no sign of leaving. "If you accept treatment from this evil witch, you will be forsaken by the Lord. You won't even gain entry into the kingdom of heaven. Instead, you will descend into hell." His words finally swayed the crowd, as the only priest in Nafa City. Omar held the ultimate authority over doctrine, and the populace, lacking knowledge, was easily led astray. Omar smiled with satisfaction. This tactic had proven effective time and again. Whenever he warned that someone could not enter the kingdom of heaven, the faithful would tremble in fear. Rona, curious, lifted her gaze towards the entrance and noticed that the onlookers were no longer entering. Puzzled, she tilted her head. She did not understand the common tongue and could not comprehend Omar's tirade. However, with no one entering, she was content to continue her work, for she possessed knowledge of remedies beyond treating external wounds. Combined with her clan's healing magic, she could even cure conditions like the sepsis that afflicted Yuna's mother. Though Rona remained undeterred, Omar's discomfort grew. How dare she ignore his words after he had spoken so much? This could not be tolerated, especially since she was a wicked witch who had deceived so many faithful out of their money. She must be punished. Thus, he stormed inside, extending his hand in anger towards Rona. Upon noticing his movement, Rona furrowed her brow slightly and uttered a mysterious and melodious incantation in Elvish. Suddenly, the ground beneath Omar's feet erupted, swiftly sprouting a vine that twisted in the air before coiling back with force. Crack! It lashed out mere centimeters from Omar's feet, startling him into retreating outside the hospital. You truly are a demon. How dare you attack me, the sole priest of Nafa City? Omar bellowed, furious. This was the first time in many years he had faced such provocation. Previously, Reagan had merely asked him to leave politely without resorting to violence. Yet, despite his furious outcry, Omar did not dare to step further inside, instead remaining at the entrance, continuously denouncing Rona as a demon. The onlookers, initially gathered to watch, began to feel apprehensive. Is it truly as Reverend Omar claims? Is Dr. Rona really a demon? That cannot be. She is kind-hearted and charges us so little for her services. She does not seem like a bad person, especially since the Lord Viscount personally brought her here. But in stories, don't demons often masquerade as beautiful and benevolent beings to tempt people into ruin? Perhaps even the Lord Viscount has been deceived by her. I don't know what to do. Many in the crowd began to waver, as if they were suddenly faced with a choice, to trust Claire or to abandon their long-held faith. Nevertheless, several devout followers cast fearful and apprehensive glances at Rona. Pressing her lips together, Rona reflected on her past as a former slave. Although she did not comprehend the common tongue, she was acutely sensitive to the peculiar stares, which stirred a sense of fear within her. After spending days in Nafa City, she had developed a degree of attachment to it. Just as Claire had said, the people were generally friendly. All she needed to do was care for the sick, and sometimes she even received small gifts and food from grateful patients. She had begun to contemplate staying here indefinitely. Yet, now, the strange gazes made her question her naivety. Was she truly so foolish to believe she belonged among them? What are you all doing gathered here? Didn't we agree to form a line? Claire's voice emerged from the back of the crowd, offering Rona a momentary sense of reassurance. Chapter 49. Let us engage in some thrilling pursuits. The crowd parted, allowing Claire to step through. He glanced at Omar, who stood triumphantly at the entrance, and then at Rona, whose expression bore a hint of melancholy. He quickly grasped the situation. The Lord Viscount has arrived just in time. Seeing Claire, Omar showed no signs of retreat. This woman is a demon. I hope you will burn her to death. Upon hearing this, Claire's expression turned icy. After all the effort he had exerted to bring a capable doctor, Omar expected him to simply agree to such a demand. Clearly, Omar lacked the ability to read the room, as he continued to boast. If the Lord Viscount associates with this demon, he will be barred from the kingdom of heaven after death. This intimidation tactic had always worked in the past, especially when nobles were present. Each time he threatened them, they would offer him substantial gold to atone. However, he had now encountered Claire, who paid no heed to Omar's words and instead strode directly into the hospital. Connecting with Rona through his mental threads, he silently inquired, "Are you all right?" He did not wish for the doctor he had painstakingly brought back to be driven away by this fool. Feeling Claire's gentle emotions, Rona managed to calm herself, shaking her head. "I am fine, though I do not know what that person said. Now no one is coming in for treatment." She looked up at Claire, hesitating before adding, "Is it because of me that this has affected you? I told you before that I am a half-elf. Perhaps they cannot accept me as their doctor." Claire smiled reassuringly. "The people are easily swayed. They are not inherently bad. The true villain is that man.do. Not worry. I will resolve this matter swiftly. As long as you wish, you will always be the doctor of Nafa City." Rona nodded in agreement. "Lord Viscount." Omar's voice rose several octaves, indignant that Claire had ignored him and instead approached the witch. "You are Reverend Omar, I presume?" Claire turned to him, a radiant smile gracing his face. "Yes, I am the only priest in Nafa City. A messenger of the divine," Omar replied with pride. Claire stepped closer, leaning in to speak softly. "Let us discuss this in a different location. It is quite inconvenient to converse here with so many ears around. I will give you what you desire." Omar glanced around at the gathered crowd, noting their numbers, and nodded. "Very well. Where to?" "Let us speak inside the hospital," Claire suggested. However, Omar cast a wary glance at Rona. Clearly reluctant to enter, Claire recognized his apprehension and reassured him. "Do not worry. I am here. She will not dare to harm you." With that, his smile grew even brighter. Encouraged by Claire's tone, Omar felt a swell of pride. "All right then." Upon receiving Omar's consent, Claire turned to the crowd. "There has been a misunderstanding here. I will speak with Reverend Omar to clarify things." With the spectators' eyes upon them, he led Omar into the hospital, traversing the hall and heading straight inside, turning right into a room filled with herbs. After scanning the surroundings, Omar felt they had ventured deep enough and said, "Let us use this room. We can talk here." "Very well. I am at your service." Omar entered the room, and as Claire closed the door behind him, the illumination within swiftly diminished. Omar, maintaining a tone of haughty disdain, remarked, "My lord, the viscount, what do you wish to convey?" Ouch. Just as he was articulating his thoughts, Claire delivered a swift kick to his rear, prompting a cry of anguish from Omar, who subsequently rolled several times on the floor. "What the hell are you saying? I've endured your presence outside for far too long." Claire gritted his teeth in frustration. Were it not for the multitude surrounding them moments ago, he would not have felt compelled to engage in such pleasantries. The primary reason he had lured Omar here was due to the overwhelming power of the Church of Light. Should he have killed Omar on the spot, the consequences could escalate dramatically. At best, it would be a case of a noble slaying a priest in a fit of rage, resulting in a mere monetary fine. However, if the matter were to be sensationalized, a grand label of cultist could be swiftly affixed to him, allowing the Holy Knights to mobilize and eliminate him without hesitation. His own kingdom would likely turn a blind eye. Each knight within those sacred orders was of considerable prowess. Just 3 or 4 could raze the city of Nafu to the ground. Such justifications for war were frequently employed by these religious zealots, the most infamous being the holy war waged after a king mockingly disparaged the god of light at a banquet, leading to the annihilation of his realm. Thus, Claire's principle regarding interactions with these religious factions was simple: I will ignore you, and you shall not trouble me. Yet, it was evident that Omar, in his folly, had stumbled into a perilous situation. After rolling on the ground several times, Omar managed to rise, his face flushed with fury as he exclaimed, "Do you even realize what you're doing? You are laying hands on a messenger of the divine. Fiends like you are destined for hell, to be devoured by demons." Claire silenced Omar by shoving the barrel of his gun into the priest's mouth. "Spare me your nonsense. I am a sorcerer." Upon hearing this, Omar immediately ceased his protests, rationalizing that Claire's earlier kick was, in fact, quite justified. The clergy, including priests, regarded sorcerers as madmen, believing that the divine could be observed and analyzed, thus yielding certain patterns to exploit. Conversely, sorcerers viewed the clergy as lunatics, considering gods to be merely exceptionally powerful sorcerers, unworthy of sacrificing their lives for such trivialities. "What are you planning?" Omar retorted defiantly. "What am I planning? You waltz into my hospital and question me." Claire replied, incredulous. "I am offering you an opportunity. Return to your church and refrain from causing me any more trouble." Had Omar not sought confrontation, Claire would have resolutely avoided entangling himself in church affairs. Not a chance. Preaching is our freedom, and no one has the right to strip us of that. Omar puffed out his chest defiantly. "Are you implying that you wish to kill me? Don't be too hasty in rejecting my proposal. Since you profess faith in the divine, let us engage in a game." Claire then proceeded to explain the rules of Russian roulette. He spun the cylinder and loaded a bullet, prompting Omar to swallow nervously at the sight of Claire's actions. "A 1 in 6 chance. Fear not, Omar, the divine will protect you." Omar encouraged himself. Click. Claire inserted another bullet. Sweat began to bead on Omar's forehead, yet he held his ground. "A 1 in 3 chance. Omar, endure. You serve the divine daily. The divine shall shield you." Click. The third bullet was loaded. Omar's jaw quivered, his mental fortitude crumbling. "It's merely a 1 in 2 chance. Flipping a coin is also a 1 in 2 chance. Nothing to worry about." Click. The fourth bullet was placed. Finally, Omar could endure no longer. Fearfully shouting, "What are you doing? Do you have any idea how grave the sin of killing a cleric is? The Pope will dispatch knights to obliterate Nafa city, and even if you're a viscount, you will be hanged at the city gates." "What killing a cleric? I was merely attempting to converse with you amicably, yet you assaulted me, seeking to end my life. Merely an act of self-defense." Claire's smile grew ever more radiant. The Church of Light was not so powerful as to permit priests to murder at will, which was precisely why he had brought Omar here. This room contained only the two of them, and whatever transpired could be spun solely by his words. "No one will believe you. Not to worry. After I eliminate you, I shall inflict a wound upon myself and place the dagger in your hand. The crowd outside will only see you wielding a weapon, for only the living can tell their tale. And when the next priest arrives, perhaps someone will lay flowers at your grave, hoping he will prove more compliant than you." At last, Omar was filled with dread. Should Claire kill him in public view, witnesses would remain, leaving behind incriminating evidence. Now, in this deserted room, there was no one to attest that he was the victim. What a fool I was to come to this secluded place with him. Click. The fifth bullet was loaded. Omar, succumbing to despair, adopted a heroic demeanor. closing his eyes and proclaiming loudly, "Even with a mere 1 in 6 chance, I still believe the Lord will safeguard me. The Lord is omnipotent." Click. Another bullet was loaded, and Omar's eyes flew open in panic, his expression one of betrayal as he gazed at Claire. "Did you not say we were playing Russian roulette? How come there are 6 bullets now? Just moments ago, I had a 1 in 6 chance of survival, and now I stand no chance at all." Claire displayed the fully loaded chamber, stating, "Given your status as a messenger of the divine, let us forego the trivial and engage in something more thrilling. Let us wager on whether it will jam." With that, Claire spun the chamber again, pressing the gun against the trembling Omar's forehead. Omar's mind screamed, "I am doomed. This scoundrel never intended to spare me. He seeks my demise. No need to thank me. I am quite pleased to escort you to the divine realm." Claire beamed with a benevolent smile, his finger resting on the trigger. "Wait," Omar suddenly interjected, clearly having come to a realization in this life-or-death moment. "The Lord has also stated, 'The wise often heed the counsel of others.' I believe your earlier suggestion, my Lord Viscount, holds merit." Chapter 50. "I will not leave this place." "Excellent." Claire nodded in satisfaction, retracting the gun, much to Omar's relief. "You are a clever man. I shall not impose upon you unduly. As long as you remain within the church and refrain from causing me trouble, you may do as you please. When the faithful arrive at the church, you shall conduct their prayers, and during the divine holidays, I may even allow you to serve as a priest. We can coexist harmoniously." Indeed. Omar could only nod in agreement. "Of course, do not entertain thoughts of reporting me once you leave." Claire narrowed his eyes. "Building hospitals and schools is not something that can easily tarnish my reputation. Besides, only we two are privy to this matter. As a noble, it would require substantial evidence to unjustly accuse me." Beads of sweat formed on Omar's brow. He had indeed contemplated such actions. After reprimanding Omar to prevent him from causing further trouble, Claire's next approach was one of enticement. "Omar, how much do you typically spend in a month?" Omar, puzzled by Claire's inquiry, nevertheless replied, "After deducting the majority of funds for the church in the capital, I managed to save 3 or 4 gold coins, though with the recent departure of many nobles from Nafa City, that will likely decrease. I shall provide you with 50 gold coins each month. This money is for you to keep and spend as you wish." Claire smiled. Historically, financial incentives have proven to be a potent motivator. Were Omar not a priest of the church, Claire would not have been so generous. This sum served as a means to avert disaster, ensuring that Omar remained in his position rather than risking the arrival of a more troublesome cleric. Omar's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Thank you, my Lord Viscount. Do you understand why I am offering you this money?" Claire inquired. Omar patted his chest. "I assure you I will remain in the church, diligently serving the Lord." His initial grievances regarding the hospital and school were indeed rooted in the fact that these institutions affected the church's revenue, directly impacting his own income. While faith was undeniably important, as Claire had indicated, the church and the hospital and school were not mutually exclusive. "Honestly, you do not strike me as a particularly good priest," Claire remarked, glancing back at Omar. "Do you know what true preaching should resemble?" Omar instinctively shook his head, but quickly corrected himself, remembering his role as a priest, nodding vigorously. "To proclaim the Lord's greatness to the world. To believe is to ascend to the divine realm, while the unbelievers shall descend into hell." Claire chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "During my time in the capital, I encountered many priests, none of whom were as extreme as you. Even in their preaching, they conveyed their messages more subtly." As Claire spoke, he closed his mouth, not wishing to impart any lessons in preaching to this individual. Omar, feeling a sense of shame, lowered his head. If he possessed the excellence of the priests in the royal capital, he would not have been dispatched to such a remote locale as the Viscount's territory. "Very well, let us proceed. We must provide the public with an explanation." Under the dual pressures of coercion and persuasion, Claire concluded that Omar would likely refrain from causing him trouble in the future. Upon exiting the room, Claire amicably grasped Omar's hand and stepped out with a benevolent demeanor. "Everyone, may I have your attention? I have just engaged in a profound discussion with Pastor Omar, and we have finally resolved the misunderstanding." As he spoke, he pressed down firmly on Omar's palm, casting a smiling glance in his direction. Noticing the crowd's gaze upon him, and then glancing at Claire's amiable smile, Omar stepped forward. "Indeed, just now, the esteemed Viscount elucidated the situation to me. This doctor is neither an evil witch nor a demon. Henceforth, you may come here with confidence for your ailments." Only after hearing Omar's declaration did Claire release his grip, placing a hand on Oma's shoulder and giving it a gentle pat. I had a feeling it was merely a misunderstanding. I misjudged the esteemed viscount. I should have had faith in him. Such a remarkable individual could hardly be swayed by demons. Exactly, and Dr. Rona is so kind. It is impossible for her to be a demon. It appears that Pastor Oma was indeed mistaken. At long last, the matter has been clarified. However, it is quite unprecedented for Pastor Oma to err. Oma pursed his lips, casting a complex glance at the crowd engaged in animated discussion. Logically, a pastor, as a messenger of the divine, should not be mistaken. If an error occurred, it would typically be rectified and punished by a higher-ranking cleric. This situation bears resemblance to ancient emperors, who were expected to be infallible. Any misstep would undermine their authority, leading the common folk to gradually lose their reverence for the imperial power. Similarly, in religion, the divine is beyond reproach, and its messengers must also be without fault. Otherwise, the sanctity of religion would be jeopardized. Still lost in contemplation, Claire patted Oma's shoulder. Pastor Oma, you may return now. I shall not see you off, but I will send someone to deliver the items to you in a few days. Oma's face brightened with a smile. Then I shall take my leave. After Oma departed, Claire turned to Rona, establishing a mental connection. The issue has been resolved. You can now attend to your patients with peace of mind. Indeed, Rona replied, glancing at the crowd outside. Their previous expressions of doubt and fear had transformed into remorse. As they felt guilt for having misunderstood Rona, Claire surveyed the courtyard of the hospital, which had, in just a few days, blossomed into a small garden filled with flourishing flowers and greenery, pointing to the climbing plants adorning the stone wall. Claire inquired, "Did you plant these?" "I came across the seeds while foraging for herbs and brought them back," Rona replied, tilting her head. "Is it not permissible to cultivate them?" As a half-elf, she held a particular fondness for flora, possessing magic that allowed seeds to germinate rapidly. Within mere days, she had transformed the courtyard into a vibrant garden. Claire chuckled softly. "Of course you may. I have stated that this hospital belongs to you. So you may grow whatever you desire. The flowers you have cultivated are indeed lovely." "Thank you," Rona replied softly, sensing that Claire's praise was heartfelt. "You have worked hard during this time, with nearly 100,000 subjects in the Viscount's territory. You are the sole physician, and it must be quite taxing. However, in due time, I will arrange for additional doctors to arrive, alleviating your burden." Rona nodded. "It is no trouble. I truly enjoy this work and this way of life, free from the disarray of my past existence. Moreover, you have treated me very kindly." Realizing she had spoken too freely, she quickly added, "I will not leave here." Claire paused for a moment, then smiled gently. "Perhaps you should take some time to learn the common tongue." Several dozen miles from Nafacheng, a caravan, led by a row of azure-scaled steeds, was gradually making its way toward the city. Chapter 51. Shun, young master, a caravan has arrived outside the city and is selling goods within Nafacheng. Reagan reported. "Really?" Claire's interest was piqued. "Another caravan has come? What are they selling?" "It appears they are transporting goods from prosperous cities to sell in relatively impoverished territories, that I spotted several items that are only available in the royal capital." Claire's curiosity heightened. He had initially assumed it was an ordinary caravan, similar to those operated by nobles selling essential goods such as brown sugar, grain, and everyday items. These were necessities of life, monopolizing significant annual profits. There was even a magic shop, albeit one that catered primarily to the nobility and offered a meager selection of goods. That shop had originally belonged to Baron Eugene, but was now transferred to Claire, though regrettably, the noble clientele had been eliminated by Claire, leaving the magical potions unsold. In contrast, larger cities boasted a plethora of shops, including those specializing in martial techniques and training methods, as well as services such as weapon enchantment. Thus, it was evident that Nafacheng still had a long way to go. Setting aside his spell book, Claire remarked, "Let us go and take a look." Under Reagan's guidance, Claire soon located the caravan, which was difficult to miss given its lengthy procession. At that moment, the caravan was surrounded by eager residents of Nafacheng, who were enthusiastically exchanging coins for goods, their expressions brimming with excitement, clearly satisfied with the offerings. Yet, Claire felt a twinge of discomfort. He had painstakingly distributed funds to them through labor-based assistance, intending to create a self-sustaining economy within the territory, only to have a caravan come and reap those resources. This fleeting annoyance aside, he welcomed the caravan, for without such traders bringing goods to Nafacheng, the city would struggle to develop. "Are you the esteemed viscount?" While Claire was lost in thought, a youthful figure, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years old, approached him with a warm smile. Adorned in elegant attire, Claire regarded him with a look of inquiry. "And you are?" The youth replied with a grin. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the head of this caravan, and the third son of Count Ancire, Baron Sean." Claire's eyes sparkled. The Ancire family was renowned not only in this realm, but also in several neighboring kingdoms, celebrated as a prosperous merchant family if one were to ask a random merchant about their aspirations. The overwhelming majority would likely respond with a desire to become a merchant like Ancire. Their titles were not inherited by primogeniture, but rather awarded to the individual who could most successfully operate a profitable caravan, making the next Ancire count. Thus, although Sean bore the title of Baron, it was merely nominal, lacking any fiefdom. Unlike Claire, noticing Claire's reaction, Sean understood that the Viscount had indeed heard of his family's esteemed name. "This is my first venture into trade. Would you like to see if there is anything in the caravan that piques your interest? If not, do let me know, and I will ensure to bring it next time." Claire regarded him with mild surprise. It was evident that he was indeed a product of a mercantile upbringing. Possessing an impressive demeanor at such a young age, his words effortlessly pleasant to the ear. Sean, in turn, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this Viscount was younger than himself. Yet the aura he exuded suggested he was no ordinary youth. Rumor had it that all the nobles in this city had been driven out within a month of his return, showcasing considerable prowess. They exchanged polite smiles before Claire finally asked, "Would you kindly introduce your caravan?" "Of course. Please follow me, Your Excellency." Sean led the way, with Claire following closely. Upon reaching the side of the wagon, Sean instructed his subordinates to unload several large crates, which thudded heavily upon hitting the ground, indicating their substantial weight. Once the crates were opened, Sean had the contents displayed before Claire, a silver armor gleaming with an otherworldly luster and adorned with mysterious patterns. As a mage, Claire immediately recognized it as enchanted armor. Indeed, Sean's words validated his thoughts. "My lord the Viscount, behold, this armor has been enchanted by a novice mage, reducing its weight by 50% while simultaneously enhancing its durability. A typical bronze knight would find it utterly impossible to penetrate this armor without delivering a full-force strike. Allow me to demonstrate for you." "My lord," Sean instructed his subordinates. Not that he was to blame for his fervor. Although his caravan's wares were abundant and always sold out in new cities, it was the territorial lords whose purchases constituted half of his profits. Upon hearing Sean's command, his men hastily drew forth iron swords and hammers, striking the armor with all their might. Brimming with confidence in their product, the iron swords bounced off the armor, leaving only a few scratches, while the hammers created negligible dents. Claire's eyes brightened. He was quite pleased with the armor's resilience. Had the previous captain of the Knights donned this armor, it was uncertain whether his pistol could even fell him. After pausing, they presented the armor before Claire, who reached out to lift it and ascertain its weight. Sean, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "My lord, even with the weight reduced by 50%, it remains quite heavy. Exercise caution." However, before he could finish, Claire effortlessly lifted the armor, weighing it in his hands. It was not excessively burdensome. For a knight advanced to bronze rank, their strength would suffice, and this armor would impose no hindrance on their movements. Sean stared in astonishment at Claire. He did not appear to be a knight or warrior. How could he possess such strength? Claire returned the armor, and Sean suppressed his surprise, smiling as he inquired, "My lord, are you satisfied with the armor?" "I am exceedingly satisfied. Do you have any other accessories?" "Certainly." Sean believed this transaction was destined to succeed, displaying a beaming smile. "We also offer enchanted greatswords and pikes, as well as the latest fashions and perfumes from the capital, and the diving pearls from Blue Wave City, which allow for breathing underwater. Furthermore, there are magical scrolls from Riley City and the Luminous Yellow or from Yada City, which when added to forged weapons, significantly enhance their quality." Additionally, Sean continued to introduce the myriad of goods from his caravan, each item piquing Claire's interest. He recognized that these future trades could prove beneficial, prompting him to purchase several items he found appealing. Ultimately, spending a substantial 20,000 gold coins, he was fortunate to have acquired hundreds of thousands from the nobility. Otherwise, the expenditure would have been a source of great distress. Sean grinned broadly, stating, "The armor is 300 gold coins per set, the greatsword 150 gold coins, and the pike 200 gold coins. How many sets would you like, my lord?" 100 sets of armor and greatswords, and 10 sets of pikes will suffice," Claire replied softly. Although he currently had only 60 knights, he anticipated growth in the future. Sean's face nearly blossomed with delight. He had initially expected Claire to purchase only around 10 sets of armor for a few nights. Yet he had unexpectedly ordered 100 sets, along with 100 great swords and 10 pikes. This single transaction exceeded the profits from his previous visits to 3 or 4 cities. The total price amounts to 47,000 gold coins. However, I shall extend a discount, and you may settle for 45,000, he announced. Damn, this is truly lucrative, Claire muttered inwardly. Yet he gestured for someone to accompany Reagan to retrieve the funds. Previously, he had only spent 100 gold coins to acquire the Minotaur and Rona. And now he was surpassed by expenditures of over 10,000. Nevertheless, he did not dwell excessively on it. Some costs needed to be minimized, while others were essential. For instance, his investments in constructing schools, hospitals, and sewer systems had already exceeded 50,000 gold coins, with worker wages comprising a portion and the transportation of building materials from elsewhere constituting another. Chapter 52. Goiter. After concluding the transaction, the two engaged in light conversation. How long do you intend to stay in Napa City? Claire casually inquired. I had initially planned to stay just 1 day, but I encountered some bandits on the road, and my guards sustained some injuries. Moreover, I have been traveling for some time and have developed goiter. Sean pointed to his somewhat robust neck, distinct from others, and added, thus, I will remain here for a while. By the way, could you kindly direct me to the nearest church? I wish to have this ailment treated. Had Sean not gestured, Claire might not have noticed the pronounced thickness of his neck. A clear indication of goiter, which would likely worsen over time, though it was not yet severe. Claire's eyes suddenly lit up as a thought crossed his mind. Goiter is caused by iodine deficiency in his previous life. Salt was often iodized, rendering such cases rare. Yet here, it seemed the populace remained oblivious to the underlying cause of the condition. Typically, those afflicted could only seek treatment from the church through the priest's healing light. Although Claire held a certain disdain for the Church of Light, he could not deny their expertise in healing spells. No matter the ailment, a single invocation of their healing light proved effective. Conversely, some ailments, particularly those of unknown origin, posed challenges for doctors to treat, much like Sean's goiter, which left them powerless to provide assistance. The afflicted would have to seek out mages with healing spells or directly visit churches for sacred rites, if one could not afford such services. Surgical intervention would be the last resort, with a high mortality rate during the procedure. Claire's recent epiphany involved the prospect of iodizing salt. Napa City lacked substantial industries to autonomously generate gold coins from external sources. Yet this could represent a promising opportunity. The more he pondered, the brighter his eyes grew, and the more he felt the feasibility of this idea. If the salt industry were established as a pillar of Napa City's economy, not only could the city secure external revenues, but it could also create employment opportunities within, providing residents of the Viscount's domain with new sources of income. Consequently, this would generate external momentum to propel the development of Napa City, and a steady stream of caravans would arrive to purchase salt. Do not rush. Allow me to show you around Napa City, Claire suggested with a smile, although Sean was unaware of Claire's ulterior motives. He nodded in agreement. Thank you. I would also like to explore your city. Claire guided Sean through the bustling streets of Napa City, weaving through crowds, where residents greeted Claire warmly. Good day, my lord the Viscount. Greetings. My lord. A young boy waved enthusiastically. Claire responded with a friendly smile, while Sean grew increasingly astonished. Although residents in the cities they had previously visited occasionally acknowledged their lords, it was merely a formality, lacking the sincerity exhibited by those in Napa City. Each person who beheld Claire radiated excitement and gratitude, eager to make their presence known before him. Sean regarded Claire intently, feeling an inexplicable sense of disparity between them. It was as though Claire possessed a greatness beyond his own comprehension. Claire led Sean to inspect the ongoing sewer construction, deliberately stopping outside Rona's hospital for a brief tour before finally pausing. What do you think? How does it feel? Claire inquired with a smile. Sean took a deep breath, surveying his surroundings, and genuinely remarked, To be candid, my lord, your governance has transformed Napa City into a place where everyone can live happily. I have visited numerous cities, some far wealthier than this. Yet none of their residents wear such smiles. When encountering their lords, their respect pales in comparison to that shown by your subjects. These words flowed from Sean's heart. Moreover, the sanitation in the city is impeccable, and your plans for a sewer system are something I have only seen in major cities. You are a truly great lord. As Claire absorbed Sean's compliments, a flurry of question marks appeared in his mind. What is he talking about? I merely took you for a stroll and even made a point to show you the hospital. What do you see in all of this? Did you notice something during your tour? Claire prompted. Sean furrowed his brow, contemplating whether he had overlooked any praises for Claire. What issue? Claire smiled faintly. None of them suffer from the same affliction you do. Sean's eyes widened slightly as he recalled. In detail, his journey through the city, he had not encountered anyone afflicted with goiter. In areas known for iodine deficiency, cases of goiter were prevalent, so Sean had not been overly concerned about his condition. After all, he had witnessed many individuals suffering from it throughout his life. However, as Claire has just mentioned, throughout his journey, he has not encountered a single case of goiter, which is rather unusual. Previously, during his time as a traveling merchant, he frequently encountered several patients afflicted with this ailment in the cities he visited. Moreover, Claire had intentionally taken him through bustling crowds multiple times, and there were no patients with such a condition among those seeking treatment at the hospital. Realizing the other's awareness, Claire then said, "We possess something that can treat this illness. Are you interested?" At this moment, Sean could hardly contain his excitement. It is well known that this illness is quite common, and if he were to acquire such a commodity, he would undoubtedly amass a fortune, thus increasing his chances of inheriting the title of Count. Nevertheless, he managed to suppress his eagerness and inquired, "Is this item expensive?" This was indeed the crux of the matter. Although doctors are helpless against goiter, priests from the church can provide a cure. Therefore, the target clientele must be those families who can muster the funds to seek a priest's treatment or the impoverished families who cannot afford such costs. If the price is too high, there would be no market for the product. Not at all. In fact, I would say it is quite affordable, merely a few copper coins, Claire replied with a smile. The reason the residents of Nefu City do not suffer from goiter is that the viscount's territory is coastal, where seaweeds, nori, and kelp abound, containing a significant amount of iodine. Consuming these over time naturally prevents the disease. In contrast, areas inland with limited access to seafood frequently experience this ailment. Claire's plan was to extract the iodine from these seaweeds, combine it with salt, and produce iodized salt for sale, priced slightly higher than regular salt in the market. He believed that such a price would still be acceptable to potential buyers. "That sounds wonderful," Sean exclaimed with excitement. "Can you show it to me now?" "There's no rush. Take a few days to rest." "And I will bring the goods then," Claire replied, as he currently had no iodized salt on hand and needed to buy himself some time. No rush, Sean chuckled. Being a businessman, he understood the need for preparation. "That over there is the hospital. You can send your injured guards there for treatment. And the cost is quite reasonable, only a few dozen copper coins." Claire pointed towards the hospital, refraining from mentioning any free treatment under his name, primarily because Rona did not understand the common tongue. Even if he mentioned his name, Rona would simply tilt her head and say, "What are you saying? I don't understand. Pay up. I shall take my leave now. I wish you a delightful time in Nefu City," Claire concluded. Sean beamed with joy and waved fervently at Claire. "Goodbye, my Lord Viscount." After Claire departed, Sean couldn't help but flail his arms in celebration. Hooray! This trip to Nefu City not only brought him considerable wealth, but also presented him with a splendid opportunity. He was certain that he would surpass the previous two individuals and become the next Count. Chapter 53. The return of the 30 to 70 split. Upon returning home, Claire summoned Reagan. "Go procure some kelp and nori. And also have the carpenter in the city craft a few hundred exquisite wooden boxes for salt. They must be as luxurious as possible." "Never mind," Claire sighed. "I'll design the wooden boxes myself. You can take the blueprints to them, and they can create them accordingly." Claire did not expect the carpenters in Nefu City to produce such exquisite boxes, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. "Come back in 2 hours to collect the blueprints. These several hundred boxes must be completed within 2 days. The construction at the site can be paused for a bit." "Understood," Reagan replied, having never seen Claire so urgent and invested in a task. Following Claire's orders, Reagan immediately drove a cart towards the coastal village within the Viscount's territory. Although Nefu City had some kelp and nori, it was far from meeting Claire's demands, so he had to source them from the coastal village. Upon returning, Claire handed Reagan the blueprints he had designed, which featured the word Nefu embossed prominently on the front of the delicate wooden boxes. Reagan pointed at the letters, puzzled. "What is this?" Claire chuckled. "You wouldn't understand the concept of brand effect. This was a matter of significant importance for the development of Nefu City, and there could be no room for error." "Very well, sir. I will ensure it is done properly." On that day, Claire spent hours in the basement laboratory, surrounded by piles of nori and kelp, researching how to extract iodine from the kelp. Fortunately, he had prior knowledge of the process. With the aid of the magical elements present in this world, he successfully extracted iodine by nightfall. As for the salt, Claire purchased a large quantity of it within the city and dissolved it without needing to transport seawater from afar. After 2 days of relentless work, Claire finally produced the iodized salt. He had not slept at all during this period. The first day was spent refining iodine, while the second day involved mass-producing iodized salt. The first day had been merely mentally taxing, but the second was physically exhausting, depleting Claire's magical energy multiple times before he managed to process nearly a ton of iodized salt. Afterward, he instructed Reagan to invite Sean over. While he took a moment to wash up, before Claire had finished bathing, Sean arrived at the viscount's residence, eagerly waiting in the reception hall. "Thank you for your patience," Claire said as he emerged. "Not at all," Sean replied. Still sporting a smile, rubbing his hands in anticipation, "My Lord Viscount, I wonder about that medicine you mentioned." Claire did not rush to reveal the product. Instead, he curiously pointed at Sean's neck. "Why hasn't your ailment been treated yet? Would you like me to summon a priest to assist you?" This took Sean by surprise. Could a priest really be summoned? Those priests are notoriously arrogant. Typically, one must go to the church for healing. And even if one were bedridden, family members must bring them to the church. Priests do not visit one's home for blessings unless one is a royal or during special church events. Sean quickly waved his hands in refusal. No, I intentionally chose not to seek treatment to see how effective this medicine is." "Then you might be disappointed," Claire remarked, slowly retrieving the exquisite wooden box. Sean's eyes brightened. Just from the packaging alone, it was evident that the contents were extraordinary. However, why did Claire say he would be disappointed? Claire gently opened the wooden box, revealing, "This is not a medicine and does not serve a curative purpose. Its primary function is to prevent goiter." Sean's eyes widened in disbelief as he leaned closer, thinking Claire was joking when he saw the contents. Pointing at the iodized salt inside, he exclaimed, "Isn't this just salt?" "Yes and no," Claire responded, pushing the salt toward him. "This is not ordinary salt." Sean picked it up, scrutinizing it closely before dipping his finger in to taste it, only to find it exceedingly salty, making him want to stick out his tongue. This was just regular salt, but he kept this thought to himself. "Do you doubt its efficacy?" Claire asked directly. Sean chuckled sheepishly, for indeed, this was akin to someone presenting a glass of water and claiming it could cure cancer. Who would believe that? "You must have strolled around the city these past few days." "Right. Did you encounter anyone else with a similar affliction?" Sean nodded. To verify whether goiter was present in the city, he had not only explored the city himself, but had also instructed his subordinates to observe the ordinary citizens purchasing goods. Indeed, he found no residents afflicted with goiter like himself. This corroborated Claire's earlier statements. He indeed possessed a commodity that could treat goiter. However, this salt seemed rather dubious. He had consumed salt throughout his journey. Yet he still contracted this strange illness. "Do you know why you contracted this ailment?" Claire countered. Sean shook his head. As a mere merchant, he was not a doctor and could not possibly know. "I have no idea. It is likely due to a long-term deficiency in a substance known as iodine in your body. The lack of this element can lead to various health issues, with goiter being merely one of them. Furthermore, it may also cause complications such as miscarriages in women and cognitive sluggishness. But goiter is simply the most conspicuous manifestation." Sean expressed disbelief. "How could that be?" Claire chuckled lightly. "Why not? A person who does not consume meat for an extended period will become weak, and long-term absence of fruits and vegetables can lead to bleeding gums. That aren't these all examples?" Claire refrained from elaborating on the roles of vitamin C and protein, as the recipient might not comprehend. He then pushed the wooden box containing the iodized salt towards Sean. "Isn't the evidence clear? There are no patients with your condition in the city. Does that not sufficiently demonstrate the efficacy of this iodized salt?" Upon hearing Claire's words, Sean appeared contemplative. He picked up the wooden box, delicately dipped his fingers into the iodine salt atop it, and placed a small amount in his mouth to savor its flavor. After a moment, he set the box down and remarked, "My lord, you have convinced me. Is the salt in Nafa City known to have such properties? Perhaps I could allocate a caravan specifically for the sale of this unique iodine salt." Having confirmed its efficacy, Sean began to discuss trade matters. "No, the salt I possess is iodine salt, but this business is substantial. In the future, Nafa City will produce this iodine salt in abundance." Sean nodded, refraining from pressing further on why the residents of Nafa City did not suffer from goiter. That was a matter of commercial secrecy. And as a professional merchant, he understood the importance of discretion. "How much iodine salt do you currently have, my lord?" "I shall take it all. Approximately enough for one meal. This box contains 2 kilograms of salt, and there are around 500 such boxes." "What is the price per box?" As the conversation shifted to business, Sean's expression became intent. There is no charge. I am giving them all to you for free, Claire replied with a smile. Knowing that excluding the cost of the iodine salt, the wood used for the boxes was the finest in Nafa City, with each box costing over 5 silver coins. Free, Sean exclaimed, having already been astounded by many things since arriving in Nafa City. But none compared to this. Who sells goods without charge? Indeed. All of it is complimentary. I wish to establish a new partnership. I will provide the iodine salt, and you will handle the sales. When you acquire the salt, you need not pay up front. Simply share the profits with me after selling it, that we will split the profits 3-7. Sean, not foolish enough to inquire about the division, pondered that this cooperative model seemed advantageous. He would not incur losses and would have more capital for other ventures. Agreed. Sean extended his right hand, intending to shake on the deal. However, Claire did not reciprocate. Instead, resting his chin on his hand and inquiring, "How do you plan to sell this iodine salt?" Chapter 54. This price is quite reasonable. Sean displayed the wooden box in his palm and remarked, "This iodine salt can indeed serve as a preventive measure. But it is somewhat challenging to promote. Most people would be skeptical of its efficacy. Thus, I plan to transport this batch of salt to a well-connected, information-rich area and sell it at a price slightly above that of other salts. Capitalizing on its promotional effect, after a certain period, when all those who purchased our product remain free from the disease, I will further promote it. At that point, iodine salt will spread to other cities. And a consensus will form that our iodine salt indeed possesses the ability to prevent goiter. Subsequently, we can open national channels for large-scale sales." After speaking, Sean looked up at Claire, eager to gauge his reaction. He believed that while his plan was somewhat rudimentary, the concept was sound, and its implementation would undoubtedly yield reliable results. However, Claire's expression remained unchanged, merely listening politely to his outline. "How long do you estimate it will take for the entire nation to reach this consensus?" Sean paused, calculating in his mind. "Approximately 6 months, but the cost of this time is worthwhile. We stand to gain access to the kingdom's market, and the annual profit from this product alone could reach over 1 million. This figure rivaled the yearly income of Claire's ancestors during their tenure as mine owners. I do not dispute the merit of your plan, however. The time to effectiveness is rather slow," Claire remarked softly. Considering Claire's previous statements, Sean discerned the implication and promptly asked, "Then, my lord, do you have a better method?" Although his tone was one of inquiry, Sean felt a twinge of defiance. He was from a family of merchants and had encountered numerous business strategies. The plan he had just formulated was the best he could conceive, and he was skeptical that Claire could devise a superior alternative. Leaning forward, Claire continued, "First and foremost, the most connected area in the kingdom is the capital. We should select it as our initial city." Sean nodded in agreement. Claire's suggestion was reasonable. Although the capital was indeed within his considerations, it was not his optimal choice due to the overwhelming competition present. Moreover, the significance of robust communication and transport networks could not be overstated. Otherwise, even if the iodine salt proved effective, its reputation might not spread far and wide. Claire continued, "Unlike your earlier approach, I believe our iodine salt should target a different clientele." Sean immediately countered, "While it can prevent goiter, it is still merely salt. If priced too steeply, it will be challenging to sell, let alone for others to recognize its benefits." "No." Claire shook his finger, tapping it against the box. "What do you think of this box's design?" Sean, puzzled by the relevance, responded, "It is quite exquisite. It could even serve as a container for jewelry. This box costs around 5 silver coins to produce, so our initial target customers should not be the average populace. First, establish a shop in the capital. Make it as lavish and opulent as possible, equipped with all manner of extravagant features, so that ordinary people would hesitate to enter. Yet, the sole product for sale should be our iodine salt." Sean remained skeptical. Even so, it would only attract a small number of curious customers. Scaling sales would be difficult. "Patience, let me finish," Claire interjected. "For the initial days, do not concern yourself with sales figures. Your primary task is to identify renowned doctors within the capital and offer them some iodine salt." "Why?" "To win them over," Claire stated directly. "Encourage them to publish articles in newspapers claiming that iodine salt can prevent goiter." "That seems difficult. They typically would not risk their reputations." Sean followed Claire's line of reasoning. "Do you know how much a doctor in the capital earns in a year? 100 gold coins. Or perhaps 200. From my time in the capital, I know that the average doctor's annual salary hovers around 100 gold coins, while those with slightly more renown might earn 300 to 400. very few exceed 500. The presence of priests considerably limited the earning potential of doctors. Even in the capital, where it was not a lucrative profession, if you offer 100 gold coins for an article, they will likely refuse. After all, that amount is what they could earn in a year. They wouldn't risk their reputation. However, if you offer 500 gold coins for the article, that represents 5 years' worth of income. They may hesitate, as writing a single article wouldn't likely ruin their reputation. But if you present 1,000 gold coins, I assure you that most will eagerly unfold the paper and inquire what you would like them to write. Upon hearing this, Sean couldn't help but laugh. He had indeed forgotten the immense allure of wealth. First, enlist a regular doctor to publish an article in the newspaper claiming that iodine salt can treat goiter. This is merely the beginning. Next, bring in several more reputable doctors to corroborate the first doctor's claims. And finally, approach the most renowned doctor in the capital. Sean's breathing quickened as Claire continued. He could already foresee the success of this plan, and he felt a deep respect for Claire. This strategy was far more effective than his previous one. Yet, he was also overwhelmed with excitement, having never encountered such tactics before, and he interjected, "We should have the most famous doctor affirm that our iodine salt indeed possesses such effects, correct?" "No," Claire replied softly. Sean was taken aback. Logically, that was the expected course of action. Still, he respectfully asked, "Please enlighten me." Instead, have the most renowned doctor publish a report claiming that the first doctor who wrote the article plagiarized his work. Sean's eyes lit up as he quickly grasped the underlying logic. He slapped the table in excitement, exclaiming, "I understand. Then we can have the two of them engage in a debate, creating a situation that captures the attention of the entire capital. As long as they continue to debate in the newspapers, the topic will remain hot, and the efficacy of our iodine salt will gradually become known to everyone in the capital." The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became, eventually standing up and marveling, "I truly mean it, my lord. You are the second person I genuinely admire from the depths of my heart. To conceive such a strategy is remarkable compared to this. My previous plan was utterly mediocre." The first person he admired was his father. Claire smiled faintly and continued, "That's still not enough?" Shane settled down, adopting an attentive demeanor. "Then you take the knowledge I shared with you and give it to the most renowned doctor, urging him to compose a new report and continue the debate with that individual." "What knowledge?" "The element iodine, the deficiency of which can lead to idiocy, stunted growth, deafness, paralysis, as well as miscarriages and damage to both intellect and physique." At this, Claire smiled slightly. "Then you should hire someone to exaggerate this information, spreading it wantonly throughout the capital, particularly emphasizing the latter points regarding mental and physical damage. If you're lacking in conscience, you could directly claim that not consuming iodized salt might render one mentally deficient." Hiss. Shane inhaled sharply, already foreseeing the uproar that would ensue from such revelations. Previously, he had worried whether a ton of salt could even sell out. Now, his only concern was how many days it could sustain him. Claire, however, felt not a shred of guilt. Were not the American capitalists employing similar tactics? Despite sugar being the primary culprit of cardiovascular diseases, it was the main source of profit for those capitalists, who thus financed scientists to redirect blame onto fats, obscuring the truth that at least he was promoting veritable knowledge. Iodine deficiency indeed causes these ailments, and iodine is an essential trace element for the human body. Hence, where could guilt possibly arise? It would be a disservice to himself if the nobility did not erect a statue in his honor. So, how much should this box of iodized salt be sold for? "At least 3 gold coins, right?" Shane inquired, realizing it had already multiplied by over 1,000 times compared to regular salt. "I purchase white sugar at 3 gold coins per kilogram. Then 15 gold coins?" This was a 10,000-fold increase. Shane felt his heart tremble. Just the wooden box containing the iodized salt costs over 5 silver coins. Shane gritted his teeth. 50 gold coins. A treasure that can enhance intelligence. 75 gold coins. There are only 500 boxes of iodized salt in the entire capital. 100 gold coins. Only then did Claire reveal a satisfied smile. "I think this price is quite reasonable. What do you think?" Shane felt beyond reasonable. His heart seemed on the verge of bursting. Yet he smiled. "This price is indeed fair. These 500 boxes can be sold at a higher price. As production increases in the future, we will gradually lower it," Claire remarked. The current price of 100 gold coins for iodized salt was merely a bold move for the initial sale, should it remain so high in the future. Further strategies would be required. Furthermore, Claire intended to sell iodized salt to establish an industrial foundation for enriching, aiming for volume. Otherwise, while he could maintain a boutique approach, The profits would solely benefit him, leaving the subjects beneath him in continued hardship. Chapter 55. The bandit attacks safe travels. Claire bid farewell to Shane at the city gate. My lord, you shall await good news quietly within Nafachang with your approach. It will be difficult not to earn money. Even after a day had passed, the excitement from Claire's plans surged within Shane. His neck had returned to normal, and after confirming with Claire that the iodized salt could only prevent ailments without offering treatment, Shane still sought out Pastor Omar at the church for treatment. That as they conversed, the workers were busy transporting the iodized salt prepared for sale to the capital, following the instructions of their young master. The workers carefully stacked the wooden boxes onto a dedicated carriage. Once the cargo was loaded and their conversation nearly concluded, Shane bid farewell to Claire. My lord, I must take my leave. We shall meet again. Do not rush off, Claire called to him, waving his hand as 60 knights clad in gleaming armor emerged from Nafachang. You mentioned being harassed by bandits on your way here. Let my knights escort you out this time, Claire said with a smile. Shane glanced at the 60 knights behind Claire. Such a sight was rare for him, though the armor had been sold by him. Seeing it worn by these individuals, especially in such numbers, was undeniably impressive. Thank you, my lord. Shane accepted the offer without hesitation. The iodized salt was of great significance, and after leaving the viscount's territory, he would seek more mercenaries in other cities for protection. No need for such formality. We are partners in this endeavor. Next time you visit, there should be no bandit disturbances, Claire replied cheerfully, planning to eliminate all bandits within the viscount's territory in the coming days, as their presence was detrimental to the region's development. Even with the roads repaired, small merchant caravans would still hesitate to enter. Well then, I shall not delay your journey any further. We shall meet again. Until we meet again. The journey from Nafachang to the next territory was not long, taking only 2 or 3 hours, and Shane's caravan had traversed nearly half the route. Along the way, Shane could not help but ask Hant, may I inquire about something? Please, go ahead, Hant responded respectfully, sensing that his lord held this outsider in high regard. After a moment's contemplation, Shane began, what kind of person do you believe our viscount to be? Upon hearing this, Shane noticed the silver knight captain before him momentarily taken aback. Hant's mind raced back through memories, though the lord had returned less than a month ago. He felt that life had become significantly more fulfilling than in the past few years. The first time he met the lord was during his initial return to the viscount's domain, where he had immediately executed the then knight captain, Dean, leaving a profound shock that it seemed that, from that moment on, the fate of Nafachang began to undergo a dramatic transformation. However, at that time, he had merely been a minor character, and his understanding was not profound until that one pivotal phrase awoke him. Do you know why you are the captain? Because that is my decree, and thus you became captain. It was this very sentence that solidified Hant's unwavering loyalty to Claire. Afterward, as he purged the vermin from Nafachang and eliminated those nobles, the city began to visibly change at an astonishing rate. So much had transpired in these days that Hant only now realized the lord had returned less than a month ago. What troubles you? Shane gently nudged Hant, who had fallen into deep thought. Hant snapped back to reality and replied, Nothing. As for your earlier question, I am unsure how to answer. The lord gives me a very special impression, one I cannot quite articulate. It feels as though he is not of this world, like a divine being sent from above. If I once held faith in the Church of Light, my faith now lies with the Lord. He is omnipotent. Shane was taken aback by Hant's high regard for Claire, although Shane already held Claire in high esteem. He had not anticipated Hant's perception to rise to the level of faith. Hant noticed Shane's surprise and gestured to the young men on alert nearby. If you do not believe me, you may ask them. Their reverence for the Lord may even surpass mine. No need. I believe. Shane waved his hand, his admiration for Claire soaring even higher, a few hundred meters away from their caravan. Atop a small hill, a group of bandits, mounted on horses and appearing disheveled and grimy, watched the slowly advancing caravan from a distance. Boss, they've got a whole bunch of night escorts now, said a one-eyed man clad in a burlap hood. The bandit leader, sporting a bushy beard that matched the common image of a robber, frowned. His subordinates began to chatter among themselves. Those knights must be from Nafachang. There are at least 50 more of them. Should we retreat? This is a tough nut to crack. We can wait for the next caravan. I suggest we raid a house. Nafachang must have no one guarding it right now. The bearded leader scowled, reprimanding. Enough? Raid a house? Once they close the gates, you can stand there and take arrows. We can't let this caravan get away. It's the longest one I've ever seen, and last time we clashed with them. We saw the goods inside, good stuff. This caravan is worth at least 50,000 gold coins. We cannot allow it to escape. Fortunately, Shane did not hear this. They had dared to compare him with those small merchants. The total value of his cargo exceeded 500,000 gold coins. Boss, what about those knights from Nafachang? The one-eyed man asked. What is there to fear? We called in our brothers for a strong offensive this time. The burly man patted his chest, proclaiming, last time we were merely outnumbered, which led to our retreat. This time, we have over 200 brothers by our side, along with 21 bronze knights. What is there to fear? Are you not aware of the strength of the knights from Nafa City? If they have 3 or 4 bronze knights, that would be a considerable force. The burly man still believed they were facing the knights from Nafa City from a month ago. I'll handle their knight, Captain. The rest are yours to deal with. He confidently thumped his chest. For he himself was a silver-ranked knight. If we seize the money, each of you will receive 10 gold coins, and we shall feast and drink merrily back at the camp. Hooray! Long live the boss! Long live the boss! Charge! The burly man spurred his mount, drawing his great sword and leading the charge. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away, the Shan had also spotted the band of robbers, who showed no signs of concealment. Alert! Bandits are approaching from the west. Hant shouted as he drew his great sword. The knights of Nafu City quickly formed an organized offensive formation, while the guards under Shan were no less formidable, with archers climbing atop the carts, bowstrings drawn and aimed. Some warriors were enveloped in crimson aura, their eyes fixed menacingly on the advancing robbers. Shan felt a tightening in his chest, and with a swift motion, he retrieved more than 10 scrolls of magic from his spatial ring, his credentials for trading goods across various territories. Ranging from level 1 to level 4, if the situation could not be resolved, he would have to resort to his treasured level 5 scroll, capable of unleashing a devastating area attack akin to a full-powered strike from a mage, meteoric fire. However, this scene could be perfectly resolved with a level 3 scroll, so Shan returned the scrolls, keeping only a frosty blue one, which was valued at over 3,000 gold coins. Yet, compared to the opportunities brought by the iodine salt from Claire, it was undoubtedly worth it. Just as Shan intended to tear open the scroll to unleash its magic, he was halted by Hant. My lord, this is a matter for our territory. Allow us to handle it, lest Lord Master blame us. Hant's tone was filled with resolve, prompting Shan to ease his grip. Chapter 56. Unable to penetrate knights of the Griffin viscountcy. Arm yourselves and slay these bandits who trespass upon our lands. Hant raised his great sword and called out. The knights quickly formed an attack formation, the sound of heavy breathing filling the air as their eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight of the disorganized bandits approaching from afar. Upon witnessing the orderly knights who were not frightened away by their presence, a flicker of unease crept into the hearts of the robbers, but they had yet to discern the source of their apprehension. The burly man swung his great sword, shouting, Charge! Break their ranks! Slay these soft-hearted fools from Nafa City! At his command, the bandits cast aside their misgivings, spurring their horses into a furious gallop. Roar! I will kill 10. Let me show you what true slaughter looks like. Don't cry and run back to your mothers. With a flick of his wrist, Hant positioned his great sword before him and surged forward, targeting the bandit leader, the burly man. Clang! The clash of metal echoed as their swords met, forcing the burly man a step back. Upon inspecting his great sword, he noticed a new notch where they had collided, while Hant's sword still gleamed brightly, reflecting the sunlight. How could this be? The burly man's voice was laced with disbelief as he turned his gaze to Hant. You managed to withstand my strike. You must be a silver-ranked knight. Perhaps the captain of these knights. Enough with the idle chatter. Hant scoffed, urging his steed onward. Both being silver-ranked knights, they exchanged blows multiple times within mere moments, each encounter leaving the burly man at a disadvantage. Had it not been for the protective leather armor shielding his vital areas, Hant would have inflicted far greater harm. Damn it. The burly man cursed, his great sword now battered and resembling a saw. After several more exchanges, a glimmer of hope sparked in the burly man's eyes as he spotted a gap in Hant's defense. He immediately channeled his inner aura into his great sword, enveloping its blade, and with a fierce swing, he aimed for Hant's opening. Die! A savage grin spread across the burly man's face. Clang! What was that? Out of the corner of his eye, the burly man saw a rectangular object flash past him. Glancing back at Hant, he realized his strike had indeed made contact, carving a sizable gash in Hant's armor. But where had the front half of his great sword gone? The burly man suddenly turned his head to see the severed tip of his sword spinning midair. eventually plunging into the ground after several revolutions. Had that just been his own sword? Panic finally washed over the burly man's face. How could such sturdy armor exist? His great sword had been cleaved in two. Yet his situation was still better than that of his 200 or so lackeys, who were faring far worse, not to mention having to contend with the arrows from Sean's guards. They now faced the armored knights in battle. In the first round alone, they discovered that the armor was impenetrable. The knights did not even need to defend themselves, allowing the bandits to strike at will. Each swing akin to chopping vegetables. It was essentially one hit per bandit, and if they were not dead yet, another blow would surely finish them off. It was like a tank charging into a crowd, utterly unstoppable. The 20-odd bronze knights accompanying the burly man fared no better. Upon rushing in, they encountered knights of equal rank, all clad in armor. They had to attack while also guarding against a single strike that could end their lives. After several rounds, they found themselves utterly exhausted. The more cunning among them abandoned their original opponents to engage others. The boss claimed there were only 2 or 3 bronze knights in Nafa City. Surely I can outmatch someone else. Alas, this one too was a bronze knight. What rotten luck to encounter yet another. By the gods, this is the 7th knight that matches my rank. Finally, it dawned on him. All 50 or so knights before him were indeed bronze knights. Boss, we can't fight them. All 50 of these knights are bronze level. The one-eyed man shouted to the burly leader. A jolt of fear shot through the burly man as he glanced over, realizing that of his 200 subordinates, 60 or 70 had already fallen, while none of the armored knights had sustained a single injury. Looking down at his now half-dismembered sword, he could barely fend off Hans's attacks. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. He had initially hoped to rely on his lackeys to deal with the knights before assisting himself, but it turned out they were in an even worse predicament at this point. Retreat was the only option. He deflected Hans's strike with a sweeping motion, pulling his mount back several meters, and with a wave of his hand, declared, "Stop. We are no match for them. Let's get out of here." The burly man was a straightforward individual. Eschewing any pretentious words, it was simply a matter of survival. Many of the bandits threw their weapons at the knights to create a diversion, allowing themselves to escape. As the robbers broke free from the melee with the knights, they quickly retreated a distance of over 10 meters, adjusting their positions to ride away. That moment, Sean stepped forward, ready to tear open his magic scroll. Now allied with Claire, he was eager to assist in vanquishing a band of robbers. Yet Hant halted him again. "My lord, there is no need to waste such a precious artifact. We shall return shortly." He then directed the knights to form a pursuit formation, charging after the fleeing bandits. The gap between them narrowed as they rode the steeds specially purchased by Claire. While the bandits were merely on ordinary horses, their speeds not even comparable. The one-eyed man glanced back, nearly terrified out of his wits to see Hans's knights closing in at a distance of merely 30 meters. It was no wonder. The previous skirmish had been a complete rout, instilling genuine fear in him. "Boss, this is bad. They are catching up," the one-eyed man reported. "Have they lost their minds? Why are they chasing us?" The burly man retorted angrily. Generally, when one was outmatched and chose to retreat, the pursuers would allow them to flee, especially since they were merely guards escorting a merchant caravan. The risk of pursuing could lead to injury. He had never encountered anyone like Hant, who relentlessly pursued them. "They are getting closer," the one-eyed man exclaimed, as images of armored knights swinging great swords at him flashed vividly in his mind. "Where are the archers? Where the hell are the archers?" "Fire your arrows," bellowed the bearded leader. "Throw everything you have at them. Our lives are at stake." The archers within the band of marauders drew their bows and unleashed a barrage, while the others hurled their daggers and small swords into the fray. Yet, all that returned was a cacophony of metallic clangs, as their projectiles were thwarted by armor. "Boss, we can't penetrate their defenses." "You fools, aim for their horses. Without their mounts, they won't be able to pursue us in that heavy armor." Another volley of arrows rained down, causing several steeds at the front to collapse. The one-eyed man exclaimed, "Boss, it's working. We've taken down several of their horses." "Boss, they've halted their advance." The excitement in the one-eyed man's voice was palpable. As if he had narrowly escaped death, the bearded leader finally caught his breath. This had been the toughest battle he had ever fought. "Boss, they've abandoned their horses." "Not good. They'll run faster on foot." "What nonsense are you spouting?" The bearded leader turned in anger, only to see 60 knights approaching with an unusual gait, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. It was then that he spotted Hanti leaping high with his great sword descending. Chapter 57. The heinous bearded leader. After safely escorting Sean out of the viscount's territory, Hanti brought the captured bearded leader and his men back to Nafa City. Upon learning that Handy had taken prisoners, Claire was somewhat astonished. Was it customary to have a dungeon as well? The captives were brought back, and thus he posted a notice at the city gate, informing the townsfolk of the situation and inviting them to witness the execution the following noon. The moment the notice was displayed, the populace erupted in excitement. Many villages outside of Nafa City had suffered at the hands of these marauders, who not only stole riches but also abducted women. Prior to Claire's arrival, Dean, the knight captain responsible for the safety of the Viscount's territory, had turned a blind eye to such matters, believing that as long as they did not attack Nafa City, it would not concern him. Venturing to eliminate bandits could risk his own safety, leading to their increasing audacity, to the point where even noble caravans had to hire their own guards. This was joyous news that swiftly spread throughout the Viscount's lands. With the populace eagerly anticipating the execution the next day, their hatred for these bandits was palpable, with many expressing a willingness to wield blades as executioners if given the chance. Noon arrived swiftly, and Claire dispatched his men to escort the captured bandits to the wooden platform that had been erected for the occasion. Such matters were unsuitable for the school square. Upon ascending the platform, Claire glanced at the crowd below. There were few children present, as most were boarding at the school, and even during dismissal, parents were reluctant to let their offspring witness such a bloody spectacle. Among those who had come, cries of "hang them," and "do not let them escape," echoed through the air. Claire nodded, instructing the knights to bring the prisoners forth. With a kick to their legs, over a dozen captured bandits fell to their knees before the crowd, their eyes still glinting with defiance, unable to protest as their mouths were gagged. "My subjects," Claire proclaimed, "I have previously stated that a life devoid of bandits is a good life. My words have come to fruition. Long live the Viscount." Indeed, a life without bandits is a good life. Long live the Viscount. May your name be forever honored. The crowd erupted in praise, and Claire raised his hand to quell the noise. "These bandits were apprehended yesterday by our valiant knight Captain Hanty and his men." "Hanty is magnificent. Indeed, I shall encourage my son to become a knight. Did you see that knight in armor standing behind the Viscount? He is my son," one man proudly declared, thumping his chest. "Hanty is 1,000 times better than the previous captain." The crowd roared with admiration for Hanty and his knights, eliciting a smile from the corner of Hanty's mouth. As pride and honor surged within the knights, the accolades made them feel that their efforts were recognized and justified. "They have committed heinous crimes within the Viscount's lands. I have learned that the goods belonging to Baron Eugene were taken by them, and the assassin who attempted to kill me was also sent by them. Moreover, a civil servant was murdered on his way home after leaving office." Claire unhesitatingly cast blame upon the bearded leader and his cohorts. The bearded leader, taken aback, gaped at Claire, bewildered by the accusations he had never heard before. He opened his mouth to protest, while he admitted to raiding villages. The other charges were entirely unfounded. How could he be falsely accused of such misdeeds? Unfortunately, his mouth was gagged, and all that escaped was a muffled mmmmm. After concluding his denunciation, Claire watched as the bearded leader struggled against his bindings, crawling towards him in a desperate attempt to clear his name before meeting his end. However, he barely moved half a meter before a knight pressed him down with a boot. The subsequent events were straightforward. Claire methodically executed each of the bandits in turn. Unconcerned about the expenditure of bullets, he knew that once he advanced to a higher rank as a mage, the efficacy of such bullets would diminish significantly, being nearly incapable of breaching his magical shields. "Put a noose around their necks and hang them along the main road into the Viscount's territory. I want all bandits to know the fate that awaits those who dare to act with impunity in my domain." This also served another purpose, to reassure merchants that trade within the Viscount's lands would be safe. Without such assurance, the financial burden of hiring mercenaries would deter many small caravans from entering, which would be detrimental to the development of the Viscount's territory. Following the executions, Claire commanded Hanny to patrol the entirety of the Viscount's lands, ensuring that no bandits remained unaccounted for. However, once Hanny departed, Claire felt a pang of worry. He had heard reports of the battle, and it was clear that Hanny and his men had only managed to catch up to their foes after dismounting. The steeds of those marauders were simply swifter than Handy's party. "In the future, I must procure mounts with the bloodline of magical beasts," Claire mused. The Chingscale horses from Sean's caravan were one such breed. Not only were they swift, but they also had remarkable carrying capacity. Had the opposition not possessed only a small number of those Chingscale horses, Claire would have seriously considered purchasing them as transitional mounts. Dragons would be ideal, if I could acquire a few wyverns. That would be even better. Lost in thought, a faint smile crept upon Claire's face. Dragon beasts were magical creatures imbued with the bloodline of dragons, and such mounts could only be afforded by the most powerful baronies or duchies in the kingdom. Often reserved for elite knight orders, and taming them was notoriously challenging. Only 1 in 10 dragon beasts could be trained as a suitable mount. Yet, despite the high cost, the potential they offered was extraordinary. A single charge could obliterate foes. And some dragon beasts could even utilize dragon magic, coupled with their inherent bloodline pressure, causing non-dragon mounts to flee in terror before battle had even commenced. Upon returning to the viscount's estate, Claire immediately summoned the foreman of the construction site. Bull-headed Hammer, now serving as a foreman, had proven to be invaluable, as while the bull-headed laborers were not adept at delicate work, their strength was unparalleled, often proving crucial. During their time together, the bull-headed men had gradually adapted to their new lifestyle, and the simple folk of Nafa City did not regard them as monsters, but rather as comrades. Now, aside from their appearance, the bull-headed men mingled freely with the human workers, sharing drinks and engaging in camaraderie as proud members of the working class. Viscount Hammer greeted Claire with infectious enthusiasm. These had been the happiest days of its life, while the work was tiring. It was fulfilling, and the food was exceptionally good. Claire nodded in acknowledgement and spread out the blueprints to discuss his plans for a salt factory. Cease your current tasks and construct the building depicted in this blueprint, Claire instructed, pointing at the plans. It may be a large structure, but it is not overly complex, merely time-consuming and labor-intensive. Viscount, where will such a large building be constructed? One of the foremen and architects inquired. The Northern District. While the optimal location for a factory would be by the sea, due to proximity to the source of raw materials, Claire chose to place it within Nafa City, intending to develop the Northern District into an industrial zone in the future. The area in question currently lies in a state of abandonment. Yet there remains ample usable space. In the days when the Viscount's territory was rich with magical mines, the city of Nafa once thrived. However, after the mines were exhausted, many of the city's transient population departed for other locales, leaving behind numerous deserted residential zones. Presently, the only areas that retain a semblance of vitality are the Central District, where the Viscount's estate resides, and the southern residential quarters. After a meticulous review of the blueprints, the architect declared, "There are no issues. How many days will it take?" After some contemplation, the architect responded, "Given the scale, at least a week. Could it be expedited? This is crucial for the development of Nafu." Upon hearing this, the officials became animated. The Viscount had plans for something significant, though they were yet unaware of the precise nature of his intentions. It was undoubtedly a positive development. The architect, gritting his teeth, asserted, "If we push ourselves, we can complete it within 5 days. Oh, come now. The Viscount has emphasized its importance. We can forego sleep if necessary. We can work in shifts. Indeed, we are all more than willing. At the very least. 4 days, any less would compromise quality." The architect was already prepared for several days of minimal sleep, if not none at all. Very well, procure magical lamps from Reagan to ensure brighter illumination at night. And do exercise caution, Claire advised softly. He was not exploiting them. His workload during these 4 days would only exceed theirs, not fall short. He had already gone 2 days without sleep, having been engrossed in constructing the salt production machinery since sending Sean away. And he was beginning to see progress. He believed that with 4 days without sleep, he could achieve his goal. Chapter 58. Target customers. The rationale behind creating the machinery was to enhance efficiency in mass production and elevate the quality of iodized salt. It was impractical to rely solely on workers for every step of the process, as their capabilities could not be guaranteed. The salt production machinery that Claire was developing was semi-automated. Many processes still required human intervention. He wished to achieve full automation, but it was simply beyond his means, given his solitary efforts and the limitations of the technology from this world, which was predominantly rooted in magic rather than industrialization, essentially. Claire was starting from scratch. Moreover, employing workers would create job opportunities, thereby directly increasing Nafu's income level. Since Claire's return, the average wage in Nafu had nearly doubled, and it was anticipated that the establishment of the salt factory would result in a further doubling. The employment opportunities generated by a pillar industry extend beyond those working in the factory. For instance, carpenters would be needed to produce boxes for iodized salt, and the timber they require necessitates individuals to fell trees, yet another layer of employment. Additionally, the raw materials for salt production, such as seawater, kelp, and dulse, would require collection, further spawning upstream job opportunities. As long as the salt factory has such demands, It would lead to hundreds of direct and indirect job openings, thus propelling Nafu's economy towards rapid growth. This illustrates the profound impact a pillar industry can have on a city's development. Were it not for these numerous benefits, Claire would not be so eager to establish a factory and market iodized salt. However, Claire's immediate challenge remained the salt production machinery. The process of extracting salt from seawater was far more complex than anticipated. It was not merely a matter of boiling the water away. The seawater contained numerous impurities that required repeated crystallization and refinement to filter out. Even after obtaining clean sea salt, it would still be inedible due to harmful heavy metals, necessitating a process of dissolution at varying temperatures to eliminate these toxins, followed by the addition of iodine to produce iodized salt. The first step was to address the thermal energy requirements. Claire inscribed a modified fire magic array onto the furnace of the heating apparatus, capable of generating sufficient heat to evaporate seawater into coarse salt. This system did not require his constant presence at the factory. Connecting it to a Tier 1 magical beast core or a magical mine would provide enough energy for a month of operation, thereby circumventing the need for firewood and allowing for better temperature control to prevent accidents. The kinetic energy for the conveyor belt was also derived from these magical resources. Furthermore, Claire had devised a machine for iodine extraction, and the process of iodization would also be mechanized. The subsequent tasks of extracting heavy metals at different temperatures and disposing of the contaminated wastewater would necessitate human labor. Not only was it challenging for Claire to create such machinery at his current level, but he also doubted that his machines could outperform the workers' efforts, especially given that even the most advanced factories in his previous life employed human labor. At least these machines operated independently, and workers would be needed to transport the raw materials necessary for iodized salt extraction. After several days of toil, Claire finally succeeded in assembling the machines. Unlike the machinery from his previous life, these had a distinct appearance due to their magical design. Nevertheless, Claire was quite satisfied. These were the fruits of his labor over the past few days. Within the capital, a lavishly decorated shop had opened on the bustling streets, drawing curious glances from passers-by. The new establishment had just begun operations, and no one had yet discerned what wares it offered. However, the opulence of the decor suggested that the merchandise would not come cheaply, and many felt too intimidated to step inside. Yet, in the throngs of the capital, a few inquisitive souls ventured in. "What do you sell here?" inquired a portly middle-aged man with monocle, leaning upon a staff as he entered. "This shop is newly opened. I have not seen it before." "Welcome," a staff member greeted warmly. "Please follow me. These are our offerings." Upon reaching the display of goods, the monocled gentleman exclaimed, "Is this not salt?" "Indeed, but this salt possesses remarkable properties. It can prevent goiter," the sales assistant eagerly elaborated. Listening to the sales assistant's enthusiastic pitch and eyeing the salt's packaging, the gentleman mused that purchasing a box might not be a bad idea. "It sounds quite promising. How much for one?" he inquired. The sales assistant, who had been speaking fluidly, suddenly faltered, stammering for what felt like ages before finally articulating, 100. "You said 100 coins. Why not just say 1 gold coin? Is it to make it sound more substantial?" "I'll pay." "Sir, no, it is 100 gold coins per box," the sales assistant clarified. "What?" The rotund man jumped up in outrage. "This is highway robbery. You dare sell a box of salt for 100 gold coins? You must be mad. I can't imagine this shop will last more than a few days." With that, he stormed out, cursing. Though he owned a restaurant in the capital and was not without wealth, he found the notion of spending 100 gold coins on a box of salt utterly absurd, even if it could prevent goiter. After all, a visit to the priest for treatment would only cost him 4 or 5 gold coins. Was it worth purchasing such an exorbitantly priced salt? Once the man departed, the sales assistant sighed and returned to the break area, where Sean lay munching on snacks. The business here was crucial, and he needed to be present to ensure everything ran smoothly. So he had delegated the trading duties to his subordinates for the time being. Upon seeing Sean, the sales assistant wore a pained expression and lamented, "Boss, that was the 5th customer. They all think the prices are outrageously high, and we can't sell anything. Perhaps we should lower the price? I guarantee we could sell it for 3 gold coins." Yet Sean remained unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. "Just continue with your duties. Attend to the customers as they come. Do not concern yourself with such matters. If those individuals cannot afford the prices, then clearly these products are not meant for them." Sean was not the least bit worried about the sales potential. He had already contacted all the doctors, spending a substantial 8,000 gold coins. The plan was set to commence tonight. and once the newspapers were distributed tomorrow, everyone in the capital would become aware of the availability of iodized salt here. As for the recent incident, he paid it no mind. This batch of iodized salt was not intended for ordinary merchants, but rather to create a buzz. Indeed, this batch of iodized salt was not to be marketed as a mere seasoning or medicinal product, but rather as a luxury item, targeting the affluent nobility. The first step was to pay off the doctors to issue reports validating the efficacy of iodized salt. Once published, many would be intrigued by the iodized salt available in his shop. But they were not his ultimate target customers, for most would likely turn away upon seeing the price, which would be too high for them. After all, 100 gold coins was an exorbitant sum. They would rather spend a few coins at the church for a blessing. However, these individuals are not the ultimate consumers. The target clientele varies, and consequently, so do the prices. You may believe that a pair of shoes should cost no more than a few hundred coins, yet luxury brands dare to sell theirs for tens of thousands. You might think a canvas bag is sufficient for carrying items, but some are willing to purchase an Hermes bag costing tens of thousands. Despite its limited capacity, you may regard diamonds as mere stones, yet there are those who are ready to pay millions to acquire them. When you perceive a product as expensive, it simply indicates that the intended customers are not within your bracket. This is the crux of the matter, and it is also what Sean admires most about Claire. Instilling panic by linking iodized salt to intelligence, life, and health creates a psychological suggestion. If your child does not consume this iodized salt, they may be less intelligent than others. If your wife does not partake, it could lead to miscarriage. If you do not eat it, you may become weaker than your peers. Once the panic has spread, those who previously deemed iodized salt unworthy suddenly reconsider, believing that spending 100 gold coins on it is not such a loss after all. Do not underestimate the impact of panic during Claire's previous life. A single rumor during an epidemic could inflate the price of rice several times over, and news of mass shortages caused prices to soar by dozens of times. When panic is directly tied to intelligence, the nobility will undoubtedly be willing to spend. Their daily expenses exceed 100 gold coins, and they cannot afford to let their children fall behind at the starting line. Moreover, there is the final tactic: scarcity. With only 500 boxes available, what you consider expensive may not seem so to those with greater wealth. If you hesitate, they will purchase all the boxes before you can act. Eventually, every noble family in the capital will possess this item, leaving you the only one without it, diminishing your standing when you meet others. This is precisely why Sean remains unconcerned about whether the price of 100 gold coins will sell. The rest is left to time. Chapter 59. Fleeing in disarray before the sun had risen, Claire pushed open the door and stepped outside, holding a peculiar black seed in hand, her brow slightly furrowed. She had been busy to the point of distraction these past few days, and upon regaining her senses, Claire noticed that her trading points had accumulated once more, since she could still add friends using trading points from her friends list. She did not hold back and commenced trading immediately. This black seed was the product of her trade, for which she had exchanged 2 bottles of basic healing potions, amounting to 6 gold coins. However, this was her first encounter with such a lackluster trader, a young girl. After inquiring about the situation in the other world, she discovered it was a realm for planting. There was not a single item she needed, not even hybrid rice, which would have sufficed. Adhering to the principle that one should not leave without collecting something, Claire proceeded with the trade, and this black seed was the acquisition. She examined it closely but could not discern any extraordinary features. It seems one cannot always obtain exactly what one desires in each trade, Claire mused, mentally preparing herself for potential disappointments in future transactions. Nonetheless, it might prove useful, and Claire intended to present the seed to Rona, hoping she could nurture it and reveal any unique properties. The young girl had cherished this black seed, and had it not been for Claire's persuasive skills, she might not have secured the trade. As for the salt factory, it was nearing completion. Claire had just installed her machinery after its construction yesterday, and once Reagan had recruited sufficient workers, they could commence operations. Recruitment no longer required posting notices, as Reagan had finally gathered a handful of literate individuals capable of assisting him. For the recruitment criteria, literacy was prioritized, both to encourage the adult population of Nafachang to attend night school and to ensure that those capable of reading could quickly familiarize themselves with the machinery's operation, indicating their willingness to work hard. Of course, the salary was substantial, 30 silver coins per month, comparable to the base wage in larger cities. Any hire might yield negative repercussions, not due to Claire's inability to pay, But because excessive wages could lead to adverse effects, Rona's hospital was not far from the viscount's estate. A mere few minutes by carriage brought Claire there. However, as she approached, she noticed a sign indicating temporary closure for the day. Has she gone to gather herbs? Claire speculated. Rona's methods primarily involved herbal remedies and magical plants, so she often ventured into the nearby mountain range to collect herbs when supplies ran low. Now, Claire had also recruited a few qualified doctors to establish clinics across Nafachang. Alleviating Rona's workload, she primarily dealt with complex ailments that the other doctors could not address, allowing her to enjoy a leisurely time in her verdant courtyard. Well then, time to return home. Claire headed back to the viscount's estate and descended into the basement to continue her experiments. While creating the salt production machine, she had garnered considerable inspiration. By afternoon, she visited the salt factory again, personally instructing the newly recruited workers on operating the machines and separating the wastewater containing heavy metals. Ensuring every detail was meticulously explained, after observing their process, she nodded in approval, although their performance was not entirely smooth yet. With a few days of practice, they would operate efficiently. As evening arrived and the sun set, Nafachang was shrouded in a gray haze. Claire boarded the viscount's carriage, intending to head back, when suddenly she remembered Rona. This time, she should have returned. I won't go back just yet. I will check on Dr. Rona at the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Claire jumped down from the carriage and peered inside, noting that the lights were on. Looks like she's back. After instructing the driver to wait, Claire ventured in alone, just as she reached the entrance. A metallic scent filled the air, causing her to frown. The smell of blood. Retrieving her revolver with one hand and gripping a third-level magic scroll with the other, she leaned against the wall and cast a detection spell into the interior. Claire muttered. Puzzled, the magical feedback indicated only one life sign inside. Nevertheless, she proceeded cautiously into the hospital. There, she found Rona, pale as a ghost, leaning against the medicine cabinet, searching for herbs to treat injuries. Claire's pupils dilated, and she quickly stowed her weapons and scroll back into her spatial ring, rushing over to support Rona. Rona attempted to resist, but Claire immediately commanded, Don't move. Leave this to me. Though Rona did not comprehend Claire's words, she ceased her struggles. Up close, Claire could see the injuries on Rona's body, a deep claw mark on her back exposing flesh and bone, and several gaping wounds on her chest the width of steel pipes. The rest of her body bore various claw marks, which had scabbed over, indicating that Rona had treated herself to some extent. However, the most severe wounds continued to bleed profusely. Claire quickly summoned a magical hand to pull a hospital bed closer, gently placing Rona on it, establishing a mental connection. Don't move. I have potions for emergency use. Claire conveyed first. Rona opened her mouth but could not articulate anything, merely nodding in response. Next, Claire retrieved numerous bottles of basic healing potions from her spatial ring and poured them over Rona's wounds as if bathing her. These potions were ones she had produced during her practice, and she felt no regret in using them. After nearly 4 to 5 dozen bottles, the bleeding from Rona's wounds finally ceased. Claire then produced some intermediate healing potions, which had a failure rate of 40% in their creation. These were far more precious than the basic potions, even if they were not the ones she had used during trading. She poured nearly 10 bottles of the intermediate potions into Rona's most severe wounds, significantly improving their appearance. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Claire realized this was the best she could do. After all, she was a mage, not a doctor. Concerned, she asked, How are you feeling now? Should I call a priest? Rona's complexion remained pale, but it was an improvement from before. I can move now. I can treat the remaining injuries myself. Thank you. As she spoke those last words, Rona's voice softened. We need not be so formal between us, Claire replied gently, but her tone waned as her gaze drifted away from Rona's face. Only now did she notice that Rona's clothing was soaked from the potions, revealing her form magnificently. Coupled with the torn fabric from the claw marks, the exposed skin was even more pronounced, presenting an enticing sight. Rona followed Claire's gaze to her own body, her face instantly flushing a deep crimson. I'll go change into another outfit, she stammered before scrambling away towards her bedroom. Watching Rona flee in a panic, Claire could only awkwardly touch his nose, for his true intention was to offer assistance. Chapter 60. The Gale Wolf King. After Rona returned from her room clad in a new garment, she approached the medicine cabinet, rummaging through the herbs to prepare a potion for internal use. After consuming it alongside a healing spell, a healthy flush returned to her cheeks. Didn't you go herb foraging? How did you get injured? Claire inquired with concern, still flustered from the earlier embarrassment. Rona's cheeks retained a slight blush. I was attacked by a beast while gathering herbs. Claire's eyes flickered with worry. After all, this was a precious asset of Nafa City, and he could not afford any mishaps. In the future, let a few knights accompany you for safety. Rona shook her head. No need, it was just an accident. She was still unaccustomed to having someone protect her. Very well, just tell me where you were attacked by the beast. And tomorrow I will send Hanti with men and magic scrolls to eliminate the beasts threatening you. Hearing this, Rona felt warmth in her heart, but vehemently shook her head again. No, there won't be such situations in the future. She believed Claire need not go to such lengths for her sake. You are a part of Nafa City. And more importantly, you are its finest healer. How can we ignore an attack on you? Tell me, what kind of beast assaulted you? After a moment's hesitation, Rona finally confessed. A pack of gale wolves. I hadn't noticed them while foraging in that area. They must have wandered in recently. Gale wolves? Claire echoed, puzzled. Rona nodded. Yes, there are over 100 of them, along with a second-tier gale wolf king. The injuries I sustained are from it. Claire's eyes brightened suddenly. Now that you mention it, you've given me another reason to seek revenge. What appeared to Rona as a fearsome horde of beasts, to Claire was over 100 mounts swifter than Hanny and the others. He had been troubled about where to procure such mounts, and now they had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. Enough of this. Claire waved his hand decisively. I'll be joining you tomorrow. Oh. By the way, I came to see you today for a serious matter. Claire retrieved a black seed from his pocket. Here, take this and see what you can grow from it. What is this? Rona took it. Feeling its texture, a magical plant. Claire shook his head. I'm not sure. I found it while tidying up. It must have been passed down from my ancestors. Do you think it's a magical plant? Rona closed her eyes, concentrating. There is indeed magic flowing within it. It should be a magical plant. Claire smiled faintly, realizing that the seed obtained through trade had some worth after all. Then I'll leave it to you. I have no idea what it could produce. Rona nodded, storing the black seed away. She possessed magic that could accelerate plant growth, and in a few days, she would discern what kind of magical plant it was. Get some rest. We will set out together tomorrow, Claire said with a smile before bidding Rona farewell and stepping out of the courtyard. Claire. A voice called out from behind, causing Claire to halt and turn. The voice had not come from their mental connection but was Rona calling out herself. I've just learned this phrase, Rona said shyly. Claire suddenly remembered he had previously urged her to learn the common tongue, and he blinked. Your pronunciation isn't quite right. Rona's face flushed once more. She had worked hard to master it. Claire chuckled and slipped away to avoid her potential wrath. The following day, Claire set out from Nafa City with Hanti and over 30 knights, riding their warhorses towards the branch of the Monster Mountain Range. Guided by Rona, upon reaching the foothills, everyone dismounted and began their ascent. Claire cast a lightness spell on himself, keeping pace with the group. Once inside the mountains, it was Rona who led them, deftly navigating through the forest for an unknown duration. Claire prided himself on his sense of direction, yet found himself utterly lost, while Rona moved with ease. Suddenly, Rona halted the group. Stop, I can smell them. They must have departed less than 2 hours ago. Claire nodded at Hanti, who immediately organized the knights to set traps. Claire busied himself laying down several magical circles on the ground to ensnare the wolf pack, while Rona searched for herbs nearby to mask their scent. What followed was a period of tense silence. After an hour or two, sounds emerged from the traps. A thud resonated, followed by the howls of wolves. The scattered pack encountered the magical circles set by Claire, and their howls echoed throughout the forest. Charge, Claire commanded, and Hanti led the charge, with Claire and Rona following closely behind. Upon arrival, they found that over half of the wolf pack had been ensnared, while a distinctly different wolf, radiating silver light, relentlessly pounded against Claire's magical barriers, attempting to free its kin. This was precisely why Claire had set traps. A mere ambush would not suffice, as the wolves would simply flee using their natural advantages. With the gale-type beasts in the forest, Claire and his party could hardly catch up. However, with over half the pack trapped, the Wolf King would never abandon its brethren to escape. Otherwise, it would suffer a significant loss in strength and would have to confront Claire and his team head-on. Divert the untrapped pups, Hanti ordered, and the armored knights surged forward. Hanti's gaze remained fixated on the Gale Wolf King, which had ceased its assault on the magical barriers, its malevolent eyes scanning Hanti intently. "Awoo," the Gale Wolf King howled. Then, with powerful claws, It lunged as a streak of silver wind towards Hanty. Hanty's pupils contracted. He could barely discern the wolf's movements and raised his great sword defensively. Bang! The impact reverberated, forcing Hanty back 2 or 3 steps, while the Wolf King bore a mocking grin, poised to strike again. Boom! A bolt of blue lightning shot from Claire's fingertips, aimed directly at the Gale Wolf King's head. The Wolf King leaped back, evading the strike, leaving a gaping crater where it had stood. Having dodged the attack, the Gale Wolf King shifted its focus from Hanty to Claire, a wary expression crossing its features as it slowly retreated. However, Hanty realized that the creature was not retreating but gathering strength. He immediately dashed in front of Claire. The next moment, the Wolf King lunged fiercely at Claire but was intercepted by Hanty, who took a furious swipe to his chest, tearing 3 gaping holes in his armor and exposing flesh beneath. Hanty exhaled, relieved that the armor had mitigated the severity of his injury. Had that strike landed on their lord, it would have been disastrous. Rona quickly cast a healing spell on Hanty, nearly mending his wounds in an instant. Seeing its attack yield no results and Hanty healed, the Wolf King bared its teeth in frustration, emanating a powerful aura. Hanty, get back. This is a magical attack. Your armor cannot withstand it. Claire, a mage, sensed the impending danger from the creature's aura. Indeed, as the Wolf King opened its mouth, a blade of wind coalesced within, launching towards Hanty at incredible speed. However, forewarned by Claire, Hanty rolled aside to evade the strike. Claire conjured a wind blade in response, sending it towards the Wolf King's wind blade. The two collided, Claire's blade shattering. Yet the Wolf King's wind blade was deflected, careening off and obliterating countless trees, the resulting destruction rivaling Claire's earlier lightning strike. Chapter 61. I did not expect you to choose this with its attack thwarted. The Wolf King let out a piercing howl. A whoop. The remaining untrapped wolves understood immediately. Raising their heads to charge their wind blade spells, Claire's gaze flickered as he surveyed the armored knights, tossing a magical scroll towards Rona. Time was of the essence. He could only shout to the knights. There's a second-tier defensive magic on that scroll. Go assist them. Although Rona did not fully comprehend, she grasped Claire's intent. Seizing the magical scroll, she gently tapped her toes against the ground and leaped gracefully, bounding back and forth before the trees, arriving just in time to counter the wind blades unleashed by the wolf pack. Rona tore open the scroll, and a flash of golden light illuminated the scene as a shimmering, transparent wall radiating golden hues emerged before the wolves. The wind blades struck relentlessly against it, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds, yet the golden shield remained steadfast. Witnessing this, the Wolf King glared fiercely at Claire, letting out a reluctant growl. Roar. Die, you wretched pup. Hanty charged sideways, colliding with the doppelganger of the Wolf King and sending it sprawling several meters away. The Wolf King stumbled but quickly regained his footing, redirecting his gaze to Hanty as they engaged in combat. Although Hanty was of the same caliber as a Silver Knight, humans invariably suffered against magical beasts. Typically, 3 to 5 individuals were required to withstand such foes. Thus, Hanty soon found himself at a disadvantage, forced to block with his great sword. However, with Claire joining the fray, the tide began to turn. Each of the Wolf King's attack intentions was discerned by Claire, and just as he intended to strike Hanty, a spell interrupted him. While engaged with Hanty, he had to remain wary of Claire, and continuing in this manner would inevitably lead to his defeat at their hands. During a moment of instability against Hanty, the Wolf King was once again repelled by Claire's magic, baring his sharp teeth at Claire in frustration, only to receive another spell to the face. After being forced back, the Wolf King lowered his body slightly, prompting Hanty to swing his great sword. Yet, just as the blade was about to connect, a silver flash caused the Wolf King's form to vanish from sight, replaced by the sharp, piercing sound of metal scraping against metal. A talent ability, Claire murmured, recognizing that every magical beast possessed its unique innate skill. This pack of Gale wolves likely had the ability to rapidly enhance their speed. Even from a distance of several meters, he had only caught a glimpse of a silver flash darting behind Hanty. Boom! 3 claw marks appeared on Hanty's shoulder, revealing deep wounds that reached the bone. Had it not been for his armor, that strike might have torn his body asunder. The sound of the impact echoed as Hanty was flung away, crashing violently against a tree large enough for 3 people to embrace. My lord, be careful! Hanty suddenly shouted, having observed that the Wolf King, after repelling him, was not targeting him but rather charging towards Claire. With astonishing speed, Claire caught sight of a silver flash hurtling towards him. The effect of the lightness technique still lingered. Claire pivoted on one foot and retreated, unleashing several low-level spells towards the Wolf King, all of which were effortlessly evaded. The distance between them closed rapidly, and the Wolf King envisioned tearing the human before him into shreds, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. Claire remained composed, internally counting down. 9 steps, 8 steps, 7 steps. Ah, this distance is sufficient. He should not escape. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out, halting the Wolf King's agile movements. The speed had been so swift that he could not comprehend what had transpired. Yet his body instinctively reacted, losing its forward momentum. Thunderstrike! Claire raised a hand to the sky, summoning a bolt of azure lightning that struck the Wolf King, causing him to convulse violently. Claire nodded at the now incapacitated Wolf King. He should be fine. At that moment, Hanty rushed back, pinning the Wolf King beneath him to prevent any movement. The remaining wolves, witnessing their leader subdued, lost the will to fight and were swiftly dispatched by the knights. Although the Wolf King's body lay motionless, his consciousness remained, and he continued to snarl defiantly at Claire, baring his teeth in a show of resistance. Claire showed no leniency, taking the great sword from Hanty's grasp and placing it against the Wolf King's neck. The Wolf King's ferocious gaze visibly softened, and even his howls subsided to whimpers. Claire smiled inwardly. Fear of death indicated the possibility of taming. Those who did not fear death were far more troublesome. Hanty maintained his hold on the Wolf King, while Claire prepared to establish a mental connection. Damn those humans, they actually ambushed us. Curse it, I should have retreated with the pack from the beginning, using some unknown trick to sneak attack me. How dishonorable. It's over. I can't die here, not at the hands of this despicable human. Claire interjected. Stop cursing. I can hear you. The Wolf King, upon hearing Claire's voice in his mind, glanced around in confusion before finally fixing his gaze on the smiling human before him. Stop looking. It's me, Claire stated directly. How can he understand our wolf language? Wait, he hasn't even opened his mouth. Where's that voice coming from? The Wolf King's mind was engulfed in perplexity. This is a form of mental connection, but you wouldn't understand even if I explained it. The important thing is that we can communicate now, so stop overthinking. I can know what you're thinking. Claire realized that this mental connection functioned similarly to a form of telepathy, albeit a two-way one. The Wolf King, not wanting to dwell too long on the matter, bared his teeth and growled at Claire. What do you want with me? I want you to be my mount, Claire replied with a smile. The Wolf King immediately erupted in fury, retorting, Impossible, absolutely impossible. I am the Wolf King of my pack, and I will never become a mount for you humans, not even in death. Not even in death, Claire echoed, deliberately causing his sword to sway slightly. The Wolf King felt a chill run down its spine, sensing the unmistakable murderous intent emanating from Claire. Even in death, I will never serve as your mount, the Wolf King repeated, though his tone had weakened compared to before. Don't be hasty. I shall offer you 3 choices, and you may decide after hearing them. First, lead your pack to submit to me. Before Claire could finish, the Wolf King interrupted, baring his teeth once more. That is impossible. We magical beasts can never become slaves to humans. Claire ignored the interruption and continued. The second choice is death. I would like to see how many wolves in your pack possess your tenacity. As he spoke, Claire maintained a smile, but to the Wolf King it felt exceedingly ominous, especially since they could share emotions. He felt Claire's murderous intent all too clearly. This was not a mere tactic to deceive. If he chose this option, Claire would undoubtedly slaughter him without hesitation. The third choice is also quite appealing. I shall let you go. I choose the third. You wish to select that before I've even finished speaking. Yes, that's correct. Life is precious. Love is more so. For the sake of freedom, one would forsake both. Claire slowly raised his great sword, directing it towards the Wolf King. To be honest, I did not expect you to choose that option. However, releasing you comes with the condition of castration. The Wolf King. What nonsense are you spouting? No. The Wolf King's body trembled. I think we should discuss this further. Are you really not going to reconsider? You could gain both freedom and life. It would be quite the bargain, Claire said with a smile. Though the Wolf King understood he was being mocked, he dared not retort, silently cursing, Damn it. This human is a demon. Claire lowered the sword slightly. I warned you before. I can know what you're thinking. No, no, no. The Wolf King yielded. Chapter 62. Don't overthink it now that I've given you the choices. It's time to decide. Claire stood before the Wolf King, deliberately moving the great sword back and forth between the Wolf King's neck and groin. As it approached his groin, the Wolf King instinctively recoiled. But when it neared his neck, he could not help but feel a chill. "Let me think," the Wolf King said. Claire did not afford him the opportunity. 3 seconds. "If you cannot decide, I shall make the choice for you." Startled, the Wolf King began to sense Claire's emotions. "Damn, this guy seems intent on castrating me." 3, 2. Claire shifted the sword, preparing to say, "1. I will obey you," the Wolf King cried out in a moment of desperation. However, as those words left his mouth, another thought crossed his mind. He could feign submission now to save his life, then later find an opportunity to eliminate this damned human. Claire tilted his head, raising the great sword high, aimed at the Wolf King's head. "I've warned you twice already. Do not overthink it. Why do you never listen?" As soon as the words left his lips, the great sword came crashing down fiercely, landing just 3 centimeters away from the Wolf King, sending a spray of dirt that splattered onto the creature's face, startling it considerably. "This is merely a warning." Claire lifted the great sword once more, aiming it at the Wolf King's underbelly, and with a cordial demeanor remarked, "Take a good moment to feel this strike. I am not jesting with you." The Wolf King sensed a faint aura of murderous intent in Claire's tone, and due to their shared emotional connection, it could fully comprehend that Claire intended to castrate it before dispatching it entirely. The notion of being allowed to leave was nothing but a farce. There was no third option. Merely mockery. If the Wolf King hesitated to make a decision now, the consequences would be dire. This was the very essence of their mental link. It could convey profound friendship and affection, yet also serve as a means of intimidation, as demonstrated by Claire. Once their minds intertwined, it was akin to laying bare their cards. There was no room for maneuvering. In this transaction, Claire held the upper hand entirely. The Wolf King's life was not even in its own hands. The Wolf King could distinctly feel that refusal would certainly lead to its demise at Claire's hands, and even the slightest rebellious thought was inescapable. Feigning compliance was utterly impossible. The reason so many magical beasts are difficult to tame is precisely this. Most crucially, the lack of communication due to the language barrier. Even if a beast possesses intellect comparable to that of humans, without the ability to communicate, it cannot even engage in negotiations like the Wolf King. Some beasts are indeed proud and would rather perish than serve humans as mounts. Others believe themselves too significant for humans to dare kill them. It is true that noblemen, having captured such beasts with great difficulty, would rather negotiate than slay them, ultimately settling for the notion that if they cannot be mounts, they may as well serve as ornamental pets. There are also those that, after being beaten into submission, feign obedience, only to rebel at critical moments, dragging their captors down with them. Thus, trust between magical beasts and humans is practically non-existent. Due to these uncertainties, few dare to bring them into battle. Claire and the Wolf King, however, were different. The Wolf King understood that refusal meant certain death. Claire's emotions were palpable to it, and this human exhibited no inclination for compromise. The thoughts swirling in the Wolf King's mind were entirely laid bare to Claire, leaving no room for even the pretense of compliance. The only choices left for it were to either submit or die. The astute and swift-witted Wolf King soon made its choice. "I choose the latter." Upon hearing this, Claire leaned in closer, locking eyes with the creature for a moment before nodding. "This shall count as honesty. Otherwise, this sword would come crashing down, and I want to grant you many chances." The Wolf King internally scoffed. "I only agreed because I knew you wouldn't give me a choice. If I could negotiate like with other humans, I wouldn't give you the time of day." Claire tilted his head slightly, causing the great sword to sway ominously. The Wolf King awkwardly forced a conciliatory smile, cursing internally for forgetting that its thoughts could be read. "Those who recognize the times are the wise," Claire mused aloud, though the Wolf King had no understanding of the phrase's meaning and could only maintain its ingratiating grin. "Now, sign this," Claire commanded, producing a contract scroll from his spatial ring and placing it before the Wolf King. He was cautious not to treat newly tamed magical beasts lightly, as he needed to secure its life firmly with the contract. The Wolf King hesitated. Signing this contract would signify the loss of its freedom. Freedom is indeed precious, love even more so. Yet for the sake of life, both can be forsaken. After Claire's great sword had brushed perilously close to its neck a few times, the Wolf King swiftly realized that its life was more important than its freedom. After signing the contract, a bond was established between Claire and the Wolf King, a decidedly unequal one, allowing Claire to torment the Wolf King with a mere thought. "All is well now. Release it," Claire instructed. Hunter rose and freed the Wolf King from beneath him. "Hiss." The Wolf King instinctively bared its teeth at Claire, expressing its discontent. In the next moment, it collapsed to the ground, howling in despair. Already harboring thoughts of rebellion upon being released. Claire stepped forward and kicked the Wolf King several meters away. After over 10 seconds of agonized cries, Claire finally ceased the mental torment on the creature. At this point, the Wolf King was utterly incapacitated, gazing at Claire with eyes full of dread. Beasts must be shown who the true master is. Wait, this is a wolf, not a dog. But then again, dogs are descended from wolves. Claire approached and kicked the creature's massive body. Do you have a name? How about we call you Wonkai? It fits quite well with Nafaching. Having experienced Claire's merciless nature, the Wolf King could only comply. I am called Fenrir. TCH, I thought you had no name. What a disappointment. Claire replied with a shrug, then affectionately nudged the creature's head with his foot. Go and ensure your pups behave. No more howling. They shall be organized wolves from now on. The Wolf King barked a few commands at the captive pack, and they quickly fell silent. Wolves are creatures of strict hierarchy once the Wolf King was under control. The remaining pack posed little challenge. Satisfied, Claire nodded and summoned Rona to tend to the Wolf King's wounds, as a bullet had lodged itself in the creature's flesh, and it had also endured a lightning strike and the mental strain of the contract, rendering it nearly incapacitated. Hours later, a pack of silvery wolves emerged from the forest, each the size of a calf, with the leading Wolf King, whose fur shone with a glossy sheen, being twice as large. Claire lay atop the Wolf King, its fur soft and ample enough for him to recline comfortably while gazing at the sky. Occasionally, he would tap the creature's head with his great sword. No daydreaming. Keep moving. The Wolf King growled in protest. I am not daydreaming. I have no intention of resisting you. I was merely contemplating mating. Contemplating mating is still daydreaming. Your lascivious and perverse thoughts disgust me. Keep it up, and I shall castrate you, Claire warned. Once again tapping the creature's head with his sword, the twisted thoughts of humans can lead to social demise, let alone those of a mere magical beast like the Wolf King. Enraged, the Wolf King took a deep breath. But being under a human's command forced it to bow its head, suppressing its grievances deep within. Chapter 63. Dried squid. As Claire rode the Wolf King closer to Nafaching, he spotted a merchant convoy prepared for battle. Anxiously observing the approaching wolf pack, upon nearing, the members of the convoy breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Claire atop the Wolf King. Claire recognized them as an overseer under Sean's command. Good day, my Lord Viscount. The overseer greeted respectfully, though internally, tumultuous waves surged within him at the sight of this Viscount, having tamed a batch of magical beasts. Has the iodine salt in the capital run out? Claire inquired. Indeed. Sir, the young master has instructed us to wait and bring more goods once we stabilize business in the capital before coming to visit you, my Lord Viscount. The overseer replied. Claire nodded. How extensive is the current expansion of business? We have opened dedicated stores in several major cities within the kingdom and can immediately sell once the goods arrive, the overseer reported. Excellent. Claire raised an eyebrow. Pleased to see his methods bearing fruit. Follow behind us. I am returning to nafuching.as for the iodine salt. We have produced a substantial amount, which should meet current demands. Understood, my Lord Viscount. The overseer bowed and returned to the convoy. Following Claire back to the Viscount's territory. As the wolf pack entered Nafaching, they attracted the attention of the crowd. Both adults and children alike marveled at the size of the calves like wolves. Claire struck the Wolf King with his great sword, instructing it to keep the pack in check to prevent any daring souls from biting. He then called upon the arriving knights to disperse the onlookers before ushering the wolf pack into the barracks. The Wolf King did not linger, merely directing the remaining wolves to obey before Claire steered it and the merchant convoy towards the salt factory. The salt factory had produced nearly 10 tons of iodine salt over the past few days, and the carpenters had crafted suitable salt boxes. After summoning Ridgeon, Claire departed, feeling no need to concern himself with such trivial matters. Over the following days, Claire continued to train alongside the Wolf King in the barracks with the knights. The presence of the Wolf King was essential. Otherwise, the pack would remain defiant. The concept of obedience was simple. Reward compliance with treats and discipline disobedience with a firm reprimand. With the Wolf King present, the speed of taming was remarkably swift. The knights can now ride wolves and execute various slashing maneuvers for future coordination that will depend on time to cultivate. However, at least they can now engage in combat while mounted. And these swift wind wolves, being magical beasts of the wind element, possess remarkable speed. Even with a fully armored knight on their backs, they can reach a velocity of 30 meters per second. Sustained over time, far surpassing the speed of Hante and his companions running on foot at last. This resolves one of Claire's most pressing issues. Furthermore, these swift-winged wolves possess claws and magical attacks, adding to their combat prowess. Now, the military strength of the Viscount's territory is finally commensurate with what one would expect from a viscountcy. The Wolf King has been domesticated by Claire and serves as his personal mount, lacking for nothing in terms of sustenance. Moreover, Claire maintains a constant mental connection with it, and over the past few days, the Wolf King has abandoned any rebellious thoughts, realizing that any hint of insubordination would result in a beating. Remaining obedient guarantees it a share of meat, and even a fool knows how to choose wisely. At noon, Claire emerged from his study, stretching lazily. He had just finished reading a tome on magical arrays, contemplating how to transform these arrays into productive forces. It was not yet lunchtime, and Reagan had gone out on errands. Ever since becoming the administrative officer and with the ongoing construction in Napa City, Reagan had been exceptionally busy. Claire paid this no mind and headed straight to the kitchen, intending to instruct Una to prepare lunch. Upon reaching the kitchen door, he glimpsed Una squatting in the corner, munching on something through the transparent glass. Claire felt a mischievous impulse to startle her and stealthily approached, suddenly exclaiming, "Una, what delectable treat are you sneaking?" "Ah!" Una jumped in surprise, not having anticipated the sudden voice from behind her. Once she recognized him, she sighed in relief. "Phew, you scared me, young master." Realizing her reaction had been overly dramatic, a hint of crimson crept onto her cheeks as she hastily shoved the food into her mouth and brushed her hands off. "Young master, are you hungry?" Claire nodded. "Please prepare a meal for me first." "Of course," Una mumbled. "What are you eating?" Claire inquired, pointing curiously at her still chewing mouth. Una, feeling shy, hesitated to answer. "Oh, it's nothing. My mother sent it over. It's not particularly nice, just something I've grown accustomed to. Please, go wait in the dining room. I'll have lunch ready shortly." Claire smiled. "Let me have a taste as well." He extended his hand towards Una. She hesitated, feeling bashful. "Young master, this is food for us common folk. You might not find it to your liking." "It's fine. I just want a little snack," Claire replied, amused. "Ah, but this isn't substantial enough for that. It's merely a light snack," she insisted. Feigning displeasure, Claire said, "Hurry and give it to me, or I shall be quite upset." Under Claire's playful threat, Una reluctantly retrieved a handful of thin strips and handed them over. "Please take it, young master." "Squid strips." Claire picked up a few, chewing thoughtfully before confirming, indeed, it was squid strips. No wonder Una had been chewing for so long without swallowing. "Are they tasty?" Una asked eagerly. "Delicious." Claire nodded, although they could not compare to the finely crafted squid strips of his past life. They were suitable as a daily snack. Hee, Una beamed, offering her handful of squid strips. "If they're tasty, please take more, young master." Claire smiled as he accepted a few more, ensuring to leave some for the young girl. "They truly are delightful. Such snacks are rare in the royal capital." Just as he finished speaking, Claire's hand holding the squid strips suddenly froze, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. Una, concerned that he might have choked, gently pushed him. "Young master, are you all right?" Claire snapped back to reality, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Do many people here know how to make these?" Una, somewhat perplexed, replied, "I suppose so. I've been eating them since I was little." Claire's eyes narrowed. He had found yet another avenue for generating income. Though it may not be substantial, the key was that it could provide direct earnings for the female laborers below. Currently, the Viscount's territory was in dire need of workers, predominantly adult males, as even the laborers in the salt factory were mostly men due to the physically demanding nature of the work. Opportunities for women were scarce, typically relegated to farming at home or doing odd jobs in Napa City to earn some money for household expenses. "Let us go. We shan't prepare lunch just yet. Take me to meet your mother." Claire took Una's hand and led her outside. Una was bewildered. Why the sudden urgency to meet her mother? Was this more important than lunch? Upon stepping outside, Claire called out the Wolf King's name, and it swiftly bounded over from its resting area. After a previous encounter where Claire had disciplined it for being lethargic, it had finally learned its lesson. With Una seated on the Wolf King's back, she reached out to stroke its soft fur, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Lead the way, let us visit your home." Chapter 64. The family workshop. Una's home was located within Napa City, and with the Wolf King's speed, They arrived in mere minutes. The house appeared somewhat dilapidated, exuding an air of weariness from the outside. However, Yuna felt no shame and eagerly jumped down from the Wolf King's back, rushing inside. "Mom, I'm home." Claire also dismounted, turning to the Wolf King with a reminder, "Stay put and don't wander off." "Oh, the Wolf King let out a low whine before settling down and yawning, following Yuna into her home. Claire was immediately struck by the dimness within. Lacking the magical lamps found in the Viscountess' residence, the single window provided insufficient light, explaining the gloominess. Candles and oil lamps were only lit at night. As they ventured further inside, they reached a central area that was slightly brighter, featuring a skylight that allowed some light to filter in, serving as both the kitchen and a storage space. "Yuna, why are you back?" a cheerful voice called out. Claire turned to see Yuna's mother, whom he had met previously when he treated her illness. "The young master asked me to bring him home to take a look," Yuna replied. Turning to Claire, Claire smiled at Yuna's mother and nodded in greeting. "Viscount." The joy in her voice surpassed even that of seeing her daughter, as she approached Claire with gratitude. "Yuna told me that it was you who saved me when I was ill. I've never had the chance to thank you properly." "I could only ask Yuna to convey my thanks." Claire waved his hand dismissively. "It was just a small matter." "Yes," Yuna mentioned that she has been working hard at the Viscountess' residence. Hearing Claire's praise, Yuna lowered her head in embarrassment, recalling how she had been caught sneaking squid strips earlier. Thank you. Yuna's mother repeatedly expressed her gratitude, overwhelmed and unsure how to adequately convey her thanks to Claire. "Mom, the young master has something he wishes to ask you," Yuna interjected, linking her arm with her mother's. "Is there something you need, Viscount? Please don't hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to assist you." Claire couldn't help but smile at the sight of Yuna's mother, who seemed ready to sacrifice herself for the cause. He pulled out the squid strips from his pocket. "These squid strips were made by you, correct?" Yuna's mother glanced at Yuna, who looked just as puzzled. Before nodding, "Yes, why do you ask? Is there a lot of people who can make these squid strips?" Claire inquired. Yuna's mother nodded. "Yes, in the past, when taxes were high and squid was cheap, many people would buy them to make dried squid as food. While it may not be very filling, it's certainly better than having nothing to eat. Squid is quite common in Nafa City, correct? Indeed, you can generally find it at seafood shops. Could I trouble you to demonstrate how to make it right here?" Claire asked. "That shouldn't be a problem. But, is there a difficulty?" "No, it's just that we don't have any squid at home." Claire was somewhat surprised. "Isn't your husband a fisherman? How can there be no squid at home? Typically, the catch is sold at the shop. Squid doesn't remain fresh for long after being landed. Usually, we dry it to make squid strips, and what Yuna has is the last of our stock." "That's no issue. I can fetch some myself," Claire replied with a smile. Knowing that he had acquired all the shops in Nafa City from the nobility, after riding out on the Wolf King for a short while, Claire returned, carrying several squid. The reason for not allowing Yuna to accompany her was primarily due to the concern that something might go awry while she rode the Wolf King, and running back would take too long. Yuna's mother took over and began the preparations by extracting the innards from the squid, boiling water, and then placing the squid into the pot to cook it thoroughly. Afterward, she meticulously scraped away the dirt from the squid's exterior, added some salt and seasonings to marinate it for a few minutes, and then placed it into a heated iron pan to dry. Within a little over 10 minutes, the squid had shriveled up. Next came the task of tearing the squid into strips, boiling it again, draining the water, and sprinkling on some additional seasonings. The dish of squid strips was finally ready. Placed on a plate and presented before Claire. "My lord, the Viscount, please have a taste." Observing the lengthy process that had taken nearly an hour, Claire reached for the prepared squid strips and chewed for a moment. It was not as delectable as the ones Yuna had just enjoyed. Just as she was about to inquire about the difference, Yuna's mother preemptively answered, "It's because this is grilled, so the taste doesn't compared to the sun-dried version, which has more chewiness." Claire nodded in understanding and then sampled the squid strips she had received from Yuna. Though the difference was not stark, upon careful tasting, she could discern it. "Then how many days would it take to produce the kind Yuna had?" Claire asked. "About 3 to 4 days, but we want to specifically dry them. My husband only dries the excess squid he catches that we cannot consume." After witnessing the production process, Claire gained a rough understanding of the manufacture and yield of squid strips. There were many parts of the squid that could be utilized, but the final product would shrink considerably. Having received the answers she sought, Claire said, "Then I won't disturb you any longer. I shall return." Yuna's mother hurriedly urged Yuna, "Hurry along, you still have work to do." She felt immense pride that her daughter had found such a job. You can stay home a little longer with your mother. It's no trouble, Claire offered. However, Una shook her head vigorously. No, the young master hasn't eaten yet. I must return to cook for him. Besides, I can come home once a week. There's no rush. Claire did not press the matter further and returned to the viscount's estate with Una. Upon returning to the estate, Claire encountered Regan, who had hurried back from outside. Regan, come here. Regan quickly approached. What is it, young master? Post a notice. The viscount's estate is seeking to purchase large quantities of squid strips on a long-term basis, but only those that are sun-dried and of the highest quality. Young master, why do you need so many squid strips? We cannot possibly consume that much. Regan assumed Claire wanted them for personal consumption. It's not for eating. Just do as I say. I have my reasons. Understood. Poor Regan had just wanted to grab a bite to eat before being sent out again. As for the pricing, the market would determine the most suitable price range, so Claire had no need to worry about that. He was not inclined to squander money. This initiative aimed to provide stable employment for some women living within the viscount's territory, producing squid strips. As long as their products met the standards, he would purchase them. Akin to the family workshops of his previous life, they would be responsible for making the squid strips while he would handle the sales, effectively making them his employees, with the risks borne by him. However, Claire had considerable confidence in this snack food, primarily because of its pleasant taste and the absence of such items in the royal capital, ensuring that it would sell well. Chapter 65. Bold enough to sell, let us establish a market here. Claire pressed his index finger onto a corner of the eastern district on the map of Nafa City. The architect scratched his head. That is feasible, but what exactly is a market, my lord? Claire found it unsurprising. There were no private enterprises in Nafa City. Not only Nafa City, but also most of the small to medium-sized cities within the royal domain lacked the concept of private business. All economic activities and shops within the city were monopolized by the nobility, effectively consolidating wealth among a select few. For instance, if Una's father caught a bountiful haul at sea, he could only sell his cash to specialized shops within Nafa City, like the one where Claire had procured squid the previous day. Previously, these shops had belonged to the nobility, but were now under Claire's control. If those fishermen did not sell to the fish market, their catch would be unsellable. Should they dare to set up a stall, they would be apprehended within minutes. This was the state of Nafa City before Claire's arrival. Moreover, when selling to the fish market, the bargaining power resided not with the fishermen but with the shop owners. If they deemed the price too low, they could simply refuse to buy. There was no alternative for the fishermen to sell their goods elsewhere. This applied not only to fish but also to agricultural products like wheat, which the subjects of the Viscount had to sell to the shops owned by the nobility within Nafa City. This systemic arrangement was precisely why the nobility amassed such wealth. One should not assume this system to be unreasonable. Remember that it was only during the reforms of the 1990s in the previous life that private enterprises were allowed. Otherwise, even setting up a stall would lead to arrest. Claire had initially set this matter aside due to the multitude of tasks involved in reclaiming the noble shops, but now that he had the time, it was imperative to address it. Otherwise, Nafa City could never hope to develop a place for trading goods, where buyers and sellers are formally organized to engage in transactions, allowing all subjects to trade freely. Claire handed over the planned blueprint. The architect examined it and found it rather simple, especially compared to the complexity of a drainage system. How many days will it take to complete? About 2 days. Very well, get to work. After sending off the architect, Claire called for Regan and instructed him to relocate all the shops under his control to the eastern district of Nafa City. The northern district would serve as the industrial area, while he aimed to transform the eastern district into a trade hub, perfectly accommodating those shops. Although the profitability of his shops would significantly decrease once the market was established, Claire had never been one to exploit the poor. His target was the wealthy nobility. The money that dripped from the fingers of the affluent nobles in the royal capital far exceeded the combined wealth of all the subjects in his territory. If not them, then whom should he exploit? Shortly after noon, Regan approached with a report. Young master, Lord Sean has arrived. Oh. Claire was somewhat surprised. He quickly stood up. His caravan just left less than a week ago. What brings him here? He's already in the reception room. Waiting, Regan replied. I will head there now. Claire set down the magic book in his hand and made his way to the reception room. As soon as he entered, Sean stood up. My lord, it has been a while. Claire approached and extended his hand. Please, have a seat. He then sank into the sofa. Sean resumed his seat, maintaining the same cheerful demeanor as before, and pulled out 7 sheets of paper, spreading them before Claire. What is this? Claire inquired, puzzled. These are the property deeds for the shops in the royal capital and the other 6 major cities. As we agreed, you will take 70%, and I will take 30%. Claire raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. Sean was quite adept at navigating such matters. Previously, he had only mentioned that the profit from the sold iodized salt would be divided in that manner and had not specified that the shops should also be included. However, Claire did not refuse, glancing at the documents before placing them into his spatial ring. He would now also be a noble with enterprises in the royal capital. Subsequently, Sean presented a purple card. This is a purple crystal card from Timmy Bank, containing 320,000 gold coins as this time's profits. If it weren't for the substantial amount, I would have personally delivered it to you. Claire took the purple crystal card. Feeling its excellent quality, he was familiar with Timmy Bank, as much of the Griffin family's wealth had been deposited there. The purple crystal card was reserved for accounts with deposits of 1 million gold coins or more, suggesting that Sean had leveraged his family's influence to facilitate this for him. At present, Claire did not require a significant amount of cash. Depositing it into the bank card was quite satisfactory. If he needed it in the future, he could have someone from Timmy Bank deliver it directly, eliminating the need for him to retrieve it himself. How has everything been in the royal capital these past few days? Claire asked. Of course. Everything has unfolded exactly as you anticipated. Once the news spread, the wealthy nobles in the royal capital rushed to purchase our iodized salt, driving the price of a single box up to 500 gold coins, which truly exceeded my expectations. After the reputation of iodized salt was established in the royal capital, the shops and other locations also performed exceptionally well. The 10 tons of iodized salt we imported here sold out rapidly. So, are you planning to bring in more stock this time? Claire inquired, cradling his chin, though he sensed that matters were not so straightforward. Otherwise, Sean would not have bothered making the trip. Indeed, Sean shook his head. There's been a bit of an issue. Do elaborate. Similar products have emerged within the royal city, also selling iodized salt, but at prices that undercut mine by several dozens of times. They pose a significant threat to our goods. Claire's pupils contracted as he muttered. So soon. He had anticipated that his iodized salt would eventually be countered by the noble salt merchants, but he had not expected the speed of their response. The source of the iodine had been deciphered in less than a month. However, it was hardly surprising. Profits of several tens of thousands could incite such envy that they would resort to drastic measures. Furthermore, in this magical world, they could easily afford to hire a grand sorcerer for several tens of thousands of gold coins, or even a mage for hundreds of thousands, to meticulously analyze what made his iodized salt superior to theirs and deduce the necessary ingredients. What does that mean? Nothing much. You haven't reduced your prices, have you? Not at all. Sean, being a merchant, understood that once luxury items were marked down, it would be exceedingly difficult to restore their original price if he engaged in a price war. However, the iodized salt that arrived later was priced at around 80 coins, having initially been reduced from 100 and has remained stable within that range. How much are they selling it for? 3 or 4 coins. They truly dare to sell at that price. The cost for a pound is barely 10 copper coins. Claire chuckled lightly. They will surely continue to lower their prices. Claire estimated the realistic price of iodized salt to be around 13 or 14 copper coins. Anything higher would be unaffordable for the average citizen. What should we do then? Seeing Claire's calm demeanor eased Sean's growing anxiety. Simple. Do you know anyone in the royal palace? Chapter 66, Comparison. My father used to be the financial overseer at the palace, so I do have some connections there, Sean replied. That's convenient. Claire retrieved a box of salt from his spatial ring and pushed it over. This is freshly refined salt. As fine as sand, as white as snow, Claire described. Sean dipped a finger to taste it, then asked, how does this differ from the iodized salt we had before? There's no real difference. It simply underwent an additional process to refine it further, making it more aesthetically pleasing. Claire rapped the table. Utilize your connections in the palace to supply this batch of salt there. Money isn't an issue. Supplying it for free is acceptable. Sean set down the salt and requested, please elaborate. Transform this batch into royal exclusive salt, pricing it at 1,000 gold coins in stores. Sean frowned. Isn't 1,000 gold coins rather exorbitant? Claire chuckled. This salt isn't meant for sale. If someone wishes to buy it, then let them. Ha ha ha. Just like those luxury brands in his past life, which released a particularly expensive yet impractical product every year that didn't align with common tastes. Did they really believe such items were intended for actual sale? They were merely for comparison. You might see a handbag priced at several thousand and think it extravagant. only to turn and discover a plastic bag costing hundreds of thousands, making the handbag seem far less exorbitant in contrast. Similarly, while people might find iodized salt priced at 70 or 80 gold coins to be costly, once they see the royal exclusive iodized salt at 1,000 gold coins, their perception would shift, rendering the former price more palatable. First, we need to position our product as a royal exclusive, elevating its prestige. This way, it will not be on the same tier as the other iodized salts. Nobles seek out unique items to distinguish themselves. If our iodized salt is affordable even to those of lower status, they will no longer pursue our product, deeming it unworthy of their status. The title of royal exclusive will cater to their vanity, ensuring they differentiate themselves from lesser nobles and commoners. They will certainly avoid purchasing the iodized salt available to those with a bit of money. Their only choice will be our store. And the iodized salt priced at 1,000 gold coins is not for sale but rather for comparison. In contrast to this, the 70 or 80 gold coin iodized salt will appear quite reasonable, and they won't mind spending a little extra. Next, we should design 2 lower price tiers for iodized salt, targeting the lesser nobles and the somewhat affluent merchants and middle-class individuals within the royal city. While the lesser nobles might hesitate to spend 70 or 80 gold coins on iodized salt, they would be willing to part with 20 or 30 gold coins for a product they perceive as being on par with what high nobles purchase. Similarly, iodized salt priced at 5 or 6 gold coins should attract those aspiring to emulate the noble lifestyle. Do not underestimate the effectiveness of such tactics. Many have fallen prey to this in the past. But Claire's financial struggles had prevented such capitalists from profiting. Sean nodded in agreement, increasingly admiring Claire. Of course, relying solely on this won't suffice. You'll need to invest in advertising. What kind of advertising? Claire struck the table. Iodized salt from Nafa City, expertly balanced to provide the optimal iodine content necessary for the human body. Sean's eyes lit up with excitement. This subtly suggests that the iodized salt sold elsewhere is not the best formulation and does not meet the body's iodine requirements. Correct? Precisely. Distinguishing our iodized salt from the competition cannot rely solely on price. There must be something unique to set it apart. This was akin to the advertising strategies of air conditioning brands in Claire's previous life, with Gree boasting core technology. Once that slogan was released, the brand's air conditioners sold like hotcakes. Ordinary consumers may not grasp the intricacies of core technology, yet they instinctively perceive that this brand's air conditioners were superior. In the same vein, the nobles would not delve into the specifics of the optimal iodine formulation, as long as they were led to believe that iodized salt from Nafa City was superior to others. They would willingly part with their coins, both to affirm their noble identity and to avoid feeling they were paying a premium without justification. The wooden boxes for the iodized salt also need to be revamped. The salt inside remains unchanged. No need for that. Only the exterior packaging will differ. I will have the carpenters create 2 designs for boxes that are less ornate than the previous one, but the royal exclusive box will need to be custom-made. The current conditions in Nafa City do not permit that. Understood. Sean licked his lips. I might as well hire a goldsmith to craft this exclusive box. Sean did not expect to sell many of the royal exclusive boxes, but it was essential to present a strong image. After hearing Claire's insights, Sean felt invigorated. It was undeniable that every conversation with Claire yielded new knowledge, which was one of the reasons he held such admiration for him. By the way, there's a new product we can feature in the store. Sean became intrigued. What is it? Claire had Una bring forth her squid strips on a platter, though there were not many to showcase, so they would have to make do. What is this? Sean inquired. A seaside delicacy. Give it a try, Claire invited. I won tea hold back then. Sean picked up a piece and began to chew, savoring the flavor of the squid strips. Once he had finished tasting, Claire asked, how does it taste? Having traveled extensively, Sean had sampled numerous cuisines and possessed a discerning palate. It tastes quite good. It should sell well. Sean offered an objective assessment. What price do you think it should be sold for? Claire inquired. Sean pondered for a moment. Perhaps a dozen copper coins per pound. Other snacks in the royal city are priced similarly. Claire shook his head. No, it should be priced at 5 silver coins per pound. That price seems a bit extravagant, Sean exclaimed. Not extravagant at all. It's just right, Claire replied softly. Have you forgotten who our clientele is? For instance, when shopping at a supermarket, one might see an ice cream priced over 30 coins and be reluctant to spend that amount, regardless of its presentation. Yet, upon visiting a high-end restaurant and encountering the same price for ice cream, one would not hesitate to spend that much to indulge. Is there a difference in value between the two? Not at all. 30 coins remain 30 coins, regardless of the setting. However, upon comparison, it becomes evident that if those individuals are willing to spend dozens of gold coins on iodized salt, they are hardly concerned about parting with an additional 5 silver coins to indulge in a taste of squid shreds. After all, in the grand scheme of things, 5 silver coins pale in comparison to the aforementioned gold. Yet, when pitting the squid shreds against other snacks available outside, where competitors are selling for a mere dozen copper coins, what justification do you have for pricing it at 5 silver coins? It would be utterly astonishing if anyone were to make a purchase. Sean, being astute and perceptive, swiftly grasped the essence of Claire's words. This is a bit of my personal agenda, Claire remarked. Indeed, this endeavor was aimed at bolstering the income of the subjects in the lower district of Nafa City, which, in terms of Sean's business, hardly amounted to a profitable venture. No problem at all. I was just lamenting the monotony of the goods in the store, Sean replied with a smile. By the way, my visit today is not solely about this matter. Chapter 67. Rewards, what else is on your mind? Claire inquired, puzzled. Madame Sophia, the Countess of the Augustus family, intends to collaborate with us to sell the goods from our shop. Oh, Claire exclaimed in surprise. What brings this about? Like my family. Hers is primarily engaged in commerce. She is on par with my father, so one would assume she wouldn't be interested in our small-scale dealings. Yet she has sought me out to propose a partnership. What advantages does she possess? Her network of shops spans the entire kingdom, and it is rumored that she has ties with the Termi Bank. If we can establish a connection with her, we could significantly reduce our costs, ensuring we reap greater profits without incurring losses. Fearing that Claire might not fully comprehend, Sean continued to elucidate. If we wish to open a shop in every city within the kingdom, the expenses would be substantial. In that case, why not collaborate? Claire shrugged, reasoning that if there was profit to be made, it would be folly not to pursue it. Sean concurred. I share your sentiment. However, you are the major stakeholder of the store, which is why I sought your opinion. I shall personally visit the royal capital in due course and bring the new merchandise along. The squid shreds can be transported by my people. There is no need to trouble your lordship. Claire smiled mysteriously. It's not just the squid shreds. Sean gasped in surprise, wondering if there were additional new products. With a snap of his fingers, Claire summoned Una, who presented 2 bowls of soup before Sean. What is this? Try it first and see if you can discern any difference in flavor. Claire smiled softly. Observing Claire's feigned mystique, Sean scooped a spoonful of the soup into his mouth. After savoring it, he found nothing extraordinary and dipped his spoon into the second bowl. The moment the broth touched his lips, Sean's eyes seemed to ignite with excitement. After tasting it once more, he eagerly scooped another spoonful into his mouth. This tastes incredibly fresh, Sean exclaimed in astonishment. That moment, Claire retrieved a pristine wooden box from his spatial ring, opened it, and pushed it toward Sean, introducing, this is monosodium glutamate. Given that iodized salt had already been produced, it was hardly surprising that Claire would remember this seasoning, as it too is derived from seaweed, requiring little effort to procure. So, is this what made the soup so delicious? Indeed. How would you like to price it? Claire inquired casually. Sean chuckled. The same price as the iodized salt. Thanks to Claire's influence, he had transformed into a cunning merchant adept at extracting wealth from the nobility. Why bother with the pennies of the impoverished when one could swiftly reap the fortunes of the affluent? That sounds agreeable. Though it has yet to be mass-produced, I will ensure to bring it with me to the royal capital when the time comes. Absolutely. After a leisurely chat, during which Claire treated Sean to a meal, Sean returned to the royal capital, not lingering in Nafa City. 2 days later, the market in the eastern district was finally established, drawing a considerable crowd of onlookers. Claire had already instructed Reagan to promote the event. Yet those who arrived were merely spectators, standing outside without a single soul daring to set up a stall. Is this a market? It looks quite different from those shops. The shops have relocated here, from now on. We will have to come here for our purchases. Lord Viscount has issued an announcement stating that we can freely buy and sell here without having to take our goods to the shops. Not only are the prices lower, but sometimes they won't even charge us. We can sell as much as we wish. Is that true? Then why isn't anyone selling anything? Are you foolish? We should wait and see if others go in first. What if something goes wrong? Nafa City has never had a market like this before. This is an announcement from the Viscount. Do you not trust the Viscount? Don't speak recklessly. Of course, I trust the Viscount, but he is not here, and that makes me uneasy. We should wait for others to enter first. It's a safer approach. Reagan observed the crowd outside the market, hesitant to step inside, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. The young master had sacrificed a considerable profit for their benefit, yet they remained timid. It only cost 3 copper coins to enter and set up a stall. Reagan shouted at the top of his lungs. Upon hearing that they had to pay 3 copper coins up front, the crowd's resistance grew stronger, and they retreated a few steps. They had yet to earn any money, and now they were being asked to spend 3 copper coins. They were reluctant to part with it. The primary issue was that Claire was not present. Reagan lacked the same charisma. Had Claire been there, the crowd would have readily paid the 3 copper coins. Reagan, with a furrowed brow, had initially believed he could handle this task alone. But the absence of the young master made it far more complicated. He quickly instructed his subordinates, "Hurry to the viscount's residence and fetch the young master." Understood. His subordinate promptly mounted a carriage and set off toward the viscount's estate. Meanwhile, in the throng, a woman clutching 2 baskets of agricultural products hesitated, a single mother who relied on foraging for goods to sell in Nava City. However, the purchasing prices at the shops had always been dishearteningly low, and at times the earnings barely sufficed for her meals. Thus, upon hearing about the market, she had eagerly awaited its establishment. Yet now that the moment had arrived, not a single person dared to step forward and set up a stall. Although she wholeheartedly believed in the viscount's policies, the weight of public scrutiny dissuaded her from being the first to enter the market. After scanning the area for a while, she noticed that no one was willing to take the plunge. She had already inquired at the shops, and even if they bought everything she had, it would only amount to 10 copper coins, barely enough to recoup her costs, with children at home waiting for her to bring back food. If she failed to sell her harvest for a fair price, her family would have to rely solely on the foraged goods for the next few days, risking hunger. Unbeknownst to her, the purchasing price had been deliberately depressed by Claire to attract more individuals to the market. The crowd continued to chatter and murmur, while the woman's grip on her baskets tightened, her knuckles whitening as she steeled herself for a decision. With a deep breath, she closed her eyes, turning away from the crowd and making her way toward Reagan. "Here are 3 copper coins." Her voice was barely a whisper as she handed the coins over, without daring to listen to the voices outside. She stepped into the market. The onlookers outside buzzed with excitement. "Someone has paid to enter." "Yes, but it doesn't mean anyone will buy from her." "That's true. I was about to go in too. But your words have given me pause. It's too early now. I still prefer shopping at the store." "Me too." Listening to the discussions outside, the woman lowered her head further, grappling with whether her 3 copper coins were worth the risk. Gradually, the chatter outside fell silent. Still, she did not dare to raise her gaze, fearing the mocking faces of those who might ridicule her ignorance. It wasn't until a gentle voice broke the silence. "How much are these corn cobs?" Having kept her head down, she was oblivious to the arrival of a customer and, lacking experience, became flustered. She quickly looked up and stammered, These corn cobs are 3 for 1 copper coin. If you buy more, I can give you a few extra." "Why, you're the viscount." Only then did she realize why the noise outside had quieted. The viscount was present. "Very well," Claire said casually as he picked up 3 corn cobs and produced 3 gleaming gold coins from his pocket, placing them in her hands. "Viscount, this is too much," the woman exclaimed, quickly rising to return the coins. "Too much. I find it just right, since you were brave enough to spend 3 copper coins to enter. I shall reward you with 3 gold coins. The excess is your bonus," Claire replied, glancing over his shoulder. The crowd of onlookers stared in disbelief at the 3 gold coins, their eyes wide, for most of them. This was the most money they had ever seen in their lives. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Claire mounted his wolf steed and departed, leaving behind a stunned woman and a crowd of bewildered spectators. After half a minute had passed since Claire's departure, the crowd outside finally reacted, rushing towards Reagan. "Lord Reagan, these are my 3 copper coins. I want to enter and set up my stall. These are my 3 copper coins. No one can stop me. Do you have anything to sell? You should just go in and set up your stall." "I don't care. I just want to occupy a stall." "Who was it that said they would come back in a few days?" "I was planning to go in first, and if you hadn't stopped me, I would have been the first to enter the market and receive the reward from the Lord Viscount." After Claire's departure, the market became lively. Chapter 68, A Heavy Burden and a Long Road Ahead. "Good morning, big brother." Maylie bounced in with her backpack from the Viscount's residence. Claire, momentarily distracted from the magical tome before him, turned to Maylie. Since the school term began, she had been boarding at school, and it had been quite a while since he last saw her. He smiled warmly. "School's out?" Maylie rushed to Claire's side, nodding vigorously. "Yes, today is the weekend. School is over." Claire sat up from his recliner, ruffling Maylie's hair playfully. "So, what have you learned at school?" Maylie wriggled free from his playful grasp, shaking her head like a cat with wet fur. and used her hands to straighten her hair. I've learned so much. I can now do addition and subtraction. Meili pouted proudly. Then let me quiz you. Go ahead. Meili will definitely answer correctly. Her eyes sparkled with confidence. If you have 3 apples, but there are 4 children in front of you, how can you divide them so that none of the children feel resentful? Hiss. Meili bit her finger. Her mind clouded with confusion. It was beyond her knowledge. That sounds like multiplication or division. The teacher said we would learn that next week. I don't know it yet. Big brother, please tell me the answer. Claire closed the magical book. If it were me, I would eat 2 of the apples and then take the remaining 1 out and say, whoever wins gets this apple. Meili tilted her head, a flurry of question marks in her mind. Hesitantly, she asked, is that multiplication or division? Claire seized the opportunity to ruffle her hair again. I was just joking. Don't take it too seriously. Go play. Meili remained perplexed but placed her backpack on the desk beside Claire. I'll leave my backpack here. I'm going to mop the floor. Claire called out to her. You finally have a day off. Aren't you going home? The mansion doesn't need you to clean. I can't. Grandpa Reagan said I'm a little maid, and when I grow up, I will come to the viscount's residence to apply for a job. So I mustn't slack off. Besides, my brother will come to pick me up soon. Claire didn't stop her. Mopping the floor was unlikely to tire her out, so he returned to his magical book. Soon, the sound of clopping hooves outside caught his attention. Lord Viscount. The newcomer greeted first. Claire then recognized it was Meili's brother, Clan, still the same sunny young man as before, who nodded. Here to pick up your sister? Clan sheepishly scratched his head, quickly dismounted, and jogged over. Yes, today is the day for family visits. The military camp is on holiday. Clan explained. The captain let us riders take the horses home. Claire understood and waved his hand. No problem. Riding a horse will be quicker. This is. Claire's gaze fell upon the items Clan was carrying. Clan hurriedly lifted them to show. These are some chunks of meat and food I bought at the market with my salary. It's my first time coming home as a knight, so I wanted to bring back something nice. Clan felt a bit embarrassed, as if he were a beggar boasting about his newfound wealth to a rich person. That sounds wonderful. Isn't that your wish? Claire encouraged. Yes. Clan nodded vigorously, never expecting that the man he had met just once could change his fate. Go call Meili out. Okay. Goodbye, Lord Viscount. After Meili cleaned the floor, she returned to grab her backpack and mounted the horse, with Clan holding her securely from behind. Goodbye, big brother. Meili waved energetically at Claire. Claire waved back with a smile as they departed. After Meili left, Claire hadn't read more than a few pages when another figure emerged from the Viscount's residence, catching his attention. Where are you off to, Una? Claire set his magical book aside on the stone table. Today is the end of the month, and it's my turn to take a break. I've already prepared lunch. Master, I'm just going home for a bit, but I'll be back for dinner. Una's face radiated with a bright smile, her hands tightly clutching the 25 silver coins given to her by Reagan. Money she intended to take home to her mother in less than a month. The 4 silver coins she had earned as recruitment conditions had multiplied to 25, more than her father earned, allowing her to tell him he wouldn't need to risk going out to sea for fish anymore. The thought thrilled Una. She could finally do something for her family. Go ahead. Claire waved goodbye with a smile. After Una left, Claire lost interest in reading, stowing the magical book in his spatial ring, standing up and stretching lazily. Everyone's gone. I might as well go out for a stroll. Claire called for Wolf King, who, after days of training, had become much more obedient and rushed over at his call. Leaning against the Wolf King, as soon as Claire stepped out of the Viscount's main gate, a voice called out to him. Lord Viscount. Please wait a moment. Claire immediately turned to see a familiar woman approaching. Although she appeared somewhat intimidated by the large Wolf King, she overcame her fear and jogged over to Claire. As she got closer, he remembered. You're the one from the market yesterday. Yes. The woman nodded vigorously, surprised that Claire remembered her. What can I do for you? I'm returning these 3 gold coins to you, she said, pressing the shiny coins back into Claire's hand. Claire was taken aback. These 3 gold coins are of no consequence to me. You should keep them. Unexpectedly, the woman shook her head firmly. When I received these 3 gold coins yesterday, my heart was racing. And upon reflection, I realized I couldn't accept this money. Although it would be very helpful, I feel somewhat embarrassed, but I fear that I would lose the motivation to continue working hard if I took it. As she spoke, a smile spread across her face. Moreover, after you, Lord Viscount, bought something from me yesterday, many others came to buy from me as well, and soon I sold everything out. Today, everything I gathered from outside has also been sold out. I've been waiting here for you since early morning, solely to return these 3 gold coins. Claire looked into her sincere eyes, sensing her honesty, and accepted the 3 gold coins back. How is the selling situation in the market? Very good. Thank you, Lord Viscount. The woman became animated at the mere mention of it, pulling out 3 silver coins from her pocket. These are what I earned from selling over the past 2 days. I never could have imagined making this much before. Thank you, as she expressed her gratitude. Tears streamed down her face, and she took out a piece of black candy, choking back her emotions. I can finally buy my children some candy that others can afford. They are all very understanding and never tell me they want to eat these things. But what child doesn't like candy? They can only swallow their saliva when they see others eating. Claire took a deep breath. If you have the time, you can ask Reagan about leasing shops in the Eastern District. Claire wasn't sure if she would understand. But he had already hinted at it, leaving it to her to grasp. Next, Claire planned to vigorously develop the Eastern District's trade area, converting most of the shops in his possession into wholesalers. Specifically bringing in goods at low prices for local merchants, and then leasing out the shops there, offering the first 3 months for free to encourage private enterprises. This was somewhat akin to a reform and opening up policy from the 1990s in his previous life, as long as one followed the trend. There was bound to be profit, thus offering the woman a chance to prosper. But this also presented an opportunity for everyone in Nafa City. It depended on whether some of them would seize it. Currently, Nafa City was almost entirely populated by the poor, which did not contribute to its development. It was essential to cultivate a middle class, such as merchants and skilled professionals. And Claire's Eastern trade area was one such strategy. Uncertain whether the other party understood, Claire expressed his gratitude once more before departing from the Viscount's residence. Observing the figure of his companion receding into the distance, Claire couldn't help but exclaim, though some progress has been made. The journey ahead remains arduous and fraught with challenges. Chapter 69. The objective upon exiting the Viscount's estate. Claire pondered for a moment, realizing there were few places he could venture to, given his status. A trip to the market would likely cause a commotion, and the military camp was currently on holiday. After much contemplation, he decided to visit Rona's hospital to check on the growth of the seed he had given her. The Wolf King, while traversing the city, dared not run too swiftly. Although it posed no risk of collision, it might startle passers-by. He ambled towards the hospital, and upon seeing Claire, pedestrians halted their steps, greeting him with enthusiasm. Good day, Lord Viscount. Long live the Viscount. Claire nodded in response, but soon found it overwhelming, as the sheer number of greetings began to strain his neck. He opted to mount the Wolf King, feigning ignorance to the crowd. Yet even then, the citizens paused to pay their respects upon noticing him. As he approached a more populated area, Claire gradually overheard snippets of their conversations. Look, that's the mount of the Viscount. I'm not blind. That person lying atop is indeed the Viscount. Do you think the Viscount is so exhausted that he has fallen asleep? Let's keep our voices down. Understood. But where are you headed? To night school. Huh. Isn't night school only in the evening? It's broad daylight now. What do you know? I've been diligently studying every day and can nearly recognize and write common phrases. The midday class is for arithmetic. I had no idea. I stopped attending night school after a few days. But what's the point of learning arithmetic? What do you understand? The courses offered by the Viscount must be beneficial. I've already mastered the multiplication table. It may seem trivial now, but it will surely be useful in the future. Listening to their dialogue, Claire tilted his head slightly to glance at the two individuals. Sometimes it is not about seizing opportunities, but rather having the capability to grasp them when they present themselves. Claire had indeed established the arithmetic course to cultivate the first cohort of merchants in Nafa City. He could not simply nurture everyone in his territory like a helpless child. The opportunities were there. It was up to the people to seize them. The journey to the hospital was not lengthy, and Claire soon arrived, dismounting the Wolf King, pressing his thumb against his index finger. He emitted a curious sound. By Ubio. The Wolf King looked at Claire with confusion, wondering what antics he was up to. Stay put and don't run off. If someone bumps into you, just make a noise. The Wolf King shook its head, ignoring the instruction, and lay down on the ground. As Claire approached the entrance of the hospital, a man with a bandaged arm emerged. Good day, Lord Viscount, he greeted hastily. Claire nodded, inquiring, has your arm healed? I was struck by a falling stone during construction. Fortunately, Dr. Rona possesses exceptional medical skills and has treated it. With a few days of rest, I should fully recover. That's good to hear. While common ailments and injuries are easily treated, the same cannot be said for silver knights like Hanti or bronze knights who can casually wield fighting energy. Their bodies have diverged significantly from those of ordinary people. necessitating more advanced potions for effective treatment. The same logic applies to mages. Once the man had departed, Claire stepped inside the hospital. The interior remained lush and vibrant, and upon entering, he felt a refreshing breeze. Rona looked up with wide eyes at Claire's entrance, opened her mouth, and stammered, "Claire." "Ew. Thank you, no need." Then frowned in dissatisfaction, shaking her head. Claire quickly transmitted a mental connection. "Did you just learn those 3 words? What were you going to say?" "I wanted to ask why you were here." Claire teased, "I came to see how well you were learning the common language." Rona's face flushed with embarrassment, and she retorted, "You are mocking me again." She then grabbed a random cup from the table and hurled it at him. Claire deftly sidestepped, catching the handle of the cup with fluidity. An effortless move for a mage of his caliber. He then returned the cup to its place, smiling. "I was just jesting, though you may not know many words. At least your pronunciation is quite accurate. I already know over 10 words. Give me some more time, and I will surely master it." "I came to see how the seed is growing," Claire stated, revealing the purpose of his visit. "We can confirm it's a magical plant, but it grows very slowly. Come, I will show you." Rona led Claire to the backyard, a small garden primarily used for cultivating herbs gathered from outside. In the corner, she pointed to a tree approximately the height of a person, saying, "This is the tree that sprouted from that black seed that I've tested its leaves and roots. They exhibit no special properties. The magic should be contained within the fruit it will bear. Is this what you call slow growth?" Claire marveled at the tree, which stood taller than himself, considering he had given Rona the seed less than a week ago. "It's quite slow. I've been using elven magic to accelerate its growth. Had it been any other type of tree, it would have already reached great heights. Yet here it remains a mere sapling. Wouldn't you agree that's slow?" After Rona's explanation, Claire scrutinized the small tree once more. While its appearance was unremarkable, he could sense the magical energy coursing through its roots, undeniably confirming its status as a magical plant. "When will it bear fruit?" Claire inquired. Rona contemplated. "Approximately 20 days, though I can't pinpoint the exact timing." "That seems reasonable. It coincides with my impending journey." Upon hearing Claire's words, Rona's emotions visibly shifted. Claire asked, "What is it? Where are you going?" "To the royal capital for business. I will return after the discussions." There was nothing to conceal. So Claire spoke candidly. As soon as he finished speaking, he chuckled inwardly, feeling as if he were off on a business trip. "What do you mean by going on a business trip?" Rona inquired curiously. How many common words do you know? Let me test you. Is there a connection to that?" Rona seemed taken aback by the abrupt change in topic. Claire responded readily, "Of course, the more you know, the better you will understand what going on a business trip entails." "I feel like you were trying to deceive me. Our minds are still connected." Rona placed her hands on her hips, standing on her tiptoes as she questioned him from her elevated position. "You were so clever. How could I possibly deceive you?" Rona furrowed her brow, lost in thought. Claire's reasoning was sound. How could someone as astute as her be misled? Yet the emotions transmitted through their mental connection were certainly amiss. "Wait, where are you running off to?" Rona exclaimed, snapping back to reality as Claire reached the doorway. "I'm going to pack my belongings. We set off tomorrow." Objective: the royal capital. Chapter 70. The Mage Academy. Having departed from Nafa City for 2 or 3 days, Claire was drawing ever closer to the royal capital. At present, he reclined within the carriage, having brought no one along except for the Wolf King as his steed. The creature, reluctant to walk, had been kicked off the carriage by Claire, trailing behind in a huff. Following closely was a convoy of carriages, all selected by Claire from his previous merchant dealings, laden with monosodium glutamate, dried squid snacks, and wooden boxes. The journey saw no guards accompanying them. Claire possessed several 4th-level magic scrolls within his spatial ring, rendering him unafraid of any potential bandits. If a Grand Mage were to appear as a robber, he would consider himself unfortunate. If one had reached the level of Grand Mage, engaging in petty theft would be beneath them. It would take nearly 100,000 gold coins to hire such individuals for such endeavors. While the value of Claire's entire cargo did not even reach that sum, as they approached the royal capital, the number of horses and caravans encountered increased, resulting in a sense of safety. Suddenly, the carriage jolted, causing Claire to sit up abruptly. The driver outside hurriedly explained, "Lord Viscount, there are strange birds in the sky." Claire pulled back the curtain and leaned out the window to gaze above. With his experience, he quickly identified them as the transport mounts of the royal capital's Mage Academy, the Radiant Birds, which can soar to heights of over 200 meters and easily carry hundreds of passengers. They were said to have been bred by a mage from the academy, known for their speed but lack of offensive capabilities, and thus repurposed as a means of transport. However, they were not creatures that just anyone could afford to keep. At least with Claire's current wealth. He could not sustain one, and the threats in the air were considerable. Due to its inherent weakness, it generally requires the accompaniment of a mage of archmage caliber to fend off the disturbances and ambushes posed by other aerial magical beasts. Claire also observed the youths perched upon the backs of the birds, occasionally peeking out with eyes brimming with anticipation, murmuring to himself, "This must be the season for admissions at the Magic Academy." These are likely the scions of nobility hailing from various regions. Unlike martial arts, magic can only be practiced by those of considerable wealth. Aside from a few truly gifted individuals, the majority of mages come from noble lineage. After all, conducting even a simple experiment could cost dozens of gold coins. And if your family's annual income barely exceeds 3 or 4 coins, indulging in magic is futile. The Magic Academy admits students at the age of 16. Before his family's fortunes declined. Claire's father spent tens of thousands of gold coins annually hiring high-ranking mages to instruct him in the arcane arts, with the aim of enabling him to enter the royal capital's Magic Academy as a junior mage at the age of 16. Regrettably, just as Claire had finally attained the status of a junior mage, his family went bankrupt, forcing him to return to the viscountcy to inherit the territory. However, the nobility riding the luminous birds were certainly not as formidable as Claire had once been. Truly powerful nobles either resided within the royal capital or in its major cities, where specialized magic academies rendered the journey here unnecessary. Even if they were enamored with the royal capital's magic academy, they would not travel en masse on luminous birds, as it would diminish their status. No matter. "Let us proceed," Claire instructed, drawing the curtain. The coachman, somewhat taken aback, cast a few lingering glances before reluctantly returning his gaze and continuing to guide the horses onward. After nearly half a day's journey, Claire finally beheld the city gates of the royal capital, which loomed in the distance like a small mountain, far more imposing than the city of Nafaching. Claire rubbed his nose. It hasn't even been a month. And here I am again. Upon reaching the city gates, Claire dismounted the carriage and mounted the Wolf King. The cargo would undergo several layers of scrutiny before entering the city, so he entrusted it to his subordinates, who would handle the logistics, and he would simply have send someone to retrieve it later. The guards stationed at the city gate showed little reaction to Claire's formidable mount. They were accustomed to seeing nobles riding exotic magical beasts. However, the captain of the guards politely addressed Claire. "Esteemed Lord Viscount, your steed must be subjected to some regulations, otherwise, it cannot enter the royal capital." Claire nodded, conveying the information to the Wolf King to refrain from resistance. "Did you see? The guards here are all of silver rank, and their captain is a knight of gold rank. A single strike could cleave you in two, so be cautious within the royal capital and refrain from wandering about." "Understood." The Wolf King whined a few times, then obediently donned a metallic collar, a magical device that could instantly unleash electrical spells to paralyze a beast should it become unruly. Every magical beast entering the royal capital was required to wear one. The royal capital is divided into an inner city and an outer city, with the outer city housing a larger population. Those residing in the inner city are typically affluent merchants or nobles, while the outer city is predominantly home to ordinary citizens. Of course, there are exceptions. 4 out of 5 churches are located in the outer city, including the main cathedral of the kingdom. And nearly half of the largest Magic Academy's grounds are situated within the outer city. There are no significant architectural barriers separating the two cities. Rather, it is a community perception formed by the residents of the inner city. Sean's shop is located within the inner city, and as Claire rode the Wolf King toward it, he immediately sensed the stark contrast between the inner and outer city, akin to transitioning from a residential area to a commercial district, with a marked transformation in the atmosphere. "Oh, it seems I forgot to ask where Sean's shop is located." Claire scratched his head. Nonetheless, he dismissed the thought, reasoning that it was so well known that he could easily inquire of anyone. Claire's gaze fell upon a girl who appeared to be waiting for someone. "Excuse me, do you happen to know where I can purchase iodized salt?" "Are you referring to me?" The girl turned her head, pointing at herself. It was then that Claire noticed the peculiar cat ears atop her head. A cat girl? Claire mused inwardly. "Yes, could you please direct me to the shop selling iodized salt?" he inquired again. The cat girl, upon noticing Claire's attire, flashed a sweet smile and gestured towards a nearby tavern. "No rush. Let us have a drink first, and afterward, I will personally guide you there." Claire was taken aback. Had he just encountered a tavern lure upon entering the royal capital? He declined. I'm not of age to drink." "Oh, it's perfectly fine. young master. It will be just the two of us. No one else will know. The cat girl winked at Claire, deliberately leaning forward to reveal a generous expanse of fair skin. Claire's lips twitched as he discreetly kicked the wolf king, signaling it to hurry along. He had no desire to be entangled with this half-beast. I'm allergic to alcohol, Claire stated flatly. The cat girl stepped closer, reducing the distance between them. We could engage in other activities besides drinking. I can get tipsy just from fruit juice. The wolf king growled fiercely, causing the cat girl to retreat a few steps. As Claire's mount, it understood Claire's lack of interest in the cat girl's advances. Please step aside, or my companion may bite. Seeing that she could not ensnare Claire, the cat girl could only stomp her foot in frustration and move aside. Watching Claire's retreating figure, she muttered, it usually works on those young boys. Why is this one so unyielding? The status of half-beasts in the kingdom is not high. They are typically sold as slaves. Claire had previously heard of a noble who purchased a substantial number of half-beasts to establish a brothel. Over time, some gained their freedom, yet they often resorted to lowly occupations. The half-beast Claire had just encountered was likely a tavern lure, using her beauty to entice patrons into restaurants, only for them to discover exorbitant bills upon settling accounts. And by the time they sought to proceed further, the individuals would vanish. They were adept at selecting their targets, generally avoiding locals in favor of newcomers eager for revelry yet lacking connections. Those deceived could only swallow their grievances. Evidently, the cat girl had identified Claire as a target. If he were a local, he would hardly need to ask for directions. Chapter 71. Relentless Pursuit. The people of the royal capital are quite pragmatic. Claire ultimately spent a silver coin to find a guide who led him to the Iodized salt shop. As he had previously mentioned to Sean, it was located on a bustling street, adorned with opulent shops, with pedestrians akin to those in a pedestrian street from his past life. The attire of the people here was notably refined, starkly contrasting with that of ordinary citizens. Young master, are you here to purchase iodized salt? The guide inquired. That's about right, Claire replied casually. To his surprise, the guide leaned in closer, whispering, I know of a place that also sells iodized salt, while the quality isn't as good as here. The price is cheaper. Claire chuckled inwardly. Even the iodized salt vendors acknowledged that their product was inferior to their own. Oh, where can I find this iodized salt? From Albin City, it was originally a salt-producing region, and they've developed a new iodized salt, the guide replied. How much? Only 50 silver coins for the same quantity as here, the guide smiled. Claire inwardly scoffed. It was hard to believe that 50 silver coins could sell anything now. No thanks. I'm not interested in that. Claire stepped forward. Please don't go. The guide hastily blocked Claire's path. If you let me lead you, I can lower the price to around 30 silver coins. Claire thought to himself, if they could cut the price by 20 silver coins so quickly, it seemed the price would soon decline further. No, I prefer to buy iodized salt from Nafacheng. I have no interest in other sources. Claire declined firmly. The guide sighed in resignation. Many had reacted similarly before. Lowering the price often made them less appealing. He couldn't comprehend why people insisted on purchasing such expensive iodized salt when he himself bought it for just 1 or 2 silver coins. Of course, there were even cheaper options, but those did not align with the lifestyle of someone living in the inner city. Claire instructed the Wolf King to remain outside and then pushed open the glass door of the shop. Stepping inside, upon entering, he was met not by a clerk, but by a flamboyantly dressed man with a small mustache, who stood up with a broad smile. However, upon recognizing Claire, he merely curled his lip and returned to his seat. Claire found herself utterly perplexed, as if she scarcely recognized the individual before her. At that moment, a server approached from within the shop, inquiring, Good sir, are you here to purchase some iodized salt? Just as Claire was about to respond, the mustachioed man interjected, Listen here, I'm telling you, there's not a noble in the entire royal capital that I don't know, yet I have no recollection of him. P.S. likely just one of those merchants' offspring who inflate their worth, able only to afford the cheapest iodized salt you offer. So, do not bother trying to ingratiate yourself with him. Instead, fetch me a cup of tea. The server's lips twitched, but he maintained his politeness, replying, Please hold on. I shall bring you a drink shortly. However, he inwardly berated the man, thinking, You've been loitering here all day without making a single purchase, and now you dare to insult my customer. If it weren't for your baronial title, I'd have tossed you out long ago. He then turned to Claire with a conciliatory smile. Please disregard that, esteemed customer, whatever type of iodized salt you wish to buy. You are our valued patron. Intrigued, Claire turned and asked, You assert that I can only afford iodized salt priced at 5 or 6 gold coins. What level of iodized salt can you afford? The Baron, disdainfully glancing at Claire, scoffed, "Humph, I can certainly afford the finest iodized salt available. Can you? What is there that I cannot procure? How much do you charge for your most expensive iodized salt?" "Today's price is 86 gold coins," the server replied, noting that typically, customers did not purchase the salt valued over 1,000 gold coins, making this the highest tier available. "Very well, I shall take 2 boxes, and one for this gentleman as well." Upon hearing this, the mustachioed Baron leaped to his feet in a fit of rage, pointing at Claire and shouting, Are you attempting to humiliate me?" Claire merely shrugged. "You may interpret it as such. Let me tell you, I can afford it myself. I do not need you to buy it for me." The Baron fumed, nearly hopping with anger. Claire, in silence, assessed the man, particularly noting his empty hands, and let out a soft chuckle. The insult was palpable, and the Baron could hardly contain himself, his face flushing crimson as he strode over. The server quickly intervened. "Sir, we do not allow fighting in here." He secretly relished the thought of someone finally putting the Baron in his place, especially after he had scared off several customers earlier. "Humph." The Baron regained his composure, smoothing his meticulously groomed mustache. "I wouldn't stoop to quarreling with such a person." "What do you mean by such a person? Are you implying I cannot afford pricier iodized salt than you?" Claire smiled. "What do you mean? Do you think I cannot purchase it? You may take it as such. Otherwise, why have you sat here all day with no intention of making a purchase? Do you consider this a free tea and beverage shop? I assure you, I can afford it. I have plenty of money." Claire took a step back, gesturing towards the iodized salt on the counter with an inviting motion. "Humph. I'll have 3 boxes of your finest iodized salt," the Baron declared loudly, knowing full well he had no use for them. Typically, Barons purchased the third-tier iodized salt, priced at 20 to 30 coins. Yet, as a noble, he could not afford to lose face. Claire's eyes crinkled with amusement. "I'll take 4 boxes. A few hundred gold coins is merely my daily expenditure." He then cast a challenging glance at the Baron. The latter nearly exploded with rage. "I'll have 5 boxes. Do you truly believe you can match my wealth?" 6 boxes. Claire replied with a nonchalant tone. "I'll take 7 boxes." The server stood by, barely able to suppress a laugh, reveling in the spectacle of their rivalry, knowing that the profit was his to claim. "What is contained in that golden box?" Claire feigned ignorance, gesturing towards the most conspicuous golden box in the display case. "That is the royal exclusive snow salt, priced at 1,000 gold coins. Generally, only the grandest nobles within the city would purchase it. Indeed, I'll have 1 box of that royal exclusive." With that, Claire provocatively glanced at the Baron. "Are you out of your mind? 1,000 gold coins for a mere box of salt. You perceive it as expensive only because you lack the funds. Perhaps you cannot afford it." Claire's lips curled into a hint of a smirk. "What is there to be unable to afford? I, too, shall purchase a box. Let me remind you, wealth does not equate to superiority. I am a Baron, and no matter how rich you are, you cannot surpass a noble's status." The Baron was at a loss for words, seeking to regain his dignity. "Ah, but I am also a noble, a viscount, a real viscount. Do you possess a fief?" "I do. I'll buy 2 boxes." Claire feigned curiosity. The Baron trembled with fury. "What of your fief? You are merely a bumpkin from the countryside. I have been conducting business in the royal capital for so long. You may not even be richer than I. I'll buy 3 boxes of snow salt." Having uttered those words, the Baron felt a twinge of regret. While 2,000 gold coins were not crippling to him, it would certainly sting for quite some time. Had he known Claire was a viscount, he would have refrained from his sarcastic remarks. Yet, he felt secure in the royal capital, believing he could not be easily intimidated. Claire observed the Baron's expression and sensed it was time to push further. Knowing the man would not hesitate to spend 5,000 gold coins without a second thought. "Very well, you may proceed with payment." When it came time to settle the bill, the Baron hesitated, beginning to doubt whether spending 3,000 gold coins was truly worthwhile. "No way. You were so fierce when you shouted, yet now you cannot pay. I shall first settle the cost of my 2 boxes of snow salt." "Who says I cannot afford it? I have more than enough money," he declared, producing a silver card from his spatial ring and presenting it to the server, deliberately waving it in front of Claire. "This is a silver card exclusive to members of Timmy Bank. Go ahead and swipe it." The server grinned widely as he took the card, swiping it across the magical crystal at the counter to deduct 3,000 gold coins, then handed the 3 golden boxes containing the snow salt to the Baron. "Sir, your items. Please take care of them." The Baron, holding the 3 boxes of snow salt, felt a pang of regret, contemplating which influential noble he could curry favor with, as he could hardly bear to keep them for himself. Claire clapped his hands, quite impressive. Given that you've spent 3,000 gold coins, I can share a piece of information with you. The Baron finally tore his gaze away from the snow salt and fixated on Claire. What do you wish to say? Typically, when nobles procure such items from shops, they delegate the task to their stewards. They would never personally come here just to buy iodized salt. The Baron's pupils dilated. What do you mean? Chapter 72. Versailles. What are you implying? The Baron charged at Claire, attempting to seize his collar for questioning. The server moved to intervene, but it was too late. However, Claire was swifter. You deftly evaded the Baron's grasp. Sidestepping effortlessly as if dodging a thrown cup. With a raised eyebrow, he remarked, "Do you not comprehend what I mean?" The Baron attempted to advance further, but the server promptly stepped in front of him. "Calm down. We do not permit fighting in this establishment. What are you to dictate that? Let go of me." The Baron seethed with indignation. "This shop belongs to the Ansel family. Are you certain you wish to cause a commotion here?" The server had no choice but to invoke the name of his employer. Upon hearing this, the Baron finally regained his composure. While he considered himself a noble, he recognized that if the Ansel family were to take offense, they could easily crush him with a mere gesture. Breathing heavily, he still glared at Claire with malice. "You had better clarify your words. Otherwise, we shall not be finished with this." Claire shrugged helplessly. "I mean it in the most literal sense. You came here hoping to encounter a prominent noble to ingratiate yourself. But typically, individuals of that caliber would not attend in person for such trivial purchases. They would send their stewards to handle it. If you genuinely seek a chance encounter, it would be wiser to frequent the most upscale restaurants in the royal capital." The Baron's face shifted through shades of green and white. He knew the truth all too well. Yet he had no means to access those establishments. The finest restaurants had minimum spending requirements, and his entire wealth would scarcely grant him the courage to enter, as even a single meal could consume his entire yearly income. Thus, he had hoped to test his luck at this newly opened shop, selling the unheard of iodized salt. "That is none of your concern. I have purchased my 3 boxes of salt, but what about your own?" The Baron glared at Claire, demanding an answer. Claire hesitated momentarily, his indecision magnified in the Baroness' eyes. "Ha! Do you truly lack the means to buy it? Where has your earlier bravado gone?" "It is not that. I simply deem it unworthy to spend my money on this." "What was that you just said?" "If you think this item is expensive, it simply means that its clientele does not include you." The man with the little mustache boasted in front of Claire, as though he had regained his composure. Claire let out a chuckle. After all, it was rather amusing that he flaunted his purchase of his own product right before him. Had he kept to himself and not provoked her, she would not have taken advantage of his 3,000 gold coins. Upon seeing Claire laugh, the little mustache bristled with indignation. "What are you laughing at?" Creak. The glass door of the shop swung open as Sean entered. Spotting Claire, he exclaimed with excitement, "My lord, the viscount, you've come. Why didn't you let me know in advance, so I could have sent someone to fetch you?" The little mustache looked at Sean in surprise. He recognized him as the third son of Count Sire Bois and the proprietor of this establishment. "Lord Sean," the little mustache bowed respectfully. "And you are?" Sean inquired. A hint of confusion in his voice. The little mustache, undeterred by the awkwardness, plastered on a smile and ingratiated himself. "Noblemen often forget. I am Baron Gustav of the Gustav family." "Ah, I see," Sean replied perfunctorily. Unsure if he had actually recalled the name, he then turned to Claire. "My lord, shall we discuss matters inside?" The little mustache was taken aback. He glanced at Claire, astonished that this fellow received such deference from Lord Sean while he was left unacknowledged. Although he was not a particularly powerful noble, he had some standing in the capital. How could this man command such respect? "Lord Sean, he is merely a border viscount who cannot even afford iodized salt. Why do you treat him with such reverence?" The little mustache stepped in front of the two, a move he would not ordinarily have made. However, Sean's treatment of Claire indicated that the latter was of an extraordinary status. Still, he was flustered from their previous exchange. Claire casually produced a purple card from his spatial ring and waved it in front of the little mustache, softly stating, "I can indeed afford iodized salt, but it is unnecessary." "That's a purple crystal card," the little mustache stammered. "Only those with deposits exceeding 100,000 gold coins receive such a card from the Timmy Bank." The little mustache felt a burning embarrassment wash over him. This card was far more prestigious than his silver card. And yet he had just been flaunting his paltry purchase before Claire. But in the next moment, the little mustache erupted. "I don't believe it. This must be a forgery. If you are so wealthy, why did you let me win? You clearly cannot afford such priceless iodized salt." Sean frowned and interjected. "The Viscount is the lord of Nafis City. As the supplier of iodized salt, he need not spend money to procure his own goods. The little mustache stared at Claire in disbelief. Words lodged in his throat. You. Claire squinted, a smile playing on his lips as he gently remarked. Thank you for supporting our store's iodized salt. We look forward to your next visit. The little mustache clutched his chest. Feeling as though he might spit blood from sheer indignation, Sean signaled to a shop assistant, who promptly understood and rushed to support the nearly collapsing little mustache, exclaiming, Have you completed your purchases? Allow me to escort you out. The little mustache struggled, wanting to linger a moment longer, but he was forcibly dragged outside onto the street. He stood there in disbelief at the shop's entrance. His mind in a fog, overwhelmed by the glaring sunlight, the shop assistant returned inside with a sigh of relief, although he had heard the owner mention a major shareholder who held 70% of the business. He had not expected him to be so young. Thankfully, he had not left a negative impression. Today, they had sold 3 boxes of iodized salt, making a considerable profit. Ha ha ha. Once inside the reception room, Sean placed a cup of red tea before Claire and remarked, My lord, why bother squabbling with such a fellow? Claire sipped the tea, which was indeed a fine beverage, reminiscent of those he had enjoyed in his past life. As for Nafa City, it was still in the phase of consuming hot water, with no drinks to be found. Even if I help the store earn revenue, I benefit from it as well. This transaction netted over 2,000 gold coins. Sean couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha ha. You make a valid point. Enough jesting. I have arranged for the shipment of the flavoring and dried squid to the capital. Please send someone to collect them. Sean nodded. No problem. Now that I am in the capital. Please tell me about Lady Sophia's specific situation, Claire inquired. She is from my father's generation, so I do not know much about her personally, but I am somewhat familiar with her family, as I mentioned before. Augustus's family is in commerce, encompassing a vast range of enterprises. They have nearly every business in the kingdom under their purview, but their main ventures are several national chain stores, with establishments in almost every city of the kingdom, where one can find goods from all corners of the realm. Thus, collaborating with her means we need not incur costs to establish our own storefronts. Additionally, there is the Magic Shop, one of the 3 giants of magical commerce in the kingdom. The 3 giants of magical commerce. Claire noted this detail. If his iodized salt venture was akin to a small fishing boat, theirs was a massive vessel weighing tons. They were simply on different levels of existence. Wealth could scarcely describe it. Indeed. The other 2 giants are my father and Prince Albert of the royal family. Claire's thoughts momentarily stilled. Did he imply that he had intended to inquire about the other 2 individuals? How ostentatious of him to suddenly indulge in a display of superiority. Chapter 73. The perfect woman. How is it that your father is so formidable, yet you have taken to commerce? Sean shrugged helplessly. What can I say? My family built its fortune this way. Both of my older brothers have also ventured into commerce and have accumulated their resources, now striving for success in the larger cities. Your family has it quite rough. Then, it's not so bad. Fortunately, I met you. Otherwise, I would have had to toil for a few more years. Now, I have delegated the responsibilities of commerce to others and am focusing on the iodized salt business. Once the flavoring arrives, I expect sales will be quite promising. Let's steer back to the topic of Lady Sophia. Claire redirected the conversation. Oh, currently, she serves as the head of her family, which operates on a vast scale. The disparity between our families is akin to that of Titans and Ants. I wonder why she has taken an interest in us, wanting to meet personally when such matters are typically delegated to an underling. Sean was not so arrogant as to believe her presence was solely due to his status. While his position as the 3rd son of the Onsai Herbois family was impressive, it paled in comparison to hers, at least until he inherited his title, and even then, he was uncertain if he would inherit it all. How old is she? Claire continued, asking casually. I'm not certain. The ages of noble women are often shrouded in mystery, and few know their true age. However, I can tell you that she is a stunning beauty, possessing a delightful figure reminiscent of a large pear. I have encountered her several times at noble gatherings, and she left a profound impression on me. It is rare to find a woman in the capital who surpasses her in beauty. As Sean spoke, he seemed to be in a state of admiration for Sophia. Is she truly that beautiful? Claire could not help but inquire, bemused by Sean's exaggerated praise. Her beauty is not merely a matter of appearance. She possesses a certain allure. How should I put it? She is captivating. One word. Enchanting. Sean pressed his lips together. You will understand when you meet her. Claire, envisioning Sean's description, murmured, a ripe peach type of mature woman. I didn't realize you had a preference for that kind. Your description is not entirely inaccurate. The only unfortunate detail is that she has been married. Sean remarked with a click of his tongue. Isn't it normal for someone to be married? Not at all. Her husband is rather ineffectual, merely a very ordinary baron in the capital, unremarkable in appearance and lacking in any capability. I cannot fathom how she could have been drawn to him when that news broke. All the single nobles in the capital drown their sorrows in drink, lamenting, "What is it about him that I lack?" Even those who were married bemoaned their fate, leading to a prolonged malaise in the noble circles of the capital for over a month. Although she is since divorced, many nobles still pursue her. Is it really that outrageous? Claire exclaimed in astonishment. It is not exaggerated in the slightest. Ask any local in the capital, and they will know of this affair. Claire strained to recall any memories related to this. And indeed, he found a faint recollection, though he had not paid much attention to it at the time, rendering his memory somewhat hazy. What of her capabilities? In terms of business acumen, remarkable indeed. My father has commented on her, a rare business prodigy, seldom seen in centuries. After she assumed control, her family ascended to new heights. That nationwide chain store was her creation, now a vital economic pillar for the Auguste family. However, such a shrewd woman surely possesses discerning judgment. Is it conceivable that the baron she chose serves no purpose whatsoever? Indeed, none at all. Initially, some entertained that notion. Perhaps she discerned some hidden merit in him. Yet after over a decade of marriage, her ex-husband merely sought her financial support, failing in every business endeavor, and I've heard he has engaged in infidelity, inciting the ire of those nobles who once admired Sophia. Had it not been for Sophia's intervention, he might have faced dire consequences. As Sean spoke, his frustration was palpable. Yet after she inherited the title of countess, that baron continued his reckless pursuits, and she ultimately granted him several million gold coins before their divorce, remaining unmarried to this day. Sean lamented, fully aware that a woman of Sophia's caliber would never deign to notice him. Yet he found the situation profoundly exasperating. That man, despite his transgressions, received such a fortune upon divorce. The consensus regarding her is that she is a flawless woman, save for a touch of poor judgment, Sean jested. Alas, if only I had been born a decade earlier, perhaps I could have salvaged her situation. However, Claire narrowed her eyes. From what you've shared, I sense the situation is far more complex. What do you mean? Sean inquired, intrigued, for he often gleaned new insights from Claire. Let me pose a few questions first. What is the order of succession in the Auguste family? It differs from mine. We ascend through merit. The strongest prevail, and the rest support willingly. The Auguste family appears to adhere to the primogeniture system typical of nobility. What rank does Sophia hold? She is third in line, with 2 elder brothers above her. Is that baron a by-marriage member of the Auguste family? Indeed, he is. At that moment, Sean seemed to pierce through the fog of confusion, though he could not grasp the implications fully. Both brothers have perished? No. The elder brother met an unfortunate fate while returning from business, having encountered a flying magical beast, but her second brother currently serves the Auguste family in a large city outside the royal capital. Isn't that quite telling? Sean still struggled to comprehend, urging, "You've piqued my curiosity. Please elaborate." "I cannot say for certain if I'm correct. Consider this merely a narrative," Claire prefaced. "According to the conventions among nobility, a female noble loses her inheritance rights upon marriage unless all male heirs within the family are deceased." Correct. Sean nodded vigorously, eager for Claire to continue. Now, connecting this to my earlier inquiries, since Sophia's husband is a by-marriage member, it signifies she has not left the Auguste family's power center, maintaining her status as the third heir. Thus, she remains involved in family affairs. This is the crux. Had she married outside, securing the title of countess would have been exceedingly difficult. Therefore, she sought a by-marriage husband to remain within the Auguste family. Moreover, allowing that baron to tarnish her reputation diminishes her perceived threat while discreetly gathering more allies and consolidating power. Coupled with her remarkable business acumen, she must have gained substantial control over the Auguste family's enterprises throughout their years of marriage, yet this alone is insufficient, as she still has 2 heirs above her. So, her elder brother met his demise? Sean gasped. Claire nodded in affirmation, continuing, "When her elder brother died, was the head of the Auguste family not also deceased?" Sean's lips twitched. "He is still alive, shortly after Sophia's brother's passing. He entrusted all Auguste family assets to Sophia, marking the moment she became countess." A tempest of realization surged within Sean. What once seemed trivial was now revealed to harbor such profound implications. Unnoticed by him throughout the years, dismissed as mere gossip, had it not been for Claire's insight, he might have continued to regard Sophia as merely unlucky. Sean now harbored doubts that the previous head of the Auguste family had been compelled to relinquish his position following Sophia's consolidation of power after her brother's demise. While her second brother had survived due to his discretion in not obstructing her claim to the title. Thus, my assessment of her is a shrewd and impeccable woman, Claire remarked. Impossible. How could such matters remain concealed from everyone? My father never mentioned it to us. Sean rubbed his temples. Perhaps your father knows more than he reveals, reluctant to share with younger generations. As I mentioned, this is merely a tale. Take it lightly, Claire chuckled. Sean pondered this, conceding it was plausible. If Claire's suspicions held merit, his father might indeed possess some insider knowledge, but chose to remain silent. Claire clapped Sean on the shoulder. If this is true, isn't it a good thing? It suggests she may never have shared any intimate relations with her former husband, leaving you with a chance. Sean shivered. No. I've grown somewhat fearful of her after hearing that. He wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, suddenly recalling something and leaping to his feet. Wait, my elder sister seems to have taken an interest in a lord. She intends to bring him into our family. Surely she does not seek to emulate Countess Sophia. Claire appeared speechless. Sean had become skittish after hearing the story. Don't jump to conclusions. Isn't your family as assent based on merit? What does it matter if she seeks a by-marriage husband? Chapter 74. I have my eye on you, cursed be my forgetfulness. Sean returned to the sofa, exhaling in relief, realizing his elder sister likely lacked Sophia's formidable abilities. Have you arranged a time to meet with her? Claire inquired. Not yet, but since you've arrived in the royal capital, I shall dispatch someone to inform her. Results will follow shortly. After uttering this, Sean hesitated. Perhaps we shouldn't collaborate with her. It feels as though we would be devoured without a trace. Claire chuckled. We are merely business partners, not heirs to their family. Why fear? Besides, her second brother's survival indicates she is not a wanton killer. A straightforward partnership should pose no issue. That is true. The merchants who have collaborated with her have fared quite well over the years. I've not heard of any misfortune. Sean rose. I will inform her of our decision. You may rest here for a while. Sean exhibited remarkable efficiency. By afternoon, several carriages appeared outside the shop, unloading monosodium glutamate and squid strips. Before long, they were displayed at the counter, accompanied by vibrant new advertisements highlighting the monosodium glutamate. There was no need for a newspaper advertisement this time. The shop's reputation had already been established, and customers seeking iodized salt would naturally be drawn to the newly arrived monosodium glutamate, negating the need for prior promotional efforts. In less than 3 hours, Sean returned to the store. What is the update? When shall we negotiate business? Sean appeared somewhat surprised. She mentioned tonight. So soon. Claire was equally taken aback. I find it strange. Could she be scheming? Sean speculated. We'll know once we arrive. Where is the meeting place? A renowned restaurant in the inner city. Seemingly one of her establishments. The time is drawing near, so let us prepare to depart. Claire arrived at the designated location ahead of Sean by several minutes. It was a restaurant situated on a bustling street, exuding an air of sophistication, illuminated by warm-toned magical lamps. Wait here. I'll check where our reservation is, Sean instructed. Claire nodded, casually surveying the surroundings, where the streets were aglow with lights and bustling with revelers enjoying the nightlife, evoking a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of his past life. The royal capital was indeed on a different tier than his current domain of Nafa City, which lacked streetlights entirely. Claire turned to see a ragged youth curled up in an alley, a broken bowl before him, silently watching passers-by with an inscrutable gaze. As the passers-by walked by him, they cast disdainful and loathsome glances, quickly retreating to the sidelines. Occasionally, a few benevolent ladies would offer him some coins. Yet he had never been seen uttering a word of gratitude. There are beggars even in the capital, Claire mused to herself, but soon came to a realization. Even in a bustling metropolis like New York in her past life, beggars were a common sight, let alone in this foreign realm. At that moment, Sean returned, smiling as he said, This restaurant is not open to the public tonight. Madame Sophia has prepared it exclusively for us. Claire raised an eyebrow, impressed by the grandiosity. Following Sean inside, they found a table by the window. After casually ordering a few dishes, they began their wait. However, the wait was not long. Scarcely 10 minutes had passed when a figure entered through the restaurant's entrance. You all wait outside. I have business to attend to, Sophia instructed her accompanying guards. Yes, madam, they replied, dispersing and establishing a perimeter around the restaurant. As the figure approached, Claire finally caught a glimpse of the enchanting woman that Sean had mentioned. Tall and elegant, She wore a form-fitting black dress that exposed her back. The fabric split at the hips, revealing glimpses of her long, graceful legs with each step she took. Such attire might appear vulgar on another. Yet on her, it radiated opulence, exuding an air of nobility rather than crudeness. Her beauty was extraordinarily captivating. Even Claire, who had encountered many stunning women in her previous life, had rarely seen anyone to rival her. Her allure was not merely superficial, it emanated from within, with every gesture able to stir a man's heart. Claire bit her lip, inwardly reflecting, no wonder Sean held her in such high regard. As Sophia approached, Claire and Sean stood politely. Sean performed a noble's bow, saying, "Good evening, madam. I am the third son of Count Ansel, and my father often speaks highly of you, claiming that if we possessed even a fraction of your business acumen, he would entrust us with the family estate without hesitation." Sophia nodded slightly, responding, "Please extend my regards to your father." She then gestured towards Claire. "This is Lord Clare, the viscount of the Griffin family, and our supplier of iodized salt, holding 70% of our store shares." Claire nodded in acknowledgement, a silent greeting. Sophia smiled charmingly. "Ah, I see. Truly a promising young man. Let us sit and converse." Her voice was incredibly alluring, akin to gentle hands caressing one's chest, combined with her beguiling expression, amplifying her charm. Claire finally understood why the nobility in the capital were so enamored with her. Just a pretty face, Claire thought to himself, striving to resist her influence. After sitting down, Sophia rested her chin on her hand, scrutinizing Claire intently, and softly remarked, "So you are the mastermind behind the iodized salt. I had assumed it was this young lad." Claire smiled gently. "It's merely a small business, nothing compared to your achievements, madam. Bribing the doctors in the capital to promote your product while inducing panic to sell iodized salt at 100-fold price. This was your idea, wasn't it?" Sophia gazed intently at Claire. Sean swallowed nervously at the side. Such actions were done discreetly. How could they have been discovered? He cast a sidelong glance at Claire, curious about his reaction. Claire maintained a calm demeanor, neither confirming nor denying. "Aren't we here to discuss cooperation?" Upon hearing Claire's words, Sophia revealed a captivating smile, still fixated on him. "Very well, let us discuss business. What is your production cost for iodized salt?" Claire met her gaze unflinchingly, replying, 3 gold coins. The higher the selling price, the greater the cost. I also own a salt production factory. I understand the costs involved in iodization. Then it's a little over 10 copper coins. That's a profit margin of thousands of times. Your appetite is quite impressive. That it would be foolish not to seize opportunities for profit," Claire stated nonchalantly. Sean, unable to interject, silently tended to his meal. Sophia gazed at Claire with a twinkle in her eye, leaning forward, her chest nearly pressing against the table. "Was the royal supply also your idea? As a noble, it is only natural to pledge loyalty to one's king and the royal family. Offering one's goods to the crown is quite standard." Sophia's expression became even more enchanting as she watched Claire, lightly licking her lips. "I find you intriguing." Chapter 75. Claire's principles. Claire was taken aback, his thoughts racing. What is she saying? It was then that Sophia continued, "I find you intriguing. Come work for me." With a playful wink, she added, "And your expression just now was truly amusing. You didn't think I meant to devour you, did you?" Claire's lips twitched. This woman was quite the handful. "No, I doubt my limited abilities would be of much help to you, madam. To sell iodized salt worth near copper coins at prices soaring into the hundreds of gold coins. You claim to lack capability? Then those working under me must be utterly incompetent. I already have my own shop." Claire politely declined. "Just how much can you earn from that modest establishment? Even if you open branches throughout the kingdom, it would barely amount to 2 or 3 million a year. Join me, and I guarantee you'll earn over 10 million gold coins annually at the very least. Moreover, if opportunities arise, I could elevate you from viscount to Earl. What do you think of that offer?" Sophia was genuinely impressed by Claire's abilities. During their conversation, her admiration for him grew. She tactfully skirted the critical issues while boldly dismissing the production costs as mere trivialities. "Then it's just over 10 copper coins," she stated candidly. The true key lay in the realm of commercial wisdom. Even a low-value item like iodized salt could be sold at exorbitant prices under his guidance, leaving the nobility of the capital utterly bamboozled. This was crucial for her. Having such an ally would make her endeavors significantly easier. Earl. Claire raised an eyebrow, not particularly interested in the title, but rather curious about Sophia's capabilities. "An Earl," Sophia replied confidently. Although she too was merely a countess, the distinction between counts could be remarkably vast. Those with real power often overshadowed even the dukes. For years, our kingdom has faced tensions with neighboring nations. Should war break out, you wouldn't even need to step onto the battlefield. I could help you secure an earldom. Are you interested? Sophia assumed Claire was intrigued by the prospect, to her surprise. He shook his head. My current viscountcy is ample. I don't require a larger domain at the moment. What then piques your interest? Wealth? Women? Power? I can provide it all. Claire shook his head slightly. Your offer is indeed tempting, madam, but I have grown accustomed to my freedom and prefer not to serve under another. After being oppressed in his past life, he had finally risen to his current status. Why would he willingly return to servitude? Moreover, he still had his viscountcy to develop. No amount of wealth would entice him to abandon that. Sophia narrowed her eyes slightly, responding coolly, such a shame. Sean, admiring her beauty, suddenly recalled Claire's previous story. And a thought crossed his mind. Could Countess Sophia harbor a desire to destroy what she could not possess? Just as he contemplated warning Claire, she suddenly beamed. Let us discuss cooperation then. That is precisely why we are here, Claire replied with a smile. You possess a salt production factory, correct? You can produce iodized salt as well. Sophia nodded slightly, eager to hear Claire continue. Then it's simple. You sell your iodized salt directly, displaying our store's name, claiming it's from Nafachang. It would save on shipping costs. That a spark of excitement flickered in Sophia's eyes. So your so-called optimal ratio is merely a ruse. I hadn't considered that. Claire tapped the table. For this arrangement, I require 70% of the profits. As they delved into business, Sophia's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. You do realize that we would bear all the costs. While you merely lend your name and expect to take 70% of the profits, that's rather unrealistic. Claire shrugged. Then you can create your own shop to sell iodized salt as a luxury item. And all the profits will be yours. Claire felt confident in his assertion. Sophia had mentioned owning a salt production factory capable of producing iodized salt, given her awareness of his tactics. The absence of a rival brand shop was indicative of previous failed attempts. Having seized the initiative in the market with their own iodized salt, they established a strong foothold, while most people tend to favor the familiar. Their strategic moves have effectively blocked the avenues for other iodized salt brands to rise. It is not to say that others cannot create a competing brand, but the required investment of time and resources would be excessively burdensome, rendering it hardly worthwhile. Collaboration would be far more straightforward. I find myself appreciating you more and more. Are you truly certain you do not wish to work under my guidance? Sophia could not resist extending the invitation once more. I have already made my stance clear on this matter. Let us discuss the profit-sharing arrangement instead. Would a 70-30 split be acceptable? While I am not in dire need of this sum, business is business, and a 70-30 split is out of the question. Let us consider a 60-40 division, Claire replied. Raising an eyebrow, the concession from the other party was a positive sign. Immediately, he retrieved a box of monosodium glutamate from his spatial ring. Our establishment offers more than just iodized salt. This is merely the second product, with a third and fourth to follow, Claire asserted confidently, though he alone knew this was mere fabrication. Currently, they had only these two products, with the future remaining uncertain. However, isn't storytelling an integral part of business? As long as one articulates it well, the other party is likely to believe even more than oneself. Sophia slowly lifted the box of monosodium glutamate, inquiring, "What is this?" Claire had anticipated this moment. Placing the monosodium glutamate into the untouched broth before him, stirring it briefly, and then pushing it towards her with a gesture of invitation, "Madam, do take a taste." Sophia hesitated for a moment. Claire immediately discerned her reluctance and took a spoonful of the broth himself, declaring, "Allow me to sample the flavor first." Sophia shot him a playful glance, her tone laced with mild irritation, reminiscent of a petulant woman. "You are truly considerate, my lord." Claire chose to ignore her remark, feigning ignorance with a smile. "Please, do try it." After taking a sip, Sophia savored the broth's flavor, her eyes widening slightly. "I suggest you open a restaurant. All your offerings pertain to food, and it would undoubtedly be more profitable than my establishment. What do you think? Could this warrant a 70-30 split?" Claire mimicked her earlier demeanor, smiling. "This is not comparable to iodized salt. The difficulty in developing it has increased manifold." On the surface, Claire's words implied that given the complexity, a 70-30 split was quite reasonable, while subtly suggesting that if they wished to conduct research themselves, the financial and temporal investment would be considerable. Thus, collaboration would be the wiser choice. Furthermore, Claire had conducted his research prior to this meeting, Many who collaborated with Sophia's shops had indeed settled on a 70-30 split. So his request was not entirely unreasonable, albeit slightly overreaching, considering he had yet to provide any iodized salt products. Is the esteemed lord truly unwilling to compromise? Sophia inquired in an enticing tone, slightly leaning forward to reveal a generous expanse of skin. Startled, Sharn hastily lowered his gaze, not daring to steal a glance. Claire struggled to maintain his composure, forcing himself to avert his curious gaze. Fully aware that this alluring rose bore thorns, should he reach out, he would undoubtedly draw blood. Observing their exchange, Sophia felt a surge of delight. She relished in provoking others, reveling in their reactions. However, should she be perceived as a loose woman engaging in indiscreet behavior, the consequences would not bode well for her. Madam, you have already stated that business is business and that concessions cannot be made. Claire's gaze remained fixed upon her face. Alas. Let it be as you say, Sophia sighed softly. You are the first of such tender age to negotiate a 70-30 split with me. My interest in you is certainly growing. You flatter me. I have heard that you possess connections at the Magic Academy. I wish to seek your assistance with a matter. If I were to assist you, would we then entertain a 50-50 split? Sophia replied with a playful smile. Chapter 76. She is too clever. If I were to assist you, could we agree on a 50-50 split? Sophia gazed at Claire with a beguiling look. Claire stood momentarily speechless. It is not a significant matter. I shan't trouble you. Madam. Sophia chuckled. I was merely teasing you. But how did you come to know of my connections with the Magic Academy? Did that little one inform you? She cast a sidelong glance at Sharn, who remained focused on his plate, oblivious to their conversation. Isn't it quite apparent? Claire replied softly, your chain of stores spans the entire kingdom, implying that your distribution channels are quite extensive. Which noble in the capital is unaware that your transportation relies on the Magic Academy's luminary birds? A species unique to the Academy, apart from your esteemed Augustus family, no other noble has access to such magical creatures. Additionally, many of the magical items in your store undoubtedly originate from the Academy. Is it solely based on these points that you deduce my association with the Magic Academy? Are these points insufficient? Claire responded with confidence. Though the truth was as Sophia suspected, her connection to the Academy had indeed been divulged by Sharn, and Claire had derived the cause from the observed outcome. That is sufficient. My family does indeed have ties to the Magic Academy. Sophia rested her chin on her hand, inquiring, now, tell me, what assistance do you seek? It is not a grand request. I wish to enroll in the Magic Academy for further studies. Claire explained, the Academy's library would undoubtedly surpass the resources available at his home, which he had already perused extensively. Having come to the capital, he sought to acquire additional magical knowledge, and the most effective means was to join the Academy. The Magic Academy not only housed books but also offered the opportunity to converse with its mages. A remarkable experience for Claire. Sophia appraised Claire thoughtfully, asking, aren't you a mage yourself? With your abilities, gaining admission to the Academy should pose no challenge. The admissions for the Magic Academy have concluded, and they are not currently accepting new students. Moreover, I do not intend to remain in the capital long. Hence my request for your assistance. Sophia remained silent, scrutinizing Claire's eyes for a moment before suddenly breaking into a laugh. Very well, you may report to the Academy tomorrow. Thank you. Madam, no need for thanks, you now owe me a favor. Agreed, Claire nodded. If he were to find a way into the Academy on his own, it would indeed prove difficult. Sharn, now engaged in commerce, could not leverage his family connections to assist him, and Claire was unfamiliar with anyone within the Academy, leaving him no choice but to seek Sophia's help. You are quite an intriguing individual. Let us conclude our conversation for today. We shall meet again, Sophia announced. I look forward to that day, Claire replied, offering a slight nod. Sophia gracefully strode towards the restaurant's entrance, at which point Sharn finally ceased his pretense and hurriedly followed Claire outside. As they reached the restaurant's threshold, pedestrians paused in their tracks, captivated by Sophia's striking presence. There is no need to see me off. I shall have someone deliver the contract to you tomorrow. Sharn beamed. It is an honor to collaborate with you. Madam, such a charming young man, Sophia remarked. Just as Claire stepped outside, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the alleyway, searching for the figure of the beggar boy. The boy had not moved. He remained slumped there, seemingly devoid of the strength to even lift his head. Sophia caught sight of Claire's distraction, asking, Following his gaze, she spotted the ailing youth and smiled, inquiring, do you wish to save him? Claire withdrew his gaze, shaking his head slightly. No, there are far too many suffering souls in this world for me to save them all. I was merely curious as to how a beggar could remain unharassed. It is merely the doing of the underground gangs, who train children to steal from a young age. If they are caught and their hands or feet are broken, they are discarded in places like this to elicit sympathy and beg. These gangs often act as the pawns for certain noble families, which is why few intervene. Claire smirked. How does the madam know so much? Sophia chuckled. You wouldn't think I have any connections to these gangs, would you? Not at all. Claire believed that a countess would not stoop so low as to engage in such petty matters. He was merely teasing her. You are quite mischievous. Sophia playfully poked Claire's nose with her finger. I must take my leave. I have matters to attend to. Safe travels. Madam, Sharon hastily echoed. Safe travels. As Sophia's carriage, flanked by over 20 guards, gradually disappeared from view, Claire and Sharon finally released a collective breath of relief. Phew, Sharon let out a long sigh. Whenever Sophia was present, it felt as though a heavy stone weighed upon his heart. Claire's reaction was less pronounced, yet she too felt a sense of relief. My lord, I truly admire you for being able to converse with a figure like Lady Sophia so effortlessly, Claire remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Sharon. If only you were a bit more reliable, I wouldn't have to face this alone. Throughout the entire affair, I only saw you indulging in food. Well, I had to muster the courage. Seeing her is akin to seeing my father. The pressure is overwhelming, and I hardly dare to speak. Indeed, Claire nodded, acknowledging the considerable pressure emanating from the other party. Although their conversation seemed casual, anyone with a modicum of experience could sense the weight of the other's every gesture. It was akin to certain high-ranking officials from my past life, who, having occupied their positions for an extended period, naturally exuded an aura of authority. However, it is evident that Lady Sophia holds you in high regard, Sharon teased. Claire rolled her eyes. Would you dare to approach her? I'd be devoured whole. After all, what decent person ascends to the rank of count through sheer endeavor, and she is far too astute. What do you mean? In matters of love, it is either two fools, one clever and one foolish, or one clever and the other even more clever. Otherwise, it is improbable for them to be together. I'm intrigued. Do elaborate. Humans can accommodate those of lesser intellect, but not those of greater intellect. If two fools are together, they will be blissfully happy each day. However, when a clever person pairs with a fool, the clever one can accommodate the other, and life may still be comfortable. Yet, two clever individuals cannot coexist. Every casual action carries hidden meanings known to the other, and every casual word reveals intentions, leading to a life of considerable hardship. Claire continued, you are quite clever. Would you seek a wife who can see through all your thoughts and matches your intellect? Sharon paused, shaking his head. Indeed, I would not. You make a fair point. After a few seconds, Sharon realized. Wait, are you implying that you are as clever as Lady Sophia? Sharon found it difficult to accept. In his view, Sophia was on par with his father, while Claire, though slightly more capable, was of a similar age to him. How could she possibly be so formidable? Claire shrugged and smiled. You may interpret it that way. Do not overthink it. Our carriage has arrived. Let us depart. Chapter 77. Save me suddenly. Sharon gazed out the window and said, My lord, that beggar is watching you. Claire followed the direction of Sharon's finger and indeed saw the previously prostrate beggar lifting his head, gazing at her with eyes full of a desperate yearning for life. Claire squinted, remaining still, continuing to observe the man. The beggar, perhaps sensing something, looked at Claire with a flicker of hope, slowly shifting his arm forward and dragging himself toward her. Help. Help me. He weakly cried out for aid. Claire still refrained from any overt action, fixating on him as if scrutinizing something. The beggar, using his trembling hands, managed to prop himself up. And only then did Claire notice that his hands and feet had been severed by a blade. The wounds on his wrists still fresh, and tattered clothing barely concealed further injuries. Sharon's eyes flickered as he looked at Claire, yet she remained largely unresponsive. Gradually, the beggar managed to lift his body, though his lower half remained on the ground. Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope appeared on his face as he continued to inch toward Claire. In a muffled voice, he pleaded, Help me. I don't want to die. Claire raised an eyebrow. She had just seen an undeniable longing for life in his eyes, akin to a drowning person's desperation for oxygen, an arresting sight that tugged at Claire's heartstrings. Perhaps this is someone who can achieve something, Claire mused. After standing, the beggar quickened his pace, slowly moving from across the street toward Claire. However, he fell before he could cover a meter, his body unable to endure any longer. The brief moment of support had drained him of most of his strength. Yet, he did not succumb to fate. Instead, he wriggled his head toward Claire like a worm. Claire's expression flickered, revealing a hint of admiration. Ha! Ha! The beggar gasped, yet his body continued to move, finally reaching the center of the street, leaving behind a gruesome trail of blood. Suddenly, he halted, his head collapsing onto the ground as he lost control over his body, unable even to crawl forward. Then came the sound of muffled sobs. Wah! At that moment, he lacked the strength to turn his face toward Claire. His tears flowing freely, he could not comprehend why he was crying now. He had not shed a tear when gang members severed his tendons, nor when he realized he would not survive the night. But at this instant, the tears flowed uncontrollably. His entire body lay paralyzed on the ground, utterly motionless, emitting only the whimpers of, "Please, help me. Even if you are a demon, I will pledge my loyalty to you." Claire suddenly smiled, turning to Xian and asking, "Shall we save him?" Xian was taken aback, not expecting Claire to pose such a question to him. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Save?" "Yes, save," Claire declared, dismounting the carriage and approaching the beggar. Upon seeing Claire's approach, the beggar, named Shilian, felt a wave of relief wash over him as consciousness began to fade. Shilian was not a native. He had fled from another country to this one, having lost his family along the way, leaving him all alone at the tender age of 11. At that time, he was deceived into the capital and sold to the underground gangs. The gang he belonged to was called the Razor Gang, specializing in using a razor to slit open the pockets of the wealthy to steal their money. Initially, Shilian resisted learning, but after enduring relentless beatings and days of starvation, he reluctantly began to learn. He was quite clever, quickly making a name for himself within the gang. Though this notoriety was hardly commendable, they remained at the bottom, not even considered true members of the Razor Gang. All the money he pilfered was handed over, exchanged for a meager meal each day. Some had contemplated escape, only to be caught and brutally executed before their peers. Thus, Shilian was left with a deep-seated fear of death. For 5 years, he lived in a haze, maturing into a 16-year-old youth. One day, as usual, he set out to steal, targeting a beautifully dressed noble girl. Shilian was quite handsome, capable of charming others easily, and it was this appealing visage that facilitated his endeavors. If dressed shabbily, people would avoid him. Thus the Razor Gang ensured they were outfitted in decent clothing. After tidying himself up, Shilian approached the noble girl, engaging her in conversation that elicited a delighted giggle. Just as he planned to seize the opportunity to steal, a noble-looking boy suddenly sprang forth and kicked him away. "How dare you touch my woman?" the boy shouted, brandishing an object to strike Shilian. Repeatedly kicking and punching him, Shilian, feeling guilty, dared not retaliate, only evading in a desperate attempt to escape. Ultimately, he was struck in the thigh with a heavy stick, managing to flee amidst the boys' mocking laughter. Injured, Shilian returned to the gang, having failed to steal anything that day and suffering a brutal beating instead. He did not even consider that he had once been the gang's most successful thief. With a hurt thigh, he struggled to steal even a penny in the following days, and the gang provided him with no food, forcing him to languish outside a bakery, watching the bread within while enduring hunger as he awaited recovery. It was during this time that a young lady extended a piece of bread to him. Gratefully, Shilian received it, exclaiming, "Thank you. You are truly kind." Holding the cheapest black bread in his hands, Shilian was filled with exhilaration. After devouring a few bites ravenously, he glanced up and noticed that the people emerging from the bakery were carrying fragrant white loaves. Suddenly, he halted his chewing, not because the black bread had lost its appeal, but because a thought abruptly surged into his mind. Could this be the sum of my life? Previously, he had strived to steal money in hopes of genuinely joining the gang, yet the lashes he had endured made him realize that the gang members merely regarded him as a tool for profit. A tool that was far from unique. From that day forth, he began to secretly set aside a small portion of the money he received, stashing it away in a hidden spot. His glimmer of hope. A chance to escape the clutches of the Razor Gang and attain a new life. 3 years later, as he went to conceal his savings once more, he stumbled upon a gang member indulging with a courtesan in a secluded corner. He was caught red-handed, and his savings accumulated over 3 years were unearthed. Rather than facing death, he became a cautionary tale for other youths, subjected to brutal punishment, suspended, and whipped with salt-water-soaked lashes. His hands and feet shattered, tortured for 3 or 4 days until he was left a mere shadow of his former self, discarded in a dark alley, beginning the next phase of exploitation. But Shilian knew he would not survive the day. His blood flowed incessantly, his body growing weaker by the moment. Initially, he could still manage some movements, but soon, only his head remained capable of motion. As he felt his life ebbing away, Shilian yearned for one last glimpse of the world, a world that had shown him little kindness. A fleeting glance revealed Claire observing him at the restaurant entrance. Although Claire exuded a peculiar aura, Chilian paid it little mind. After all, what did it matter when he was on the brink of death? Claire then entered the restaurant to discuss business with Sophia. Soon, exhaustion overtook him, his eyelids heavy, his head resting on the ground. That moment, Claire and Sophia emerged. Their words, though inaudible, roused him from the brink of death. With great effort, Chilian lifted his head and caught sight of Claire boarding a carriage. The earlier thought resurfaced. Am I destined to die like this? Death, a term so fearsome, he had witnessed the lives of former companions extinguish before his eyes. I do not wish to die. I want to live. My life should not end in such a manner. The dread of death ignited a flicker of hope within Chilian. He looked at Claire, inexplicably drawn toward him, sensing that this person could save him, that only he would be willing to do so. His previous strange feeling was not unfounded. It was his opportunity. Save me. Chilian's body surged forward as though fueled by a powerful stimulant, inching toward Claire, who remained oblivious to him. Yet he did not give up, persistently moving his battered form in that direction, his beacon of hope for life. Until he heard the words, "My lord the Viscount, that beggar is watching you."